I am Mucho, the Corpse King, and the apocalypse is my feast. When I woke up, I knew something was different. My body, dormant for 2 years, had changed. I wasn't human anymore, not entirely. I had evolved, mutated into something far greater. A Corpse King, with the power to devour. To consume. To dominate. And then the voice came, echoing in my mind like a divine decree. Congratulations to the host for binding the great world sign-in system. The host has arrived at the sign-in location. The first reward is the Holy Lord's magic energy. The next sign-in location, it was a gift, a system that rewarded me for simply existing, for moving through this broken world. But it was also a reminder, this world is no longer for humans. Zombies roam freely, their hollow eyes searching for flesh. Mutants lurk in the shadows, their forms twisted and grotesque. And then there's me, a Corpse King, a predator among predators. Surviving as a human in this world? Impossible. But I'm not human anymore. I'm something more. Something better. With every sign-in, I grow stronger. The Holy Lord's magic energy surges through me, a torrent of power that makes me unstoppable. I devour zombies, absorbing their strength, their essence. I hunt mutants, turning their twisted forms into fuel for my evolution. The world is a wasteland, but it's my wasteland. The zombies are my subjects, the mutants my prey. And the humans? They're either food or fools. I am Mucho, the devourer, the sign-in king. This world is mine to conquer, one sign-in, one devouring at a time. So let the zombies come. Let the mutants rise. I'll be here, waiting, growing, and feasting. The apocalypse isn't the end. It's my beginning. In a city that was once thriving, I now walk through streets that have fallen into ruin. Scrapped and damaged vehicles are scattered haphazardly on the roadside, and old bloodstains still mar the pavement. A gust of wind picks up a few plastic bags, carrying them like ghosts of human activity in a place that has long lost its vitality. Roar, I see them, zombies in tattered clothes, their faces twisted and grotesque. Their eyes are dull and empty, yet bloodshot, and their arms stretch aimlessly into the air. These creatures no longer rely on sight to hunt. Instead, they use their heightened sense of smell and sharp hearing to track their prey. Suddenly, one of them jerks its head up, as if catching a scent. Puff! In an instant, its head explodes. Blood sprays like rain, and the metallic smell draws more zombies. They swarm in, a wave of decay and hunger. Then, a flash of red, a terrifying roar echoes from the distance. Roar, poof, more blood fills the air, staining the dim street crimson. I realize the source of the red light, a massive zombie, several meters tall, drenched in blood. It leaps onto a wrecked car, crushing it under its weight, then bounds away, leaving shattered glass and bullet holes in its wake. Bang! The car explodes, sending shards of metal and dust into the air. The smell of gunpowder mixes with blood, creating a thick, choking fog that sweeps across the street. On the other side of the fog, a team of soldiers in Special Forces gear halts. Their leader, masked, grabs the communicator on his belt and speaks into it. Missed in Area B1. We've lost the Fire Lord. A cold female voice responds, understood. Hold your position. I'm sending ability users to assist. Do not let the target escape. Yes, ma'am, the leader replies. He signals his team, and they move forward, weapons ready. Meanwhile, the red zombie darts through the city, its roars piercing the night. Other zombies tremble at the sound, then join in with their own guttural cries. The red figure crashes into a high-rise building, shattering glass and concrete. It doesn't stop, plowing through the structure and landing in a deep alley. Sparks fly as its body scrapes against the walls, and it collapses, twitching violently. Its blood-red eyes glow with fury, but as I watch, something strange happens. The zombie's skin begins to pale, its form shrinking and shifting. Slowly, it transforms into a young man. A few hundred meters away, soldiers in blue uniforms search the streets. In the alley, the young man lies motionless, his chest rising faintly. His eyelids flutter, and he wakes, dazed and confused. Ugh! Why does my whole body hurt? I mutter, rubbing my head. If I'd known the graduation party would end like this, I wouldn't have drunk so much, but something feels off. I'm not in my bed. I'm in an alley, surrounded by rubble. My hand brushes against something dry and shriveled. I turn and freeze. It's a mummy, its face twisted in horror. Fuck! I was about to scream, but then a flood of chaotic memories rushed into my mind like a tidal wave. It was a scene straight out of hell, a figure cloaked in blood, standing atop a mountain of corpses. Each body was shriveled, their faces frozen in horror, as if they had endured unspeakable torment before death. At that moment, the blood-drenched figure looked like a monster hellbent on destroying the world. Roar, the figure was surrounded by zombies, all of them roaring fiercely, unafraid of death. And standing before it was a massive one-horned monster, its body boiling with lava, charging with its bloody maw wide open. The memories played in my mind like a film, overwhelming me. My head spun, and I felt like my brain was about to burst. By the time the memories settled, cold sweat dripped from my forehead. I realized with horror that the blood-red figure in those memories was me. This wasn't the world I knew. The zombie virus had erupted here 2 years ago, turning cities into wastelands overrun by the undead. Countless people had lost their homes, their families torn apart. And I had become a mutant zombie. I had evolved a terrifying ability, devouring. The flame ability I now possessed came from the one-horned monster I had consumed in my memories. Step by step, I had grown stronger, eventually becoming the zombie emperor of this city. The zombie I had just devoured was also a mutant, and its ability was ice. Did I travel to a parallel world, or? I muttered, my face pale with dread. Another thought crossed my mind, one I didn't dare voice. What if the past 10 years of my life were just a dream? What if the real me had been a flesh-eating zombie for the past 2 years? But I couldn't dwell on it. I remembered being captured by a nearby survivor base 2 months ago, subjected to inhumane experiments and torture. I had only managed to escape 3 days ago, relying on my powerful self-healing ability to break free. After causing chaos at the base, I fled back to my territory, only to collapse and regain consciousness during the escape. Now, soldiers were still chasing me. No matter what, I'm in serious danger, I told myself, forcing my panic down. A cold wind whistled through the alley, sending a chill through me, even though my body had evolved into that of a zombie king. I didn't have time to sort through everything. Ignoring the shriveled corpse beside me, I quickly changed into its blood-stained clothes. With a thought, a ball of fire appeared in my palm, and I burned the tattered clothes and the corpse to ashes. As I staggered to my feet, I heard footsteps behind me. I smiled bitterly but didn't run. If the chance of a human having abilities was 1 in 1,000, the chance of a mutant zombie was 1 in 10,000. Unlike regular zombies, mutant zombies had strange and powerful abilities that made them nearly unstoppable. Surrounded and trapped, escape seemed impossible. I made a decision: I would blend into human society. A zombie trying to pass as human sounded insane, but even though I had all the memories and combat experience of the Zombie King, I couldn't accept the fact that I was now a flesh-eating monster. Deep down, I still wanted to remain part of humanity. I swear it wasn't just because I was afraid of dying. But could I really pull it off? Click, who's there? I raised my hands instinctively and turned around, feigning surprise and panic. Pfft, a girl's laughter rang out. I saw a pretty girl in blue among the soldiers. Unlike the others, she wasn't wearing combat gear and seemed completely at ease. There were a few others dressed like her in the group, ability users, no doubt. These were humans who had mutated and evolved after being infected with the virus. They were now humanity's frontline fighters. "Uncle, you're so funny," the girl said, covering her mouth as she laughed. I must have looked ridiculous, wearing blood-stained clothes, my face smeared with dirt and blood, my hands raised in surrender. The tension broke as the girl giggled, and the captain sighed helplessly. Just now, a red monster passed by here and burned a zombie to ashes. I stammered, my eyes darting to the blue light guns in the soldiers' hands. In my memories, these were advanced weapons, deadly to zombies. To think they'd brought such firepower just to deal with me. I live nearby. I was out looking for food because I was hungry. I didn't do anything, I added, trembling. Frost began to form on the ground around me. The girl in blue gasped. This kind of ability, could he be a rare elemental ability user? An elemental ability user in a dangerous area like the Red Zone? This is a real find, the soldiers murmured, looking at me with surprise. The captain raised his communicator. Report, the S-Class Heretic, the Fire Demon Lord, has fled to Area A3. Additionally, we've found a survivor in an alley, suspected to have elemental powers. A cold female voice responded, bring the survivor back to the base for an awakening test. Group C in Area A3, prepare to engage. All other teams, continue the hunt and set up an ambush to capture the target at any time. The captain nodded and turned to the girl. Linger, take the survivor back to the base. Group A, follow me. We're continuing the search. Yes, sir, the girl replied, her eyes still fixed on me with curiosity. Ah. Why do I have to do this kind of thing again? The girl's complaint made it clear this wasn't her first time picking up survivors. I blinked my innocent eyes and stayed silent, watching as the team left. Soon, only the girl in blue and I remained in the alley. She smiled sweetly and reached out her hand. Let me introduce myself. I'm Wei Linger, a member of the Yuhai Base Special Forces. I hesitated for a moment before shaking her blood-stained hand, deliberately stuttering to sound nervous. Mucho, my name is Mucho. Mucho, right? I'll take you back to the base now. We're on the edge of the Red Zone, so we shouldn't run into any powerful monsters. Don't worry, I can take down ordinary zombies in the Green Zone with one punch. She raised her slender arms, which looked anything but strong. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows of the two of us in the fading light. For survivors, you're saying this man, Mucho, was picked up in an alley in the Red Zone? In an office within the Yuhai base, a stern woman in military uniform sat behind a desk, reviewing a report. Standing before her was the Special Forces captain from the alley. If I were there, I'd have recognized him immediately. The woman had sharp features, her willow-shaped eyebrows adding a touch of elegance to her otherwise icy demeanor. The captain nodded. Yes, ma'am. According to him, his family ran a supermarket before the apocalypse. He survived on the stored food until recently, when it ran out. That's why he ventured out. The woman leaned back, tapping the desk thoughtfully. Wei Ying, how credible do you find his story? Wei Ying hesitated. We checked the supermarket he mentioned. It's been completely destroyed by the fire demon. There's no way to verify his identity. Then he added, but there's something else. When we found him, Frost formed at his feet out of fear. He might be an ability user, possibly even an elemental one. The woman's eyes narrowed. Is that so? She drummed her fingers on the table, deep in thought. Regardless, elemental ability users are exactly what we need right now. Take him for an awakening test. If he passes, assign him to the training department. And keep a close eye on him. Report anything unusual to me immediately. Wei Ying saluted. Yes, ma'am. When I woke up, sunlight streamed through the window, warm and comforting. For a moment, I almost forgot the world had ended. I sat up, the clean white shirt I'd been given rustling softly. It had been 3 days since I arrived at the Yuhai base. The air here, aside from the occasional whiff of blood, felt almost normal. In fact, with factories shut down, nature seemed to breathe easier. I glanced around the room. Most of the other survivors were still asleep, but those awake looked hollow-eyed, their spirits broken. Like me, they'd been rescued from the disaster zones, many showing signs of supernatural potential. This room, with its basic comforts, was a luxury compared to the fate of ordinary survivors. After a deep breath, I stepped outside. The sunlight was blinding, and I raised an arm to shield my eyes. Sitting on the steps, I watched the flow of people, ragged, dusty, but alive. I'd successfully infiltrated the base. The medical staff hadn't detected anything unusual during my initial checkup. And by revealing my abilities, I'd likely caught the attention of higher-ups. Elemental ability users were rare, after all. Back when I was the monster known as the Fire Demon Lord, I'd been particularly interested in these kinds of zombies, well, interested in devouring them. If things went as planned, I'd be assigned to a combat team, giving me a chance to blend in and plan my next move. Hey, you look like you're recovering well. A cheerful voice interrupted my thoughts. I looked up to see Wei Linger approaching, her appearance strikingly out of place in this bleak environment. She looked like she belonged in a pre-apocalypse city, not this crumbling base. Wei Linger, I greeted her with a wave. She handed me a bag of bread, her smile warm. Here, you must be hungry. I hesitated before taking it. Why are you being so nice to me? It was a fair question. Bread wasn't exactly a luxury for someone like her, but it wasn't something you'd just hand out to a stranger. The other survivors in the room were still struggling to get by on 3 meager meals a day. Wei Linger just shrugged, her smile never wavering. You'll see. Just eat up, okay? I nodded, tearing into the bread, my mind racing. This girl was either too trusting or had her own reasons for keeping me close. Either way, I needed to stay alert. Blending in was one thing, but surviving in this world required more than just a human disguise. Unexpectedly, after hearing Muchio's words, Wei Linger just hammered Muchio's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't be so sentimental. I came to help you partly because your experience is somewhat similar to mine before. I can't help but sympathize," but on the other hand, Muchio's eyes couldn't help but be attracted by the girl's words. An awakened person who may be of the elemental system has great potential for development. In other words, you are worthy of me personally coming to win over you. After saying that, Wei Linger patted Muchio's shoulder, as if she was very optimistic about you. So, young man, you have to work hard. Muchio had already calculated something in her mind, but she was a little surprised by the girl's straightforward answer. She shook her head with a wry smile. Sure enough, there really is no such thing as a free lunch. Wei Linger actually nodded in agreement. Not bad, good, rare things can be lived in, rare things can be lived in. Stretching, the girl's slim curves were revealed. Wei Linger yawned slightly, rubbed her eyes and said, "It seems that you have almost recovered and it is time to adapt to the environment here. Someone will come over in the afternoon to take you for a test." After saying that, he patted Muchio's shoulder again and smiled seriously. "If you are really a rare elemental awakener, the higher-ups will definitely train you." Awakened ones, test? As Muchio said this, she unconsciously opened the bag of bread, grabbed the bread and took a bite. The bean paste filling tastes pretty good. Of the awakened. During the conversation with Wei Linger, Muchio learned the specific information about the so-called awakened ones. Awakened refers to special humans who, after being corroded by viruses, instead of mutating into zombie monsters, have awakened some strange abilities. Among them, those who can prevent their brains from being invaded by viruses and lose their rationality are the noble awakened ones after the end of the world. On the contrary, those who lose their rationality and only have eating and destructive instincts in their bodies are called heretics. There are all kinds of superpowers, and they are all kinds of strange, but generally speaking, they are divided into 3 categories: superpower system, mutation system, and element system. As the name suggests, the elemental system means that the body can control the awakened elements at will. Just like Muchio's previous incarnation as the Fire Demon Lord, he can independently control fire, and the flames emitted can burn down an entire building in an instant. The Fire Lord was rated as a dangerous S-class heretic by Yuhai Base. Another example is the Ice Zombie heretic that he later devoured. Although his level was not high, he was still a rare and powerful person among the zombies. According to the level classification, he was at least B level. Elemental system superpowers are extremely rare among the entire group of awakened people. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are only 1 in a million. This is because their destructive power is astonishing and far beyond the comparison of the other 2 systems. Once the ability is raised to its peak, the ability of the awakened one is enough to overwhelm mountains and seas and destroy the world. The awakened ones of the mutant type tend to have physical mutations. Some of them are as rough as bears and become so powerful that they can blast through a building with one punch. Some of them grow the claws of a running wolf. Even the speed can be comparable to that of a running wolf on the grassland, but this type of awakened person usually has a strange appearance and a different physique than ordinary people. The last kind of super energy type awakened people are the most special. They often do not have the super destructive power of the elemental type, nor do they have the powerful physique of the mutation type awakened people, but the biggest feature of this type of awakened person is their ability. Strange abilities such as teleportation, invisibility, telekinesis, etc. are all classified as superpowers. Elemental elements are rare among the three categories of awakened ones. Now you know why the organization attaches so much importance to you. Wei Linger raised her eyebrows. Mu Qiu spread his hands and stared at his palm. Strictly speaking, he should belong to the awakened person of the superpower system, but his swallowing ability was too overbearing. Even among the mysterious awakened people of the superpower system, he was the best. As if she noticed something strange about Mu Qiu, Wei Linger turned around and asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you? You look absent-minded?" Being stared at by Wei Linger's crystal blue eyes, Mu Qiu felt a little guilty and asked hurriedly, "What about you? What kind of awakened person are you?" Previously, Wei Linger escorted Mu Qiu back to the Yuhai safe zone. Fortunately, she didn't encounter any large monsters along the way. Even if there were some zombies blocking the road, they were all knocked away by Wei Linger's car. Mu Qiu had no chance to see Wei Linger's superpowers. Wei Linger stood up, put an index finger against her red lips, blinked her watery eyes and said, "Keep it a secret. You will know if you do the awakening test this afternoon." Wei Linger gave Mu Qiu a pass, and then left with brisk steps. Seeing this, Mu Qiu shook her head, threw the bread packaging aside, and turned back to the small house where she lived. As soon as I entered the door, there happened to be soldiers inside distributing food. These foods were usually distributed to survivors and refugees like Xiang Muqiu who had just entered the base. Of course, there were also some moldy and rotten biscuits, bread, etc. Most of them were distributed to the survivors and refugees who had just entered the base. Sometimes I can't even do the most basic things. He sighed softly. Although he had the red bean bread sent by Wei Linger to cushion his belly, it was obviously not enough to stuff his teeth. So he went to get the food. As expected, Mu Qiu received a bag that was already seriously moldy. Mu Qiu tried to bite the biscuit, and the feeling in her mouth was comparable to chewing raw steel bars. After the soldiers who handed out food left, Mu Qiu sighed and put a bag of small steel bars on her pillow, intending to use it as emergency food when she was extremely hungry. "Hey, new guy." At this time, a fat man walked over from the side. The fat was almost piled up into a meatball. Mu Qiu really wondered how this fat man could eat in this apocalyptic world where he only had one meal and no next meal. "It looks like this. I saw with my own eyes that you came back after eating bread outside. After eating, you still dare to share the limited food with everyone." The fat man was seen looking fiercely at Mu Qiu, but his eyes never left the little steel bar that Mu Qiu placed on the bed. Mu Qiu smiled and said, "There is no rule in the base that you cannot receive food after eating it. Besides, it seems that it is not up to you whether I receive food or not, right?" The other survivors in the room didn't speak, but they all stared at Mu Qiu's bag of small steel bars with salivating eyes, as if they were seeing some rare treasure right in front of them. The fat man swallowed his saliva, looked at Mu Qiu and said, "Now is such a critical moment. Every bite of food means one less bite. Don't be so selfish, give me the food, and I will share it with everyone." After saying that, a pair of big hands grabbed the small steel bar that Mu Qiu placed on the bed. A cold light flashed across Mu Qiu's eyes, and there seemed to be a hint of red deep in her pupils. Crack! The fat man's rough arm was still suspended in the air, but was suddenly grabbed by a white and slender hand. The fat man looked closely and found that it was Mu Qiu who grabbed his arm to stop him. The fat man wanted to say something else, but Mu Qiu lowered his head and couldn't see the expression on his face, which made him a little unhappy. "You, get out of here." With delicious food in front of us, the fat man didn't intend to be polite anymore, and swung his big palm to hit Mu Qiu. But in an instant, the fat man suddenly felt that the air around him was a little cold, and then there was a tingling sensation in his right arm. In the blink of an eye, his right arm actually lost consciousness. The fat man lowered his head and found a scene that made him dumbfounded. Mu Qiu's eyes were lowered, and there was no expression on his cold face. Frost condensed on his white palms, and then the cold quickly spread to the fat man's arms, until the fat man's entire arm was frozen. The fat man staggered to the ground with a look of horror, tightly grasping his frozen right arm, and wailed. Awakening, awakener. He is an awakener. Some survivors in the room saw that it was Muchio's method, and immediately shouted in horror. Muchio raised his head slightly, and glanced at the survivors around him with an indifferent expression. He saw that these people's eyes were filled with fear, anxiety, envy, respect, and other emotions. The only thing that disappeared was the greed in his eyes when he saw the food just now. This is the benefit of power. The word possession has always been a privilege for the strong. World Sign-In System. After learning about Muchio's identity as an awakener, the survivors in the room all looked strange. Envy, jealousy, admiration, fear and other emotions filled this small room of less than 50 square meters. The fat man was quickly taken away by the patrolling soldiers, with ice still frozen on his arm. Amid the fat man's wailing and the soldiers' awe of Muchio, the room fell into a strange silence. Until later, no one in the group saw the fat man again. Muchio shook his head. The fat man was driven by the cold air into his bones. If there was no special means or the awakener's ability to help him drive away the cold, this fat man would be completely useless. At the least, he would have a broken arm, and at the worst, he would be paralyzed all over, and he would have to spend the rest of his life in bed. In the past few days, he has been digesting the messy memories of his original body, Flame Demon Lord. Most of the memories of the Flame Demon Lord were spent in endless killings, which made Muchio inevitably infected with some ferocity. Just for a moment, Muchio even wanted to drive the flame to burn the fat man to death. In the end, reason prevailed, which made Muchio stop in time. He killed people openly in such a survivor base, even if Muchio was a noble awakener. Muchio glanced at the many survivors in the room, but no one dared to look at him. Muchio nodded with relief, lying on the bed, and began to chew the small steel bar with relish. The strong can do whatever they want without caring about the feelings of others. This is the most naked reality in the end of the world. Congratulations to the host for meeting the punch and conditions and binding the check-in system of the world, the cold voice echoed in Muchio's ears. Muchio was frightened and sat up. He looked around for a while but found that there was no one around. The first time you bind the system, you will be given a reward, the magic energy of the Holy Lord. Please pay attention to receive it. Then Muchio felt a red halo emerge from his mind and merge into his body. His body was also filled with an inexplicable sense of power in an instant. Muchio was so satisfied that he almost transformed into the Flame Demon Lord, but he held back under the control of reason. The next check-in location is the Great World Entertainment Club. Unlock the reward, Nija's Mask, can summon the ghost army. Muchio stood up with a plop, and scared the survivors around him. System. Golden Finger. As a senior novel fan in his previous life, the system was of course familiar to him. He thought that he was already gifted with the ability to devour, but he didn't expect that there was a system to help him. He tried to communicate with the so-called Great World Sign-In System, but did not get any response. The magic energy of the Holy Lord? Muchio, who failed to get a response from the system, was not annoyed, but muttered to himself. Muchio was stunned for a moment, but then he almost jumped up with excitement. Who is the Holy Lord? He can be said to be the boss throughout the entire Jackie Chan adventures. Both the 12 zodiac talismans and the 8 demons are related to him. Think about the 12 strange and unpredictable abilities, the invisibility of snakes, the floating of chickens, the deformation of monkeys, the ability of horses to cure all diseases, and the immortality of dogs. Just thinking about the uses of these abilities is enough to make people salivate. If he gets the magic energy of the Holy Lord, doesn't it mean that he gets all 12 talismans? Repressing the excitement in his heart, Muchio left the room where the survivors lived and came to an open space in the woods on the hillside behind. Because in this end of the world, the more remote the place is, the higher the risk factor is, so not many people dare to come to such a place. There was no one around, but Muchio closed his eyes slightly, and he could even hear the sound of the breeze blowing in his ears. The next moment, swish, 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 Muchio suddenly opened his eyes, and saw 2 burning lasers shooting out of his eyes. In a flash, the fiery red-hot laser had shot a hole through the tree in front of Muchio. It's really possible. Mucho clearly remembered that the original Flame Demon Lord did not have the skill of laser eyes. He then tried the chicken's levitation, the rabbit's speed, the chicken and rabbit's flight, the dragon's explosion, the sheep's soul out of the body, the monkey's transformation. These talisman skills in the previous life were all the supernatural powers he dreamed of, but he realized them one by one. To be honest, the dragon talisman and the cow talisman are the most useless to me. Mucho stood in the air and couldn't help but comment on the 12 abilities he had just obtained. His flame demon's true body originally possessed the ability to control fire and was born with divine power, but these two abilities were the most useless to him. It was difficult for him to try the horse talisman's cure for all diseases and the dog's immortality for a while. After all, he couldn't really crash into a wall and see if he would die. Mucho looked around and saw that there was no one around. A red light flashed in his eyes, and his body swelled up rapidly. Roar! A huge red monster suddenly appeared in this dense forest. The monster was several feet tall, with sharp teeth and claws, red eyes, and knotted muscles all over its body. Behind it was a dragon tail swaying with its huge body, and two demon horns on its head stood up, showing its extraordinary momentum. Is this the Holy Lord? Mucho looked at the body that was several times larger than the original Flame Demon Lord, checked the abnormality of the body, spread out his palms and murmured, "This is going to be a rhythm against the heavens. This body that has been fused with the magic energy of the Holy Lord has completely inherited the ability of the Holy Lord. Except for the devil horns on the head and the red body, it is almost 70% similar to the original Holy Lord." Looking at the quiet and peaceful survivor city in front of him, the Flame Demon Lord transformed by Mucho narrowed his red eyes slightly, and the surging murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Not good. Mucho hurriedly patted his face and secretly said in his heart, "Tiger Talisman." In an instant, a kind of clear thought came to his mind, and Mucho's body shape changed from the original Flame Demon Lord back to the form of an ordinary person. Fortunately, just now I couldn't suppress the thought in my heart and wanted to rush to the city below to kill everyone. The sudden surge of power not only made Mucho more excited than ever before, but also stimulated the vicious side of the Flame Demon Lord in Mucho's heart. So Mucho hurriedly used the Tiger spell's ability to reconcile yin and yang to seal the violent emotions deep in his heart, and replace them with the current peaceful state. He was not stupid enough to completely seal the evil side in this end times of cannibalism. Only keeping the kind side of the saint would be really suicidal. Shadow Core, compared to my previous state, my current peaceful mood allows me to disguise myself better. Don't be surprised by changes. This is the state Mucho needs more now. He traveled to this man-eating apocalypse as an ordinary person in his previous life, and suddenly devoured the memory of the Fire Lord's abilities. He had just obtained the sign-in system and absorbed the Holy Lord's demonic energy. He experienced things that ordinary people would never experience in their lifetimes in just 3 days. It was good that he didn't go crazy because of excitement. Now he has a heart as calm as water state, which has really helped him stabilize a lot of emotions. The Great World Sign-In System, thinking of the voice that just appeared in her mind, Mucho murmured to herself. Unfortunately, there is still no response. It seems that this Rosh subsystem will only appear when it reaches its designated check-in location. He did not forget his last words before the system disappeared. Nega's mask? Xiaoshur couldn't help but feel a movement in her heart because of Mucho's current calm state of mind. It seems that the system wants me to inherit all the Holy Lord's inheritance. Nija mask is one of the 9 masks of the Sealer Ghost General in The Adventures of Jackie Chan. It has the ability to summon the Shadow Core. If you get this mask, doesn't it mean you have an entire ninja army that works hard, doesn't eat or drink, and never betrays? Mucho admitted that he was moved. But now, Mucho's deep eyes turned back, as if she felt something. Her body suddenly floated, and then flew directly towards the survivor camp in front. Not long after Mucho left, a rustling sound suddenly came from the woods behind. A team of soldiers armed with heavy guns and well-equipped equipment suddenly appeared on the hillside where Mucho was just now. The leader of the team was the same guardian eagle who found Mucho after tracking the Fire Demon Lord that day. Wei Ying looked at the jungle in front of him that had been destroyed into ruins, with a solemn look in his eyes. You can't be wrong. The energy fluctuations just detected came from the S-class heretic who escaped from the laboratory a few days ago, the Fire Demon Lord. Next to Wei Ying, a white-haired man wearing black-rimmed glasses and a suit walked to the front of the site that was destroyed by the Fire Demon Lord to explore. He walked to Wei Ying calmly, with no expression on his face and said, "It's basically certain that the source of that weird energy comes from here." Wei Ying sighed and said, "He has become stronger again." The white-haired man looked outside the mountains. There was a city that had already become chaotic due to zombie riots. Before the end plan comes, he has no chance to evolve. After leaving the foot of the mountain, Muchio immediately activated the invisibility ability of the snake charm. All because he is now in an awkward position. The body of the Fire Demon Lord was so huge that almost the moment he transformed, his clothes were torn to pieces, leaving only a few pitiful pieces of fabric covering his lower body. In other words, he is almost in a state of streaking now. The commotion on the mountain just now was too loud. Has it attracted the attention of the base? Muchio's current understanding of this world is not deep enough, and there is no need for him to be hostile to these human survivors. Fire Demon Lord is only the boss in the red zone, but as far as he knows, in the black zone above the red zone in Yuhai City, there are several auras that make even an S-level heretic like him feel palpitating. The Fire Lord who evolved after devouring the Holy Lord's demonic energy should be enough to compete with those powerful monsters in the black area. As he spoke, the wind blew under Muchio's feet, and she quickly rushed to an abandoned shopping mall at the foot of the mountain. The thick cold-proof clothing in these abandoned shopping malls had long been looted. Muchio did a simple search and found a complete set of shirts to put on. After thinking about it, he found a black windbreaker and put it on outside. Muchio took a look in the mirror and saw that his delicate and handsome face looked much better than the sloppy look he had before. Now he looks a bit like a villain boss. Muchio rubbed her chin, quite satisfied with her image. Return to your physical form and return to the nearby room of survivors. Survivors excavated in the ruins like Muchio will be sent to safe areas for resettlement after undergoing strict infection tests. Survivors like them were all assigned to this group of houses at the foot of the mountain, separated only by a mountain from the chaotic ruins of the city. Once a zombie riot occurs, the first to be affected will be these survivor rooms located on the edge of the base. As a result, countless people flocked to it, scrambling to plunder resources, just to gain the qualification to settle near the center of the base's safe area. There was a comfortable environment, tight guards, and it was much safer than the housing areas on the edge. After returning to the room, Muchio lay directly back on the bed and closed her eyes. It looks like he is pretending to be asleep, but in fact he has secretly activated the power of the sheep talisman. Out-of-body experience. Muchio only felt that her whole body began to feel light, and immediately she was floating in the air from the bed. When he opened his eyes, he found that his body was still lying on the bed, while his spirit had already floated into the air. The survivors around him seemed to be unaware of his spirit. Feeling that his soul and body had a mysterious connection, Muchio tried to put his soul into his body. When he opened his eyes again, his soul returned to his body, and Muchio regained control of his body. Muchio felt relieved and used his soul's ability to leave his body again, but this time his spirit was floating in the air. Without hesitation, this time Muchio drove his spirit through the wall and flew outside. Relying on the silent and invisible spirit state to overlook the base, Muchio had a full view of the real situation of the entire Yuhai safe zone. The edge of the Yuhai base was deserted, with only a few scattered teams of soldiers patrolling with guns. And if you go deeper, you can see some repaired street corners, and you can see some ragged wanderers here and there. There were few women and children around, and the streets were free to walk around. The neatly dressed pedestrians all looked tired. Muchio could vaguely sense the energy fluctuations of the awakened ones. Muchio found that the deeper he went into the center of the base, the more awakened ones he could sense, and most of them were in groups, with huge energy, shocked, and the tiger roars in the forest. Muchio was lost in thought, his spirit hovering in the air. He found that his ability to leave the soul was not as unlimited as in the original work. At most a few hundred miles away from the Yuhai base, he felt that the connection between the soul and the body was getting weaker and weaker. Realizing this, he did not dare to drive the spirit to explore deeper, but only peek near the center of the base. Suddenly, Muchio sensed a strange energy fluctuation. Muchio's heart moved, and the spirit came to a tower near the southeast side of the center of the safe zone. In the tower, a group of mysterious people in purple robes were gathered together, and a six-pointed star pattern stained with blood appeared on the carpet surrounded by the crowd. This group of weird people gathered together, as if they were holding some weird ceremony. The purple-robed man in the lead lowered his head slightly, muttering something, and some obscure words came out of his mouth. The purple-robed people around him were all silent and said nothing. Muchio felt something strange, and immediately drove his spirit forward, intending to find out what the purple-robed man was saying. But at this moment, the purple-robed leader suddenly raised his head, and suddenly, a withered, wrinkled old face that was about to die appeared in front of Muchio. Who? The old man suddenly looked in the direction of Muchio. Immediately, a gleam of light flashed in the old man's eyes, and an invisible spiritual wave attacked Muchio's spirit like thunder. Muchio's heart jumped, and he inexplicably felt that this attack could hurt his soul, so he hurriedly urged his spirit to pass through the wall to avoid it. With a bang, the thick and solid wall of the tower was directly hit by this spirit and a huge hole was created. Muchio hurriedly returned to his body, and his face was still in shock when his soul returned to his body. At this time, the tiger talisman took effect, balancing Muchio's panic again. What really surprised me was that the old man in purple robes could actually detect the existence of spirits. It is still unknown whether that mental attack can cause harm to me. It seems that we should not underestimate the awakened people in the base. Muchio calmed down and analyzed carefully for a moment. As for what ceremony those mysterious purple-robed people were holding, it had nothing to do with Muchio now. As long as the group of purple-robed people did not come to trouble him, Muchio would not be idle and uncomfortable. So Muchio closed his eyes with peace of mind. This time he really planned to take a rest. At noon, another soldier came to deliver food. Like the food in the past, it was still some rotten and moldy biscuits and bread. The strange thing was that a soldier handed Muchio not moldy biscuits, but a bag of unopened purple rice bread and a sausage. Unlike the situation in the morning, no survivors came to snatch food this time, even though the food in Muchio's hand was much better than that of others. Soon, with the saliva of the survivors around him swallowing, Muchio finished the bread and sausage. In this way, until the afternoon, a team of soldiers came to the room where the survivors lived and took Muchio away. Survivors were also brought out from several rooms around. Soon, under the leadership of the team of soldiers, Muchio and his party came to a training camp near the edge of the safe zone. It was called a training camp, but it was actually a large stadium before the end of the world. After a simple transformation, it became the training ground of the Yuhai base today. As soon as he entered, Muchio saw that the entire venue was divided into several areas. And at the top of these areas, there was a platform. At this moment, there was a row of survivors like them standing under the platform. Muchio counted them and found that there were dozens of survivors including them. Some survivors had strange looks and different body shapes from ordinary people. Some survivors were burly with bare faces, and even their palms were thick and dark like bear paws. Some survivors had green faces and fangs like evil ghosts, and there was always a wicked smile on the corners of their mouths, which made people feel palpitations at a glance. Muchio and his group were taken to the platform by soldiers and stood with dozens of survivors. There were more than a dozen men and women standing on the stage. Although they were not wearing uniforms, they were all dressed neatly and brightly, forming a sharp contrast with the ragged survivors below the stage. There are a few survivors this time. After all, it has been 2 years since the outbreak of the apocalypse. It is becoming increasingly difficult to find survivors in the ruins, and the probability of there being awakened people in them is also very small. I hope there are a few good hands in there. The search team's work will be difficult, these people whispered on the stage, but Muchio's hearing was so sharp that he directly captured the key information of their conversations. Muchio glanced at the stage, and soon, he found the pretty and graceful Wei Linger in the crowd. Wei Linger was also very happy to see Muchio, and waved to Muchio on tiptoe, and Muchio smiled back. However, during the moment of interaction with Wei Linger, Muchio suddenly found a vicious gaze staring at him. Muchio turned his head and saw a strange man in the crowd, with sparse eyebrows and a wretched appearance, squinting his eyes and glancing at him intentionally or unintentionally. Although he acted very obscurely, Muchio still keenly noticed the hostility in the man's eyes. I have never met him. Why does he have such an inexplicable hostility towards me? Mu Qiu thought to himself. At this moment, a burly man wearing a black leather vest on the platform glanced at everyone and said, "Since you can stand here, you must have been discovered to have superpowers and become one of the few lucky people in this doomsday, awakened ones." The eyes of many survivors below the stage were immediately attracted, and they all looked at the man in the vest with burning eyes. In this doomsday, having superpowers and becoming an awakener means that you have a ticket to become a superior person. Money, women, status, fame and fortune, as long as you want, all of these are at your fingertips. But, suddenly, the man in the vest paused and his eyes became fierce. He roared, and veins popped out on his already burly body, and his already knotted muscles swelled even more. Thick hair began to grow on his face, and crisscrossing black lines spread across his body. Several black lines on his forehead vaguely formed the Chinese character. Even his hands grew a pair of tiger claws, which made him strong and powerful, and intimidating. In an instant, a tiger roar resounded throughout the training ground, and the people in the audience were deeply shocked and dazed. Tiger roars in the forest. Linger's supernatural power. The many survivors in the audience were all shocked by the tiger roaring in the forest style of the man in the vest. As if they had seen some ferocious beast, they looked frightened and stood uneasily. Some people even fell to the ground, crying. Mu Qiu stood where he was. Of course he would not be frightened by this move. The roar of the man in the vest was actually a kind of spiritual attack, which directly hit the human heart and caused such a seemingly terrifying effect. Even ordinary people who are more determined will not be affected too much. Mu Qiu looked around and saw that there were still a few people who were determined and unaffected. After secretly writing down these people, Mu Qiu looked at the man in a vest who was roaring on the stage again. At this moment, the man in the vest is completely different from ordinary people. His whole body is covered with brown and yellow hair, like a standing tiger. The man in the vest looked at the frightened survivors below and frowned. However, while enjoying the privilege of being superior to others, you must also endure more severe challenges than ordinary people. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes next to the man in the waistcoat echoed, "The discovered awakened ones will join our search team. The mission of the search team is to advance into dangerous ruins, explore intelligence, search for resources, survivors, eliminate heretics, etc." The man in the vest glanced at everyone, "And you are about to become a member of the search team. We are not only your instructors, but we will also become your future commanders and comrades in arms." After a passionate speech, Mu Qiu and others were ordered to demonstrate their awakening powers one by one. Mu Qiu originally thought that there would be some professional equipment for testing, but it turned out that he was overthinking it. It has only been 2 years since the apocalypse broke out, and no matter how advanced the technology is, it is still far from being able to easily detect a person's abilities. It's just that dozens of people showed their abilities to the search team on the stage one by one. I saw the man in the vest looking at the man in the suit next to him. The man in the suit waved his hand, and the pile of soil in front of him automatically gathered into a 2-meter-tall native. "Now start showing off your powers." The first person to activate his ability was able to assimilate with the surrounding rocks, and his body became as hard as steel and indestructible. I saw the stone man swooping forward suddenly, hitting the native man blankly, and directly smashed the native man into pieces. Yes, this ability is very suitable for serving as a human shield. "We want Lao Yen." The middle-aged man in a suit next to the man in the vest saw this ability to assimilate rocks. His eyes lit up, and he asked the man in the vest directly for help. The woman in red on the side said angrily, "What's wrong, Lao Ma? Is your team the only one missing someone? Our team is also missing a forward." The man in the vest called Lao Yen repeatedly stopped him. "Okay. Xiao Zhang and Lao Ma's team died in a battle with a heretic not long ago during a search mission. Let Lao Ma be the new recruit this time." The woman in red said angrily, "Okay, then if there are any good seedlings, please keep them for us." In this way, a human flesh transaction was completed. The man in the suit waved his hand again, and the natives who had just been smashed to pieces by the stone man reunited. Next, immediately afterwards, Mu Qiu saw a variety of awakening powers. Some people became as strong as an ox, lifting a 2-meter-tall native and throwing him away. Some people awakened to powerful gravity control and crushed the natives from the air. What's even more amazing is that there are awakened people with superpowers who have awakened the skill of proficiency in swordsmanship. As soon as a flying sword flies, the native has been cut into several sections. Doesn't this mean you have become the current swordsman? Muchio looked on in amazement. Of course, there are also some useless awakeners, such as someone who awakened the special ability of fried rice. What is more bizarre is that there is a man who can enlarge a certain part of his body several times, which makes many men envious. Muchio thought to herself, should we go back and find an opportunity to swallow up this kid's superpower? As the survivors of Muchio and his group have endless superpowers, the awakened members of the search team on the platform are also arguing endlessly. Steel people. Seeing the powerful abilities, the awakened ones on the stage inevitably started to fight for it, and some even promised huge profits to attract these newcomers who had just entered the base. Soon, the people in front showed off their awakened powers one by one, and it was Muchio's turn. Muchio took a step forward and looked at the natives who were slowly gathering. Etc. At this moment, a high-pitched voice suddenly came from the platform. Muchio raised her eyes and saw that the owner of the voice was the wretched man with sinister features and eyes that she had observed earlier. Let me test this person. Before anyone else could agree, the man jumped down and shouted sternly at Muchio, "Boy, you're the one who crippled my eldest brother, right?" Muchio was a little confused, but she heard the man with a wretched face continue, "I have been looking for my eldest brother in these ruins for 2 whole years. I never expected that when I see him again, he has been disabled by you. I will settle this account with you today." The wretched man's eyes flickered, his cheekbones bulged, and a cold murderous look flashed in his eyes. Muchio then remembered that the big brother mentioned by the wretched man was actually the fat man who tried to snatch food in the morning and was destroyed by him. "So, you are here to seek revenge?" Muchio said to the wretched man, and his eyes also looked at the stage at the same time. The old yen in charge wanted to say something, but when he heard that the wretched man had such a grudge against Muchio, he stopped talking and narrowed his tiger eyes to ignore it. The awakened people in the other search teams did not intend to speak either. After all, the choice between a new awakened person and an experienced awakened person with extensive connections and strong strength was obvious. Suddenly, a cry like a yellow oriole coming out of a valley came from the search team members. "Makuan, are you trying to abuse your power for personal gain?" Wei Linger jumped down from the high platform, and looked at the wretched man with a pair of smart eyes. "I brought Muchio here, are you trying to go against me?" The wretched man's body suddenly swelled up, his skin strangely turned purple, a thick tail dragged out from behind him, his mouth became pointed in an instant, and a thin tongue was swallowing back and forth. In the blink of an eye, this wretched man called Makuan turned into a humanoid lizard. The lizard man narrowed his narrow red eyes and roared at Wei Linger, "Wei Linger, get out of here, this is none of your business." Wei Linger jumped into the air with a cry, and her exquisite figure turned around, and a furry brown tail appeared behind her. The girl's pretty face had changed a little. There was a pair of shining fangs on her lips, her bright eyes were like 2 crystal gems, and even a pair of small brown ears stood up on her head. Audience, Muchio's terrifying strength. Is this a cat girl? So cute. When the survivors saw Wei Linger's transformation, they seemed to have awakened some strange otaku attributes, and were immediately overwhelmed by their cuteness. Muchio didn't expect that Wei Linger's ability was to transform into a cat girl. But on second thought, this girl's erratic personality is indeed suitable for awakening this ability. Seeing that Wei Linger's transformed cat girl and the wretched man's transformed lizard man were about to confront each other, Muchio shook his head and walked forward. He didn't have the heart to compete with such a small fish. "Muchio, don't worry, since I, Wei Linger, brought you in, you will naturally join this lady's team." When Wei Linger saw Muchio coming forward, she thought that the latter was worried that no teen would be willing to accept him because of offending people, so she reminded him. It seems that because of the transformation into a cat girl, Wei Linger's voice has a bit of a coquettish tone. Muchio laughed. This young lady seemed careless, but in fact, she was a considerate person. Muchio looked at the 2-meter-tall lizard man beside him and said calmly, "It was your brother who came to rob my food first, so I punished him a little. Now you want to avenge your brother?" The lizard man spit out his tongue and made a dead horse voice, "Don't talk nonsense to me. Boy, let me tell you that fists are the greatest truth in this doomsday. Before he finished speaking, the lizard man suddenly swung his thick tail and whipped Mucho like a poisonous whip. A huge sound of breaking through the air came, and the strong pressure even made the air tremble. The sudden attack of the lizard man made many awakened people, including Wei Linger, unable to react. Everyone could only watch helplessly as this powerful blow that could break gold and stone was about to hit Mucho's flesh and blood. Boom! The heavy blow shattered the wall behind Mucho into rubble, dust flew, smoke scattered. There were even several survivors who were too late to dodge and were injured by the broken rubble, causing harm to innocent people. Everyone could almost imagine that this giant python-like whip hitting Mucho's mortal body would be a scene of blood and flesh flying. But the next moment, the flying dust dissipated, and a scene that everyone did not expect appeared. The wall behind Mucho collapsed, but Mucho did not move at all. Mucho raised his arm, and what he held in his right hand was the giant tail of the lizard man like an elephant's trunk. The new awakener actually caught the giant tail of the lizard man Makoan with his bare hands. What a joke! The red-dressed woman next to Tiger Man Lao Yen widened her eyes, looking at Mucho who was holding the lizard man's tail in disbelief. Seeing that his expression was calm, he didn't look like he was struggling at all. Looking back at Makoan, his face was distorted, his blood vessels were bulging, and he had obviously used all his strength. If I remember correctly, Makoan is a B-level awakener, right? The man in the suit also found it a bit incredible and asked Lao Yen. A solemn look also appeared on Lao Yan's face. He looked at Mucho's calm face and nodded slowly. This kid doesn't look like an ordinary awakener who has not received professional training. Wei Linger's lively cat pupils were also full of doubts. When did Mucho become so powerful? I remember he is not an awakener of the elemental system? The awakeners around were talking about it, and they were all horrified by Mucho's strange power, but the next scene made them dumbfounded. Mucho lowered his head, and his hair was flying, so people couldn't see his eyes clearly. Only through the opening and closing of his mouth could he hear his indifferent voice. You are right about one thing. Whether in the end of the world or in the past, fists are always the greatest truth. A shocking scene happened. Mucho's palm condensed a layer of frost. As he spoke, this layer of frost extended from Mucho's palm to the tail of the lizard man, and then spread to the whole body of the lizard man at a lightning speed, and condensed into ice in an instant. Freeze! The lizard man was frozen into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. Everyone was speechless by this scene, but they saw that the lizard man Makoan had a ferocious expression, and his eyes were still filled with the fear before being frozen. Gurgle, the sound of swallowing saliva sounded, and the scene fell into a moment of silence. Finally, someone suddenly shouted in the crowd, Element. Elemental system, this person is an awakener of the elemental system. With this person's shout, many awakeners suddenly realized and looked at Mucho below with shocked eyes. Tiger Man Lao Yen was also a little shocked at this moment, and said, it turned out to be a rare elemental awakener. Now we can be considered to have picked up a treasure. More than that. The man in the suit echoed, based on his ability to freeze Makoan with a wave of his hand, he is now at least a B-level awakener, or even A-level. Wei Linger was also stunned. She did not expect that a survivor she picked up from the ruins would have such a powerful strength. Wei Linger came to Mucho's side in a few jumps, and looked at Mucho with a pair of smart eyes, with a strange light in her eyes. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Mucho smiled indifferently at Wei Linger's scrutiny and explained, I have been staying in the supermarket before, and I don't know much about the outside world. The implication is, I have been practicing in seclusion before, and I didn't know that you people outside are so weak. Wei Linger, handsome boy, your name is Mucho, right? Just then, a charming voice that was completely different from Wei Linger came. Mucho turned his head and saw that a woman in red on the stage had walked over at some point. The woman was wearing a red cheongsam, with her white and slender thighs under the forks. The cheongsam outlined her enchanting figure, but it was convex and curvy, much fuller than Wei Linger. The woman's face was also beautiful and charming. When she smiled, she looked like a blooming rose. The beauty mole under the corner of her eye added a bit of charm to her. There is no doubt that this is a beauty. Even if she is placed in the world, she is a disaster for the country and the people. Lu Chanxian, what do you want to do? The arrival of the charming woman sounded the alarm for Wei Linger. She flashed in front of Mu Qiu and looked at the enchanting figure in front of her with vigilance. The look in her eyes was like a female cat protecting her food, ready to explode at any time. Destruction level. Don't be so nervous, Linger. I just want to ask if this handsome boy named Mu Qiu is interested in joining my team. The enchanting woman called Lu Qianqian by Wei Linger twisted her waist like a water snake and walked towards Mu Qiu, but was stopped by Wei Linger. Don't dream. I brought Mu Qiu back to the base and he has joined my team a long time ago. Wei Linger scolded, and then looked at Mu Qiu, looking up and said, Mu Qiu, don't you think so? Although it was a question, the tone used was affirmative, and the sharp little tiger teeth were exposed, as if you are not sure, you will bite you to death. Mu Qiu hurriedly nodded. Compared to these unfamiliar people, following Wei Linger seems to be a good choice. Unexpectedly, Lu Qianqian still refused to give up. She walked around Wei Linger and came to Mu Qiu, whispering, little handsome boy, there are many benefits to coming to my sister. Her rosy lips rested beside Mu Qiu's ear, charming, and her watery eyes stared at Mu Qiu, captivating and inspiring. Hey! What do you want to do, Vixen? Wei Linger immediately exploded, waving her sharp cat claws to attack Lu Qianqian. Okay, Linger. Old Yin stopped Wei Linger, and then the other awakeners walked down from the stage, looking at Mu Qiu with eyes full of greed? Yes, Mu Qiu was not wrong, the eyes of those search team members looking at him were full of greedy desires. What does it mean if an elemental awakener is cultivated? Even the lowest level elemental system has powerful destructive power once awakened, which is several times higher than the ordinary mutation system and super energy system. If there is a powerful elemental awakener accompanying the team, it can provide a strong survival guarantee for the awakeners of the entire team. Hello, little brother, I am Wang Mingling from the survival team. Now I sincerely invite you to join our team. The salary can be discussed in detail. The middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes just now actually handed Mu Qiu a business card, and then also handed Mu Qiu an olive branch. Immediately afterwards, Mu Qiu received a variety of invitations. Some people promised a large sum of money, some beautiful women were close to temptation, and some guaranteed that Mu Qiu would be given a house in the safe zone if he joined. Mu Qiu, similarly, my wolf warrior team also welcomes you to join. The tiger man Lao Yan also wanted to recruit Mu Qiu. Of course, no matter what, the final choice is still on you. The survivors in the same group as Mu Qiu looked at each other, and they were actually left aside. Looking at Mu Qiu, who was like a moon surrounded by stars, the others all hated why they did not awaken the elemental power. Mu Qiu was surrounded by a group of awakeners, and many benefits were thrown at him. In the end, he shook his head and said, thank you for your kindness, I'd better join Wei Linger's team. Seeing this, everyone could only return with regret. Only the Cheongsam beauty Lu Qianqian was still unwilling to give up. She wrapped around Mu Qiu's waist like a water snake and said in a delicate voice, really don't think about it again? Sister can talk to you alone. Lu Qianqian twisted her hair, and her charming eyes looked straight at Mu Qiu. The moment she looked at him, Mu Qiu was deeply involved and couldn't help but nod. Not good. Mu Qiu hurriedly activated the power of the tiger spell, calmed down the throbbing in his heart. Mu Qiu looked at Lu Qianqian calmly. This woman must have used a charm to make him lose his mind. Seeing Mu Qiu's reaction, Lu Qianqian realized that her charm was ineffective, and turned away immediately. Before leaving, Lu Qianqian touched her fair jade hand on her cinnabar-like red lips and blew a kiss to Mu Qiu. Little brother, when did you change your mind? Sister welcomes you here any time. Soon, the remaining survivors also showed their own abilities. Some powerful abilities were divided and absorbed by the search teams. Of course, there was no elemental system as powerful as Mu Qiu among the remaining people. Once the Awakener test was over, unlike the other survivors who were taken away together, Mu Qiu was hurriedly taken away by Wei Linger. Not bad. Mu Qiu, it's not in vain that I have tried so hard to win you over. Wei Linger cancelled the transformed civic cat form at this moment, and walked on the street like a girl next door. Seeing her jumping look, it was obvious that she was very happy with Mu Qiu's performance today. Mu Qiu was helpless about this. After all, he came to this Yuhai safe zone without support. What if he joined a team blindly and was bullied by bad guys? Or Wei Linger, this innocent girl, is easier to fool. I have too many secrets, so I should keep a low profile. By the way, even if I was prepared that you are an awakener of the elemental system, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Wei Linger suddenly turned around, raised the corner of her mouth, and smiled. With your qualifications, maybe you can become the guardian of the base in the future. Guardian? Mu Chou frowned. You should know that after the end of the world, many people were infected with the virus and awakened to superpowers, but there is no clear classification standard for these superpowers, so people classified all powers into different levels according to their energy level. Wei Linger raised her head and looked at Mu Chou, speaking seriously. D-level awakeners are basically the energy level of all awakeners when they first awaken their powers. After becoming A-level awakeners, they are already strong in their own right. What about those above a level? Mu Chou suddenly asked. Some time ago, the base sent a large number of personnel to capture an S-class heretic, the Fire Demon Lord. Hey, what's wrong with you? Wei Linger said as if she noticed Mu Chou's unnaturalness. Mu Chou had a lump in her throat and said hurriedly, it's okay, just keep talking. Wei Linger was a little confused, but continued, at that time, in order to capture an S-class heretic, the base paid a huge price. The elite team of more than 1,000 people and hundreds of awakened people were almost defeated. Only half of the time did he capture the Fire Demon Lord alive. The scientists originally wanted to use the S-class Fire Demon Lord to conduct experiments, but unfortunately they let him escape in the end. Mu Chou suddenly had cold sweat dripping down his forehead. If he was discovered, wouldn't he be committing suicide? He quickly changed the subject. Then what level is beyond S level? He remembered that in the black area above the red area, there was an aura that made even the Fire Demon Lord at that time tremble. Wei Linger suddenly stopped and her face looked a little solemn. What's above the S level is the destruction level. The destructive level powerhouse is the guardian I just told you about. If you can protect the safety of a city with one person's power, you are a guardian. Yuhai Security Zone, the guardians are all awakened ones beyond S level? Wei Linger nodded and continued, our Yuhai base now has 3 guardians. The reason why the Jade Sea Safe Zone can have a place in the end of the world and attract survivors from the surrounding areas is due to these 3 guardians. Mu Chou secretly felt lucky. Fortunately, he did not blindly become arrogant and go against the base based on his increased strength. Otherwise, the 3 destruction level powers would be too much for even his evolved Fire Demon Lord. What are the identities of these 3 guardians in the base? Mu Chou was a little curious. Wei Linger was silent for a moment, with a rare gloomy look on her pretty face. The entire Yuhai base still has no clear leader. To be precise, it is not a dominant one. The base is now divided and controlled by 3 major forces. After the apocalypse, the bosses of the 3 forces jointly established the Yuhai Safe Zone, and each has destructive power in their hands. They are the real Earth Emperors of Yuhai. At the same time, in a building in the center of Yuhai Security Zone. This is a luxuriously decorated office with a level of magnificence that is rare even before the end of the world. Oh? So that elemental awakener has joined Wei Linger's team? In the office, a middle-aged man with a fat body and a big belly was sitting on a mink chair, and in front of him stood a man in a suit and leather shoes. If Mu Chou were present, he would definitely recognize this person as the middle-aged man who had handed him his business card in the training ground with the intention of recruiting him. The man in the suit nodded. It seems that this awakened person was brought back from the ruins outside the city. Our people did not receive the news. The fat middle-aged man was half leaning on the backrest and said thoughtfully, if I remember correctly, this Wei Linger is Wei Ying's sister, right? Wei Ying is Xiao Hanyan's man, so Xiao Hanyan has another potential stock. The middle-aged man has a bloated figure, and even loose clothes cannot hide his fat belly. Only a pair of eyes shone with shrewd light, and then he waved his hands freely and said, forget it, at least I didn't fall into the hands of that madman Wang Dapeng. Otherwise, wouldn't he be even more lawless in the future? After saying that, the middle-aged man stood up from the mink chair, walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows of the building, and squinted his shrewd eyes to look out the window. The place seemed calm and peaceful, no different from before the apocalypse. The only difference was that there were very few pedestrians on the street, and most of them were in ragged clothes and walking in a hurry. The rich man's face showed a solemn look. I don't know how long this tranquility can last. Zheng Qingwei, one of the 3 leaders of Yuhai base, was a shrewd businessman before the apocalypse, and he was very wealthy. After the apocalypse broke out, he awakened the power of treasure hunting, and used this to organize his subordinates to collect a large amount of resources. He soon became the dominant force leader, but the most terrifying among the 3 is Wang Dapeng, who was called Madman. Wei Linger's expression suddenly became a little strange, and she reminded Mu Qiu, if you meet Wang Dapeng, it's best not to have too much contact with him. How do you say it? Mu Qiu asked. He didn't understand why Wei Linger had such a strange reaction when Wang Dapeng was mentioned. Wei Linger looked around, suddenly stood up on tiptoes and whispered to Mu Qiu, Wang Dapeng was originally an ignorant little gangster before the end of the world. When the end of the world came, he had some good luck and actually awakened his superpower. With his ruthless personality, he quickly gained a foothold in the apocalypse. Later, he gathered a group of gangsters around him. His strength also increased by leaps and bounds, and he soon became one of the 3 giants of Yuhai. The Ma Koan who is against you today is Wang Dapeng's subordinate. He is a cruel and crazy person. He is cruel in dealing with humans and zombies. He is also narrow-minded and will retaliate. In short, you must be careful about this person. Mu Qiu nodded. If Wang Dapeng didn't cause trouble for him, he wouldn't do it for nothing. What about another one? When it came to the last leader, Wei Linger's tone became obviously much lighter and she said happily, the last leader of the Yuhai safe zone is Sister Hanyan. Sister Hanyan came from a military family. After the apocalypse began, she led the surviving army soldiers to rescue the survivors. Later, she recruited and expanded her troops among the survivors. The reason why the soldiers at Yuhai base now have these comprehensive standard equipment is all thanks to Sister Hanyan's help. Mu Qiu understood, in other words, the 3 leaders each have different divisions of labor in the base and jointly establish a safe zone for survivors? Wei Linger nodded. Sister Hanyan organizes manpower and trains soldiers in the base, and the task of the awakened team like us is to explore the ruins and eliminate the heretics. The 2 of them walked and talked like this, and Mu Qiu soon discovered that the closer they got to the center of the Jade Sea safety zone, the more survivors there were on the roadside. Most of them were wearing shabby clothes, and some even set up tents with some rags on the spot. These tents are full of holes and potholes, and obviously cannot provide even the most basic shelter from wind and rain, but these people still live in them happily. It was almost time for dinner, and Mu Qiu saw a stall in front of him. A group of survivors had lined up in front of the stall, and their bowls were full of rice paste. Wei Linger explained, noticing Mu Qiu's gaze, these people are survivors who escaped from other urban areas. They have no place to live and can only sleep in the safe area. At this point, Wei Linger paused, and then continued, but at least, it's much safer here than in the resettlement area on the edge, isn't it? Mu Qiu didn't say anything, because when he saw these groups of humans, the brutal consciousness of the flame demon lord in his body began to stir again. Blood food, drink blood, eat flesh and blood raw. Swallow. Swallow. Swallow them. The violent and bloody thoughts kept echoing in his mind, and he seemed to have seen the scene of blood and flesh splashing in front of him. A red light flashed in Mu Qiu's eyes, and he was trying his best to activate the tiger spell to suppress the hostility in his heart. Wei Linger saw him standing there in a daze, staring at the groups of refugees, with beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. She thought that Mu Qiu was moved by sympathy when he saw this scene. In the novice village, in order to ease the atmosphere, Wei Linger smiled and said, "Don't worry, maybe when you become a destructive level powerhouse in the future, you can let these survivors live a good life after eliminating the heretics around them." Mu Qiu had just recovered from her violent emotions, but she didn't expect that the evolved fire demon lord's consciousness was so powerful, and the tiger talisman could only barely suppress the dark side in his heart. After hearing Wei Linger's words of persuasion, Mu Qiu smiled and remained non-committal. "If I don't eat them, I'm deliberately being patient, right?" Wei Linger suddenly smiled. "Suddenly I feel like I am an NPC in Novice Village." Mu Qiu was stunned, then smiled and said, "So, I am a newbie who has just arrived in Novice Village? But I believe you have the potential to grow into a full-level boss." Wei Linger blinked at Mu Qiu and walked forward with Mu Qiu. Mu Qiu looked at Wei Linger's slender figure, and couldn't help but think of the berserk fire demon lord, and murmured, "I'm afraid that I am the final big boss, he didn't know that as his strength gradually increased, whether the power of a tiger charm alone could restrain the violent and bloodthirsty emotions in his body. If he cannot suppress the consciousness of the Fire Lord in his body and releases the Berserk Fire Lord, then the entire base will turn into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Mucho shook his head. He was a little unsure whether it was good or bad for him to stay in the human world. Soon, under the leadership of Wei Linger, Mucho arrived in front of a row of villas in the wealthy area of Yuhai City before the apocalypse. Wei Linger approached a two-story villa, took out the key, opened the door and walked in. Mucho was a little confused, but still followed in. The villa is a two-story building. As a whole, with exquisite decoration inside, a high-ceiling foyer, and a wide floor-to-ceiling window on the second-floor balcony, which can overlook a lot in the distance. The overall decoration is not as luxurious as ordinary villas, but it is more elegant. Wei Linger took Mucho for a brief walk around and suddenly said, "How is it? This house is pretty good, isn't it?" As soon as he finished speaking, just as Mucho was confused about what he meant, Wei Linger threw the key in her hand to Mucho. "Here, I'll give it to you." Mucho was a little surprised this time. Although these properties are no longer valuable in the end of the world, this place is in a safe zone after all. Even if you look at the entire Yuhai base, it is located in the golden zone in the center. It is heavily guarded and is even more precious in the end of the world. He really didn't expect that Wei Linger would give it to him so easily. "Did you rob the house?" Wei Linger rolled her eyes at Mucho and continued, "Don't think too much. This is a property I owned in Yuhai before the end of the world, and now I give it to you." Mucho didn't expect that Wei Linger was a wealthy woman who was secretly wealthy. This property was very good in terms of location and layout. The price before the end of the world would have been 7 figures at least. "Does anyone who joins your team receive this kind of treatment?" Mucho asked. What a beautiful thought. Wei Linger rolled her eyes. "This is a reward for your good performance today. An elemental awakener is still worthy of my investment." Mucho was once again glad that she rejected the invitation from other teams today. You must know that this eldest lady is a bit difficult to deal with. Cats with fried fur are generally vindictive. With that said, Wei Linger took out a cloth bag from her waist and handed it to Mucho. Mucho opened the bag and saw several bottle-sized white crystals inside, with a blue gem-like crystal at the bottom. Sensing Mucho's confused look, Wei Linger explained, "This is the energy crystal core obtained from the mutated zombie heretic. In addition to activating the supernatural energy in the body after practicing, the method for awakeners to advance can also be to improve their supernatural abilities by absorbing these energy crystal nuclei. It's just that relying on absorbing crystal nuclei to advance is ultimately an external force. The energy absorbed is too ineffective. Moreover, the output of crystal nuclei is still a matter of probability. The energy crystal nuclei themselves are also extremely precious. The cores produced by the lowest level zombies are white, and the color of the cores produced by higher level zombies will also change accordingly. Crystal cores can also be used as hard currency in the base, so you have to cherish them. Consider this a gift package for you as a newbie. How about it? I'm pretty competent as an NPC, right?" After hearing Wei Linger's explanation, Mucho couldn't help but appreciate this maintainer of order in the base. Although there are still many survivors in this huge base who are hungry, it is really not easy to establish such a system in just 2 years after the outbreak of the apocalypse. In the past few days, you can go to the training ground to practice your abilities. In 3 days, our team will conduct a collective mission. By then, you will have met the other members of the team, Wei Linger explained to Mucho again, and then left the villa. Before leaving, Mucho asked Wei Linger if she knew where the Daishiandi Entertainment Club was. He was still worried about where the system would check in next. Wei Linger looked at him with strange eyes and said, "Entertainment Club?" One look at Wei Linger looked like she didn't know, so Mucho hurriedly waved her hands away, but the former's expression looked even weirder. After Wei Linger left, Mucho looked at the bag of energy crystal cores in her hand. He picked up a white crystal core, but instead of using his ability to devour it, he used the energy in his body to attract it. Soon, Mucho felt a stream of energy coming out of the crystal core and flowing into his body along his palm. However, this energy was very small, and the effect on his improvement was negligible. Sure enough, Mu Qiu had already known that the energy from absorbing the crystal core was far less than that from directly devouring it. Although the crystal core was the source of the abilities of the infected heretics, the energy contained in it had long been used to transform their bodies. The remaining energy in the crystal core could only be said to be the few potentials hidden in the body. This was like an experience bar. The experience gained by directly devouring the essence of flesh and blood might be dozens of points, but if it was converted into a crystal core and then absorbed, only a few points would remain. Since the crystal core can't improve much strength, I'd better keep it as a currency transaction. Mu Qiu put away the bag and began to look at his own villa. Living alone in a two-story building seems a bit empty. Mu Qiu walked along the escalator to the floor-to-ceiling window on the second-floor balcony. Mu Qiu looked into the distance and saw the sun gradually setting. He could vaguely see the skyline of the sky. There were a few wisps of smoke drifting in the distance. Below, there were more survivors of the disaster receiving relief in groups. Mu Qiu could vaguely sense that there were several eyes around him spying on the villa, but he ignored these surveillance fish. It's about time to stretch my fists and feet. After saying that, Mu Qiu stretched his waist and secretly activated the power of the monkey spell. Suddenly, a halo flashed in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and gradually enveloped Mu Qiu. In the blink of an eye, the halo dissipated, and a flying bird spread its wings and flew out of the halo, but Mu Qiu's figure disappeared on the spot. Hunts zombies, Fire Demon Lord Yuhai Base, in a tall building. A beautiful and heroic woman in military uniform was flipping through some photos in her hand, and said to Wei Ying beside her, "Has the elemental awakener named Mu Qiu joined Linger's team now?" Wei Ying looked a little excited, and replied, "Yes, we have kept the news well hidden before. This awakener is very strong. He defeated the B-level awakener Ma Kuan in the training ground today. This potential may even reach the destructive level in the future. After all, he was the first to discover Mu Qiu, and it was also brought back to the base by his sister. He was also proud to bring back a seed-level awakener to the base." Hearing this news, the uniformed woman did not show a happy expression, but pondered for a moment, looked at a white-haired man on the other side, and said, "Is there any problem with him?" The white-haired man adjusted his black glasses and said, "According to observations during this period, this man is quite honest. He has not come out since being sent to his residence by Wei Linger today, he does not carry any communication equipment, and I don't think there is any force willing to send such a potential awakener as a spy." After hearing the analysis of the white-haired man, the uniformed woman nodded and said calmly, "Continue to observe for a while, and withdraw the manpower after confirming that there is no problem. After all, no matter how rare the elemental system is, it is only a potential stock after all, and has not surpassed the real S level. Even if it can attract a certain amount of attention, it is just that." And this uniformed woman is none other than Xiao Hanyan, one of the three giants of Yuhai Base. Xiao Hanyan asked Wei Ying and the white-haired man about some matters, and suddenly seemed to realize something, and said, "Wang Dapeng will be back soon, right?" When the name Wang Dapeng was mentioned, Wei Ying and the white-haired man were also stunned. The white-haired man reluctantly said, "Captain Wang has led people to search the ruins for half a month. It is indeed time for him to come back. That lunatic." With a loud bang, Wei Ying, who has always been mature and steady, slapped his palm on the table and said angrily, "Colonel, we can no longer tolerate this lunatic allowing his men to disrupt the order of Yuhai. Since the establishment of the Yuhai safety zone, many survivors have been bullied and oppressed by Wang Dapeng's men. Every time our people want to control it, they are violently oppressed by Wang Dapeng. The Yuhai base has Wang Dapeng, a scourge, which is even more dangerous than the zombie heretics outside." Wei Ying complained in front of Xiao Hanyan, but Xiao Hanyan seemed particularly calm, with a pair of handsome eyebrows slightly frowned. After a while, Xiao Hanyan shook her head after thinking for a while and sighed, "The Yuhai safe zone has just stabilized. Now is not the time to fight with Wang Dapeng. Zhang Dawei is a greedy businessman who will not do anything without profit. He may not stand on our side when the time comes. This damn world." Xiao Hanyan obviously did not want to continue on this topic, and turned to say, "How is Miao Miao these days?" The white-haired man replied, "Miao Miao is still unwilling to communicate with others. We tried to find a few people of the same age to contact her, but the effect is still not ideal. Xiao Hanyan's expression became a little solemn at this time. We must stabilize Meow Meow. The redemption plan is coming, and we can't make any mistakes on our side. At dusk, the sun's outline has gradually dropped below the horizon. A flying bird with its wings spread across the gradually dim sky. Until now, Mu Qiu can get a general view of the entire Yuhai safe zone. The Yuhai safety zone is based on the original Yuhai base, expanding the territory within a certain range around it, with mountains as natural barriers, and in front of it is a thick wall several meters high erected by the awakened using their supernatural powers. It is a bit like the wall barrier in a giant, but much lower than the previous one, barely able to block the attack of ordinary zombies. The flying bird transformed by Mu Qiu flapped its wings and flew high, passing through the towering buildings, and finally landed in the ruins of a city hundreds of kilometers away from the Yuhai safety zone. The flying bird landed on the rooftop of a building, a halo flashed, and Mu Qiu, dressed in a black robe, stood on the eaves of the rooftop, looking down from a distance. The cracked earth was devastated, and the streets that had long been reduced to ruins were full of zombies like Walking Dead, who were roaring madly because of hunger. The lifeless and hollow eyes, the mouth that was so wide open that it was dislocated, revealed an endless desire for flesh and blood. The hideous face, the twisted and twitching limbs, and the old bloodstains on the clothes conveyed the deepest fear in people's hearts all the time. Night is about to fall. Compared with the scorching sun during the day, the night is the time when these heretics are more active. Looking at the zombies roaring on the ground like beasts, Mu Qiu shook his head. He really didn't want to associate with these zombie-like monsters. Human society is his real destination. Ha! A breeze blew, lifting the black windbreaker and swinging it. Mu Qiu stood on the eaves with a calm face, as if the group of terrifying zombies below that frightened ordinary people could not cause any waves in his heart. Suddenly, Mu Qiu bent down and jumped into the air. His figure turned into a residual shadow in the air, as if a black shadow fell from a building more than 10 stories high. The black robe fluttered, and as the blurry black figure continued to fall, Mu Qiu's figure continued to expand in the air. In the blink of an eye, a hideous monster with red skin, muscular body, human body and dragon head appeared in the air. The dragon-headed monster roared, and the huge roar seemed to shake the sky and crack the earth, and then it hit the ground like thunder. A series of loud bangs sounded, like a bolt from the blue, and a huge deep pit was instantly smashed out of the solidified asphalt-paved ground. Countless zombies on the street were attracted by the deafening roar and rumble, and rushed towards the deep pit one after another. But then, a pillar of fire erupted from the deep pit underground, as if the roaring fire dragon had risen from the ground and swallowed the sky and the earth. A group of zombies near the deep pit were directly burned into charcoal slag by the fierce flames. Roar! The roar of a huge bell shocked the world again. After the pillar of fire dissipated, a huge monster with red skin, a dragon head and a human body stood up and roared fiercely, surrounded by corpses. This terrifying monster several feet tall was the Flame Demon Lord transformed by Mu Qiu. One-person roar. A loud roar was like a bolt from the blue, and the Flame Demon Lord opened his huge claws and grabbed a zombie on the roadside. Then, the Flame Demon Lord exerted force on his palms and clenched them suddenly. The zombie was instantly crushed by the huge force, and blood splattered in an instant, and blood mist filled the sky. Then, the Flame Demon Lord's monster-like body suddenly jumped out of the pit, and in the blink of an eye, he had flashed to the street where corpses were everywhere. The sharp claws picked up several zombies horizontally, and with a puff, the ground was already stained with large patches of blood. As if stimulated by the blood, the Flame Demon Lord's eyes were full of red, and he opened his bloody mouth, revealing his ferocious fangs, and a ball of deep red flames instantly spurted out of his mouth. Like the dawn, the several-foot-long red flame column instantly devoured everything in front of it, and illuminated the dim street like a long lamp in the lonely night. Looking around, the street was already a wreckage, and the strong smell of blood permeated the entire street, but the strange thing was that the street was surprisingly silent at this moment, leaving only the heavy breathing of the Flame Demon Lord, and the strong smell of blood and burning in the air. The sun that was about to set on the skyline reflected the entire street into the twilight of dusk, and the crimson sunlight mixed with the bloody scene of corpses everywhere, together forming a unique killing scroll for Mu Qiu. The bloody figure of the Flame Demon Lord was reflected in the bloody light curtain, and there were broken corpses and charred bones around him. Shoo! Suddenly, the ground under the Flame Demon Lord's feet suddenly cracked, and the spiderweb-like cracked ground wrapped the Flame Demon Lord's huge body and instantly sank deep. The next moment, a giant centipede with a body length of more than 10 meters jumped out from the ground, spewing dark green venom from its mouth, and at the same time, waving its sharp limbs like thunder and stabbing straight at the eyes of the Flame Demon. The red in the eyes of the Flame Demon Lord became even darker red, and his body did not move at all, just raising his arms. With a clang sound, the sharp limbs of the centipede pierced the flesh of the Flame Demon's arm, making a strange sound of metal clashing, but the limbs did not move an inch. At the same time, 2 beams of fiery red laser light shot out from the Flame Demon Lord's pupils, and directly penetrated the dark green venom sprayed by the giant centipede, and directly shot through the centipede's mouthparts. The giant centipede screamed, and the hooks on both sides of its body began to dance wildly, but the Flame Demon Lord stretched out his red palm and instantly wrapped the centipede's head. His arms exploded like blood mist, and in an instant they condensed into a ball of blood-colored vines, tightly wrapping the centipede's head. The giant centipede began to struggle violently, and the essence in its body was constantly absorbed. Visible blood flowed between the blood-colored vines formed by its arms. In a few breaths, this thick centipede that was several feet long was shrunken and sucked into a withered state. Throwing the mummy in his hand to the ground, the Flame Demon Lord's body swelled, and a groaning sound came out of his mouth. At this moment, the zombies who survived this destructive disaster in the distance felt the terrifying breath emanating from the Flame Demon Lord. They were originally fearless, but now their bodies trembled, and they unconsciously howled, "Roar! Roar!" This is the trembling from the bone marrow of low-end creatures, and they can't help but surrender to the superior. In an apartment in Yuhai Safety Zone. Asshole. A man with a wretched face and a mustache blushed and smashed the glass on the table in front of him. Hee Makoan, today's incident has made you famous in the search team. You were taught a lesson by a newcomer. You are really promising. A man dressed in brilliant clothes and dressed like a gangster leaned against the wall, holding a dagger in his hand and a sarcastic smile on his face. The mustache man was the lizard man Makoan, who was frozen by Mucho's ice power in the afternoon. You know nothing. That Mucho is not a simple guy, he is definitely not a novice. Makoan's forehead was bulging with blue veins, and his face looked a little ferocious. At the moment of being frozen, I could feel the murderous intent in his eyes. I almost thought I was dead. This is definitely not something that ordinary survivors in the ruins have. Come on. That Mucho has already surrendered to the woman Xiao Hanyan. An elemental awakener must be treated like a treasure. The gangster man was playing with a knife, with a disdainful expression. Wait. I must get this place back. Count the days, Boss Wang should be back too, an awakener of the ice element. I believe the boss will be very interested. Makoan suddenly laughed, stretched out his tongue to lick his lips, and a gleam of light appeared in his eyes. Late at night, the evening breeze blew through the silent and deserted city ruins, and the night sky was dotted with stars and flashing silver light. A crescent moon was shining in the sky, dimly illuminating Mucho, who was sitting on the top of a row of tall buildings. At this time, Mucho had already returned to human form, and the clothes on his upper body had burst during the transformation. Mucho was seen sitting on the roof of a building more than 10 stories high, with his legs hanging in the air, wearing a black windbreaker, and his naked upper body vaguely revealed his strong abdominal muscles. Wipe the blood off another yellow crystal core in his hand, throw it into the cloth bag full of crystal cores, and cast his eyes on the dense group of zombies below. Low-end zombies have no reason. In the dark night, they are like hungry beasts searching for prey by instinct. The wailing and roaring sounds from their throats from time to time together form a concerto unique to the Walking Dead in this long night. Sure enough, it's too much for me to be with this group of Walking Dead. Looking at the civilized society below that has completely lost its humanity, Mucho shook his head. In comparison, the Yuhai Safety Zone is like a paradise on Earth. I couldn't help but feel a little admiration for the leadership of the Yuhai Safety Zone. To be able to rebuild the long-lost social order, even if it is only a short-term construction, this process must be extremely difficult. Tonight's massacre was more like a hunting game for Mucho, not only to familiarize himself with the newly acquired abilities and use them flexibly, but also to indulge the dark side of the evil lord in his body. As the saying goes, it is better to drain than to block. After a night of carnival feast, the violent mood of the Fire Lord was obviously eased a lot, and it was quiet without using the suppression ability of the tiger spell. This situation is like a child who goes to bed after eating. After all, I ate dozens of heretics tonight. It should be enough for the fire demon to digest for a while. Muccio looked up at the moon, and suddenly felt that the dark world below became a little boring. Standing up, the black robe he was wearing fluttered and fluttered. Muccio flew up, stood in the air, looked at the boundary of the Yuhai safety zone in the distance and said, "It's almost time to go back." The changing power of money. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the window. Muccio slowly opened her eyes and stood up from Simon's thick mattress. Opening the expensive silk curtains, Muccio stood in front of the one-person-high transparent floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor of the villa. Outside the windows was bright and warm sunshine. To be honest, this was Muccio's first time living in such a high-end villa. Looking at the wisps of sunshine outside the window, Muccio couldn't help but sigh. At least in terms of maintaining order, the senior officials of the Yuhai safety zone have done their best. From the surface, it is difficult to tell that this is a terrifying apocalypse where zombies are everywhere and heretics are rampant. After the last lesson, Muccio no longer dared to use the sheep talisman's ability to leave the body to spy on the base. After all, his ability is still weak in the soul field. God knows there are other awakened people in the base who are good at the soul field. Ever since she learned that there were 3 destructive level awakeners in the base, Muccio understood the importance of being a low-key human and secretly warned herself not to be so reckless anymore. After taking a short rest, Muccio put on his black trench coat again and walked out of the villa area. Survivors in the safety zone currently have 2 ways of eating. One is the relief food that ordinary people can receive, but this food is usually based on some expired food and rice porridge soup made with wild vegetables and old grains. It is difficult to even have enough food and clothing, let alone any nutrition at all. Awakened ones with some strength will use the crystal nuclei obtained by hunting in the ruins to exchange for some canned hams before the end of the world. This is already a quite luxurious food in the end of the world. Now crystal cores have long replaced the currency before the end of the world. Because of their special functions, they are widely traded in the circle of awakened people. In the world of survivors, just a few white crystal cores are a huge sum of money, enough to make a family. I won't have to worry about food and drink for a few days. The 2-story villa that Wei Linger gave to Muccio belongs to the classic rich area in the Yuhai safe zone, and is basically populated by post-apocalyptic awakened people. The original residents of the villa have either turned into irrational zombies, or transferred the house for a few good meals. This is the change of money and power after the end of the world. The sudden outbreak of the Doomsday virus has caused earth-shaking changes in people with different identities in the past. Perhaps in the eyes of some people, this apocalyptic disaster has caused those destined to be ordinary people to embark on the road to becoming kings. When I came to a stall on the roadside, the stall owner was a young man with shabby clothes, dark skin, and a scar on his face. Although he is a bit dusty, he looks strong and full of heaven. It is obvious that he is also an awakened person with supernatural powers. The stalls sell a variety of things, including canned beef found in the ruins, self-heating hot pot, instant noodles, weapons like daggers and knives, and even some brand-name clothes. It was obvious that this awakened person also followed the team to search for resources from the ruins, and then returned to the Jade Sea safe zone to trade goods. Muccio looked through it briefly, picked out food such as ham bread, and took out a dagger. She asked seemingly casually, "Is there a map of the surrounding areas of Yuhai City? It's best to have detailed ones. That kind of thing." The stall owner looked at Muccio in confusion and said, "Hey, buddy, in what age are people still using paper maps? Just tell me where you want to go. I was born and raised in Yuhai before the end of the world. I can remember any large shopping mall or supermarket." Menchinger, after saying that, he rubbed his fingers again and looked at Muccio. "Of course, this information is not free. What do you think of a white crystal?" Muccio nodded. He didn't want to care about such a trivial matter. He just threw a few white crystal cores over and asked, "Do you know where the Daishiandi Entertainment Club is?" The man smiled happily when he saw Muccio being so generous and took the crystal core. Only then did he hear Muccio's question. He frowned and thought for a moment. Daishiandi Entertainment Club? After a while, he shook his head. "Brother, we were ordinary people before the end of the world. How can we afford a club? But I do know that there are several places specifically for us awakened people to have fun. A few years ago, the women there were all young white-collar models. Their looks and figures are so beautiful. If we didn't touch each other before the end of the world, how could we have a chance to see them? But now, have these noble goddesses become the playthings of us awakened ones? As he said that, the stall owner's face showed a look of reminiscence and yearning. As he swallowed, something seemed to have appeared in his mind. Mucho coughed lightly, and the stall owner regained his composure. He smiled evilly at Mucho and said, "How about it, brother? Do you want me to take you there to have some fun? It's not much more interesting than finding some entertainment club." Mucho shook her head and refused without hesitation. In this regard, he was still a bit of a germaphobe, but not every woman could catch his eye. A moment later, the young stall owner stared at a handful of white crystal cores in his hand with gleaming eyes, while Mucho's back had already walked far away. "It seems that I need to reserve more white crystal cores next time I hunt." Mucho was walking on the street and looked at her empty wallet, feeling helpless. He made a serious mistake. When hunting in the ruins, he only took away the crystal nuclei of B-level heretics and above, but did not even look at the ordinary white crystals. But the most common currency in the safe zone is white crystal, because low-end zombie heretics are easy to deal with. Even stronger survivors can kill a few ordinary zombies with weapons, so it is relatively easy to obtain white crystal. White crystal is produced by ordinary heretics of level C and D. Above white crystal is blue crystal, which is as crystal clear as sapphire. This kind of blue crystal core is relatively precious in the safe zone. It can only be found in heretics above level C, and the output is still probabilistic. Recalling that there happened to be a blue crystal in the bag of crystal cores that Wei Linger gave to him, it can be seen that Wei Linger really paid a lot for Mucho. Sitting on a mountain of gold but not daring to take it out, I now feel this feeling. Mucho smiled bitterly. He now has a lot of high-level crystal cores in his hands, but once these properties are taken out, it will definitely cause an uproar. If he is asked about the source of the crystal core, it will be a difficult question to explain. After all, his idea is to hide in human society. If his true strength is exposed, he will inevitably go to the front line to do some dangerous tasks. There are still countless hidden dangers in this apocalypse, and he doesn't want to jump out and become cannon fodder just because he has some strength. Grievance. Makuan's frame up while Mucho was thinking. More and more people were walking on both sides of the street, but most of them were survivors and refugees who were in a hurry and looked pale and thin. They had to work to get some food to fill their stomachs. These labors were basically hard work like repairing buildings and carrying goods, and the food they could get in a day was pitifully small. Therefore, many young and middle-aged people flocked to join the guards in the safe zone. The daily tasks of these guards were to maintain the order of the Yuhai base, transport resources collected by the search team, and expel low-level zombie heretics in the surrounding area. However, there were only a few thousand guards to recruit, which was much less than the tens of thousands of people in the base, but the treatment was extremely generous. The salary of a guard was enough to feed a family of 3, and the probability of casualties was much smaller than that of the search team exploring the ruins. It was simply a coveted iron rice bowl in the end times. The pedestrians on the street were dusty, but no one was laughing or joking. Instead, they fell into a strange silence. Everyone's face was full of sorrow and confusion about the future. Mucho couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. The rich and poor classes are unchanging principles in any era. Now the standard of measurement has only changed from money and power to the strength of the awakened person's supernatural power. Just when Mucho was lamenting the hardships of the world, a survivor passed by him. But in this moment of rubbing shoulders, the survivor suddenly bumped into his shoulder. Mucho subconsciously swung his hand out and hit the man, and the survivor was instantly whipped away. Then he was whipped away at a jaw-dropping speed, and finally hit an abandoned electric pole on the side. The survivors passing by were frightened by this scene, but they heard the person who was whipped away lying on the ground began to wail violently, and his body lying on the ground was shaking constantly. Awakened people hit people. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere in the crowd, and then similar voices began to rise one after another. This person actually violated the regulations of the safe zone and relied on his identity as an awakened person to commit violence in public. Lawless. Where is Yuhai's law enforcement team? The many survivors who were watching looked at each other, staring at Muchio with anger, fear, envy, and a little pity. You know, Yuhai Safe Zone is one of the few survivor bases that still maintain order in the entire apocalypse, and there is a law enforcement team dedicated to maintaining order. Among the many laws used to maintain order, the most strictly prohibited is that awakened people attack ordinary people without superpowers. There are even cases where awakened people attack ordinary people and eventually the awakened people who attacked were expelled from the base. Everyone looked at the survivor who fell to the ground with sympathy, but no one dared to step forward to ask about the situation, and at the same time, many people looked in the direction of Muchio with the intention of watching the fun. When the law enforcement team arrives, the awakened person will probably suffer. In the crowd, Makuan, who has a mustache and a slightly wretched appearance, is watching the scene in front of him with a sinister smile on his face. All this was planned by him, including the injured survivor and the crowd who were naturally his subordinates. Originally, according to his plan, he wanted his subordinates to have a dispute with Muchio and cause a conflict. If Muchio gave in, the cowardly awakened person would be the easiest to deal with in this doomsday. He has a way to ruin Muchio's reputation the next day and make him unable to survive in the entire safe zone. At that time, even Xiao Hanyan, that woman, can't protect him. But who knew that before his men hit Muchio, he slapped his men several meters away with a slap, which really surprised Makuan. Damn, this kid reacts too quickly, doesn't he? That's good, let's make a big deal and see what this kid will do. Makuan smiled wickedly, and remained calm in the crowd. Muchio, who was surrounded by the crowd, did not react much, but recalled the subconscious reaction of his body when he was hit just now, and immediately felt that something was wrong. Looking at the survivor lying on the ground groaning, he saw that he was breathing in less than breathing out. Has he been plotted against? Several names quickly emerged in Muchio's mind, but there was only one person who he had offended the most since entering the Yuhai base, the lizard man Makuan. Not to mention that he had made his brother disabled for life, he had taught Makuan a lesson that time in the training ground, which completely humiliated this veteran awakener. According to Wei Linger, Makuan and his boss Wang Sanping were both vengeful, and he didn't expect the revenge to come so soon. So Muchio ignored the survivor who was lying on the ground and was barely breathing in the eyes of the people around him, and scanned the crowd. Soon, he found Makuan, who had a unique appearance, in the crowd. Makuan was also stunned when he noticed Muchio's indifferent eyes. But he quickly reacted and looked at him with a sneer without fear, as if he was watching the fun. Before Muchio could make any move, there was a sudden noise outside the crowd, and then a corridor appeared in the circle surrounded by the survivors. A team of people wearing dark black uniforms and a blue eagle badge on their chests walked out. The first one was a man in his 30s or 40s, wearing a hat and with a resolute face. Fani led the team to walk in the crowd, and then looked at the survivor lying on the ground, then looked at Muchio, and then looked around and asked, "What happened?" Makuan came forward at some point and whispered in the man's ear, "Captain Lee, this is the case. This new awakener is arrogant. Because a survivor accidentally bumped into him, he beat the survivor severely in public. Do you think this despicable awakener who is arrogant because of his superpowers should be detained and taught a lesson?" Makuan was humble and seemed to be very afraid of this Captain Lee. It seems that this black-clothed team is the law enforcement team in everyone's mouth. Muchio secretly sensed that the superpowers in Captain Lee's body have reached the A level. After hearing Makuan's exaggerated remarks, Captain Lee frowned, but did not say anything. He just took the members of the law enforcement team behind him to check the survivors' injuries. After a check, a young man in the team said to the leader, "Captain Lee, his waist hit the electric pole directly, and the vertebral bones were broken instantly. Even if the lower body is healed, he will probably have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair." Hearing this, the survivors watching were all silent. What does half-body disability mean in this cannibalistic apocalypse? Unable to exercise, even the most basic physical work cannot be done, and the most basic daily life probably requires someone to take care of it. Isn't this a direct death sentence for the man lying on the ground? After hearing this, Captain Lee glanced at the man on the ground, and immediately walked to Muchio and said, "No matter what happened between you, come with us first. Warm tips: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Healing ability awakened. Lu Qingfei, come with us. You can give us a reasonable explanation for what happened. The many survivors who were watching shook their heads and sighed when they saw the scene. A good awakened person should have a bright future. After this incident, his reputation in the Jade Sea safe zone was ruined. But what Mu Qiu said next made everyone present stunned. Mu Qiu's lips opened and closed, and 3 words came out of his mouth without any emotion: I refuse. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. This is the law enforcement team in charge of order in the Yuhai security zone, and they speak their mind. It was established specifically to punish the awakened people who violated the order. There were many awakened people who relied on their powerful abilities to try to defy the law enforcement team, but in the end they were either kicked out of the Yuhai base or died. This boy is really courageous. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Ma Kuan, standing next to Captain Li, looked at Mucho Gujing's unwavering eyes and couldn't help but feel a little secretly happy. After offending the people from the law enforcement team, this kid really can't survive in Yuhai. Hearing Mucho's plain words, it seemed as if the person who seriously injured the survivor was not him. Captain Li frowned. This is the most difficult situation during mission execution. The awakened rebel against instructions and violate order. Captain Li looked at Mucho with a slightly unkind look. Young man, everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Having superpowers is not something you can use to be arrogant and domineering. Now you still have a chance to redeem yourself. Since you are a newcomer, the punishment given to you will not be too excessive. Soon, Captain Li stopped talking and stopped persuading. Because he found that Mucho's attention was not on him at all. Mucho looked at Ma Kuan behind Captain Li with her deep eyes, and said indifferently, is this all your methods? It seems that the lesson I taught you last time was not enough. For a moment, Ma Kuan felt like he was being stared at by the bloodthirsty eyes of a ferocious beast, like thorns piercing his back. The feeling of being frozen and about to die that day came back again, and his body froze almost subconsciously. What are you going to do? Cold sweat broke out on Ma Kuan's forehead, but when he remembered that he was surrounded by people from the law enforcement team, he was also a dignified B-level awakened person. MD, I'm afraid of a newbie. After coming back to his senses, Ma Kuan summoned up his courage again and smiled darkly at Mucho. I just accidentally got into your trap last time. What happened? You still want to make gestures with me? It seems that if you don't let a newcomer like you see the power of my seniors, you really don't know how high the sky is. After saying this, Ma Kuan's eyes turned red and his skin color gradually turned blue and black. This was the rhythm of transforming into a lizard man. Enough! Captain Li's eyes were so sharp that Ma Kuan was so frightened that his beard trembled and he returned to his original shape. He looked at Mucho indifferently and said to the law enforcement team members beside him, take him back for interrogation, and send the wounded person to the medical team. Just as Captain Li was giving instructions, there was another burst of noise from the crowd. As soon as Mucho heard Captain Li's order, her eyes turned cold at first, but then she seemed to sense something, and her eyes were attracted to the crowd. I saw a long-haired beauty wearing blue jeans and a white coat walking in from the surrounding survivors. When I first saw this woman, she had long, glossy black hair and a plump figure. Even if her figure was covered by a white coat, she could still see it clearly. She was holding a bag in her hand, and she seemed to be walking towards her before the end of the world. Urban beauty. But no one will look down upon this beauty in beautiful clothes, because in this apocalypse, there can still be a woman dressed like this, either because she is powerful or she has the support of a powerful awakener behind her. The beautiful woman came to Captain Li, frowned and asked, Amber Li, what's going on? As soon as Captain Li saw this woman, he hurriedly said, it turns out to be Dr. Lu. You are here just in time. Come and take a look at this survivor's injuries. When Li Amber saw the beauty in beautiful clothes, he seemed to see a savior and hurriedly explained the situation at the scene briefly. After listening to Lian Bai's words, Dr. Lu first glanced at Mucho, and then quickly rushed to the survivor who collapsed on the ground. He was seen leaning over and bending his knees, and his curvy body curves were clearly visible. The familiar man took out a pair of white gloves from the satchel on his waist, and then began to examine the injured person with a broken lumbar spine. While Dr. Lu was checking, the survivors around him seemed to be alive and began to talk one after another. It's concubine Lu Qing, Dr. Lu. She is the living bodhisattva of our Yuhai safe zone. Dr. Lu was a doctoral student at Yuhai Medical University before the end of the world, and he has always been a goddess-level figure. Great, with Dr. Lu here, the injured person should have no problem surviving. Amid the cheers of the crowd, concubine Lu Qing, who was wearing a white coat and was regarded as a goddess by many survivors, did not dare to slack off at all. Fine cold sweat appeared on the snow-white gooseneck. Lu Qingfei looked at the waist of the injured person, frowned slightly, and immediately stretched out her white arms. I saw a green bandage appear on the jade hand, and then it turned into a bandage glowing with emerald green light. The green bandage floated and rotated in the air, and under the command of Lu Qingfei's wave of arms, it was directly wrapped around the lumbar spine of the survivor. The fluorescent light began to spread around the waist at a speed visible to the naked eye as the bandage was wrapped around it. The survivor also let out a few faint groans. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that the man's condition was much better than when he was lying on the ground. Soon, after dozens of breaths, the man's condition gradually stabilized, and the emerald green bandage controlled by Lu Qingfei also dissipated in the air. Lu Qingfei's face was pale, and even fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She stood up and said to Lianbo, "His condition has stabilized temporarily, but he still needs to rest for a while. I will treat him again in a week, and it should be guaranteed that he will be able to walk in the future." That's great. Dr. Lu is really as rumored. He treats awakened people and ordinary people like us equally. She is so beautiful and kind-hearted. I wonder which boy will be so lucky to marry Dr. Lu in the future. Don't be wishful thinking. Dr. Lu already has a fiancée, but she got separated from her husband after the end of the world. The survivors watching were as excited as if the man lying on the ground was their relative, and they all cast admiring eyes on Lu Qingfei. End of the world, Mu Qiu's attack faced with the admiring gazes of the crowd. Lu Qingfei didn't care at all, but walked straight to Mu Qiu. Mu Qiu was also observing Lu Qingfei at this time. Well, with a charming face, elegant temperament, and a proud figure, she must have at least D? Ahem. What really surprised him was that the energy in this woman's body had reached the level of A-level. This was the first time he saw a female awakener with such high energy in Yuhai. This woman's identity is not simple. Just as Mu Qiu was thinking, Lu Qingfei frowned, suddenly pointed at Mu Qiu, and asked, "Do you think this is interesting?" Mu Qiu was stunned. However, Lu Qingfei opened her red lips slightly, and her tone of voice was extremely cold. As an awakened person with superpowers, if you don't speak for the people, wipe out heretics, and become a peerless hero, you should at least be worthy of your skills and your conscience. You have a great ability, but you use it to bully humans like you, just because he is weaker than you? I have seen too many people like you in this doomsday, selfish, callous. You are proud of bullying the weak, but you are afraid to avoid danger and run faster than anyone else. People like you don't deserve to have superpowers at all. Lu Qingfei's sonorous and powerful scolding resounded throughout the audience. In an instant, everyone fell silent. Good. Well said. The survivors watching around were instantly aroused by these words that sounded like a sermon. Their expressions were completely different from the numbness just now. Instead, they were indignant and angry. This kind of person doesn't deserve to have superpowers at all. Get out of the Yuhai safe zone. You don't deserve to be here. First, a few people took the lead, and then the emotions of the crowd were instantly ignited. As if to vent the resentment that had been suppressed and accumulated during this period, the overwhelming abuse came towards Mu Qiu like thunder from the plain. When Ma Koan saw this scene, although it was somewhat different from his original plan, the effect was undoubtedly much better. I didn't expect Lu Qingfei to come at this time, but it just happened to help me. With this woman's help, Mu Qiu's reputation is now completely ruined. Ma Koan wished that Mu Qiu's reputation would be ruined, so that it would be easier to deal with him. Thinking of this, Ma Koan looked at Mu Qiu with a sarcastic smile on his face. Countless abuses and accusations came like a wave. Ordinary people might defend themselves or go crazy when being criticized by thousands of people, but Mu Qiu, who was in the vortex, seemed particularly calm. The power of the tiger spell brought him absolute neutrality and calmness. Suddenly, the corners of Mucho's mouth rose, and he smiled strangely. The sound was not loud, but it could be heard clearly by everyone present. Stared at by countless hostile eyes around him, and his ears were full of ridicule and abuse, this person could still laugh? Is he really crazy? Everyone was puzzled. Even Lu Qingfei, who was the first to bear the brunt, frowned slightly, not understanding the meaning. The noise around him gradually subsided, but Mucho's laughter became more and more intense. In the end, the whole audience was only echoed with Mucho's slightly sarcastic and arrogant laughter. Mucho looked at Lu Qingfei, and there was a little playfulness in his eyes. This kind of stare made Lu Qingfei feel uncomfortable, and she felt a chill in her bones. She had a vague bad premonition. Mucho's laughter stopped. You are right, with power, you can do whatever you want. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Mucho's eyes. Mucho waved his right arm, and an ice blue streak suddenly shot out from his palm. This gorgeous ice blue streak came like a thunderbolt through the air and hit the injured survivor directly on the ground in an instant. The man fell into an ice cave, and his whole body was frozen by ice in an instant, and his face still had an inexplicable look of horror. From Mucho shooting out the ice blue beam to the survivor being frozen into ice, the whole process happened in the blink of an eye, and no one present reacted. What are you going to do? The bad premonition began to expand in her heart. Lu Qingfei stared at Mucho, and for the first time, there was a look of uneasiness and panic in her eyes. Mucho's mouth curled up into a smile, and his messy hair fluttered in the wind, covering his deep eyes. The next second, Mucho's open right palm suddenly closed. Crack! Everyone turned their heads and saw that the ice that froze the survivor seemed to be crushed by some invisible energy, and it was covered with cracks. Suddenly, like a broken mirror, the huge human-shaped ice broke instantly. The ice still had human broken limbs, and scarlet blood was scattered all over the ground as the ice broke. And the head of the survivor was still sealed in an ice block alone, with a horrified look on his face, and his wide pupils were filled with fear and horror. The connection between the neck and the head was still gurgling with blood. Now, who else wants to blame me? Mucho looked indifferent and glanced at the survivors who were watching. Most of the survivors still had a look of fear on their faces, and they had not recovered from the scene just now. The few survivors who had seen big scenes in the end of the world also showed panic when they saw Mucho's horrible killing method. They avoided his sight and dared not say another word. Looking for death. A burst of air-breaking sound came, and Lianbo's feet were like the wind, and he came to Mucho in a few moves. Immediately, Lianbo turned sideways, and the rough palm of the original human turned into an eagle's claw in an instant, stabbing fiercely at Mucho's eyes. Mucho snorted coldly, and also stretched out his palm into a claw. At the moment when Lianbo's eagle claw stabbed at his eyes, he clamped Lianbo's wrist tightly like a branding iron. Lianbo had not yet recovered from Mucho's quick counterattack, and then he felt numbness and coldness on his clamped wrist. He looked down suddenly, and saw that a piece of frost had condensed on his wrist, and it quickly attacked his wrist. Lianbo blurted out, "Elemental Awakener?" Before Lianbo could say anything else, the members of the law enforcement team behind him saw that the captain was in danger, and they all took out the pistols on their waists, pulled the trigger, and bullets were shot at Mucho. Seeing this scene, Mucho's eyes were slightly cold, and then he clamped Lianbo's eagle claws with his right hand. At the same time, his left hand stretched out, and a light blue mist emerged from the palm like frost, and in an instant, it solidified into a one-person-high ice wall in front of Mucho. The rain of bullets hit the ice wall, but it seemed to hit the iron sheet, and sparks flew in an instant. Occasionally, a few bullets hit the ice wall with deep pits as thick as fingers, but hundreds of bullets could not penetrate this one-person-high ice wall. Monster, monster! Seeing the incredible scene in front of him, a survivor finally couldn't help but tremble and said. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. In the end times, the survivors around were all frightened by Mucho's methods, and retreated in panic, fearing that Mucho would go crazy and hurt them. At this moment, Mucho's right palm was still clamping Lianbo's eagle claw, and the cold frost was still spreading along Lianbo's eagle claw toward his arm. Suddenly, Mucho's figure flashed, and in an instant he was in front of Lu Qingfei. Mucho's eyes met with Lu Qingfei's, and he could clearly see the shock and panic in the other's eyes. Mucho suddenly smiled and said, "I think it's very interesting, what about you? You can hold on to the stupid saintly heart in your heart, but don't dream of imposing it on others. The law of this world is the law of the jungle, and having power can indeed do whatever you want, just like," as he said, Mucho paused, "like this." Mucho spread his right hand, and a blue ice cone suddenly condensed in his palm. Mucho raised his arm high. The next second, the ice cone was thrown out like a thunder missile. Everyone could only vaguely see a slash of ice blue light suddenly flashing in the air, heading straight for Ma Kuan. In a split second, Ma Kuan had no way to react, and could only watch a blue light not far away continue to expand in his pupils. Not good. The ice cone, which was a hand long, was close to Ma Kuan's head before he reacted, and he tried to dodge it with a tilt of his body. At the same time, he subconsciously transformed into the form of a lizard man, with wrinkled skin and a strange purple-blue color. This was already his strongest form, but he still couldn't avoid this swift attack. Ma Kuan narrowly avoided the vital point, but his shoulder was still pierced by the sharp ice cone. With a click, the ice cone shattered while piercing Ma Kuan's shoulder blade, and at the same time, blood flew in the air. Ma Kuan was hit in the shoulder, and he couldn't stand the severe pain and knelt on the ground, covering his shoulder and howling. Mucho glanced at Ma Kuan, but shook his head secretly in his heart. His ice elemental ability was still at the B level of the zombie heretic he absorbed. The reason why he could suppress Lianbua, who was a B level or even A level awakener, was all because of his own powerful strength and rich combat experience when he was transformed into the Flame Demon Lord. But relying on the B level ability alone was still too weak. Even if he had more skills, he seemed a little powerless when facing a high-level awakener. "It seems that I have to find a way to improve the level of the ice ability." After thinking about it in his heart, Mucho turned around and looked at Lu Qingfei. Even if she was wearing a white coat, it was still difficult to hide her proud figure. Her long hair was black and shiny, her face was also beautiful and elegant, and she exuded an elegant aura all over her body. "See? It's a very simple thing. I have power, so I can play with life at will. This is the greatest truth in this doomsday. If you don't even understand such a simple truth, I really don't know how you survived until today." The plain words were full of sarcasm, like a sharp needle piercing Lu Qingfei's heart. A trace of anger appeared on Lu Qingfei's pale face, and she scolded, "I have nothing to say to a cold-blooded and ruthless human like you." "Human?" Mucho narrowed his eyes slightly, still smiling. "He has not been like that for a long time." Then Mucho looked up at Ma Kuan, who was kneeling on the ground and wailing with his hands covering his shoulders. He didn't even bother to say anything to such a small character. If Mucho hadn't taken into account his sensitive identity as an awakener, he would have slapped Ma Kuan to death long ago. Mucho looked around at the survivors watching the excitement. At this moment, because Mucho's bloody memes just now had scared away some people who stayed behind were frightened by Mucho's slightly smiling face and retreated one after another. Although his handsome face was accompanied by a spring breeze-like smile in the eyes of everyone, he looked like a devil crawling out of the abyss of hell, and they were afraid to avoid him. "My great mother, goodbye." Mucho's voice was mixed with a hearty smile, and he walked away with his hands behind his back. Behind him was the body of the survivor that had long been broken into pieces by ice. Lu Qingfei's pretty face turned pale with anger, but she could do nothing about Mucho. Her supernatural power belongs to the healing type and is not offensive. The law enforcement team members next to him did not intend to let him go so easily. Just as they were about to step forward to stop him, they were stopped by a pair of eagle claws. It was Lian Bai. "Captain, him." Some members of the law enforcement team who were not used to Mucho's arrogance were puzzled by Lian Bai's behavior. He had never seen such an arrogant awakener in front of the law enforcement team. Lian Bai looked at Mucho's back and said coldly, "This kid is not simple. Report it to the higher-ups first. An elemental awakener is still very valuable for the base to cultivate. The premise is, he can obey the command of the base." Lian Bai sighed lightly, looked at the pile of broken bodies under the electric pole not far away, and felt a headache again. said to the law enforcement team members around him, "Go clean up the bodies." The incident of the elemental awakener openly killing people quickly swept the entire Yuhai safety zone like a wave. The incident caused a lot of ordinary survivors to panic under the fermentation of some people with ulterior motives. They didn't know how long the order in the safe zone could be maintained. Some people even scolded the law enforcement team for their inaction, because they openly protected the other party because he was a rare element awakener. Just when rumors were flying around, Xiao Hanyan also received the news. The man with glasses and white clothes pushed the door open and said to Xiao Hanyan in the office, "It has been found out that the survivor killed by Mu Qiu was a gangster before his death, but he was Ma Kuan's subordinate. This person often used violence to collect the property of the surrounding survivors. The law enforcement team has taught him a lesson many times, but because he has Ma Kuan's support behind him, he still refuses to obey." A map was spread out on the table in front of Xiao Hanyan. Listening to the report of the man with glasses, Xiao Hanyan looked at the marks on the map. Hearing this, Xiao Hanyan raised her head and said, "So, this time it was Ma Kuan who was behind this?" The man with glasses nodded. "It is said that it was Mu Qiu who defeated Ma Kuan in the training ground that day." Xiao Hanyan's cold face finally showed a touch of emotion. "At this time, you are still stirring up internal strife for your own selfish desires. Do you really want to completely destroy human society and join those zombies?" Reaction: Zhang Qingwei's treasure hunting ability. Major, should we ask the law enforcement team to teach Ma Kuan a lesson? The man with glasses suggested. Xiao Hanyan shook her head. "Wang Dapeng will be back soon. If we touch his people at this critical moment, who knows how he will react? Besides, Mu Qiu really went too far this time. He disregarded the order in the base and killed people openly. This is also a fact that cannot be ignored." Xiao Hanyan pondered for a moment, and immediately issued an order with her vigorous attitude: "Let the law enforcement team strengthen patrols. Absolutely no second awakener will be allowed to injure people. We must do our best to block the spread of this news. Send someone from Ma Kuan to remind him that although the base is short of manpower, it is definitely not short of a B-level awakener." Xiao Hanyan's cold face showed no expression, only a cold light flashed in her eyes. Whether he wants to continue to live his good life in the base or survive in the apocalypse outside, it's his choice. And this Mu Qiu, since he is Linger's subordinate, let Linger go over and make him behave. In addition, send more people to monitor him. If he does anything that violates the order again, even if he is an elemental awakener with great potential, there is no place for him in the Yuhai base. Xiao Hanyan issued a series of orders, decisive and sharp, which is her usual style. The man with glasses nodded as if he was used to it. "Yes." At the same time, in an office in a high-rise building in the center of the Yuhai safety zone, a middle-aged, fat, and wealthy man sat on a mink chair and listened to the rumors brought by his subordinates. This man is another leader in the Yuhai base, Zhang Qingwei, who has the ability to hunt for treasures. Zhang Qingwei was not angry after hearing what Mu Qiu did, but laughed. It seems that this little brother is still very brave. Interesting. I wonder what Wang Dapeng's reaction will be when he comes back and finds out that his subordinates have been bullied. After all, he is a destructive elemental awakener. At this time, a subordinate handed a map to Zhang Qingwei. "Chairman, this is the map sent by Major Xiao. The next batch of search teams is about to set off. Please mark the location of the resources." Zhang Qingwei did not speak, but closed his eyes after taking the map. I saw his arm suddenly raised, and stretched out his index finger to dip in the ink beside him. A golden halo suddenly appeared on Zhang Qingwei's broad forehead. An invisible aura began to float around Zhang Qingwei's fat body. The subordinates beside him were amazed. This is the powerful ability that Zhang Qingwei used to establish his foundation in the end times, the online novel network superpower system, treasure hunting. The real power of this ability does not lie in its destructive power, but in its amazing auxiliary ability. Zhang Qingwei can use the ability of treasure hunting to quickly identify the location of the resources he wants to find, and can even accurately locate the specific coordinates on the map. What's more terrifying is that this ability can not only locate the location of food and treasures, but can even locate the coordinates of some zombies and heretical monsters. Of course, this ability consumes more as the level of the target is higher. At least the powerful existence of S-level is not something that Zhang Qingwei can perceive at will at present. With this ability, Zhang Qingwei searched for countless resources at the beginning of the end times, and his men also used this ability to avoid danger and turn danger into safety many times. Zhang Qingwei's eyes were closed, but he seemed to see something. His ink-stained fingers were also pulled by an invisible aura, leaving ink marks at several locations on the map. A few minutes later, Zhang Qingwei paused while writing on the map. Zhang Qingwei suddenly opened his eyes and then took his finger back from the map. Handing the map to his subordinates, Zhang Qingwei said, "The locations of several A-level heretics that have been discovered have been marked on the map, but we cannot rule out the possibility that these monsters have been active in the past few days." The subordinate nodded and suggested, "Because of the matter of the elemental awakeners, the situation in the base is a bit chaotic. Do you want to use our people to stabilize the situation?" Zhang Qingwei waved his hand. "Xiao Hanyan is enough to deal with this kind of thing. I don't want to get involved. Let Xiao Yatu and Wang Dapeng, that lunatic, fight." After receiving the order, the subordinate said, "Chairman, we have recently found several surviving female students around Yuhai University. What do you think, ahem?" Zhang Qingwei suddenly coughed twice, his face still looked serious. "Send them to me tonight, I will assign them jobs in the base." Mu Qiu was awakened by a rapid knock on the door. The room where Mu Qiu lived was on the second floor of the villa. The person knocking on the door was able to wake up Mu Qiu on the second floor. This shows how strong the knocker was. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Mu Qiu slowly opened the door. What came into view was Wei Linger's coquettish figure with her hands on her hips, and an angry look on her pretty face. It looked like a kitten with its fur standing up. Mu Qiu was stunned. If he remembered correctly, the search team's mission should be tomorrow, right? When Wei Linger saw Mu Qiu open the door, she immediately rushed in angrily, showing a pair of sharp little tiger teeth, pointing at Mu Qiu and saying, "Do you know how much trouble you have caused?" After saying that, she found that Mu Qiu was sleepy and looked like he had not woken up yet. "You still have the leisure to sleep here?" Mu Qiu was puzzled, yawned and asked, "What happened?" In fact, he already had a guess in his mind. As expected, Wei Linger said angrily, "You openly killed a survivor today, which caused an uproar among the people in the safe zone. How long has it been since an awakened person dared to openly violate the order in the base? There are even many awakened people who are proposing to drive you out of the base. Today's incident really gave Sister Han Yan a headache. Do you know how much effort it takes to suppress this matter? As your captain, I now have an unshirkable list of responsibilities. Mu Qiu, you are so good, I brought you into Yuhai, and this is how you repay me?" Mu Qiu was stunned by the eldest lady's scolding. "Are you here to ask for punishment?" The next moment, the eldest lady pursed her lips and said angrily, "If you want to kill someone, at least find a secluded place to quietly kill him afterwards. You killed someone openly, isn't this obviously giving people a reason to talk?" Mu Qiu laughed. It turned out that Wei Linger was angry about this. Wei Linger bared her fangs, gnashing her teeth, looking like she was disappointed with someone. "That's it, Sister Qingfei has specifically reported your situation to the higher-ups. You dared to provoke Sister Qingfei. You really don't know how to live or die. Still the old rules, urge to update one more chapter when you reach 20, in Yuhai Safety Zone concubine Lu Qing? Why does it feel like this Madonna has a high status? The people in the law enforcement team are very respectful to her, and even Wei Linger knows her." Seeing the confusion in Mu Qiu's eyes, Wei Linger explained, "Sister Qingfei is the captain of the medical team in the base. She was a doctoral student in medicine at Yuhai University before the end of the world. After the apocalypse broke out, she awakened her healing powers. Sister Qingfei is kind-hearted and will help those survivors who are in need out of her own pocket. In the apocalypse, I have rescued countless injured awakened people and innocent survivors. I am regarded by many people in the base as an angelic and bodhisattva-like figure." "Really? That's really a great virgin." The corners of Mu Qiu's lips curled up, remembering concubine Lu Qing's righteous words and overflowing sympathy yesterday, she couldn't help but laugh. "It seems that the establishment of this Yuhai base is quite complete," Mu Qiu said. "That's right." As soon as Wei Linger heard Mu Qiu praise the Yuhai safe zone, she couldn't help but continue to say, "There are 3 teams established in the Yuhai base, which are organized according to their functions into the search team, the law enforcement team and the final medical team. The members of the search team are those of us who are awakened and have certain destructive power and self-protection and investigation capabilities. Their main job is to search the ruins and rescue survivors in the city. The main task of the law enforcement team is to supervise the order in the safe zone, which includes the recruited ordinary guards and the special law enforcement team specifically targeting the awakened. Mucho thought of the A-level awakened person Amber that she met that day. He must be a member of the special law enforcement team that specializes in dealing with awakened people. The search team and law enforcement team are responsible for the duties inside and outside the base, and they all exist to maintain the order of the UI safety zone. T-Online Novel Network. As for the final medical team, there are only a few dozen members in the entire medical team, but without exception they are all rare therapeutic awakeners. Don't underestimate this medical team, which only has a few dozen people. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, there are countless new viral diseases that have spawned. Ordinary doctors are completely helpless, and with the lack of drugs, it is even more difficult to diagnose and treat. In the end, all kinds of strange diseases must be treated by the awakened people of the medical team without exception. Even if our search team is injured when going out, only awakened people with healing abilities can relieve the injuries as soon as possible and save the lives of the awakened people. Having said this, Wei Linger looked at Mucho with sympathetic eyes, and then sighed. And Sister Qingfei is an important member of the Yuhai medical team. If you offend Sister Qingfei, you will be in trouble. If you are injured or infected with any virus in the future, I am afraid that no one in the entire medical team will come to treat you. Besides, there are many suitors for Sister Qingfei in the search team. You provoked Sister Qingfei so much yesterday. Be careful that someone will stumble upon you after you go out. Wei Linger's words were very detailed and full of concern. Obviously her main purpose of coming here today is not only to warn Mucho on behalf of her superiors, but also to give Mucho a reminder. Mucho felt funny. This girl was obviously worried about herself, but she didn't dare to say it out loud, so she could only remind herself to be careful by asking for help. Then I really have to thank you for your teaching, Captain of the Guard. Mucho said with a smile. It seems that I am the one causing trouble for you this time. Wei Linger pursed her lips, with an arrogant little expression, and hummed softly, It's good that you know. Please be nicer to me when I see Sister Qingfei in the future, do you hear me? Mucho nodded and said yes with a smile. Since Wei Linger said so, he was not an ignorant person. And that Ma Kuan, the people above have also warned him. If he troubles you again, just tell me and see if I don't beat him all over the ground. As she spoke, Wei Linger did not forget to wave her white-pink fists, looking fierce. As for you, just be more at ease with me. Tomorrow the search team will go out of the city to perform a mission. If you behave better, consider it as a reward for me. While Mucho and Wei Linger were talking, they were in a bar in a certain neighborhood of Yuhai Safe Zone. There are lights and colorful decorations, a noisy environment, surging crowds, noisy drumbeats, and enchanting dancing figures everywhere in this underground bar. What is surprising is that since the outbreak of the apocalypse, there have been very few places where such human groups are active. Even the Yuhai Safety Zone has only restored some of the important building facilities used for medical research. The background behind this bar being able to restore power supply facilities so quickly can be imagined. In a luxurious box in the bar, a slightly fat young man with short hair was lying on a high-end sofa, holding a wine bottle in his hand and holding two scantily clad and pretty girls in his arms. Standing directly in front was a man with a mustache and a wretched face. Ma Kuan clutched his still aching shoulder and complained to the fat man in front of him, Brother Hao, it's obvious that Mucho doesn't take our boss Wang seriously. I even mentioned the boss's name and he still dares to be so arrogant. A newcomer almost peed on our heads. You have to avenge me. Ma Kuan was crying, looking like he was suffering, and he cried out everything that happened to the man in front of him who looked younger than him. Even so, Ma Kuan did not feel humiliated, because this man had an extraordinary influence even in the entire Yuhai Safe Zone. This man was Wang Hao, one of the 3 destructive guardians of the Yuhai Safe Zone, and Wang Dapeng's younger brother. Wang Hao's own superpowers were not strong, but the most fortunate thing was that he had a powerful and crazy brother. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, Wang Dapeng, who was originally a gangster, turned out to be a doomsday hero with his powerful superpowers and ruthless personality. With the support of such a giant brother who was in the limelight, Wang Hao also had a group of younger brothers, and he was still doing well in this cruel apocalypse. Listening to Ma Kuan's crying, Wang Hao didn't care, drank the last bottle of white wine in his hand, and threw it aside. Then he began to touch the two beauties in his arms, and the girls in his arms also cooperated with the giggle laughter. After playing around for a while, Wang Hao lay back on the sofa, picked up a cigarette and started smoking, saying casually, "Xiao Hanyan has sent someone to warn you, saying that if you dare not behave again, you will be asked to get out of the base." Ma Kuan's mind appeared Mucho's appearance, and he said fiercely, "Then let this matter go?" "Of course not." Wang Hao slammed the table, dusted off the ashes on his hands, and said sternly, "Dare to touch our people, it is a provocation to my brother's face. If he is allowed to live in peace, whereas the dignity of my Shanglong society reappears." The improvement of the Ice Power Shanglong Society is the organization created by Wang Dapeng before it was merged into Yuhai Base. This organization is so powerful that before Yuhai Base was established, the name alone could scare many awakened people in Yuhai territory into submission. Ma Kuan had already anticipated Wang Hao's reply, and his crying just now was just a show. When he was in Shanglong society, Wang Dapeng's reputation was unquestionable. Who dared to provoke his subordinates? Now, let alone provocation, although he is just an ordinary gangster of the peripheral members, he is also related to Shanglong society. Mu Qiu was killed directly in public. Isn't this a slap in the face of Shanglong society in public? Ma Kuan rubbed his shoulders, which were still aching, but he laughed sinisterly in his heart. Dare to touch Wang Dapeng's tiger whiskers, this Mu Qiu is not far from death. In fact, he was indeed pierced through the shoulder blade by Mu Qiu yesterday, but what is the ability he awakened? The biggest feature of the lizard's ability is that it can regenerate broken limbs. Although he is far from being able to do it at his current level, the injury yesterday has been mostly healed in less than a day. Now he is only thinking about how to take revenge on Mu Qiu. This Mu Qiu is an awakener of the element system. Ma Kuan deliberately reminded. Wang Hao spitted and showed disdain. So what if he is an awakener of the element system? If you dare to provoke my Shanglong society, I will still make him die. Then he snorted coldly. This time the search team goes out to explore the ruins. Wei Linger's team will also go out. I will arrange some people for you when the time comes. Find a chance for you to kill that Mu Qiu. Remember to be clean. Ma Kuan smiled happily. He had been waiting for this sentence. You know, it is normal for a few people to die when the search team goes out to perform exploration tasks. By the way, if you have a chance, remember to bring Wei Linger to me. Wang Hao suddenly had a lustful look in his eyes, licked his lips and said, I've been eyeing that girl for a long time, her little figure is really tempting. As he said that, he hugged the two beauties in his arms tighter, causing the beauties around him to be very angry. Ma Kuan secretly mocked in his heart, but he couldn't show it on his face, so he quickly nodded and said yes. Ma Kuan walked out of the bar and walked in the alley. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Mu Qiu, this time I will make you die without a burial place. As night fell, under the chandelier of the two-story villa, Mu Qiu was sitting on the Simmons mattress, holding an ice-blue crystal core in each hand. The bright chandelier illuminated Mu Qiu's handsome face. After the establishment of the Yuhai base, the top leaders quickly restored the power supply system to some important areas, and the high-end villa area where Mu Qiu was located was also within this line. Mu Qiu closed his eyes, holding a deep blue crystal core in each of his palms. The crystal core was emitting a gorgeous light blue halo, which bloomed with ripples under the reflection of the light. The halo was still lingering around Mu Qiu's hand at first, and then it seemed to be attracted by something and gradually merged into Mu Qiu's body. As these halos merged into Mu Qiu's body, the temperature of Mu Qiu's body surface gradually decreased, causing the temperature of the air to drop a lot. The whole villa seemed to be invaded by cold air, and there was a strange cold air blowing before the air conditioner was turned on. The water vapor in the room began to condense into transparent water droplets, dripping down the wall. At a certain moment, Mu Qiu suddenly opened his eyes, and saw that his deep pupils seemed to have a flash of ice blue light. Sure enough, The energy in the crystal core is still far less enjoyable than swallowing it directly. Mucho looked at the pile of crystal cores that had been absorbed and dimmed by the bed, and sighed lightly. After absorbing all the energy in these crystal cores, he was able to raise his ice ability to the peak of B level. After all, the ice zombies he absorbed were only at the early stage of B level. If there was another attack like yesterday, the ice cone would not only penetrate Makuen's shoulder blade, but even half of his body would be frozen at the moment of contact with the ice cone, and would be shattered by the momentum of the ice cone in an instant. Mucho has not yet broken through the bottleneck after absorbing so many crystal cores, so the difficulty of promotion for ordinary awakeners can be imagined. Mucho felt helpless. It stands to reason that the flame demon has devoured at least 8,000 human awakeners and heretics over the years, which made it a terrifying heretic that dominates the end of the world. But the only things that are really useful to him are the fire ability and the ice ability of the zombie heretic absorbed by the flame demon when he was reborn. It has to be said that flame demon's luck is really bad. He only devoured 2 elemental powers and 2 of them. Tomorrow I should follow the team to explore the city ruins. I'm really looking forward to it. Mucho stood up and stretched, looking at the full moon outside the window through the large French window on the second floor. A joint hunt between a zombie king and humans. Early the next morning, Mucho arrived at an abandoned coffee shop in the west of the city according to the agreed place with Wei Linger. The whole coffee shop was very empty, and Mucho could even keenly notice that the flower bed at the door was full of dust. Mucho calculated the time and thought it was just in time, so he pushed the door open and walked in. When he walked into the coffee shop, there was no one around, only a few people sitting at a square table in front of the counter. Mucho observed the appearance of the few people and found that this team was really full of talents. Sitting on the far right of the table was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and work clothes, the kind that no one would even look at when walking on the street. Sitting next to the middle-aged man was a young fat man who looked to be in his 20s, eating melon seeds and chatting with people around him, with a smile on his face. Sitting on the other side was a little girl who looked like a junior high school student, who looked about 13 or 14 years old, with a pretty face, wearing a floral dress, and her hair tied in double ponytails behind her head, looking well-behaved and cute, like a girl next door. There was a little squirrel lying on the girl's shoulder, sleeping soundly on the girl's shoulder as if it was not afraid of strangers. But when Mucho looked at the person sitting next to the girl, he was slightly stunned, with surprise in his eyes. How could this person be here? Because the few people were chatting and had their backs to Mucho, they obviously didn't notice Mucho's arrival at the first time. Seeing the familiar face, Mucho couldn't help but be slightly stunned. How could she be here? This familiar face is none other than Lu Qingfei, a member of the medical team who was mocked by Mucho as the Madonna yesterday. Hey, Mucho, you're here. Just when Mucho was confused, a sweet voice as sweet as a silver bell suddenly came from the front. Mucho turned around and saw Wei Linger holding a spoon at the counter in front of her, making a cup of coffee on the counter. Hearing Wei Linger's voice, the people who were talking stopped talking and looked at Mucho who had just entered. The middle-aged man and the fat man looked at Mucho with curious eyes. Apparently they also knew something about Mucho, who had caused quite a stir in the base in recent days. The little girl glanced at Mucho and then hurriedly lowered her head. As for concubine Lu Qing, she glanced at Mucho, frowned, and then stopped talking. Ha, a newcomer has kept us waiting for so long, you were so proud. A slightly sarcastic voice came, and Mucho turned around to see a short-haired man wearing a vest leaning against the corner, holding a coffee cup in his hand, looking at Mucho with a somewhat unhappy expression. Mucho frowned slightly. For some reason, he sensed an undisguised malice from this man. If I remember correctly, it's not the agreed gathering time yet, right? Mucho retorted, and a flash of anger suddenly flashed in the short-haired man's eyes, and he stared at Mucho with a pair of tiger eyes. Mucho naturally showed no fear and looked at him calmly. This must be little brother Mucho who was famous in Yuhai recently. Just as the atmosphere solidified, the middle-aged man sitting at the table stood up, walked over to Mucho and said with a simple smile, "A rare elemental power, even at my age I am envious of it." Mucho turned her gaze over, smiled calmly and said, "No, I'm just lucky." At this time, Wei Linger also came over with a cup of coffee. First, he glared at the short-haired man leaning against the wall, then handed the coffee in his hand to Muchio and whispered in his ear, "This man's name is Song Songhua. He is an awakener of the mutation system. Sister Qingfei saved his life before. He is also one of Sister Qingfei's suitors." Muchio suddenly realized that no wonder this short-haired man was targeting her so much. It turned out that he was standing up for Lu Qingfei, the Holy Mother. Then Wei Linger also began to introduce the team members to Muchio. "This middle-aged uncle's name is Chen Weigua. His ability is like a barrier and he is a reliable defensive player in our team." Where, Chen Weigua touched the back of his head honestly, wiped his hands with his pants and said, "Don't listen to Linger's nonsense. I was a migrant worker before the end of the world. I joined the search team just to make a living in this shitty end of the world." Muchio shook hands with him, smiled and nodded. Chen Weigua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this newcomer was not as difficult to get along with as rumored. Wei Linger pointed at the fat young man sitting on the sofa and said, "His name is Zhu Feng, you can just call him Fatty. His ability is..." The fat man suddenly grinned and stood up from the sofa. Then he moved and blurred into an afterimage. After a few steps, he came to Muchio and answered, "My superpower is super high-speed movement. How about it, brother? It's not bad, right?" "It's pretty good." Muchio didn't expect that this man was still a flexible fat man, and his slightly fat body did not slow down his wind-like speed at all. After a brief induction, this fat man was also a B-level awakener. With his speed and ability, he should be responsible for investigation work in the team. Of course, this speed is far from comparable to his rabbit charm. Muchio looked at the girl with twin tails, her head lowered, huddled in concubine Lu Qing's arms. The girl seemed to be aware of Muchio's gaze. She raised her head and lowered her head hurriedly. Wei Linger stepped forward and rubbed the girl's head, smiling sweetly. "This is Sister Su-Wen. She is relatively introverted to strangers. You can just get to know her better in the future." "Hello." Hearing Wei Linger introducing herself, Su-Wen blushed and said hello to Muchio. Muchio naturally had no ill intentions towards such a cute little sister and responded with a smile. Wei Linger said to Muchio, "Don't underestimate Sister Su-Wen, her ability is said to be able to listen to the sounds of all things." After hearing this, Su-Wen hurriedly waved her little hands, and was so anxious that she shook the squirrel off her shoulders. No, now we can only communicate with some sane animals." Wei Linger pinched Su-Wen's fair and slightly voluptuous face and smiled. "Even so, Sha Wenwen is still an important source of information for our team. Relying on Sister Wenwen's information, we avoided a lot of trouble during the mission." Muchio nodded. If this little sister really has the ability to communicate with all things, then she is indeed a powerful superpower with great potential for growth. Next, Wei Linger looked at concubine Lu Qing, who was also sitting aside. She didn't know how to introduce him for a moment. After all, the two of them had a holiday not long ago. Before Wei Linger could speak, concubine Lu Qing stood up first. Although she was a little embarrassed, she still smiled at Muchio and said, "Linger has already told me what happened that day. It's true that I misunderstood you. I apologize to you for my recklessness that day, but I still cannot agree with your behavior. After all, it is a human life anyway, and his life or death should not be decided so easily." Muchio looked around Lu Qingfei. Today, she was still wearing a pair of dark blue jeans, but she didn't wear a white coat on her upper body, which outlined her perfect and proud figure to the fullest. Her beautiful face with a little makeup was already a rare beauty in the end times. Her long hair was tied up in a single ponytail behind her head, adding a bit of vitality to her mature and elegant appearance. After hearing Lu Qingfei's words, Muchio turned his head and glanced at Wei Linger. Seeing the latter showing his fangs and threatening expression, Muchio's handsome face also smiled. "I accept your apology, of course. I will not give up my principles. I will make sure that anyone who dares to provoke me will die without a burial place." After saying the last sentence, Muchio still had a spring breeze-like smile on his face, as if what he said was just a trivial matter. "Humph, what a big tone." Song Songhua came over from the side, looked at Muchio with a somewhat unfriendly face, and said in a cold tone, "I hope that some people will not be scared to the point of being unable to walk when they see those zombie heretics in the urban ruins." New check-in location appears. Muchio was not angry about this, but just smiled. "Then let's wait and see." "Would you feel angry if there were ants crawling under your feet?" If you don't like it, just find an opportunity to step on it. Mucho's dull reaction actually made Song Songhua feel as if his fist had hit cotton. Mucho's leisurely smile looked more like a mocking sneer in Song Songhua's eyes. He ground his teeth in anger and walked aside with a cold snort. However, Mucho felt keenly that Song Songhua's supernatural power had reached the peak of B level, and the intensity of the supernatural energy was also the highest in the entire team. This kind of strength is among the best in the search team, no wonder he has such an arrogant attitude. Okay, today is the first time we meet. If we don't have to perform a mission, we must go out for a drink. Fat man Zhufeng quickly came out to smooth things over when he saw this, put his arms around Mucho's neck, and said with a natural smile, "Welcome Brother Mu to join our Demon Lantern team." Mucho? Butterfly dream fades? Mucho turned her head stiffly and looked at Wei Linger with an unnatural expression on her face. The corners of her mouth twitched and said, "This name wasn't given by you, was it?" Aha! Wei Linger snorted softly and raised her neck like a proud swan. "How is it? My name is quite nice, isn't it?" Mucho twitched the corner of her mouth again, dumbfounding. "Yes, quite individual. Boss, I said at the beginning that it would be great to call the team the Avengers. We are domineering but also a little tender. At first glance, we are a team with substance." The fat man seemed to have some objections to the name of the team. I think the God of War team is pretty good too. This is the aesthetics of the middle-aged Uncle Chunweigua. Do you have any objections to my name? Wei Linger waved her pink fist and showed her fangs, looking like she was going to explode. Don't dare, Mucho took a sip of coffee silently. The smell is too strong. He is indeed not suitable for drinking such high-end products. The group of people did not exchange greetings for too long before packing up their equipment and getting ready to set off. Mucho noticed that except for Old Chen who carried a standard rifle on his shoulder and Song Songhua who had a pistol on his waist, the others did not bring any obvious equipment. Only Lu Qingfei carried a small medical kit. Mucho followed everyone to the back door of the cafe. I saw two domineering-looking Jeep SUVs parked one behind the other at the entrance of the alley behind the cafe. The off-road vehicle obviously showed signs of being modified. The tires were wide and thick, and the front and rear bumpers of the vehicle were welded with strong steel bars, which looked as ferocious as the fangs of a beast. From a distance, it looked like two steel beasts crawling on the ground. Seeing that there were only two cars around, Mucho couldn't help but wonder, are we setting off alone? Song Songhua mocked, "You are really a newcomer, you don't even know such an important rule." Chen Weigua, the uncle in work clothes, explained, little brother Mu is new here. It's normal not to know the rules of the search team soon after entering the base. Under normal circumstances, each search team has its own independent gathering place, and the outbound missions never start together. Chen Weigua suddenly said solemnly to Mucho, moreover, even if the search team comes out of the same base, they may not be trustworthy when they arrive in the ruins outside the city. Chen Weigua squinted his eyes and looked at the skyline stretching outside the city, with a slight sense of vicissitudes of life on his face. In the vast ruins of the city, the people there are truly lawless and can do anything. The only thing you can trust is your teammates and your own abilities. We have seen too many examples of interceptions and search teams fighting and killing each other because of a little grudge. It can be said that once the search team goes out, no one can guarantee who will actually come back alive. Speaking of this, Mucho noticed that everyone had a solemn expression on their faces. Even the little girl named Suwon turned pale, as if she thought of something terrible, and her body started to tremble. Okay, Old Chen, stop scaring people here. Fatty noticed the tense atmosphere and quickly stood up to refute Chen Weigua. What is the level of our team this time? They are all strong soldiers. The monsters in the yellow zone can't stop us at all. Besides, don't we still have Dr. Lu, a healing awakener, and Mucho, an elemental awakener with amazing destructive power? This lineup can form a group to eliminate even A-level heretics. Isn't it as easy as playing a dungeon? Fat Chu Feng was very open-minded and didn't think there would be any surprises in this mission. In short, we still have to be vigilant. The heretical abilities in the outside world are also all kinds of strange and varied. Maybe we will catch them at some point. Wei Linger gave a pertinent evaluation at this time. Mucho nodded. It was obvious that this team had some experience in performing missions. The team was divided into two groups. Mucho, Fatty, Wei Linger and little Lolita Suwen sat in the front car, with Fatty as the driver. The other car was occupied by the remaining Lu Qingfei, the short-haired man Song Tsonghua and the middle-aged Uncle Chen Weigua. In the car, Mucho noticed that the large trunk was full of food and water, and the remaining space was filled with weapons and a small amount of tools. The two steel beasts started with the roar of exhaust gas. Mucho sat in the co-pilot, and Wei Linger and Suwen sat in the back. The little girl seemed to be a little tired. Not long after the car started, she tilted her head and fell asleep. The zone-haired squirrel in her arms was not afraid of strangers and started to eat a nut. Mucho turned his head to look at Wei Linger and asked with an interested smile, "I didn't hear that Lu Qingfei would follow us to carry out the mission." Wei Linger blinked and looked out the window with a reserved look. "Really? Maybe I forgot to say it." Mucho was still smiling and staring. Wei Linger was stared at for a while, shook her head, and said, Okay, you win. I did know that Sister Qingfei would act with us." "Why would she go with us?" Mucho asked. Wei Linger explained, "Sister Qingfei gave her fiancé's phone to the technical department, and they cracked the location where her husband last appeared. That's why Sister Qingfei applied to her superiors and wanted to find her fiancé through the search team. She was worried and had to follow us, so I suggested that she join our team. In addition to searching for resources, our mission this time is to help Sister Qingfei find her fiancé." "Oh?" Mucho didn't think it was that surprising. He had long known that this saint was a person who valued love and friendship. Now that he had news about her husband, it would be abnormal for Mucho to sit and wait for death. Where did her husband disappear last? Wei Linger shrugged and said helplessly, "That place seems to be called Tiandi Entertainment Club, and it is located right at the border of the yellow zone and the red zone. That means our mission this time may run through the entire yellow zone, and even for us to carry out such a mission is a bit dangerous." The team set sail Daishiandi Entertainment Club? Mucho's eyes widened instantly, and her expression was no longer as calm as before. He has never forgotten that the next check-in location given by the system is the Daishiandi Entertainment Club. At first, he even looked up nearby maps, but he didn't find this place. Unexpectedly, he could find it now without any effort. When Wei Linger saw Mucho's appearance, she seemed to think of something and suddenly said, "I remember, you asked me about this place before. How come you know this place?" Only then did Wei Linger remember that she had first heard this Daishiandi Entertainment Club mentioned somewhere in Lu Qingfei's mouth, but she couldn't remember it after thinking about it for a long time. But Mucho's performance reminded her that the first time she heard about this place was from Mucho's mouth. Wei Linger looked at Mucho with suspicious eyes. This time, it was Mucho's turn to feel guilty and she hurriedly explained, "I have a relative who happens to work there, and I wanted to see if he was still alive." Wei Linger frowned and said, "That entertainment club is located in Lannan City, next to Yuhai City. Do you have relatives working there?" Wei Linger was such a smart girl, and obviously didn't completely believe Mucho's words, but she could also see that Mucho didn't want to say anything more, so she didn't say anything more. However, the fat man driving the car interrupted at this moment, "What kind of relative?" "If you ask me, it must be Mucho, your goddess before the end of the world, right? You were worried about the safety of the goddess, so the first thing you thought about after being rescued to the safe area was to save the goddess from fire and water." The fat man's brain circuit was very strange, and at this time, he had already imagined a drama about a loser obsessed with a goddess. Wei Linger, who was sitting in the back row, gave the fat man a slap in the face, then apologized to Mucho. "You won't blame me for Sister Qingfei's matter, right?" Mucho shook her head and said with a smile, "So you came to my place yesterday to call for punishment, but you also wanted to get a vaccination today?" Mucho did not forget that Wei Linger warned her yesterday to have a better attitude after seeing concubine Lu Qing. Obviously she had expected this situation. Wei Linger stuck out her tongue, "Aren't I worried that you will be embarrassed when we meet?" Mucho explained that she didn't care, but looked out the car window with a smile on her lips. "Of course not, besides, I think that with the Holy Mother Lu Qingfei here, this journey will not be too boring." The corners of Mucho's mouth rose, as if she had seen something interesting. Although it no longer mattered what she said that day, it didn't mean that Mucho could agree with Lu Qingfei's ideas. During this trip, he was looking forward to the performance of this holy mother. Yes, this desperate mission that seemed to be full of dangers among the team members was nothing more than a leisurely trip back home in Mucho's eyes. Who would feel fear after returning to their hometown? Two steel-clad and tenacious steel beasts were rampaging on the deserted quiet streets, and the surrounding stores echoed with the huge roar of engines. WWW. Soon, two modified jeeps drove a group of 7 people off-road to a row of walls made of solid rocks, like steel. Mucho was finally able to observe the tall wall that protected tens of thousands of survivors up close this time. The appearance and function of this wall look like the kind of wall in a certain giant. They are all designed to protect the safety of survivors in the city. However, it is obvious that the workmanship of this wall is much better than that in Giant. It is several feet tall and long. The wall surface is smooth, hard and thick, and the wall has a green iron color. Mucho speculated that the Awakened Ones used their strange strength to dig up the bedrock underground and moved it here, and then the Awakened Ones who were similar to rock assimilation carefully polished the bedrock and poured it into the steel wall. Not surprisingly, there are also special law enforcement guards patrolling the walls. After some review, the two off-road vehicles passed through the iron gate of the wall and drove out of one of the few pure lands of mankind in this apocalyptic world. Even after driving out of the fence, there is an empty highway ahead, and it is still silent. Not to mention the zombies, even the bird feathers are nowhere to be seen. On the other hand, on the asphalt road that was cracked by the scorching sun, one could see large areas of dried blood. Mucho speculated that the surrounding area had already been cleared by the Awakened Ones in the base. The glaring sunlight shines in through the car window, piercing the eyes so hard that they can't even open their eyes. The summer breeze brings a little coolness to the face. If it weren't for the scarlet blood stains on the ground, just looking at this scene, I would have thought it was an ordinary group outing before the end of the world. The two jeeps, which looked like ferocious steel beasts, were racing wildly on the empty asphalt road. Occasionally, I encountered a few abandoned vehicles that were weathered by the weather, and I would just run them over. The two off-road vehicles were speeding along the road, and in a short time they were dozens of kilometers away from Yuhai. Wild music was playing in the car, and the accelerator under Fatty's feet also accelerated wildly to the rhythm of the music. A ferocious zombie in ragged clothes and covered in blood was walking on the road nearby. Hearing the sound of the accelerator, he rushed towards Mucho's off-road vehicle like a lion fighting a rabbit. The fat man was not afraid. He swayed to the music, stepped on the accelerator, and hit the zombie directly. In an instant, blood spattered on the front bumper of the off-road vehicle, and the glass was already covered in flesh and blood. The fat man turned on the wipers to clean the windshield as if nothing had happened, while Wei Linger in the back seat yawned out of boredom, as if she had already gotten used to it. He is indeed a battle-hardened member of the search team. Mucho pinched his chin and nodded, expressing his appreciation. Mucho, you must have a strong psychological quality, because you will see more terrible things in the future. Seeing Mucho staring at the blurred flesh and blood outside the window in a daze, the fat man thought that Mucho was frightened by the violent scene, so he reminded him. Mucho didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Then you will have to trouble the fat man to protect us." The fat man patted his chest, raised his thumb confidently, and said, "Don't worry, with Xu Feng here, there will be no accidents." The mutant abilities of Loli Su Wen and Song Tsonghua, unlike the Yuhai safe zone, which was quickly recaptured, Lannan City quickly faced collapse shortly after the outbreak of the apocalyptic virus. In less than a month, Lannan City was captured by countless zombie heretics and completely turned into a survival paradise for these irrational monsters. Here, many zombie heretics eat each other and evolve, breeding many heretical monsters with terrifying power. In a neighborhood in Lannan City, hundreds of kilometers away from Yuhai City. Thousands of hungry zombies with withered bodies, staring blankly, waving their deformed sharp claws, and constantly making gurgle sounds from their throats. The air exuded a strong smell of putrefaction and blood, as if forming a smelly blood mist, which was nauseating. Because they cannot be replenished with fresh flesh and blood for a long time, these zombies can only rely on the small amount of supernatural energy in their bodies to barely maintain their lives. When the supernatural energy in their bodies is not enough to move, they will kill their own kind crazily, fight and devour each other, and rob each other of their supernatural energy to survive. It has nothing to do with rational wisdom, it is just a survival instinct of living creatures. A zombie seemed to have discovered something. It suddenly opened its big mouth, stretched out its sharp claws, and rushed towards an iron fence in the distance with a ferocious face. At this moment, the violent roar of the car sounded. A jeep with a ferocious appearance and armored body armor sprinted like a steel beast, slamming into an iron fence next to the block. All the zombies behind the iron net were crushed and destroyed by this steel behemoth. For a moment, blood mist filled the sky, and blurred limbs and broken arms were splashed everywhere, directly dyeing the off-road vehicle body in blood red. Woohoo! The fat man got out of the car first. He was wearing a pair of square sunglasses and looking at his masterpiece with a proud look. Full of darkness and horror, this violent aesthetic is simply a classic work of art. The fat man's face showed a look of intoxication, as if he was sighing for his masterpiece. Stop playing tricks, don't forget that we are here to do business. Wei Linger and little Lolita Su-Wen walked out from behind the car. They both frowned when they saw this bloody scene, with disgust on their faces. Mucho also got out of the passenger seat, still wearing a black windbreaker and waist-high trousers, looking casual. Feeling the strong smell of blood in the air, as if the real blood was about to invade the skin, arousing the hidden inner demons. Mucho breathed a sigh of relief. The violent emotions belonging to the fire demon lord in his body also rarely conveyed a relaxed emotion. Feeling like going home at the same time, the same violent engine roar came from behind, and another armed off-road vehicle sped from behind. Holy Mother Lu Qingfei, middle-aged Uncle Chen Weigua and licking dog Song Songhua got out of the car. 7 people gathered together. Wei Linger was the first to say, there are many high-level heretics in the city. Driving in and making too much noise can easily cause zombie riots. Then we have to explore on foot. As she spoke, Wei Linger took out a tablet with an electronic map carved on it. It marks the location of a large number of resources hidden in the city. Our task is to determine the detailed location of these resources and clean up the powerful heretics around them. If survivors are found in the ruins of the city, we must protect their safety as much as possible and report to the base for rescue. Wei Linger briefly introduced the general mission process, then pointed to a certain location on the map and looked at Su-Wen, the Lolita in the floral skirt beside her. Su-Wen nodded knowingly, put her finger to her mouth and whistled softly. Mucho seemed to feel something. She looked up and saw a sparrow the size of a hand swoop down and landed in Su-Wen's delicate palm. WWW. Several obscure sounds suddenly came out of Su-Wen's mouth. The sparrow seemed to understand something. After chirping twice, it spread its wings and flew into the distance. Mucho looked on in amazement. Chen Weigua couldn't help but exclaimed, no matter how many times I see Xiaowen's abilities, I am still amazed. After a while, the sparrow flew back, Su-Wen fed a nut to it, and the little sparrow immediately rubbed Su-Wen's cheek affectionately. Sister Linger, Mao Mao said that if you go to the southeast, there will be a dark mass of zombies, and there is also a monster inside that makes Mao Mao tremble. Mucho examined the sparrow named Mao Mao and found that the latter was not as simple as it seemed. Although the supernatural energy in its body was not high, it still reached D level. Judging from the way it comes and goes like the wind, this little sparrow probably still has speed powers, so it would be perfect for it to explore the way. When Wei Linger learned the news, she looked at several locations marked on the map, thought for a while and then said, in that case, let's take a detour and go to the Third People's Hospital of Lannan City to search for medical resources first. 1-1, please tell Mao Mao to check the situation from a distance and report it immediately if anything happens. Others obviously didn't have any objections, so the group of 7 people set out on their journey due east of the city. The fat man hit Mucho with his elbow and said with a smile, how about it? 1-1's superpower is very convenient. Thanks to these little guys, we have avoided a lot of casualties. Chen Weigua also said with an honest smile. Hearing everyone's praise, Su-Wen blushed again, no. Thanks to everyone's protection, just as everyone was talking and laughing, suddenly more than a dozen zombies jumped out from the dark corner of the street, rushing towards everyone with their bloody mouths wide open. Mucho had expected it, but did not make any move. The first one to react among the others was Lao Chen. He crossed his arms, and as the energy surged, a wide barrier several feet long immediately appeared in front of everyone. A murderous intent flashed in Song Tsonghua's eyes. He roared, his body changed, and a layer of dark blue mane began to appear on his body's surface, extending to his face. The muscles on his arms could be clearly seen bulging, and even his chest bulged with it. The veins on the back of his hands bulged, and two sharp spikes several feet long protruded. This Song Songhua was surprisingly a wolf-shaped mutant awakener. Song Songhua's leg tendons suddenly tensed up, and his feet shook. He rushed over like an arrow, swinging a fist at a zombie, and the protruding spikes on the back of his fist directly pierced the zombie's head. Then he pulled the zombie next to him, smashed his fists into the zombie's chest like a giant hammer, and immediately pulled it outward with force, and the zombie was torn into two halves. Attacked, Muchio's fatal blow. Song Songhua's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his fighting spirit was rising. He rushed into the zombie group alone and fought with dozens of zombies who came after hearing the noise. Song Songhua rushed into the zombie group like a tiger into a wolf pack, like a wild beast eating raw meat and drinking blood. His arms were soaked in blood in an instant, and the zombies around him were even more tragic. They all fell to the ground with their stomachs ripped open and blood dripping. The bloody and violent scene was unbearable to watch. The team members behind him all watched Song Songhua's single fight, but they had no intention of coming forward to help. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar came from a distance. Everyone looked up and saw two wild dogs with fierce eyes roaring wildly, opening their bloody mouths and rushing towards the barrier set up by Chinhuagua. Although it was called a wild dog, its size was comparable to that of an adult tiger. It was huge, with a strange grayish-white hair, and bloodstains on its ferocious fangs. The huge body of the giant dog, which looked like a ferocious beast, hit Chinhuagua's barrier, but the barrier just shook and bounced the two beasts away. The powerful impact forced the giant dog to roll on the ground for several rounds, shaking its head and licking its hair, and then roared again, showing its murderous intent towards Muchio and others. Hey, B-level mutant dogs? It's just right for me to practice. The fat man was experienced and saw the level of the two mutant dogs at a glance. He grinned and took out two steel knuckles from his waist, and rushed up in a flash. Muchio nodded. The two mutant dogs were only at the initial level of B, and the super energy in their bodies was not stable. The fat man's super high-speed movement was also the most suitable for targeting such difficult mutant monsters. Sure enough, the fat man was as fast as the wind, so fast that it was difficult to detect with the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed dozens of meters. Before the two giant dogs could react, the fat man's agile figure had already flashed in front of a fierce dog. The fat man smiled and waved the brass knuckles on his fist to hit the dog's head. The mutant giant dog wailed and was instantly knocked several meters away. Another mutant giant dog also reacted, opened its bloody mouth and bit the fat man. The fat man was not afraid of danger, and his fists beat the giant dog like a sack, making it retreat step by step. This fat man is really good. Muchio saw that the fat man was not just hitting randomly. The fat man was ruthless and decisive, and he specifically hit the vital points. He was a martial artist. Wei Linger explained, "Don't think that Fatty is so mean at ordinary times. He was a professional fitness coach before the end of the world. Other people become thinner and thinner when they reach the end of the world, but this Fatty, who used to have muscles, has gained weight and turned into fat." Muchio didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Other people are getting thinner and thinner, why is Fatty still growing backwards? He is greedy for pleasure. Wei Linger rolled her eyes and complained, "Every time he comes back from a mission, this Fatty will eat and drink a lot, and then go find a woman after a full meal. He eats and drinks excessively and indulges in debauchery. If he is not fat, who will be fat?" As she said this, Wei Linger once again thought of the entertainment club that Muchio had asked about, and looked at Muchio with a suspicious look. "You are not as dirty as him, are you?" Muchio waved his hand hurriedly. "How is it possible? He is still a virgin now? How could a gentleman like him, a peerless good man, corpse do such a thing?" Looking at the battle in the distance, Song Songhua was covered in blood, even more zombie-like than a zombie. The zombies around him fell in pieces, with their limbs torn and scattered everywhere. Only a few zombies were still attacking him. On the fat man's side, a zombie dog had been beaten to the ground with its head raised up, and it was unknown whether it was dead or alive. Another one had one eye blinded, but it was also covered with scars and blood. It was obvious that it could not hold on for much longer. The battle was almost over, and everyone's vigilance was greatly reduced. But at this moment, something strange happened. A short yellow figure rushed out from the grass on the side of the road, and pounced on Lu Qingfei, who was standing beside him like an arrow before everyone could react. When everyone reacted, the short figure with a cold light was only an inch away from Lu Qingfei's delicate and fair cheek. An ice light blocked the attack of the short figure. A slightly cold touch passed across Lu Qingfei's face, and then it shot straight at the short yellow figure that attacked. The light blue ice cone hit the short yellow figure's calf like thunder, and then the frost came like a wave, freezing the figure into an ice cube in an instant. Lu Qingfei was very familiar with this ice blue ice cone. She turned her head suddenly and looked behind her, only to see Mu Qiu standing there quietly, with a strand of ice blue cold air wrapped around his outstretched arm. Mu Qiu's eyes narrowed into crescents, and he smiled at Lu Qingfei. "It will be dangerous if you don't stay alert at all times, my saint lady." Seeing that the danger was lifted, Lu Qingfei's tense nerves slowly relaxed. But when she heard Mu Qiu's slightly teasing words, Lu Qingfei frowned slightly again. She didn't like Mu Qiu's sarcastic tone. But she still said to Mu Qiu, "Thank you, I will be careful." After saying that, Lu Qingfei turned her head to look at the short yellow figure wrapped in ice on the ground. It turned out that this was a dark yellow kitten that was only as long as an average human head. However, this kitten was obviously highly mutated. Half of its face was rotten and the maggots could be seen wriggling inside. Its face was hideous, its two milk teeth were protruding and curved, and its sharp claws on its front feet flashed with a strange cold light. "Good, Mu Qiu, your reaction speed is unmatched." The fat man had just finished dealing with the two mutant giant dogs and happened to see Mu Qiu condensing ice cones to deal with the mutant cat. He stepped forward and praised him. "Brother Mu is worthy of being an awakener of the elemental system. His method made us ashamed." Chen Weiguo said with a smile. "Mu Qiu, I will give you the credit for saving Sister Qingfei." Wei Linger patted her petite chest, feeling a little scared. Lu Qingfei was a rare member of the medical team. If something went wrong, they would not be able to escape the blame. Besides, Wei Linger was also very happy to see that the relationship between Mu Qiu and Lu Qingfei had eased. Song Songhua came forward with blood all over his body and asked with concern, "Qingfei, are you okay?" Lu Qingfei shook her head and said nothing. Then Song Songhua looked at the mutant kitten frozen in the ice, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although this mutant cat is not strong, it only looks like sea level, but its speed is surprisingly fast. At first, no one except Mu Qiu reacted. But Mu Qiu not only reacted in time, but also killed it with one blow. Even he, a peak B-level awakener, can't do this. TSK, an elemental awakener? This kid is really lucky. Noticing Lu Qingfei's abnormality, Song Songhua looked at Mu Qiu with a hint of jealousy in his eyes. Mysterious Lannan Hospital. 7 people gathered at the entrance of the street, but it was quiet and deserted, and the air was filled with the smell of fresh blood. Lu Qingfei noticed that Fatty and Song Songhua both had some scars on their bodies. After Song Songhua turned into a werewolf, his consciousness became violent, just like the wild beasts in the jungle that ate raw meat and drank blood. He fought with the zombies with all his might, and had the most scars on his body. Some of them were even stained with the blood of zombies. Although they would not mutate again if not treated, they would be infected by the virus to a certain extent. The battle between Fatty and the 2 zombie dogs was also very physical, and he also suffered a lot of injuries. Lu Qingfei quickly used her bandage ability to heal the injuries of Song Songhua and Fatty one by one. The wounds on the 2 were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fat man was amazed. It's good to have an awakened person with healing ability in the team. Usually, we can only deal with such injuries by ourselves. It's really convenient to have Dr. Lu in the team. "I think you should just join our team directly." Lu Qingfei just smiled slightly, glanced at Mu Qiu, and said in a teasing tone, "I'm afraid there are still people who don't want me to join." Mu Qiu spread his hands and smiled. "How could it be? I believe that with you, this journey will be much more interesting." Okay, we can't stay here for too long. The smell of blood will attract heretics from other areas, and it will be troublesome at that time. Wei Linger reminded that it is not suitable to stay too long in such a zombie-filled neighborhood. Everyone understood, and the fat man couldn't wait to dig out the crystal cores in the bodies of the surrounding zombies. What was a little disappointing was that the crystal core explosion rate in these ordinary zombies was too low. Only 10 white crystal cores were dug out of dozens of zombies. However, the 2 B-level mutant zombie dogs each had a light yellow energy crystal core in their lower jaws. As soon as the fat man dug it out, he smiled and said to Wei Linger, "Linger, I killed these 2 myself. It's not too much for me to share one, right?" Wei Linger replied with sharp teeth, "No. It was agreed that these crystal cores will be distributed after returning to the base. You should be more obedient." The fat man wanted to cry but had no tears. The despair in his eyes was about to overflow. After hurriedly collecting the crystal cores, everyone hurried away. Along the way, Wei Linger gave Mu Qiu some common sense about the search team going out. Only then did Mu Qiu know that the so-called search team went out in batches. Like their team going out this time, there were more than a dozen teams, and the cities responsible for searching were also different. The Daimeng Lanshan team that Mu Qiu was in was mainly responsible for several areas in the Lannan city, and the task of finding Lu Qingfei's fiancé was just a sideline. Because it was located in a remote suburban area, there were far fewer zombies on the street than in the city center, and there was no trace of high-level heretic monsters. Mu Qiu and others moved forward much faster. Mu Qiu didn't even take action a few times. The few times he took action were to release ice cones to eliminate a few zombies blocking the road. On the way, several people passed by a large supermarket. After a survey by the mutant sparrow Mao Mao summoned by Su Wen, they found that there were actually thousands of ferocious zombies locked up inside. After learning the information, the few people did not dare to get close to here and quickly took a detour. Thousands of zombies are already extremely terrifying, not to mention that there is a high probability that high-level zombies may be bred inside, which is far beyond the current 7-person team. But before leaving, Wei Linger took out the tablet with the map and marked something on it again. Seeing this, Mu Qiu couldn't help but ask. But Wei Linger didn't seem to understand it either, and just said, "We are reminded to mark the dangerous areas we find on the map, and report them after we go back." It's really strange, a gleam of brilliance flashed in Mu Qiu's eyes, as if he thought of something, but he kept silent. After walking for nearly 2 hours, the group finally arrived at the first place of their trip according to the map, Lannan City 3rd People's Hospital. Strange, why do I feel, so gloomy when I get here? The fat man shuddered as soon as he walked to the iron fence door of the hospital, and his steps also stopped. Wei Linger rolled her eyes at him and said disdainfully, "Stop talking so depressingly, Wen." Suwen was teasing the squirrel on her shoulder at this moment. Hearing Wei Linger's call, Suwen immediately understood and whistled to call out the mutant sparrow named Mao Mao. The little sparrow received the order and immediately disappeared over the hospital. A few minutes later, the sparrow flew back and landed on Suwen's shoulder, chirping a few times. Suwen comforted the sparrow for a while before saying, "The news that Mao Mao sent back is very strange. The hospital seems to be very quiet, with no sound. Look, I told you, there must be something fishy here. Why don't we just not go in?" The fat man backed out at this time. What's there to be afraid of? Maybe all the zombies inside have run away. Song Songhua said to the fat man, obviously not taking the hidden dangers in the hospital seriously at all. Wei Linger's pretty face showed a rare tangled look, and after thinking for a moment, she said, "How about this, let's go in and check it out first, and if there is any danger, we will withdraw immediately." Everyone thought about it and felt that it was feasible, so they all recommended Fatty to be the vanguard. The fat man looked at the hazy sky above the hospital, with black lines on his face, and said sadly, "You can't play with me, can you?" But now that the matter was over, the fat man could only grit his teeth and push open the dilapidated and mottled iron door of the hospital. The hall of the hospital was already dilapidated. In addition, it was located in a remote place and it was dusk and sunset. There had been no sunlight inside for a long time, which gave people an especially weird and eerie feeling. Lannan City has long been turned into an urban ruin, and the power supply system has completely collapsed. The elevator in the hospital has long been paralyzed, and everyone can only walk up on the escalator. The dark corridor had an eerie atmosphere, exuding a lifeless smell of decay, and the handrails were covered with dust. Suwen carefully pulled the corner of Wei Linger's clothes. Even the fat man walking in front had his calves trembling and looked back from time to time. I say we should go back, if we can't find another hospital. The fat man swallowed hard, his confidence seemed a little lacking. Body for the second time, and Song Songhua disappears. Useless trash, get out of my way. Song Songhua pushed the fat man aside impatiently, took out a flashlight from the backpack behind him, and led the way. The fat man naturally had no objection to this, and ran to the back happily. The quiet and dim hospital corridor was particularly depressing, and it seemed like a few people walked for a long time to walk the short dozen steps. Only the heavy breathing echoed in everyone's ears. As awakened people, what they really feared was not this strange and silent atmosphere, but the unknown danger ahead. Several people walked through the corridor to the corridor on the second floor. There were still no living people or zombies here, and there was no movement, as if time had completely stopped in this hospital. Something is wrong. Old Chen, the oldest member of the team, finally spoke. With his rich experience, he immediately noticed something was wrong. How could such a large hospital be without a single person? Even if they have all turned into zombies, they will not all run away. Song Songhua did not want to give up halfway, and said angrily, "We have come this far, whoever wants to leave can leave. Anyway, I will not leave." After that, he took the lead in searching the wards on both sides. Seeing this, Chen Weigua opened his mouth but did not say anything. He could only sigh and followed Song Songhua into the ward. Mucho turned to the fat man next to him and asked, "Is he always like this?" The fat man whispered in Mucho's ear, "A rebellious boy in adolescence, you know." He also pretended to be profound and said, "And this kind of young people lack maternal love, so they have a nostalgic complex for mature women like Dr. Lu." Mucho looked up at Lu Qingfei's proud figure and nodded knowingly. "Well, it's quite mature." "What are you talking about? Hurry up and catch up." Wei Linger saw the fat man and Mucho whispering behind them, and scolded them. The remaining few people also opened the doors of the wards one by one and began to search. Mucho pushed the door open and walked into a room. The sign on the door in front of the room was marked as the nurse's lounge. As soon as the door was opened, a strong smell of disinfectant and a rotten smell came to his face. It was obvious that no one had opened the door of this room for a long time. Mucho pinched his nose and looked at this small room of less than 50 square meters. There was a metal table at the entrance, a small bed in the corner that was big enough for one person to lie flat, and a huge glass cabinet next to it, which was filled with unknown glass medicines. Mucho observed that there was a pool of old bloodstains that had long dried up in the corner of the wall next to the bed. It was obviously caused by the zombie invasion during the outbreak of the apocalypse. Even the metal table was full of broken glass fragments, and the stools in the room were overturned to the ground. The whole room showed signs of chaos after a fight. Interesting, this place has obviously been attacked by zombies, but there is not even a corpse to be seen. Mucho raised the corner of his mouth and stroked his chin, which was his usual thinking posture. After a while, Mucho walked out of the room and came to the counter in the corridor on the second floor of the hospital. Old bloodstains can still be found here, and Mucho even carefully discovered that there were deep scratches on the counter caused by nails. Mucho sat upright on the chair at the counter, closed his eyes, and instantly activated the power of the sheepspell soul out of the body. A group of light red souls like clouds emerged from Mucho's body, and gradually condensed into Mucho's face. Once Mucho's soul emerged, he sensed an inexplicable coldness in the hospital that only souls could feel. The existence of souls is illusory. Mucho manipulated the souls to penetrate the walls and directly enter the wards to explore. Soon, he penetrated the entire second floor room, but still found no useful clues. He then penetrated the ceiling and reached the room above the second floor. This time, he was faster, and he shuttled through the rooms almost as fast as the wind. As expected, all the rooms were empty, and some were even in a mess, with various instruments and medicines broken on the ground, but there was no body. What happened here? Just when Mucho was about to explore further, his soul suddenly seemed to sense something, and he went underground and quickly returned to his body. On the way, Mucho's soul passed through the fat man who had just walked out of the room. Passing through the cold breath of the soul, the fat man shuddered directly, wrapped his coat tighter, and muttered, "Why is it so cold in the summer? I said there must be something weird in this ghost place." The fat man muttered to himself, and then he saw Mucho, who was sitting at the counter and had just returned to his soul. The fat man pointed at Mucho and said indignantly, "Okay, Mucho, we are all searching for resources, and you are slacking off here. Don't think I won't say anything to you just because you are an awakener of the elemental system. Our team has no precedent of keeping lazy people." The fat man seemed to have caught Mucho's handle. Just as he was about to say something, he saw two figures, one big and one small, walking towards him from the distant stairs. The fat man was so scared that he jumped up and hid behind Mucho. Mucho didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and waved at the two figures. When the two figures came closer, they found that it was Wei Linger holding the little lowly Su Wen's hand and walking towards them. The fat man was alarmed for nothing, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and his expression was a little unnatural. Wei Linger asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Fatty, no, nothing. He would never admit that he was afraid of the weird atmosphere of this hospital. Soon, Lu Qingfei and Lao Chen also came down. Wei Linger hurriedly asked, "Sister Qingfei, how is the situation?" Lu Qingfei smiled, "Not bad, the medicines in this hospital are well preserved, and there are even a few instruments that can be operated, great." Wei Linger jumped up excitedly and hugged Lu Qingfei's white neck, looking like a great harvest. These medical instruments are rare and expensive equipment in Yuhai base. If the search team can bring them back after a trip, they can exchange them for a lot of high-level crystal cores. At this time, Old Chen stepped forward with a solemn look on his face. "Has anyone seen Song Songhua?" The fat man asked. "Old Chen, weren't you with him just now?" Old Chen shook his head, looking annoyed. "We searched the rooms upstairs together and found no clues, so he suggested that one person go to the morgue on the first floor underground to take a look. I couldn't stop him." "The morgue?" Song Songhua went to the morgue on the first floor underground? Everyone exclaimed. In any case, the morgue was a forbidden place on Earth that people were afraid of before the end of the world. In this strange and gloomy hospital, mentioning it instantly made people feel scalp numb. So that's it. Mucho seemed to have thought of something, and the eyes of several people were instantly attracted. Mucho sighed lightly and said with emotion, "I think the root of this hospital's strangeness should be in this morgue. The perception of the soul will not deceive him." Since Mucho can clearly sense the cold breath after his soul leaves his body, this hospital must be weird. On the surface, all the rooms in this hospital are fine, so the biggest weirdness should come from the most place in the hospital, the morgue. In this case, let's go there together. Wei Linger's pretty face couldn't help but show a cautious look. At this moment, she has also felt the weirdness of this hospital, but as the captain of the team, she must not give up Song Songhua so easily. I say, are we really going? The fat man's calves were trembling at this moment, but looking at the people who had already left, he still suppressed his fear and chased after them. "Hey, wait for me." The sun had already set, and there was no light in the dim corridor. Only the staggered footsteps of several people echoed in the empty hospital. In each ward on both sides, there seemed to be a pair of invisible eyes staring at Mucho and others through the window, and the deep corridor in front was a bottomless abyss black hole, opening its dark mouth to swallow several people. "You never know what is staring at you in the abyss," Mucho suddenly said, and the fat man behind him was frightened. "What are you doing?" The fat man was angry. Mucho said with a smile, "Why are you not as brave as a girl? You are not afraid of zombies and monsters at ordinary times, but now you are so scared in an empty hospital. Are you hiding something?" As soon as these words came out, Wei Linger, Lu Qingfei, and Su Wen beside him laughed softly. The fat man swallowed his saliva and still said stubbornly, "I just caught a cold recently and I am not feeling well." The farce eased the solemn atmosphere at the scene a lot. Old Chen took the lead to turn on the flashlight and walk down the handrail of the corridor carefully, followed by everyone. Pushing open the door of the basement, a strong stench hit the face, and several girls immediately pinched their noses and looked embarrassed. The morgue of Lannan City Third People's Hospital is the largest in the three surrounding areas, as big as half a parking lot. Usually, bodies that died due to various circumstances are placed here before cremation. After explaining his understanding to everyone, Lao Chen took out a remote control-sized device from his bag, with red dots on the screen. "I was worried about Songhua's whereabouts before, so I gave him a locator, and now it comes in handy." Following the guidance of the locating device, everyone came to the door of a morgue with room number 1 on the door. The door was ajar, leaving traces of someone entering not long ago. Muchio had an inexplicable feeling that as he approached the room, the cold breath gradually became particularly strong. At this moment, Lao Chen stretched out his arm, and an arc-shaped barrier shield blocked everyone. Old Chen looked at Wei Linger, and when the latter nodded, he said in a deep voice, "Everyone be careful." After that, he pushed open the heavy iron door of the morgue. Songhua. When Old Chen opened the door, he saw Song Songhua lying on the ground, covered in blood. At this time, Song Songhua had turned into a werewolf, but he was extremely weak and fell to the ground, covered with scars and blood. His hands were still in an outstretched position, lying on the ground without any life. The fat man ran over to help Song Songhua up, and Lu Qingfei also immediately transformed a healing bandage to treat Song Songhua's wounds. Song Songhua, who was helped up, opened his eyes at the first time, pointed in a direction and shouted, "Quick, get out of here." Everyone looked in the direction of Song Songhua's finger, and Old Chen shone the flashlight over there. Jia, GGG. A sinister grinding sound came. At the end of the room of more than 100 square meters, there was a row of several meters high storage cabinets for storing corpses. In front of the storage cabinet, there was a giant monster more than 10 feet tall sitting. He opened the cabinet door and grabbed a corpse and chewed it with bones and flesh. "What kind of monster is this?" The fat man trembled. The flashlight shone over, and the several meter tall monster was attracted by the light, stopped gnawing, and turned his head to look at everyone. Only then did several people see the true face of this monster. This is a tall meatball with fat all over the body. The thick fat piled up almost made it difficult to see the neck, and only its limbs could be barely recognized from the connection part of the tendon sheath. What's more terrible is that the head on its body looks like a baby. But the baby's head was as huge as its body, its eyes were empty and deep, and its mouth was grinning with a childish smile. However, this childish smile looks extremely strange on a huge body. The unchanging strange smile and the hollow and deep pupils make it look particularly gloomy in this dark morgue. While the body was illuminated by the light, the giant monster baby also found the traces of Muchio and others. As if seeing some fresh food, the giant monster baby reached out and picked up the corpse in the cabinet, opened its mouth to an extent that ordinary people could not imagine, and swallowed the corpse directly with its fangs exposed. Giggle. Giggle, blood flowed out of its closed mouth like delicious sauce. The monster baby walked towards the few people with short steps, chewing in his mouth, making a creepy squeak sound. A level, feeling the powerful energy fluctuations released by the monster baby, Wei Linger bit her silver teeth and instantly analyzed the level of this terrifying heretic. "Take Song Songhua and prepare to retreat." Wei Linger gave the order without thinking too much. Fatty and Lao Chen nodded. One carried Song Songhua and ran away with the rest of the group, while the other set up a barrier to protect the others from evacuating. Seeing that everyone had retreated to the edge of the iron gate. "Be careful of its ability," Song Songhua warned. Just when everyone was confused, the huge monster baby waved its short arms, and the heavy iron gate closed instantly with a snap. It is a spiritual heretic, at least A-level, and it is much more difficult to deal with it than an ordinary A-level heretic. Song Songhua had recovered a little after treatment, and then he explained the ability of the monster baby to everyone. "Strange baby, Muchio's what?" Everyone was shocked when they heard Song Songhua's analysis. Even Muchio's eyes showed excitement, and he looked at the huge monster baby like a meat mountain with eager eyes. Specializing in the spiritual ability of the soul has always been his shortcoming, and now he finally encountered a spiritual heretic. This ability, which can make up for his spiritual shortcomings, is too tempting for him. "I must eat it." Just when Muchio was thinking about how to eat this spiritual heretic without revealing his true identity, this monster baby also showed its bloody white teeth, and looked at everyone with eyes like a toddler staring at the food on the plate. Giggle. Suddenly, an invisible spiritual attack broke through the sky and hit the barrier shield condensed by Lao Zhang directly. The light blue shield that looked extremely solid dimmed in an instant, and then broke directly without any stagnation. Old Zhang was the first to be hit. He was whipped several meters by this spiritual power like a whip and hit the wall behind him. The aftermath of the attack hit the people behind Old Chen like an air cannonball. Suddenly, Muchio's palm was filled with waves, and an ice wall was condensed to block the crowd in front. The invisible shock impact instantly collided with the ice wall, and the ice wall as high as a person cracked in an instant, and the aftermath of the shock was also offset in the explosion. Mu Chou retracted his slightly numb palm. Sure enough, the physique in human form was far inferior to the flame demon lord who had evolved into a monster. This monster baby was only at the A level. If he was in the flame demon state, he could crush it to death with one hand. But he couldn't reveal his identity in front of people. He wanted to defeat this tricky monster baby with only the B-level ice ability and the physique in human form. Xiao was a little headache for Mu Chou. At this moment, a figure passed by Mu Chou as fast as the wind. Mu Chou looked closely and saw that the figure was Wei Linger, who had transformed into a spirit cat. Wei Linger flashed in front of the strange baby, and her open nails turned into furry cat claws, and she pounced on the strange baby's head. Meow! With Wei Linger's delicate cry, her pair of claws were less than 2 feet away from the big-headed strange baby. The strange baby stared blankly at Wei Linger's flying figure, opened its big mouth, and looked like it was looking at a new toy. But the next moment, Wei Linger's cat claws seemed to hit an invisible barrier, and the two collided with each other and immediately made a sound of metal clashing. Wei Linger's cat claws stabbed out madly, hitting the invisible barrier in the air with fierce sparks, but it was unable to break through this invisible barrier composed of telekinesis. Giggle, the strange baby suddenly grinned, and looked at Wei Linger with its hollow black eyes. One of its short fleshy hands grabbed the cat girl who was stabbing hard. Seeing this, Wei Linger hurriedly dodged backwards. The strange baby's fleshy hand grabbed nothing, and its face immediately showed impatience. It actually lay on the ground and crawled towards Wei Linger with its hands and feet. Standing in the distance, Suwen saw Wei Linger trapped in danger. Although her face was horrified, she still suppressed her fear. Suwen gently patted the squirrel on her shoulder, whispered something, and then put the squirrel on the ground. As soon as this ugly squirrel, which was not even as big as an ordinary person's palm, landed on the ground, its body quickly expanded, and finally it was big enough to be on par with beasts like cattle and horses. As the squirrel grew bigger, its eyes also turned red, its hair exploded and its face became brutal, and finally it rushed directly towards the big-headed strange baby and bit it. Fatty, go help Linger. Lu Qingfei noticed that the fat man beside her had not taken any action yet, and hurriedly urged him. The fat man looked at the terrifying monster baby in front of him, swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and then his body stagnated and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, Song Songhua saw Lu Qingfei calling for the fat man to help, bit his silver teeth, shook his body, and his dark blue mane extended to his face, revealing his white fangs, and changed into a werewolf again. Song Songhua roared, and then followed the fat man and pounced on him. Lu Qingfei saw that Song Songhua was seriously injured and still wanted to fight, and just wanted to stop him, but before she could speak, Song Songhua had disappeared. She sighed lightly and looked at Mu Chou with hope. Mu Chou raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and also looked at Lu Qingfei. Don't worry, my saint, I will take action this time no matter what, for a full meal. After saying that, Mu Chou's feet were full of wind, and the black windbreaker he was wearing also fluttered. Seeing Mu Chou also taking action, Lu Qingfei breathed a sigh of relief and smiled happily. Then she looked at the people fighting in front of her with a worried look. The fat man's ability is good at speed. Almost in a few moves, his slightly bloated body has hit the huge flesh of the monster baby. The fat man wore a steel knuckles on his hand, and cleverly used dark energy to punch the monster baby's thigh. So hard. The fat man felt that this punch seemed to hit a pile of meat. The spikes on the knuckles could not penetrate the mutated skin of the monster baby. Instead, the recoil force from the knuckles made the fat man's arm numb. Yeah, although the monster baby was not hurt, it was obviously angered by the ingredients that harassed it. It waved its fleshy hands and launched a tentacle-like telekinetic attack. Before the fat man could react, an invisible whip had already whipped him, and the fat man was instantly whipped to the ground. Immediately, another powerful wave came, and this time the target was directly the fat man's head. The fat man felt a gust of wind coming from his ears, and endured the severe pain on his skin. He rolled on the ground, and the ground around him was broken with a boom, leaving a deep gully mark. Suwen's giant squirrel was also spread out by an invisible telekinesis at the moment of attacking the monster baby, and was immediately blasted away by the monster baby's impatient palm. Song Songhua, who was following the fat man, saw that the monster baby's eyes were completely attracted by the fat man. His eyes lit up, and he waved the claws on his fist bones and attacked the monster baby's back. At the same time, Wei Linger, who was spared by the monster baby, also seized the opportunity and flew up to grab the monster baby's neck. Two puffs were heard, and the sharp claws instantly pierced the monster baby's neck and back. In an instant, two pools of blood flew. Roar! The big-headed monster baby roared in pain, and it was difficult to keep a weird smile on its face. It turned its head with a hideous face and waved its fists at the two people without reason. Wei Linger and Song Songhua staggered to avoid the monster baby's huge flesh fist. At this time, they were just exhausted and had not yet regenerated their old strength. But the next second, two more telekinetic attacks came straight at the two people. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Wei Linger faces crisis. A telekinetic attack hit the seriously injured Song Songhua like a cannonball, and he subconsciously raised his arms to protect his head. With a loud bang, a pale yellow screen lit up and blocked Song Songhua. Song Songhua turned his head and saw Chen Weigua, who was blown away by telekinesis at the beginning, leaning against the wall next to him and condensing a barrier to help him block this fatal blow. But Wei Linger on the other side was not so lucky. She attacked the neck of the monster baby with a flying pounce. At this moment, she had just jumped into the air and had no chance of escaping at all. Linger! Old Chen screamed. Wei Linger was too far away from him. He no longer had the strength to condense a barrier to help Wei Linger resist the attack. Wei Linger also knew that she could not avoid this attack in the floating state, but she still exerted force on her feet in an attempt to avoid this fatal blow. But at this moment, another telekinetic attack came from behind, and the powerful wave was like a whistling north wind, sweeping over with unparalleled power. It's over. Wei Linger knew that she had reached a dead end. Her pretty face turned pale, and she closed her eyes in despair. Am I going to die? At this moment, Wei Linger recalled many things. Living in the end of the world, she lost a lot of things, but because of this, she could better understand the preciousness of life. The figures of her former comrades, family, and friends emerged in her mind one by one, and she suddenly felt reluctant to leave this world. A trace of tears passed across her pretty face, and Wei Linger's face was full of reluctance and regret. I say, miss, why are you so sentimental? The expected severe pain did not come, but instead a gentle voice like jade came to her ears. The next moment, she felt that she had entered a warm embrace. Wei Linger slowly opened her eyes, and there were still tears dripping in the corners of her eyes. What came into view was a handsome face, and this face was very familiar to her. It was she who brought him into the Yuhai base. Muchio, Wei Linger murmured subconsciously. A pair of cat ears moved slightly, and her expression was a trance that had never appeared on her face before. Muchio wrapped his left hand around Wei Linger's slender waist and took her into his arms. He stretched out his right hand and condensed a crystal blue ice wall to resist the impact of the monster baby's mind power. The huge storm caused by the collision swept the entire room in an instant, making the originally quiet room seem even more empty. The black windbreaker fluttered, and Muchio slowly jumped down from the air holding Wei Linger. His expression under the broken hair was surprisingly calm. Why can he be so calm? Song Songhua saw Muchio like a god descending from heaven from the side, and an inexplicable look flashed in his eyes. Bringing Wei Linger to the ground, seeing that this girl was still staring at him in a daze, Muchio couldn't help but feel a burst of laughter. Wiping away the tears from the corners of the girl's eyes, Muchio reminded her, Hey, miss, it's almost time for you to come down, right? Wei Linger was awakened by Muchio's words, and then she realized that she was still in Muchio's arms. She blushed and stood up quickly. Muchio didn't seem to notice Wei Linger's abnormality, but instead looked at the crazy big-headed monster baby not far away. It's almost time to end this farce, Muchio said, with his arms horizontally in front of him, and crystal blue mist flashing in his fists. As Muchio spread his arms, a gorgeous and clear blue ice sword appeared in Muchio's palm. If you still have the strength, come together. Muchio narrowed his eyes and looked at the monster baby with a touch of heat in his eyes. Wei Linger's cat ears stood up. The next moment, Muqiu, holding an ice sword, slashed at the monster baby quickly, and Wei Linger followed closely with sharp cat claws. I'm coming too. The fat man got a meteor hammer from nowhere at this time, and instantly activated his super high-speed movement ability. His body turned violently, and he turned into a huge gyroscope with sharp blades all over his body. The huge gyroscope turned on the spot and rolled towards the monster baby at a very fast speed. How could Song Songhua be inferior to others at this time? He paused for a moment and then opened his claws again and pounced on it. The big-headed monster baby had not recovered from the severe pain in his neck and back, and watched several people attack it again. The monster baby was furious, and his innocent and childish face was full of ferocious colors. He climbed up directly from the ground. He saw his two flesh hands waving in front of him, and invisible spiritual thoughts emerged. The powerful spiritual energy actually turned into human faces. The faces made of spiritual power were of different ages, including elderly people and children. But their faces were filled with hatred, resentment, anger, hatred, pain and other emotions, as if they were a combination of negative emotions. In this way, the faces of the people were distorted and floated in the air, and rushed towards the few people under the command of the strange baby. The few people knew that it would be extremely dangerous to be hit by this kind of spiritual power involving the soul level, so they tried their best to dodge the overwhelming terrifying faces. At this time, Chen Weigua, who was leaning against the wall, also eased his injuries under the treatment of Lu Qingfei, took out a rifle from his arms, and began to shoot wildly at the big-headed strange baby. The hail of bullets hit the monster baby's mountain-like body like a rain curtain, and the monster baby's iron-like body was naturally not hurt at all. But the monster baby was still affected by these bullets and could not control the strange human faces composed of spiritual power in the sky. Song Songhua found the right opportunity, jumped up directly, jumped into the air, and swung the sharp blade on his fist and stabbed the monster baby's eye socket directly. Blood flowed out of the monster baby's eyes like a column. The big-headed monster baby screamed, covered his eye sockets and fell backwards. At the same time, the human gyroscope composed of fat people also flew into the air at high speed and hit the monster baby's back wound hard. And the giant squirrel controlled by Su Wen also recovered, staring at the monster baby's hind legs with red eyes. The old wound has not healed yet, and new wounds are added. The big-headed monster baby howled to the sky. It was now completely enraged. It didn't expect that these foods that he regarded as meals would hurt him so much. A flash of red flashed in the eyes of the monster baby, and the fingers opened as if to release a fatal move. Muqiu's eyes moved slightly, and a terrifying red figure flashed in the depths of his pupils. In an instant, a terrifying pressure that only heretic monsters could feel turned into a wave and swept through the body of the big-headed monster baby. The big-headed monster baby felt this tremor from the depths of his soul, and for the first time, a look of horror and fear appeared in his pupils. It was this moment of stagnation that Muqiu seized the opportunity, jumped up with the ice sword in his hand, and pierced the chest of the big-headed monster baby fiercely. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. In the silent and empty morgue, only the anxious breathing of the crowd could be heard. Crack! The next moment, the ice sword in Muqiu's palm shattered. At the same time, the wound on the chest of the big-headed monster baby suddenly froze into ice, and then the ice spread towards the monster baby's huge body at a cracking speed. In a few breaths, the whole body of the big-headed monster baby had been frozen into an ice cube. Power targeting the soul. Is it finally over? Chen Weigua stood up from the wall with support. The arm holding the rifle was surprisingly heavy. Well done, Muqiu. The fat man jumped forward and looked at the big-headed monster baby that was frozen in front of him. He felt that the haze in his heart had been dispelled a lot. The strange baby's face still had an angry and twisted look, but there was a strange look of horror and fear in the depths of his pupils. However, Wei Linger's pair of cat eyes noticed this keenly, and she walked closer and looked at the big-headed monster baby with a confused expression. What is it afraid of? Is it death? Concubine Lu Qing also came over at this time, with a gentle smile on her face. Thank you for your hard work, Muqiu. After all, it was Muqiu who dealt the fatal blow to the big-headed monster baby. Otherwise, judging from his posture and using another big move, I am afraid that there will inevitably be casualties among the members present. Mucho also had an inexplicable smile on her lips. No need to thank me, this is what I should do. Judging from the appearance of the two of them, they look like a harmonious and friendly brother and sister. How can they still have the awkward atmosphere of being at war with each other before? Whispering sound. Song Songhua couldn't stand this scene, and walked past Mucho with a cold snort, a trace of resentment in his eyes. It was obviously him who gave the strange baby a heavy blow first, but all the credit went to Mucho, a newcomer. Despite this, Song Songhua, who passed by Mucho, skillfully took out a dagger from his pocket and was about to take out the crystal core from the big-headed monster baby. I advise you not to do this, Mucho's indifferent voice came from behind. Song Songhua turned his head angrily, but what he saw was Mucho's indifferent face. Mucho glanced at Song Songhua. The look of hatred towards him in the latter's eyes was naturally clear to Mucho, but this kind of role did not allow him to distinguish between him and Song Songhua. This heretic is just frozen by me now, but this is far from enough to kill it, it could break out at any time. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone present was horrified. Then why don't you run away quickly? The fat man suddenly gained strength at this time. Fighting with this kind of monster would undoubtedly cost him his life. If he hadn't considered the other people present, he would have run away without looking back. Several people looked at each other and finally decided to evacuate this place of right and wrong first. Before leaving, Mucho, who was at the end of the team, once again looked at the big-headed monster baby that was frozen like an iceberg, with a meaningful smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. Shortly after the team left, a strange scene happened. The iceberg that sealed the monster baby's huge body in the distance slowly melted, but as the ice melted, the big-headed monster baby's body showed a strange dark purple color, starting from the head and eroding all the way to the monster baby's body. That's not all. This unnatural dark purple color continues to deepen as it spreads, gradually turning into pitch black like a black hole. Wow, the strange baby let out a painful scream, but before the sound spread, the darkness swallowed up all of its body, and its body began to wither and dim at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally huge body shrank in the blink of an eye, just like a plant losing nutrients, and its appearance also became withered and thin in an instant. Just like that, in a few breaths, the big-headed monster baby had been sucked into a shriveled mummy. At this time, Mucho, who had followed the team out of the hospital, suddenly let out a long sigh of relief, and a blush appeared on his face. Psychic powers, now he finally has some abilities targeting soul powers. What made him even more delighted was that after devouring the big-headed monster baby, his ice powers were also upgraded to the A level. It was already dark at this time, and even when I walked out of the hospital, it was still dark outside. We need to find a place to stay as soon as possible. The zombies will be particularly active at night. Chenhuegua was supported by the fat man and said that his injury had not been completely healed by Lu Qingfei. Several people quickly found an apartment next to the hospital. After cleaning up the zombies inside, they found a relatively clean room to rest. During this period, Lu Qingfei continued to use her powers to treat everyone, even if she was sweating profusely and her face was pale. Among the members of the team, Lu Qingfei and Wei Linger were the least injured, followed by Fatty. He was so wide and fat that even if he was hit a few times, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, Chenhuegua and Song Songhua and the team were the most seriously injured. Chenhuegua himself was already middle-aged, and his physical fitness was not as good as that of young people like them. Also, because he stood in front of everyone, he was hit by the strange baby's first attack. He was sent flying out and hit the wall hard. Although Chenhuegua's supernatural powers are good at defense, his physical strength is still at the human level even though it has been transformed by supernatural energy and is stronger than ordinary people. Song Songhua was severely injured by the big-headed monster baby and fell to the ground before anyone arrived. After Lu Qingfei's simple treatment, he managed to hold himself up and fight again. Even though he is a physically powerful awakened member of the mutation system, his body is still unable to bear such a huge consumption. While Mu Chio's team was recuperating, they were far away on the street in another neighborhood. In this dim night, smoke actually rose from the streets. In front of a high-rise hotel, a grill was burning with flames, and a row of skewers were grilling on charcoal. Several men in strange clothes were squatting beside the grill, picking up a skewer of meat from time to time to eat. Lighting a bonfire in a city full of zombie heretics is something that ordinary people dare not even think about. One of them had protruding cheekbones, a wretched appearance, and a mustache. He was the lizard man Makoan, who tried every means to oppose Mu Chiu. A man next to him was playing with a flying knife, and asked Makoan with a yawn, "What do you think, Makoan? Since Brother Hao sent us to help you deal with Mu Chiu, do you have any thoughts in mind?" Makoan did not speak, but a short man on the other side was chewing a skewer of meat and laughed casually. "You are making a fuss. We are more than enough to deal with Wei Linger's B-level team, not to mention that Brother Hao also sent Brother Xiong this time." As the man spoke, he looked at the muscular man who had been silent by the stove. The muscular man called Brother Xiong had a rough figure, and the muscles on his shoulders were knotted and bulging. As the man picked up the skewer of meat and swallowed it, the muscles on his shoulders were also coiled like snakes, as if they contained explosive and terrifying power. But at this moment, there were bursts of rustling and low roars in the distance. Song Somoa's jealousy. The zombies seemed to be attracted by the smoke from the campfire, and they attacked Makoan and others like extremely hungry beasts. Feeling the approaching horror of the zombies, this strange team did not panic at all. The muscular man swallowed the last piece of meat, slowly stood up, and walked towards the endless darkness filled with dangerous zombies. Seeing this, Makoan and others seemed to be accustomed to it and did not move at all. The strong man roared and rushed into the zombie group. His solid muscles bulged high like a ground dragon, and he looked more like a beast than those irrational zombies. The huge fist hit a zombie, and the zombie was immediately knocked out. With a dull sound of breaking through the air, the zombies behind him were also knocked to the ground by the aftermath of this fist. Several zombies on the ground struggled to get up, but were punched through the head by the strong man. Blood spurted onto the sturdy man's face, and at this moment, a morbid excitement appeared on his wooden face. Next, the sturdy man's face turned red, and the blood in his body reached its peak in an instant. He began to roar and run towards the endless zombies in the distance. In his eyes, hundreds of zombies seemed to be harvesting straw. His huge fists shuttled among the walking dead without any disadvantages. Blood splashed like sauce, full of violent aesthetics that ordinary people could not imagine. Suddenly, a zombie with fast footsteps and sharp teeth and claws attacked from the zombies like a ghost. This is a B-level mutant zombie. The sharp claws of the mutant zombie directly scratched the bulging shoulder muscles of the sturdy man. But the strange thing is that there was no blood on the sturdy man's shoulder, only white marks. This sharp blow did not even pierce the skin of the muscular man. The next second, the sturdy man was aroused, grinning, with teeth soaked in blood, and suddenly grabbed the thin body of the mutant zombie. He threw it into the air fiercely, and then the sturdy man hit the mutant zombie's body with his fists like rain. The powerful punches like a string of cannonballs bombarded one after another, and even Makoan and others heard a buzzing sound. In a few breaths, the mutant zombie was bleeding profusely, with its arms drooping, and it was dead. Brother Xiong really enjoyed the fight today. A man with a red killer hairstyle was holding a bottle of white wine in his hand. Seeing the bloody scene in front of him, he smiled and drank the white wine in his hand. The short and deformed man showed his sharp teeth and said to Makoan, "How do you want to deal with Wei Linger's team? If you ask me, Brother Xiong alone is enough." The man with the flying knife yawned while playing with the knife, obviously very confident in the muscular man. Because this muscular man called Brother Xiong by everyone is a serious A-level awakener. Makoan looked at Brother Xiong, who was fighting with a group of zombies in the distance, and a calculating gleam flashed in his eyes. He stroked his mustache and smiled wretchedly. Why does Brother Xiong need to do it himself to deal with a group of B-level awakeners? In this city ruins, it is normal for a team to be wiped out by zombie heretics. The night is dark and the stars are silent. It seems that only the stars in the sky can bring a little light to this lonely city. Shortly after Mu Chiu and others left the Third People's Hospital of Lannan City, in the morgue on the first floor of the basement, a strange wind blew and pushed the heavy iron door open with a soft force. Immediately, a man in a red robe floated in quietly. As soon as the red-robed man entered the morgue, the cold breath invaded the whole room again. If the fat man was here, he would definitely feel that the cold breath emanating from this person is much worse than that of the big-headed monster baby. The red-robed man first glanced at the messy morgue, and could clearly see the traces of a fierce fight not long ago. Then, the red-robed man looked at the big-headed monster baby not far away, who had been devoured of all his blood and essence and turned into a withered corpse. After a careful inspection, the red-robed man frowned and took out a transmitter from his arms. This is the number 3 experimental site. The experimental product code named as 007 has been destroyed by an unknown person. Observing the scene, it can be found that the experimental product was destroyed by a group attack, and the means used for the fatal blow should be some kind of sharp weapon. The total number of people is about 6 to 8, the body of the experimental product turned into a mummy, and the means are somewhat similar to mine. As he said, the red-robed man turned his head, revealing a pale face without any blood color, and under his lips, there was a pair of fangs like a bat. This should be the work of a search team. Early the next morning, after a short rest, everyone did not dare to stay too long, and left the apartment after recovering a little. Along the way, Chen Weigua and Song Songhua's bodies were obviously not fully recovered. Especially Song Songhua's overloaded battle had severely damaged his body. In addition to Lu Qingfei's treatment, he now needed the fat man to support him when walking. So Mu Qiu and Wei Linger took over as the temporary main combat force of the team. There weren't many zombies in this area, and since they had already cleared it once before, there weren't as many zombies in the daytime as before. Occasionally, some blind zombies attacked, but Mu Qiu released ice cones to act as long-range shooters, and Wei Linger's civet cat used melee attack to repel them one by one. Looking at Mu Qiu, who was still calm in the face of the zombies, standing in front of everyone like a guardian, as if he was the reckless rookie. Tianlai Novel Network Song Songhua, who was supported by the fat man, shrank his nose, his eye sockets trembled slightly, and he glanced at Lu Qingfei in front of him, with a trace of extreme unwillingness in his eyes. Originally, this opportunity to show off in front of his sweetheart was clearly his. This time, the progress of clearing zombies was exceptionally fast. In less than 2 hours, Mu Qiu and others returned to the vicinity of the off-road vehicle at the beginning. A heretic like the Mord monster baby shouldn't appear in the yellow zone. We are lucky this time. Old Chen rubbed his aching back and sighed helplessly. I don't know if there are similar dangers here. Let's leave here and go to the next area. Everyone got in the car, and the 2 off-road vehicles restarted, ready to leave this dangerous area. Space Storage Group. The heavy barn door was opened, and inside were piles of flour and rice bags. The grains were covered with old dust, but to the eye they seemed to be covered with a layer of golden light. If I go, I will say that if you survive the catastrophe, you will be lucky in the future. Now we will get rich. Mu Qiu's team was seen standing outside the door of a warehouse. The fat man's eyes were shining as he looked at the nearly full warehouse of grain, as if looking at an obsessed lover. After Mu Qiu and others escaped from the hospital where the strange baby was conceived, they left the neighborhood the next day and came to an area near the center of Lannan. There are obviously more zombies on both sides of the streets here, and occasionally there are a few mid to high-level heretics mixed in. Even their B-level team had to avoid its sharp edges and act cautiously. After all, if thousands of zombies were to attack a street, even an A-level awakened person would die with hatred. After arduous lurking, a few people finally arrived at this large pre-apocalyptic grain store after getting rid of some low-level zombies. After opening the granary, they discovered a surprising scene in front of them, and then the fat man exclaimed. This grain store seemed to have just opened shortly before the apocalypse broke out. The grain in the warehouse had not had time to be sold out before the apocalypse came, so it was piled up to form a spectacular scene. It's too early to be happy now. This rice has been stored in the warehouse for 2 years. It is very likely that it is aged rice that is not suitable for human consumption. Chen Weiguo was a migrant worker before the end of the world, so he had unique insights into these grains. I saw Chen Weiguo walking into the warehouse, opening a few bags of rice, putting it on the tip of his nose and smelling it. After going around, his face showed joy. It's okay, the quality is good. This time the fat man's face became excited, and he jumped directly into a pile of grain bags, rolling around wantonly regardless of the dust on them. TCH, I have no knowledge. Song Songhua, who was standing at the door of the warehouse, was very disdainful of the fat man's behavior. Wei Linger took Su Wen's hand and walked into the warehouse with a look of surprise on her face. She jumped up with Su Wen in her arms. With this much food, I can at least exchange it for several pieces of blue crystal cores when I return to the base. Mucho couldn't help but laugh when she saw the eldest lady's happy expression. I have to say that Wei Linger's smile is very contagious. This is one of the reasons why Mucho decided to go out with Wei Linger's team to play. Only by following these flesh and blood humans can Mucho feel like a human instead of a bloodthirsty monster who makes a living by devouring zombie heretics. Concubine Lu Qing looked at the grain in the warehouse and said with a smile, "Let's put this grain away first." Wei Linger nodded and took out a fist-sized iron ball from her bag. There are several technological cracks on the ball, and the metal texture is also extremely smooth. Mucho was still wondering what the ball was when she saw Wei Linger pointing the ball at the grain bag in front of her and tapping the button on it. A light blue metal beam was emitted from the sphere, shining like a scanner on the grain mountain where the grain was accumulated. But then, a strange scene happened. The grain bags illuminated by the metal light disappeared instantly. Mucho squinted his eyes. Others might not be able to see it, but he clearly discovered that the grains were decomposed into certain particles the moment they were illuminated by the light, and were then absorbed by the beam into the fist-sized ball in Wei Linger's hand. Is this some kind of storage magic weapon? Mucho suddenly asked with a smile. Wei Linger burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Do you think this is a novel about cultivating immortals?" Wei Linger looked at Mucho, held up the ball and explained, "This is a high-tech storage equipment called a space storage unit. This is a cross-generational strategy obtained from the transaction between our Yuhai base and another safe zone base. There is about 30 square meters of storage space inside, which can be used to store resources and supplies obtained from outings, but living organisms cannot be placed. The space storage set is very precious. The base will provide one to every search team that goes out, but they must hand it back when they return." Mucho took the storage device called Space Storage Group from Wei Linger's hand. It had a cold metal texture and she didn't know what material it was made of. It stands to reason that this kind of high-tech equipment cannot be manufactured so quickly, or when the end of the world breaks out and there is a lack of talent and equipment, unless this is the work of an awakened person with special powers. Mucho looked at the unspectacular round iron ball in front of him and thought to himself. After all, the awakened ones have all kinds of strange abilities, so it is not surprising that they can have the ability to make such high-tech equipment. Several people gathered the grain bags in the warehouse and stored them all in the space storage group. They almost filled the 30 square meters of storage space before Wei Linger put away this precious storage device. After the team left the large grain store, they continued to carefully explore the neighborhood. During this period, I also encountered several supermarkets and stores, but the strange thing was that all the food and supplies inside had been cleared away, and even the zombies were gone. This place was searched not long ago. Lao Chen stood in a store, looking at the empty shelves, and said, "I found traces of looting and some dried blood in some of the surrounding shops." Not long ago, there was a fight. Chen Weiguo looked at Wei Linger with questioning eyes. "I suggest exploring this area as soon as possible. It is very likely that there are still survivors here. And among these survivors, there are definitely awakened ones with supernatural powers." Compared with Wei Linger, the experienced Chen Weiguo is more like the captain of this team, but the experienced Chen will ask Wei Linger for his opinion before every action. Wei Linger agreed to Lao Chen's suggestion without much thought. Lao Chen's existence was more like a think tank in their team, and he could always put forward the most appropriate suggestions for the current situation. Wei Linger held the youngest Su Wen's hand, and Lao Chen followed them to protect her. Song Songhua originally wanted to take this opportunity to be alone with Lu Qingfei, but his body was not healed and he could not survive the danger. In the end, the fat man acted with them. Both sides searched north of the street and south of the block. When Wei Linger asked who Mucho was acting with, Mucho said, "I'm more used to acting alone. I'll go to the center of the block to search. This can also save some time." Psychic powers. This place is much more dangerous than the previous suburbs. You may be in danger if you act alone. Lu Qingfei reminded from the side that although she didn't like Mucho's behavior, as a member of the team, she still didn't want anything to happen to Mucho. "Concubine Qing, don't worry about him. Since he claims to be super powerful, he won't be in any danger." Seeing concubine Lu Qing being so concerned about Mucho, Song Songhua was very jealous and began to ridicule Mucho. A cold glint flashed in Mucho's eyes. She smiled lightly and turned to Song Songhua, I can let you go this time for Linger's sake, but next time, I will make you disappear from this world forever. Mucho didn't care about an ant under her feet, but she couldn't tolerate an ant crawling onto her leg. Song Songhua was stared directly into Mucho's cold eyes, and for a moment he felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast, and he was like a kitten crawling under the beast's feet, trembling and unable to move. The sound of swallowing came from Song Songhua's throat. At this moment, he couldn't think of any resistance. Illusion. Impossible, this must be an illusion when he was injured. Song Songhua bit the tip of his tongue, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Mucho, who was no longer staring at him, and an unknown anger gradually rose in his heart. When Wei Linger heard that she was being called so affectionately by Mucho, a blush rose on her pretty face. She clenched her feet and said, "You can go however you want, I don't care about you." In the end, Mucho declined everyone's persuasion and headed to the center of the block alone. Before leaving, Chen Weigua handed Mucho a wireless walkie-talkie and told Mucho to contact them anytime if there was any danger. Mucho's figure gradually disappeared from everyone's sight, and he immediately activated the invisibility ability of the chicken rabbit flight and snake talisman, and flew dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye. Of course, Mucho's plan to act alone was not to save the team's time. He just wanted to take the opportunity to test his newly acquired spiritual powers. After all, he has mastered the method of soul attack, and he will have a certain degree of confidence in his soul leaving the body in the future. Mucho flew over the several kilometers journey in just a few minutes. Mucho moved to the eaves of a house. Looking at the dense group of zombies below, Mucho did something that ordinary people would not dare to imagine. He actually jumped straight down. The overwhelming zombies were stunned when they saw Mucho, a big living person, suddenly appearing out of thin air. Immediately, they were hungry, and without any hesitation, they directly waved their fangs and claws and rushed towards Mucho like wild beasts. The black trench coat behind Mucho was blown by the wind, and the breeze blew the broken hair on Mucho's forehead, but Mucho did not make any move. He stood there blankly as if he was frightened. But the next moment, the bloodthirsty zombies that rushed towards him seemed to be whipped by invisible whips, and they all flew backwards in a bloody mess. Only Mucho could see that thick telepathic tentacles emerged from all around his body, slapping towards the surrounding zombies like the Milky Way pouring out. The invisible tentacles that appeared around Mucho seemed to be endless, and the overwhelming zombies around him were all slapped away. Thick, bright red blood flew into the sky along with the broken limbs. The 3 feet around Mucho seemed to form an invisible barrier. Nothing could get close to this place, and outside the barrier, there were overwhelming walking corpses. This method is simply more terrifying than that big-headed monster baby. Now I've become a tentacle monster too, Mucho smiled, not minding at all that there was an endless tide of corpses of strange beasts right in front of him. He has absorbed the mental power of the big-headed monster baby. Although he is still unable to control these invisible tentacles like an arm, he can control them to carry out large-scale attacks. Although hundreds of surrounding zombies had been wiped out by Mucho's spiritual tentacles in an instant, the tide of zombies behind was still so dark that the horizon could not be seen. Now that the goal has been achieved, it's time to do something serious, Mucho murmured, and her body was already floating in the air. He put his hands in his pockets, and walked slowly towards the distance as if there was an invisible step under his feet. But just a few meters away from Mucho, below, were terrifying zombies with livid faces, bulging eyes, stains of old blood on their bodies, and bloodthirsty pupils. They stretched out their arms wildly, trying to catch Mucho and feast on her, but they were helpless and could only roar while rubbing shoulders. After leaving the group of corpses, Mucho briefly searched the surrounding shops. There are also traces of being searched here. Most of them are food supermarkets and some clothing stores. Interestingly, Mucho also discovered that some items were missing in an unmanned adult products store. Interesting, Mucho touched her chin and already had an idea in her mind. A quarter of an hour later, Mucho walked into a large toy supermarket. Roar! As soon as he entered the door, a huge mutated zombie rushed towards Mucho with its bloody mouth open. Mucho walked forward slowly, as if she hadn't seen the sea-level mutant zombie, with her signature smile still on her face. But the moment the obese zombie approached him, Mucho stood there, raised his arm, and grabbed the mutated zombie's face. The next second, the devouring ability was activated. An irresistible devouring force was launched from Mucho's palm, and the mutant zombie began to twitch violently. A heavy roar came from the zombie's throat, and its body, which was originally several meters large, was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The cyan iron skin began to become more obscure and dim, and the roar in the zombie's throat turned into a weak hum. In less than a few seconds, this zombie was sucked into a dregs-like mummy by Mucho. Mucho shook his arms, felt the experience bar in his body that was almost not floating, and smiled and shook his head. This is a physical store specializing in handmade figures. As soon as he entered the door, Mucho saw rows of familiar anime characters on the display stand. Mucho fiddled with these expensive and high-end toys that he had dreamed of before with interest, and then put his mind aside and walked forward. A huge life-size handmade figure was placed in the glass display stand in the middle of the store. This is the image of a beautiful girl, loose light pink ponytails tied up behind her head, a red hairpin pinned behind her head. Her face is as delicate as a porcelain doll. People can't help but marvel at how delicate hands can create such an angelic face. The cute expression adds a little worldly atmosphere to the extraordinary face. The orange-red skirt seems to set her off in the middle of a bunch of flowers, and also reveals her sexy and charming figure. Sexy, pure, cute, delicate. This girl seems to condense all the beauty that can appear in the world. Mucho is very familiar with this delicate girl. She is the dream lover that Mucho once admired. I pray, Mucho whispered softly. Stillness into movement. The resurrection of Yui. The figure girl in front of me is none other than the heroine from the anime Guilty Crown, Yuki. Mucho looked at the girl's delicate face through the glass booth, as if she could feel the girl's inner sadness. This is a poor girl. Poor life experience, poor ending. God didn't seem to give her any mercy because of her angelic appearance. Suddenly, the corners of Mucho's mouth raised slightly. He thought of an interesting thing. Mucho put her hand on the glass booth, and a scorching flame burst out from her palm, and the glass was melted by the blazing flame in an instant. Mucho's slender fingers stretched out into the booth and touched the figure's cold eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, Mucho used the ability of the rat talisman in her body, turned stillness into movement. Soon, Mucho felt that one of the 12 powers that originally belonged to his body had been taken away, and an inexplicable vitality slowly flowed from his fingertips into the handicraft in front of him. At the same time, a strange connection was concluded in Mucho's heart like a contract. And gradually, the touch of the fingertips was no longer the cold branches, but turned into the soft texture of real flesh. The PVC figures in front of me are becoming real at a speed visible to the naked eye. The girl's crimson eyes instantly became vivid and lively from their original blankness, and her silky cherry pink hair was flying. The resurrected girl fell from the exhibition stand. Mucho gently put her toes around her waist and looked into the girl's smart red eyes. Where is this? After the girl was resurrected, plain words came out of her lips. With her naturally dull personality, she did not feel anxious because she was in a foreign place. Instead, she looked around and finally looked at Mucho. Somehow, she felt an inexplicable feeling of dependence on this strange man in front of her whom she had never met before. Mucho felt the soft touch in his arms. Similarly, he could also sense that there was some kind of attachment bond between himself and the girl. Is it because of the power of the rat charm? I pray, with a smile on her lips, Mucho explained, I know you may not be able to accept it for a while, but now you are no longer in the world before. Immediately afterwards, Mucho briefly informed that the world was in the end of the world, and that Chi-Chi was just an anime character he summoned. Let me put it this way, you can probably understand, right? Mucho looked at the girl's innocent eyes and smiled bitterly. Normal people would at least feel anxious and unbelievable when encountering this kind of thing, even if they don't collapse immediately. But Lucci looked directly at Mucho with her pure eyes without a trace of impurity, and her plain words did not contain a trace of ripples. I trust you. Why? This time it was Mucho who was confused. The lost Christmas, Mucho frowned, but when he was puzzled, he saw the girl raise her hand and said, Here, I don't feel its presence. Mucho suddenly realized that in the original world of Chi-Chi, there was an apocalyptic virus called Lost Christmas, but this virus did not exist in this world. Mucho took off his windbreaker and put it on Chi-Chi's slightly exposed body. Subconsciously, he didn't want others to see the girl's attractive skin. Almost subconsciously, the girl's body trembled slightly and she ducked backwards, but this time a cylindrical potion from her waist fell out. WWW. The girl's breathing became unusually rapid. She wanted to pick up the injection-like bottle that fell on the ground, but how could her speed be as fast as Muchio's? Muchio's eyes lit up when she saw the potion drop to the ground. With a slight wave of her hand, the potion floated directly in the air under the power of the chicken charm and flew to Muchio's palm. Holding the potion with inexplicable particles swirling around in her hand, Muchio felt a slight joy in her heart. Unexpectedly, an active thought could lead to such unexpected gains. The void genome. Muchio's eyes became eager. The reagent he held in his hand was the source of the powerful king's power that gave the hero the power to spy on other people's inner fears in the original work, the void genome. It is rumored that it can analyze the intron code in the human genome, convert the power contained therein into a physical void weapon, and draw it out of the body. It doesn't matter if you haven't read the original work. Here's a brief summary. This work has nothing to do with the anime. It just borrows some settings. Click. Without any hesitation, Muchio kept crushing the test tube, and the swallowing ability was activated in the next second. Muchio could clearly feel a mysterious force entering her body. Have you touched the powerful power of the god's realm? I also want to experience it. Muchio whispered with a faint smile, and an unknown force called void began to flow into his body. Breed. This is to be handed over to ya. The girl fell to the ground and stared blankly at Muchio, who was wrapped in countless void laws. Her eyebrows were slightly frowned, and her eyes were full of regret for the failure of the mission. Self-blame and guilt. It seems that at this stage, Yuchi hasn't gotten to know the protagonist Sakura Manji yet? Looking at the disappointed girl, Muchio stepped forward to help her up, and said to her soft cheek, "You don't have to feel sad, because this world is no longer the world you live in, or, in this world, there is a virus that is far more terrifying than Lost Christmas." Then, Muchio briefly told Yui about the outline of this cruel apocalypse. Yui listened to Muchio's explanation in a daze, as if she had not recovered from the incident of Muchio swallowing the void genome. Muchio, who had gained new power, couldn't wait to use his ability to extract other people's inner fear. But he suddenly thought that the condition for extracting void requires that the object must be a human under the age of 17 who was infected with the apocalypse virus. Humans under the age of 17 are easy to find, but where is the apocalypse virus called Lost Christmas in this world? Muchio couldn't laugh anymore when he thought of this question. Wouldn't the power of the king obtained through injection be completely useless? No, there is still one chance. Muchio turned his head to look at Yuichi beside him, with unprecedented sincerity and excitement in his eyes. If there is one last human being in this world who can be drawn out of the void weapon, it is this delicate and lovely girl who looks like an angel. Genome, it's a sudden thing to say, but Miss Yui, please lend me your power. Muchio suddenly said so, and then he took Yui's delicate shoulders and looked directly into the girl's deep red pupils. The next second, Muchio spread his right hand and attacked the softness on the girl's chest. Muchio? What are you doing? Suddenly, a charming voice accompanied by anger came. Muchio's chest attack action paused, and he turned his head and stared blankly at Wei Linger and his group who came from the door. Damn! Miscalculated. Muchio was fully immersed in experiencing the new power, and did not notice the presence of a living person at the door. So Wei Linger and others saw this situation after entering the door. Muchio stood straight in front of him, and beside him was a delicate and lovely beautiful girl. The girl was wearing a black windbreaker, but the white skin exposed on her arms could be clearly seen. It seemed that she had very little clothes underneath. What surprised the others was that Muchio was holding the girl's slender waist, while his right hand was reaching for an indescribable place on her chest. Muchio, I never thought you were this kind of person. Wei Linger's reaction was particularly intense. She first covered the eyes of the youngest Suen, and then when Muchio put down his hand and turned his head, she directly picked up a school bag at her feet and threw it at Muchio. For the first time, Muchio dodged awkwardly and didn't know how to explain his action for a while. Ichi was a little confused. She didn't know where she was, nor did she know the identities of the people in front of her. She had no choice but to hide behind Muchio, who she subconsciously approached. Xiao, Wei Linger only saw the girl's face clearly at this time. She was also stunned by her outfit, Yuki? It seems that Wei Linger was also an old homegirl before the apocalypse. Mucho explained anxiously, she was a coser at a comic exhibition before the apocalypse. I just found her when I was searching the ruins, her companions died one after another after the apocalypse. Now she is the only one left. I took her with me because I felt sorry for her. Oh? Wei Linger looked at Mucho and the cute Yuki with a questioning look, and then asked, what were you doing just now? Mucho had cold sweat on his forehead, and for a moment he didn't know how to explain. Fortunately, Wei Linger's attention was quickly attracted. Wei Linger stared at Yui's face blankly and said in surprise, wow, are the current cosers so accurate? She pinched Yui's soft face and asked curiously, what's your name? T-Online Novel Network. Yui, the girl in the red goldfish costume, opened her cherry lips and said surprising words in a calm voice. Ha? Wei Linger looked at Yuchi with a puzzled look, then looked at Mucho, nodded her head, and whispered, is there something wrong with her? Mucho, _ Then, Chen Weiguo also stepped forward to smooth things over. After the end of the world, I have seen many people who have experienced terrible pain and choose to give up their past and choose to replace the lives of other characters. I think this little girl should be in the same situation. Seeing this as a good opportunity, Mucho nodded and whispered, she was like this when I met her. This girl is also pitiful. Wei Linger and Chen Weiguo both showed pity, feeling that the difficulties of the world could drive a girl crazy like this. Yuchi, who didn't understand the situation yet, tilted her head and stared at the few people blankly. She didn't know what these people were talking about. Suddenly, she felt her skirt being pulled by someone. Yuchi looked down and saw the youngest Su-Wen gently pulling her skirt, holding a candy in her little hand. Yuchi's delicate face, like a porcelain doll, showed a smile. She took the candy, tore off the sugar coating, and put the candy into her mouth. By the way, how did you get to the center of the block? Mucho looked at Wei Linger and the other two and asked. Logically, they should be searching the outer area in the north at this time, but why did they turn back? Chen Weiguo smiled and explained, we searched roughly and didn't find any useful clues. Linger brought us back because she was worried about Mushuga's safety. Wei Linger's face turned red, and she said anxiously, who cares about this scumbag? Mucho scratched his side face awkwardly, but didn't know how to explain the scene just now, so he changed the subject and said, speaking of which, why don't we see any news about Fatty and the others? Chen Weiguo shook his head, there has been no news about them since we just separated. Just at this time, a call came from the intercom on Chen Weiguo's waist. Chen Weiguo quickly took out the intercom and answered it. It was the familiar voice of the fat man Zhu Feng. Old Chen, are you there? Hearing the fat man's voice, Chen Weiguo was obviously relieved and raised the intercom and asked, it's me, Fatty, how are you guys doing now? The fat man's voice came from the other side of the intercom, don't tell me, we really discovered the situation. We found a group of survivors in a high-end hotel on South Street, led by several awakened people, but I think they are living a good life, much better than we are in the base. I want to be with them. Mucho and the others were still confused, and then they heard the fat man's voice on the intercom gradually lowered, as if talking to someone, take a hot spring bath, wait for me, wait for me. Strangely, there was a woman's voice faintly coming from the intercom. Hey, Lao Chen, I'll send you the location now. Come over now, it's really interesting here, much more comfortable than in the base. Then, there was a beep on the intercom, and the fat man had hung up the phone. Chen Weiguo was also confused this time, scratching his head, and the others looked at each other. It was Mucho who spoke first, in this case, let's go to the fat man's place to see what's going on. Chen Weiguo and Wei Linger nodded at the same time, turned around and looked at Yui Chi on the side. At this time, Yui actually started playing with Su-Wen's pet squirrel. Her white jade fingers gently poked the squirrel's furry cheeks, and her cute eyes were slightly curious. And the little lowly Su-Wen was watching this scene and laughing. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us, we will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. The ruins of the city. A brown shadow streaked across the blue sky. I saw a small brown sparrow swooping down from a tall building. With the breeze, I could only see its swift afterimage in the steel jungle of the city ruins. T-Online Novel Network. After a while, the brown-haired sparrow circled the surrounding buildings and slowly landed on the palm of a delicate little hand. Suan communicated with the little sparrow for a moment, turned her head and replied to Muchio and others standing under a towering tree. Mama said that there are no zombies around, but for some reason it seems a little scared and dare not enter the hotel. Chenhuegua held the locator in his hand, which was still flashing with a red, and looked at a high-end and luxurious hotel not far from them, and said, "It can't be wrong. The hotel that Fatty said is here." Muchio and Wei Linger set out from the toy supermarket in the center of the block and traveled several kilometers to reach the hotel in front of them. This new Century Resort Hotel is located in the suburbs of Lannan City, with a height of more than 10 floors. The paint on the hotel gate has not faded even after 2 years. 2 stone lions squat at the door, adding a majestic and luxurious atmosphere to the hotel. Have all the zombies around been cleared? Muchio stroked his chin. He could feel that the zombies around the hotel had been cleared away. Wei Linger turned around and said to Muchio and the other two, "Muchio, you protect Wan, Yu Qi, Lao Chen and I will explore the way ahead." Obviously, Wei Linger was still not used to Yu Qi's title. In this way, the 5 people slowly walked towards the hotel gate. Muchio followed behind Wei Linger, and seemed to suddenly feel something and stopped. Yu Qi, who was following behind Muchio, directly bumped into Muchio's back. Bang! Suddenly, the locked door of the hotel was opened from the inside, and 2 men in security uniforms walked out. The 2 men had iron batons for security on their waists, but they had kind smiles on their faces. "These are 2 awakened ones." Muchio instantly sensed the strength of the 2 security guards, and the energy of the 2 security guards was not low, probably at the beginning of Class B. The 2 security guards walked out of the door and smiled at Wei Linger and others who were alert. "I think you are the companions that Mr. Zhu and others mentioned." "Fatty?" The 2 security guards in front of them did not seem to be hostile, but Wei Linger and others still did not let down their guard. "Mr. Zhu and others have been waiting for you inside for a long time, please come in with us." After that, the 2 men who looked like security guards took the lead and walked in front. Wei Linger turned around and looked at Muchio and Chenhuegua, and several people followed the security guards into the hotel. The hotel's interior decoration is also extremely luxurious, magnificent, and the layout is grand and noble. Before the end of the world, it was a high-end place that only the top of society could enter. What's more surprising is that this hotel still maintains effective power supply. You know, it has been 2 years since the outbreak of the end of the world, and the entire Lannan city has long been paralyzed. This hotel has maintained power supply for 2 years, which is surprising. Even most of the equipment in the Yuhai base has not yet restored power supply. This gathering place for survivors living in a pile of zombies looks more luxurious than most people in the base. As if seeing the shock in Wei Linger and others' eyes, one of the security guards smiled and explained, "There is a generator inside the hotel. Thanks to this generator, the power supply below the 3rd floor of the hotel can be maintained, which provides a lot of convenience for us survivors." Looking at his appearance, there is no miserable look of struggling to survive in the end of the world, which is in sharp contrast with the survivors in the slums of the Yuhai base. What makes these 2 security guards have no worries? Muchio noticed that the 2 security guards were strong and well dressed, with full foreheads, and they did not look hungry or suffering at all. From time to time, neatly dressed ordinary people passed by on both sides. Some of these survivors were holding dirty and old clothes in their hands, and some were carrying food, with satisfied smiles on their faces. When passing by the 2 security guards, these survivors did not forget to say hello, and the 2 security guards also responded politely with a smile. In this apocalypse where people eat each other, are the awakened people with absolute power really willing to continue to be security guards for ordinary people? Moreover, the apocalypse has been going on for 2 years, and human nature is the most vulnerable to the test. Even the great good people will have evil thoughts under the interests and resources. And there is no class gap between these awakened people and ordinary people. Muchio became more and more curious about the ruler of this hotel. What makes the awakened people and ordinary people in the hotel share resources and live in harmony? While Mu Chiu was thinking, the two security guards had already led a few people to a bar on the first floor of the hotel. The waiter at the bar handed over a few glasses of red wine at the right time, and seemed to be indifferent to the identities of Mu Chiu and others. There was a row of people sitting on the chairs not far in front of the bar, three of whom were the fat man, Lu Qingfei, and Song Songhua, who were originally searching the South District. The fat man was lying on the bar with a red face and flirting with one of the waitresses. When he saw Wei Linger, Mu Chiu and others, he immediately jumped down from his seat, burped, and said, "Boss, you are finally here. The owner of this hotel is too considerate." Hiccup, the fat man smelled of alcohol and seemed to have drunk a lot. From his tone, he seemed to have a high opinion of the hotel owner. Lu Qingfei also drank some wine and her face was a little flushed, but she was still rational. She looked at Mu Chiu and others coming over with a smile on her slightly red face. "You are here. Sister Qingfei, what's going on?" Wei Linger looked at Song Songhua, who was chatting with another boy of the same age, with a puzzled look on her face. Lu Qingfei replied, "We accidentally discovered this hotel while searching in the South District. It turned out that the survivors of this block after the apocalypse gathered here, and they were all taken in by the owner of this hotel. There are also several other awakened people in the hotel who have joined the team to take in the survivors. They live in harmony with the survivors and help each other, and only then have they created such a paradise in the apocalypse." Lu Qingfei's blushing face showed a look of relief, and she drank the red wine in the glass. "It seems that there are still kind people in this world." Lu Qingfei, who has seen too much darkness and filth in the apocalypse, has a lot of empathy for this kind of saving the world. Pure Land in the end times. The waitress at the counter also felt the same way. "Thanks to our manager, we have a place in this apocalyptic world." The waitress seemed to think that Mu Chiu and others were survivors who had just been rescued back to the hotel. She kept praising the hotel owner for his kindness and wisdom, trying to elevate the hotel owner's status in the hearts of Mu Chiu and others. But Mu Chiu always felt that something was strange, but she couldn't explain it clearly. Everyone here is radiant and full of energy, and their eyes seem to be filled with hope and yearning for the future. What are they yearning for? At this time, the fat man, who had drunk too much, realized that Chi was following behind Mu Chiu. His eyes widened. Zhu Chi? Well, this fat guy is also an old homebody. The fat man seemed to have sobered up a bit from the alcohol, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he approached. Concubine Lu Qing also noticed that the delicate-looking Chi, who was wearing a black trench coat, seemed to have come with Mu Chiu and the others, and couldn't help but ask, "Who is this girl?" When Wei Linger saw Fatty's excited reaction, she quickly told several people that Chi was a kozer, and that she had been substituted into the persona of Chi after the apocalypse and could not extricate herself. Song Songhua was originally chatting with another man on the side, but when he heard the noise here, he also came over. When he saw Chi for the first time, Song Songhua also had a flash of surprise in his eyes. After hearing the story of Zichi, concubine Lu Qing couldn't help but look at Chi with pity in her eyes, and sighed. This child must have experienced a lot of grievances. However, the fat man was very drunk and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "This restoration is too similar. It is more like a real person than a real person." Chi looked around at the crowd and found that everyone was staring at him. He felt a little uncomfortable, with a pair of red eyes full of innocence. Feeling Chi gently tugging at the corner of her clothes, Mu Chiu coughed lightly and turned her attention to the man who just walked with Song Songhua. "Who is this?" Before Song Songhua could speak, the fat man introduced him. "He is Lao Song's childhood friend." Wei Linger turned her gaze to Song Songhua, and only then did Song Songhua show a rare expression of joy. He put his arm around the shoulder of the man next to him and said, "Adong is my brother since childhood. I haven't seen him since the apocalypse broke out. I didn't expect to meet him here." Adong seemed to be a shy boy. He lowered his head in embarrassment when being looked at by so many beauties, and just said softly, "Hello, hello." Only then did they realize that Adong's left sleeve was empty, and one of his arms was broken. Sensing everyone's gaze, Adong explained, "It was broken while escaping 2 years ago, but my dominant hand is my right hand. I can still live without an arm, which is much better than those who lost their lives." While everyone was talking, one of the security guards came over and reminded, "I have kept you waiting for a long time. I will take a few of them to see the manager now." Everyone followed the security guard and walked over, but before leaving, Adong grabbed Song Songhua. Song Songhua turned his head and saw Dong's complicated expression. After 2 seconds, Dong seemed to have made some big decision. He sighed softly and said to Song Songhua, "Songhua, I live a good life here. You should leave here as soon as possible." Mu Chiu was walking behind. When she heard Dong's words, her eyes flashed. She didn't know what she thought of, but the expression on her face was as if she didn't realize it, and she continued to walk forward. The decoration of the entire hotel is similar to a Western-style castle, spacious and luxurious. There were also many survivors passing by along the way, but they were still smiling and their eyes were full of hope, as if they had forgotten the sorrow of living in the end of the world. A couple was walking in the empty lobby of the hotel with their children in hand. The family had a harmonious and warm atmosphere, and it seemed as if they were just out for an ordinary outing. The couple whispered lovingly, and there was even more love in their eyes. "This place is really a paradise." "Yes, it will be difficult to see such a scene after the end of the world," the fat man suddenly said, under the influence of his drunkenness. "Let me tell you, we might as well stay in this hotel, and we will have to live a precarious and miserable life when we get back to the base." But as soon as he said this, Wei Linger's sharp eye shot him back. Soon, the security guard led everyone to a room deep on the second floor. The 3 characters' manager's room were clearly engraved on the gilt nameplate at the door of the room. The security guard pushed the door open and saw a desk placed in the room. Sitting in the center of the desk was a short, middle-aged man wearing a black suit, bald head, and bald. Next to the middle-aged man, there was an old man with huge earlobes sitting. The strangest thing is that this old man has a unique appearance. A pair of earlobes have almost dropped to his shoulders. He wears a white turban on his head and has a kind smile on his face. The room was filled with a faint scent of sandalwood, and an incense burner stood quietly not far away. The security guard introduced, "The man in the middle is the general manager of our New Century Resort Hotel, Mr. Sun Yusen. Next to me is Mr. Hong, our hotel consultant." When Sun Yu, a short middle-aged man, saw the women in the 3 teams of Yuichi, his eyes also showed a touch of surprise. Obviously, he did not expect that there would be so many beauties in an awakened team. Sun Yu waved his hand to signal the security guard to withdraw. After the security guard closed the door, Sun Yu smiled and said, "Welcome all friends to our New Century Resort Hotel. I am Sun Yu, the general manager of the hotel. I didn't have time to go out to greet you. Please forgive me for not being able to greet you." Wei Linger stepped forward and said, "Manager Sun, you are polite. We are the search team of Yuhai Base. This time we came because we found some shops that were searched when exploring the ruins of the city, so we expected that there were survivors' camps around. I wanted to ask if you need help, but I didn't expect." Wei Linger paused, a little embarrassed. "I didn't expect that a small hotel would be so strong in the end of the world, and the people inside are so united, right?" The hotel owner's Sun Yu said with a smile. Wei Linger stuck out her tongue and didn't refute. Sun Yu looked unconcerned, and then said with emotion, "This is all thanks to my special ability." "Special ability?" "Everyone, look." Sun Yu raised his hand, and a gentle beam of light shone towards everyone from his palm. Chen Weiguo was startled and erected a barrier to block it, but was stopped by Song Songhua. "Wait, I don't feel any hostility from him." In an instant, the beam of light spread to several people, and they immediately felt relaxed, and even the tense nerves of the past few days were relaxed. The fat man was even shocked and sobered up. Sun Yu retracted his palm and said, "This is my special ability, mental relaxation. Song Songhua's decision, my powers can help soothe people's minds and inspire the kind and perseverance in people's hearts." In the smoke, Sun Yu's solemn and serious face was reflected. After the apocalypse, this hotel soon fell into a zombie crisis, but fortunately our resort hotel occupies a vast area, leaving us enough time to clean up the mutated zombies. It is true that some unpleasant things happened during this period, but fortunately with the help of my powers, the awakened people and ordinary people in the hotel can coexist equally and survive together. Sun Yu carefully explained the stories that happened in the hotel in the past 2 years. In his words, it was as if the hotel had really been built into a paradise in the apocalypse. Only Mu Chiu slightly squinted his eyes, and he deduced the hotel owner's strength the moment the light hit him, a B-level peak awakener. He has power but is not greedy. Instead, he uses his abilities to save survivors. Even the leaders of Yuhai Base know how to use survivors to satisfy their own interests. Is this boss son really so selfless? Is there really such a great saint in the world? There are now more than 100 survivors left in the hotel. Most of these people were rescued by us in the past 2 years. They lived in our hotel and quickly became a part of the hotel. There are even other awakened people who are attracted by them. Come join us. After saying that, Sun Yu looked at Wei Linger and others, smiled kindly, and said, the situation in the hotel is roughly like this now. Although life is not as happy as before the apocalypse, everyone can at least survive together. Of course, if you are interested in the hotel also welcomes you to join us. After Sun Yu finished speaking, he looked expectantly at the team members. Tianlai Novel Network after all, if this team can join the hotel, it will definitely improve the strength of the entire hotel. As soon as these words came out, the whole team was completely defeated. They have always been the ones searching for survivors in the ruins, either recruiting or rescuing them, and bringing them back to the base. This is the first time that a survivor team has invited people from their search team to join. Concubine Lu Qing admired Sun Yu's actions very much and stepped forward and replied, "Thank you very much, Boss Sun, for your kindness, but our team still has a mission and we won't be able to stay here for too long. If Boss Sun needs any help, you can tell us, and we will report it to the base for help when we return to the base." Although the search team has the task of rescuing survivors in the ruins back to the base, this is all based on the needs of the survivors themselves, and the base does not insist on this. Sun Yu nodded to express his understanding, and then said, "In that case, I'll help you all. It's getting late. I have arranged accommodation and meals for you. Please rest in the hotel for one night and set off again tomorrow." Seeing this, everyone naturally found it difficult to refuse Sun Yu's kindness. The security guard took a few more people away. Before leaving, Mu Qiu, who was walking at the end of the team, turned around and suddenly gave Sun Yu a meaningful smile. For some reason, this spring-like smile made Sun Yu feel hairy in his heart, and his spine instantly trembled. As the premier luxury resort hotel in Lannan City, the chefs here are naturally top-notch. Almost as soon as the small team arrived at the restaurant, teams of dining cars had already arrived at the same time. The fat man who had been eating compressed biscuits for many days had never seen these high-end meals before. He picked up the steak on the table and wolfed it down. He was still muttering, "Boss, it's nice to be in this hotel. The food and drink are much better than at the base." At this time, Song Songhua suddenly put down his chopsticks and said solemnly, "I have decided, I want to stay here." This move directly attracted everyone's attention. Only the confused Chi-Chi was holding a spoon and drinking the soup carefully. The fat man waved his hands quickly, "Hey Laosong, I'm just talking, don't take it seriously." Everyone also looked at Song Songhua with doubtful eyes. Chen Weigua seemed to understand something and said, "Is it because of your brother?" Song Songhua nodded and said, "Adong and I have grown up together since childhood. Adong once saved my life. I owe him a lot, we can't just leave him here. Besides, I am really tired of life in the base. When I go back, you will tell the superiors that I died while fighting the heretics." The atmosphere during the whole meal seemed a bit depressing. In addition to Song Songhua's decision to leave the team, it was more due to the lack of a strong person in the team and worries about the dangers that may be encountered in the subsequent missions. Only Mu Qiu and Chi-Chi finished their meals seriously. Mu Qiu had a smile on his face from beginning to end. He didn't care much whether Song Songhua stayed or left. He only cared about what interesting things he could encounter later. As for Chi-Chi, she still didn't understand the situation, she was just hungry. It was getting late, and a few kilometers away from the hotel were the ruins of the city filled with terrifying zombies and powerful heretics. The zombies were particularly ferocious in the dark, so it was undoubtedly unwise to set off at this time. After a brief discussion, everyone decided to accept the hotel owner's kindness and rest in the hotel for one night before setting off. After dinner, Song Songhua's brother named Adong led the team to a row of rooms on the third floor. The deep lights flickered, Adong stood in the corridor, stretched out his only remaining arm and said, "New Century Resort Hotel welcomes everyone to stay." Mu Qiu silently sensed that this Adong was also an awakener, but his ability was only at the sea level. Mu Qiu retracted his gaze, he even disdained to swallow an awakener of this level. When it was time to check in, the original plan was that Fatty and Mucho would live in the same room, but Yui held the corner of Mucho's clothes tightly, with an innocent and cute expression on her face. Show, in this strange world, Yui has an instinctive dependence on Mucho because of the rat spell. Mucho smiled helplessly and said to everyone, "How about this? I will sleep in the same room with Shichi." The fat man was envious. How could a man and a woman stay in the same room? But he was also wondering how Mucho was so lucky that he found a beautiful woman when he went out to search. He just hated why such a good thing didn't happen to him. Wei Linger was so angry that her face turned red. She wanted to say something, but she found that this kind of thing was mutual love, and she, as an outsider, could not do anything. She could only chop her feet and said angrily, "Shichi has suffered mental trauma, don't think of taking advantage of her." Hotel conspiracy. After saying that, Wei Linger raised her white arm to warn Mucho. Mucho smiled bitterly and shook his head. This young lady is really not easy to mess with. Mucho rubbed Yuchi's pink hair and chuckled, "Don't worry, I won't let this child suffer any more grievances." It must be said that this hotel is worthy of being the top one in Lannan City. Not only are the bathroom facilities complete, but the decoration of the room is also luxurious and magnificent, making people feel like they are walking into a modern palace. T-Online Novel Network. When Mucho walked into the room, Yuchi had already taken off the black robe she was wearing, revealing a large area of white and delicate skin. The figure of the 28-year-old girl has developed very attractively, and the red tight-fitting goldfish suit outlines the girl's graceful figure vividly. Yuchi was kneeling on the floor, with no expression on her beautiful and delicate face. She stared blankly at the shining spherical chandelier on the ceiling, wondering what she was thinking. It was not until Mucho came forward that Yui turned around. Her red eyes seemed to contain bright stars, and the girl's heavenly voice came, "Cho, Really, can't go back?" Mucho came forward to hug Yui, and immediately felt a ball of softness like mutton fat jade in his arms, and whispered, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Mucho knew that Yui was still thinking about returning to her own world full of the apocalypse virus. But Mucho couldn't answer this question. Because he didn't know whether the world Yui was in existed or not. He didn't know whether Yui would return to the original world when he took off the power of the rat spell, and would turn back into the cold and dull model. Mucho also knew in his heart that he was just impulsive to use the power of the spell to revive Yui, but when he got the power of the king given to him by the void genome, he didn't want to take back the power of the rat spell. Taking back the spell means that Yui will turn back into a figurine, and it also means that the last void weapon in the world will disappear. He needs Yui's power. Mucho believes that Yui will become the sharpest blade in his hand. After comforting Yui, Mucho slowly lay on the bed and closed his eyes. Soul out of the body. In an instant, a gust of cold wind. A group of invisible souls emerged from Mucho's head, and gradually condensed into Mucho's face on the ceiling. Mucho's soul emerged and quietly watched Yui climb onto the bed of Mucho's body. Mucho's clothes were lifted up, revealing the mark of the king flashing with a dim light on his chest. Yui climbed on Mucho's chest, and a pair of white jade hands gently stroked the mark of the king on his chest, with a sparkling look in her eyes. After a while, Yui stepped down from Mucho's bed, took off her tight clothes, and walked to the bathroom next to her. As the bathroom door closed, Mucho's soul also penetrated the floor and left at the same time. Mucho was not worried that Yui would do anything dangerous to his body. After all, the body of an S-level zombie king was not something that ordinary people could easily hurt. Mucho walked through the hotel room where he lived, and his soul came to the rooms of other survivors to explore one by one. It was only 10 o'clock in the evening, but the strange thing was that the survivors in the room were all lying on the bed, their eyes closed, and they looked like they were sleeping soundly. I can't tell that the people in this hotel are so healthy. Is it because there are no entertainment programs after the end of the world? Recalling the laughter in the hotel when I first came, the hotel at this time was like a ghost town in the underworld, a silent forest. The lights in the corridor had long been turned off, and no sound could be heard from the rooms on both sides. There was a faint breeze in the air. The survivors' rooms were also quiet and silent, so quiet that even the sound of breathing seemed to have disappeared. Mucho had a vague feeling that the souls of the survivors here seemed to have been moved. When passing by a room, Mucho discovered some terrible clues. The owner of the room was sleeping soundly, and there was a plate of unfinished food on the table next to him. The most surprising thing was that the food on the table was not the high-end steak that Mu Chiu had eaten for dinner, but a group of purple steamed buns full of maggots and rotten and moldy. The owner of the room was lying flat on the bed with a warm and sweet smile on his face, but there were leftover food residues at the corners of his mouth, as if he had eaten some delicious food on earth, and the residues were even crawling with disgusting flies. Is this the food provided by the hotel to the survivors? Interesting, Mu Chiu thought about it, and his soul had already come to a room on the second floor of the hotel. In the room, several figures were having some friendly exchanges. The charming lights and the strong smell in the air played together to create a tempting feast like a carnival. Several beautiful women collapsed on the floor, their clothes undressed, their faces full of satisfaction after some kind of exercise. Mu Chiu had seen several of them during the day, such as the waitress named Zan, hotel owner, and even the beautiful young woman in a family of 3. There were 2 men sitting on the bed in the room, also bloated. One of the men was short and fat, with a cigarette hanging from his mouth. It was the hotel manager Sun Yu. The man next to Sun Yu had wrinkled skin and looked old. His big ears hung vertically to his shoulders. He was the hotel consultant who sat next to Sun Yu and was called Mr. Hong. Sun Yu didn't even look at the women who were lying on the ground. He took a towel and wiped the sweat from the intense exercise. He said to Consultant Hong, "Is the search team from Yuhai honest?" Consultant Hong replied with an old voice, "I didn't hear any noise coming from their room. It should be relatively stable. After all, our hotel is not a vegetarian." Today, Adam wanted to play a little trick and almost told them our secret. Sun Yu said in a deep voice, "Humph, if he really dares to tell our story, he will be finished." How many women in the hotel have he played with? The boy surnamed Song has planned to stay. I wanted him to persuade the other members of the team to stay together. It seems that there is no hope. Consultant Hong seemed very regretful. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Terrifying ability, the manipulated survivor puppet. It doesn't matter who else, but those 3 chicks must stay. Sun Yu, who was pot-bellied, suddenly licked his dry lips, with a lustful look on his face. Those 3 are all top-notch, and such goods were rare even before the end of the world. Consultant Hong with big earlobes reminded, this team is not so easy to mess with, and they are basically all B-level experts. Sun Yu sneered, "Of course I know that. Have you made sure they have eaten dinner?" Consultant Hong nodded and said, "Although they didn't eat much, everyone has eaten." Sun Yu nodded with satisfaction, casually pulled up a woman on the ground, and his big hands began to wander up and down. "Those 3 chicks look like virgins. Hiss, so tender. I have to taste them well when the time comes. Boss Sun is really elegant, so good at playing." Just then, a faint and hearty voice came from the air. "Who is it?" Sun Yu and Consultant Hong woke up instantly from their joy, and Sun Yu jumped off the bed directly. He looked around and suddenly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, an invisible mental wave burst out from the center of Sun Yu's eyebrows. At the same time, Consultant Hong also woke up, and when his huge drooping ears swayed, the rustling sounds in the surrounding environment turned into sound waves and reached the ears of the old man surnamed Hong. The mental wave emitted by Sun Yu instantly shook the entire room, and all the vases and utensils on the square table began to tremble, and the women who were originally limp on the ground also covered their ears in pain, rolling and wailing. But just when this large-scale mental shock was transmitted to a certain place near the wall, an even more unmatched powerful telekinesis turned into an invisible tentacle and collided with the mental shock. A look of horror emerged in Sun Yu's pupils, and before he could react, the residual power of the 2 powerful mental shocks had already hit his face. Sun Yu's eyes quickly flashed a halo to resist, but he was still knocked back several steps by this shock, and his naked body fell on the bed. Unexpectedly, although Sun Yu was bloated, he was quite agile. He jumped up from the bed with one turn, but when he sensed it again, the owner of the telekinesis disappeared in the room. "The person is missing." The old man surnamed Hong suddenly opened his eyes, his earlobes trembling, and came to a conclusion. Sun Yu's eyes flashed fiercely. "It must be the search team from Yuhai. It seems that they have begun to suspect us." Consultant Hong looked worried. Sun Yu looked at Consultant Hong and said, "I was thinking of waiting for them to leave the hotel before clearing the suspicion. It seems that they want to die." After saying that, regardless of his naked body, Sun Yu closed his eyes again. This time, a circular halo like a millstone was released from Sun Yu's eyebrows, and then it continued to expand and spread in the space of more than 100 square meters, and soon spread to the entire floor, and even the entire hotel. At the moment when the millstone halo enveloped the entire hotel, the eyes of countless survivors lying on the bed suddenly opened at the same moment. These eyes were big or small, but the only thing they had in common was that they looked dull and empty, as if they were puppets being manipulated by others. On both sides of the dim corridor, the doors that were originally closed were opened with a bang, and zombie-like figures walked out of the room, staring at each other with a pair of empty and deep eyes, and slowly walked towards a room on the third floor. There was a violent knock on the door outside, and the fat man yawned and walked forward to open the door with an impatient look, muttering, "Who is it? Why don't you let me quiet down in the middle of the night?" As soon as the door cracked, a cold light suddenly flashed from outside the door, directly poking a hole in the wooden door. The fat man was shocked, and then he realized that the knife that penetrated the door was a kitchen knife used to kill pigs. "Go to hell!" The fat man kicked the door down and shouted at the same time, "Old Chen, old Song, get up quickly, something is wrong with this hotel." Chen Weiguo and Song Tsonghua were obviously old hands. They woke up from their sleep almost instantly after hearing the fat man's shout. When they turned over, they saw a scene that shocked them inexplicably. The three of them saw figures in different clothes walking in from the broken door. These people were the survivors living in the hotel. They walked slowly, their expressions were dull, and their eyes were empty. Except for their relatively clean clothes, they were almost no different from the zombies in the outside world. These survivors held tools such as kitchen knives and hammers in their hands, flashing cold light in the dark, drooling in their mouths, and staggered towards the fat man and the other two. "Go!" Several people had just woken up from their sleep, but they also knew that they were in danger at the moment. Chen Weiguo immediately cast a blue barrier to cover the three people. Fatty and Song Tsonghua signaled, and they also used their own special powers to fight off the approaching survivors. The three of them didn't know the situation, so they didn't dare to hit too hard. Fortunately, these survivors were just ordinary people, and they finally beat them out of the room after a lot of effort. Rushing into the dim corridor, the three of them found that outside the room not far away, there were balls of ice wrapped around the survivors standing in front of the door. Mu Qiu and Wei Linger also encountered crazy survivors. The survivors who had just fought off a group of attacks saw the fat man and three others breaking out of the door. Just in the distance, there were still survivors walking towards this side with weapons in their hands. The team members looked at each other, gathered together as if they had a telepathic connection, and rushed to the hall downstairs. "What is going on?" the fat man exclaimed. "They are obviously controlled by someone, don't kill them." A certain saint saw the clue and stopped it. Xiao Yuqi still didn't understand the situation. Under the protection of several team members, he grabbed the corner of Mu Qiu's clothes, with a blank face. In this way, the team defeated a group of survivors who blocked them and finally came to the empty and deep hotel lobby. At this moment, the lights in the hall suddenly lit up, illuminating the hotel that seemed a little deep and terrifying in the dark night. Sure enough, it is worthy of being an elite team from the Yuhai safe zone. This trick can't do anything to you. Sun Yu clapped his hands and walked out of the corner of the hall. With him were more than a dozen awakened people with superpowers. "Did you do all this?" Wei Linger questioned. Sun Yu was wearing a suit, still looking like a big boss, but his face was no longer solemn and serious. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Yes, it's me. I worked so hard to create such a big foundation in this doomsday, how could it be destroyed so easily by you? I wanted to keep you alive for a while, but who knew you would die, so you can't blame others. What's going on?" The fat man didn't understand. At this time, Mu Qiu stepped forward, looked at Sun Yu and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this hotel should not be your property." Sun Yu originally looked like he was sure of victory, but he was stunned when he heard Mu Qiu's words. "And your ability is not mental relaxation, it should be mental hypnosis, right? Larvae, horse talisman that cures all diseases, and those survivors are not living a satisfying life. They are just hypnotized by you into falling into the illusion you created. They are just puppets under your enslavement." Mu Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression was calm and composed. Sun Yu looked at Mu Qiu, with a touch of shock in the depths of his pupils. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him would analyze the truth so thoroughly. Then his expression returned to normal, and he smiled. Yes, this hotel was not mine, but so what? Its original owner has long gone to hell. Now, whether it is this hotel or the people in it, they are all my property. Sun Yu's face showed a morbid intoxication, and he looked at Wei Linger and the other girls. Of course, now it includes you. After the end of the world, there are also many survivors who want to resist me without knowing the consequences, but they all died without exception. Now this hotel still belongs to me. Madman, I think he is really crazy. The fat man looked at Sun Yu, who was roaring like a madman, and couldn't help cursing. The other people in the team also looked at each other in bewilderment. They now roughly understood what had happened. Lu Qingfei sighed lightly. She never thought that the hotel owner she admired was actually a cruel demon who enslaved the survivors behind the scenes. The remaining few people were also greatly amazed, but they did not face the horror of life and death crisis. Although there were many awakened people behind Sun Yu, most of the energy they emitted was at the level of C and D. Only the 2 security guards who brought them here barely reached the B level, but they were far from the veterans who were mixed in the B level Dengfeng. The people here were only slightly more difficult to deal with as the hotel owner Sun Yu, but they were still within their tolerance range. Song Songhua's body trembled slightly, and his eyes were inexplicable. He found a familiar figure with one arm among the dozen awakened people behind Sun Yuadong. I say, old thing, what gave you the courage to deal with us? The fat man saw that the opposite side was just a group of old, weak, sick and disabled weak chickens, and he unconsciously became confident in his heart, and he puffed out his chest and cursed angrily. Just the weaklings behind you? Sun Yu had expected this. A calculating gleam flashed in his eyes, and he looked at the old man with long earlobes beside him. Advisor Hong nodded and took out a thumb-sized perfume bottle from his pocket. Advisor Hong pulled out the cork, and instantly a faint fragrance drifted towards everyone along the air. Be careful. Chen Weigui immediately used a barrier, but the strange fragrance actually passed through the barrier in an instant. Suddenly, everyone smelled an indescribable fragrance. Not good, hold your breath. The team members pinched their noses in a hurry, but it was obviously too late. Almost everyone felt that the energy in their bodies was extracted and swallowed by an invisible force, and the energy was instantly suppressed and could not be raised at all. And the mutant awakeners like Wei Linger and Song Songhua collapsed to the ground, their bodies limp and powerless, and they were directly released from their transformation state due to the lack of support from the supernatural energy. I have already planted the eggs of the soul-devouring butterfly in your dinner. The toxins of this larvae will not attack ordinary people, but once they come into contact with this unique pollen, they will grow wildly and devour the host's supernatural energy in their bodies. If ordinary people are entangled by the soul-devouring butterfly larvae, they will explode and die directly, but the awakened person's supernatural energy will instantly become a source of power to strengthen the soul-devouring butterfly larvae. Nutrition. Sun Yu suddenly laughed up to the sky, looking at the team members who were powerless as if they had seen a big joke. A bunch of idiots, this is the price of stupidity and naivety. How is it possible? Suan looked at the brown-haired squirrel on her shoulder with an incredulous look. Wogwa had already verified it before dinner. The larvae of the soul-eating butterfly only have a restraining effect on human awakeners, and ordinary animals and beasts cannot detect it. Chen Weigui seemed a little powerless when he spoke, and he was obviously trying his best to resist the erosion of the soul-eating butterfly larvae. This feeling seemed to dilute their bone marrow as well. While the energy was being extracted, the body was also suffering from the heart-piercing pain. Oh! Little bug, Mu Qiu quietly felt that there was a lively little bug in his body breaking out of the cocoon, and excitedly wanted to absorb the energy in Mu Qiu's body. But just when a wisp of light red energy was sucked into the larvae, the soul-eating butterfly larvae that had a natural restraining effect on awakeners actually exploded and died in an instant. How strong is the energy in a terrifying heretic that has reached the level of destruction? Even if there is only a trace of the terrible power that can destroy the world, it is not something that a newly born insect can resist. All the team members could not bear the double erosion of their bodies and energy, and fell to the ground in pain. The fat man couldn't help howling, and Yui Qi, who did not have strong energy, trembled all over and fell to the ground. Hee hee, I didn't expect you to be able to hold on. Sun Yu looked at the team and saw that only Mu Chio was still standing upright on the ground. He thought that Mu Chio relied on his strong willpower to hold on and did not fall down, and he couldn't help but marvel. He said proudly, I have blocked all the signals within a radius of 5 kilometers. It's wishful thinking for you to call for help. If any of you choose to join us now, I can consider giving you a way out. The old man surnamed Hong also consoled him, a man who knows the current situation is a hero. You are still young, why do you have to make trouble for your own life? At this time, Song Songhua's friend named Adong also stood up and advised, Songhua, don't force yourself. Join our hotel. The manager treats us awakened people very well. Song Songhua could hardly raise his head at this time. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and there were large beads of sweat on his face. He raised his head and glanced at Adong with an inexplicable look. Before Song Songhua said anything, Mu Chio, who had been standing still, laughed softly. Interesting, this is why I followed them here. Sun Yu looked inexplicable. Is this kid crazy? Just to meet interesting people like you. Or, interesting fool. Next, a scene that everyone present did not expect appeared. Mu Chio actually walked to the side of Yui, who was in the most serious condition, as if he was strolling normally. How is it possible? This kid wasn't poisoned? Sun Yu's face was full of shock, but what happened next shocked him even more. Mu Chio leaned over and crouched, gently stroking Yuchi's cheek, and then a white halo appeared in his palm, slowly flowing into the girl's chest. Ah, Yuchi moaned softly, and then she felt that the severe pain in her body was gradually disappearing. After just a few breaths, the girl stood up with the help of Mu Chio. What is this? At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Mu Chio, and the whole audience was shocked. Cure all diseases, horse spell. Twin superpower. Mu Chio, what is this? Everyone present was shocked to see Yuichi's body recovering rapidly under the treatment of the white halo. Healing ability? Mu. Isn't Mu Chio an awakener of the elemental system? The fat man's eyes widened, and he looked at the scene in front of him in a daze, and his words were a little slurred. Then, Mu Chio walked away. Linger and Lu Qingfei again, and released a white halo from his hand, hitting their chests. In an instant, both women felt that the energy flowing in their bodies slowed down instantly, and even the severe pain in their bodies was relieved a lot. It seems that Brother Mu has concealed a lot of things from us. Chunweigua discovered the clue at this time and sighed. I didn't expect Brother Mu to be an awakener with twin abilities. Twin abilities. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Mu Chio with a different look. As the name implies, twin-powered people are powerful awakeners who are gifted with two powers. If the probability of awakened people appearing among ordinary people is only 1 in 1,000, then even if there is a possibility of a twin-powered person appearing in 100,000 or even 1,000,000 people. Quick, stop him. Although Sun Yu didn't understand why Mu Chio was fine, he knew that he couldn't sit and wait for death now, so he quickly ordered his men to act. I saw several men behind Sun Yu quickly take out pistols from their waists, and with a bang the trigger was pulled. Sparks flew, and countless bullets sprayed towards Mu Chio. Mu Chio released the halo with his palms and stood in front of the two women, but he ignored the bullets that were shot straight at him from behind. At the moment when countless bullets flashing with cold light under the light were about to hit Mu Chio, a huge ice wall rose from the ground, and the bullets hit the ice wall and splashed countless sparks, but none of them hit Mu Chio. TSK, come on. Seeing that the bullets from the gunfire were ineffective against Mu Chio, Sun Yu immediately ordered the awakeners behind him to rush towards Mu Chio and others. Under Mu Chio's treatment, Lu Qingfei stood up quickly, but Wei Linger still looked exhausted, and obviously had lost her ability to fight. Lu Qingfei looked at Mu Chio in surprise, but the latter smiled calmly. With your ability, you should be able to treat others, right? My holy mother, is for these people. Mu Chio turned around and looked at the strange-looking survivors attacking him, with a smile on his face. Let me play with them. Mu Chio put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly towards the dozens of figures, and behind him were the search team members who were poisoned and unable to fight. Looking at their appearance, it seemed that what they were about to experience was just a walk after dinner. No one expected that the one who stood up to protect their team at the critical moment was Mu Chio, a fledgling newcomer in the team. A humanoid monster with a deformed face and two horns on its head rushed straight towards Muchio. Mucho narrowed his eyes slightly, with a smile in the corners of his eyes, a few strands of hair fluttered on his forehead, and a dense and huge ice cone appeared in front of him, stabbing at the two-horned monster as fast as thunder. The two-horned monster's body was instantly pierced into a bloody hole by the ice cones. This is not over yet. Dozens of ice cones pierced through the two-horned monster and also stabbed several awakened people behind him like a rainstorm of pear blossoms. As Mucho walked slowly forward, he stretched out his arms and spread his hands against each other. In the midst of ice, a crystal blue ice spear suddenly appeared in Mucho's hand. The two B-level awakened security guards suddenly expanded in size when they rushed towards Mucho, and their clothes were torn into a humanoid hound with ferocious fangs and a huge black bear. Mucho waved the ice spear in his hand, and the 3-foot radius was instantly filled with gorgeous ice-blue gunflowers. While deflecting a piece of bullets that were shot at him, the black bear pounced on him. The huge black bear was instantly stabbed and bruised by the gunflowers, and his body was covered with hideous blood marks. The crystal blue light passed through the sky like a crescent moon. Before he could fight back, Mucho's gun tip had already pierced his head directly. The huge body fell to the ground with a bang, and the red blood splattered in the sky, and in an instant, the chandelier above the hotel was dyed red. Under the cover of the light, the entire hall seemed to be stained with a touch of red. At this moment, the human-shaped hound had opened its claws and attacked Mucho from behind. Mucho stabbed the cold spear in his hand into the ground, and in an instant, the ground under his feet cracked like a spider web. When the crack spread to the feet of the humanoid hound, a huge icicle rose from the ground, and the humanoid hound was directly frozen in the icicle. Mucho didn't even look at it, and raised his hand and poked the cold spear backwards, and the huge icicle with the person inside instantly shattered into slag. At the same time, a pair of wings appeared behind an awakened person, and he started to shoot at Mucho crazily with a rifle in his hand. The awakened person thought he had seen through Mucho's tricks, and flapped his wings and flew directly to the highest ceiling of the wine hall. At this distance, even if Mucho released the dense ice cones, he could dodge calmly. See how you can hit me at this distance. The awakened person snorted coldly and launched a strong offensive against Mucho calmly. But the next second, the awakened person with bird wings on his back was stunned. I saw Mucho calmly condense an ice wall to block the birdman's first round of bullets, and then he lightly raised his feet, and a piece of ice appeared under his feet, barely supporting one of Mucho's feet. But just like that, Mucho stepped on the ice, and another piece of ice condensed above. Just like that, it seemed that a staircase formed by ice condensed in the air. Mucho's footsteps were swift, and he actually stepped on the gorgeous ice-blue stairs with a cold spear in his hand and ran straight towards the birdman. In a few breaths, Mucho had reached the top, and the birdman was shocked and flapped his wings to retreat. WWW. But how could Mucho give him this opportunity? He clenched the spear in his hand and threw it out. In a flash, he had pierced the birdman's shoulder. The powerful momentum directly nailed the birdman to the thick pillar in the center of the hall. The birdman's eyes were filled with shock and fear. He had never thought that this man could be so terrifying. Mucho slowly stepped in front of the birdman, his expression indifferent. Then, he stretched out a finger. Help, help, but before he could finish, a thin ice needle pierced his forehead in an instant. Shows amazing talent, one half, gurgle. The fat man looked at Mucho, who was still calm in the distance while fighting 10 people alone, and swallowed hard. Is Mucho that strong? Chen Weiguo looked at Mucho, who was killing people effortlessly, and his face was solemn. This level of superpower is no longer in the category of B level, A level. I suspect that Mucho has reached the level of A level. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were shocked. Twin superpowers, A-level awakeners, elemental superpowers, healing superpowers, how many of them did Mucho hide? The fat man scratched his head in failure. He was so frustrated in front of Mucho, a newcomer, for the first time. Compared with Mucho, they were like mayflies in the sewer. Song Songhua also had a dull look on his face. When he thought of his disdain and ridicule against Mucho before he set out, Xiao, who was always arrogant, couldn't help but feel his face numb. Chen Weiguo looked at Mucho standing in front of him and said solemnly, if this goes on, maybe Mucho can really grow into a thunder god-like existence and become the fourth guardian of our Yuhai base. 4. When they heard this name, everyone's heart sank. This is the guardian of another survivor base, and a powerful existence that protects a city with his own strength. The survivors of the base admire and worship him, and countless heretics are intimidated by his powerful means and are afraid of him. And he is an awakener with twin superpowers. At this time, Lu Qingfei had also forced out the soul-eating butterfly larvae in Song Somoa's body, and so far, all the team members have been cured. But because the soul-eating insects have eroded the superpowers in their bodies, there is little combat power left. Mu Qiu slowly retracted his gaze from the birdman's body on the pillar and turned to look at a figure not far away. This figure had a missing left arm and was thin. He was holding a dagger and trembling at Mu Qiu. "You, don't come over." This person was Song Somoa's best friend, the one-armed boy Adong. Mu Qiu walked over, his face was unprecedentedly indifferent. Song Somoa shouted anxiously from a distance, "Mu Qiu, spare Adong's life." As Mu Qiu came over, Adong's face turned pale with fear, and he knelt down to the ground trembling, and the dagger in his hand fell to the ground. WWW. But at this moment, the hotel owner Sun Yu in the distance cursed loudly, "Adong, don't forget that you have done the same thing as us. If you are caught, you will have no way to survive." Mu Qiu's eyes were attracted by Sun Yu, but at this moment, Adong's eyes suddenly became fierce. "I'm sorry, I can't turn back." Adong jumped up with all his strength, and his only remaining right arm suddenly swelled in the air, covered with hard and sharp scales, and his fist like a bucket rushed straight to Mu Qiu's temple. Adong's punch gathered all the strength of his body, his offensive was unmatched, his eyes were full of murderous intent, and he was determined to kill with one blow. Looking at Mu Qiu's eyes attracted by Sun Yu, he turned his head, and his fist was less than an inch away from Mu Qiu's head. Adong seemed to have seen the dawn of hope. Kill him, as long as he kills him, everything can be restored to the original state. But the next moment, Adong's hopeful eyes froze instantly. Mu Qiu glanced at Adong, and a cold spear condensed in his hand again, and pierced his head directly while swinging it. Why? It was only a little bit away. Adong's eyes were full of emptiness, and his sight was fixed on Mu Qiu's eyes. The man's eyes were so cold. That look was like looking at an animal about to be served on the table. Adong's only remaining arm fell to the ground, and he died. Adong! Watching his friend die, Song Somoa, even though he was weak, rolled and crawled, struggled to run to Adong's body, and burst into tears. Mu Qiu didn't even look at the body lying on the ground, and his figure was in a trance and attacked the hotel owner Sun Yu. Sun Yu was shocked, and turned his head to see that except for the old man named Hong beside him, there was no other awakener alive. Sun Yu compressed his superpowers to the extreme, and a powerful mental wave with an extremely strong offensive force was transformed into points, all attacking Mu Qiu. But Mu Qiu's figure only paused for a moment, as if the mental shock had no effect on him, and he flashed to Sun Yu's side. Sun Yu's jaw dropped in shock. Only he, who was also a spiritual awakener, could see that when the spiritual shock attacked Mu Qiu, several invisible spiritual tentacles popped out from Mu Qiu's body, offsetting all his attacks. "No, you are not." Before Sun Yu could speak, Mu Qiu, with an inexplicable smile on his face, had already appeared in front of him. Then, a chilling feeling came from his chest. Puff! A large amount of blood flowed out of his chest, and Sun Yu's fat body fell to the ground weakly, with blood oozing out of his mouth. Sun Yu tried to pull out the ice spear stuck in his chest with trembling hands, but found that his body was getting weaker and weaker. What was even more frightening was that he felt that the essence, blood, and supernatural energy in his body were flowing uncontrollably along the ice spear on his chest and into the young man in front of him. Sun Yu's figure instantly shriveled up, but he looked inconspicuous under his loose clothes. Until the end, Sun Yu could only helplessly feel the passage of life force and supernatural energy, while the corners of Mu Qiu's mouth in front of him were rising more and more. "It's like I got some satisfaction. I surrender, please spare me. My power can detect any sound within a few kilometers, and no sound can escape my ears. As long as you spare me, I can help you find out a lot of important information." Consultant Hong on the side saw Sun Yu falling under Mu Qiu's cold spear. He knew that he was no match at his age, so he knelt down on the ground and begged for his life. His superpowers play a huge role in spying and gathering information. He believes that no matter which force it is, it will not reject such a well-informed intelligence officer. But Mu Chio's approach made his plan fail again. Mu Chio felt the spiritual energy flowing into her body and couldn't help laughing. Then she saw Consultant Hong kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. Mu Chio pulled out the cold spear and shot it directly through the old man's heart. He also said something that puzzled Consultant Hong. I'm not interested in getting such an ability yet, after all, the unknown road ahead is the adventure I want. In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight shines into the hotel through the glass windows, illuminating the hall brightly. The originally empty hall was now filled with people. At a glance, there were over 100 people. However, most of these survivors had dull eyes, sitting on the ground in a daze, salivating at the corners of their mouths, and from time to time there were a few giggles from the crowd. Looking at the appearance of this group of people, they seem to be immersed in a dream composed of illusions and cannot extricate themselves. Wei Linger stood in front of the hall. There was still a large amount of blood on the ground not far away, which showed how fierce the battle last night was. Boss! The fat man came running from a distance, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, the survivors in the hotel are all here now. Wei Linger nodded slightly and looked at concubine Lu Qing aside. However, concubine Lu Qing turned her head to look at the survivors sitting together in a row with blank eyes. She shook her head and sighed. They have all been affected by Sun Yu's hypnotic backlash and need to return to the base to receive systematic treatment. Furthermore, the damage done to their spirits by Sun Yu is irreversible. Even after treatment, they may not be able to return to normal life. Chen Weigua also walked into the hall at this time. The signal jammer has been destroyed. Now we can inform the base of the situation. Concubine Lu Qing asked doubtfully, where are the others? Song Tsonghua went to bury his friend. As for Mu Chio and Chi Chi, Wei Linger pursed her lips and pointed in the direction of the ceiling. They are on the top of the building. Wildflowers in full bloom. Please tell me, why do people hurt each other and fight with each other? A flower that blooms quietly, what can you see there? Why can't people forgive each other? Singing sounds like sounds of nature came from the rooftop. The ethereal and melodious voice is accompanied by the moving melody, which makes people wonder whether this is the sound of redemption from heaven. Dressed in an orange-red goldfish suit, Chi Chi sat on the roof, holding her chin with a pair of jade-white hands. Her delicate face was unruffled, and her light red eyes stared blankly at the newborn horizon, but the singing voice coming out of her mouth was like as beautiful as the sounds of nature. To prove that I have survived, I sing loudly, for the nameless friend. Mu Chio lay down on the eaves and looked up at the sky, quietly listening to the moving songs sung by Chi Chi. At this moment, even the rage in his heart was soothed by the heavenly voice of Chi Chi, and his body and mind relaxed, reaching an unprecedented state of calm. Autumn. At this time, Lu Qi suddenly mentioned Mu Chio. With a gentle smile on her lips, Mu Chio turned to look at Chi Chi. Why, you didn't use my power last night. The girl's voice was still so pleasant and ethereal, and no emotion could be heard. Hearing this, Mu Chio stood up with a chuckle, her slender figure reflected on the eaves by the early morning sunlight. Mu Chio stretched out, stepped forward and hugged Lu Qi. The girl's fragrant body fragrance filled her heart and spleen. Mu Chio said in the girl's ear, occasionally I want to relax my muscles and vent my muscles, not to mention, they're not worthy enough for me to use your power. Mu Chio's soft voice reached Chi Chi's ears, and the girl nodded in confusion. She didn't know what Mu Chio's words meant, but she only knew that she could come forward at any time when Mu Chio needed her. This is the only thing that Chi Chi can do for Mu Chio, the creator. At this moment, the door leading to the roof opened. Lu Qingfei walked up from the escalator. Mu Chio. Concubine Lu Qing came over and frowned when she saw Mu Chio holding Chi Chi in her arms. She recalled the wanton bullying of women by the powerful awakened ones in the base. Concubine Lu Qing said to Mu Chio, what happened last night is all thanks to you. Mu Chio smiled and said nothing. Concubine Lu Qing looked at Mu Chio's handsome face, and suddenly seemed hesitant to speak, but finally looked at Mu Chio and said, because of Adong's death, Songhua's mood was a little low. Adong was also forced by others. You could have done it last night. You mean I shouldn't have killed Adong last night? Mu Chio asked. Concubine Lu Qing was afraid that Mu Chio would misunderstand, so she quickly said, that's not what I meant. What I meant is that we can choose other methods to punish Adong without directly taking his life. Mucho suddenly smiled meaningfully at concubine Lu Qing and said, "My holy mother, have you misunderstood something?" Mucho's body suddenly moved closer to concubine Lu Qing. Their faces were only inches apart. Mucho said, "The reason why I killed him was just because he was pointing a dagger at me. Anyone who holds a weapon against me will be my enemy, and my enemies will never have a way to survive, that's all." Looking at Mucho with a smile on her face, Lu Qingfei didn't know what to say for a moment. With a bang, Wei Linger broke through the door and rushed to the rooftop. She asked in surprise, "Is the singing just now the voice of Chi-Chi?" Just when a few people were still confused about the reason, they heard Wei Linger continue. Those survivors gradually regained their consciousness after hearing Chi-Chi's singing. Wei Linger looked at the girl wearing an orange goldfish suit on the roof, her eyes full of surprise and eagerness. Awakener. There is no doubt that Chi-Chi is also an awakened person with supernatural powers. Wei Linger led several people to the lobby of the hotel. I saw that the eyes of the originally unconscious survivors here gradually became focused. What's more, several strong young people have woken up and are kneeling at the fat man's feet, thanking him repeatedly. Mucho was also surprised at this time and looked at Chi-Chi with interest. After Chi-Chi came to this world, he also awakened supernatural powers? Reminiscent of the fact that Chi-Chi awakened the minds of these survivors with his heavenly singing, does his ability seem to be related to the spirit? Under everyone's surprised gazes, Chi-Chi covered his chest and shook his head cutely. Here, there was a strange feeling suddenly. After singing, the strange feeling disappeared. Everyone suddenly realized that the strange feeling in Chi-Chi's mouth was the strange energy appearing on the body of the primary awakener. Judging from the reactions of these survivors, Chi-Chi's ability should be similar to a spiritual ability that soothes the mind and eliminates negative effects. This type of supernatural ability is extremely rare even in Yuhai base. After returning home, maybe Chi-Chi can join our medical team. Everyone except Mucho suddenly looked at Chi-Chi solemnly. Others are also asking for your help, searching for the team's distress signal until Chi-Chi's heaven-like singing disappeared in the hall again. Everyone still had an intoxicated expression on their faces. What a beautiful song. Why do I want to cry so much after hearing this? Wow, I miss my family. All the survivors and team members had tears in their eyes. They were all touched by Chi-Chi's singing and recalled their former family, lovers, and friends. And Mucho was looking at Chi-Chi quietly not far away. At this moment, he finally understood why even he, as the fire demon lord, felt soothed when he heard the singing of Chi-Chi. Awakening on the first day of junior high school is a B-level awakened person. Perhaps because of the superimposed effect of the rat talisman, Chi-Chi's abilities reached the B-level once he awakened. Singing that soothes the soul? This ability is really similar to this girl's personality. Chi-Chi's singing is like adding a purification buff to everyone, which can prevent and eliminate the negative effects on the spiritual level that everyone has suffered. Under the influence of the prayer songs, some of the survivors quickly regained their consciousness, but there were still a large number of survivors who were in a trance and had not fully woken up from their dreams. Chen Weigua held a palm-sized communication device in his hand and said to everyone, "I have already explained the general situation here to the base. People from the guards will be coming to rescue them soon." Wei Linger nodded, her pretty face full of calmness. Obviously, this is also the best way to deal with it at present. After all, their team has other tasks and cannot stay here to take care of these survivors. Wei Linger took out the spherical space storage set and separated some of the grain stored in it to keep some. Instructing those who had regained consciousness to take care of the remaining survivors, the team members set out on their journey again. Before leaving, Song Tsonghua, who had been away for an unknown period of time, returned to the hotel to join everyone. This time, Song Tsonghua's face no longer had the arrogant look before, but the way Song Tsonghua looked at Mucho was a little weird. An A-level elemental awakener. This was something that no one had ever imagined before. The newcomer who still needs to be taken care of by the team members when leaving the base has become the highest combat power in the team. Even Song Tsonghua would not dare to provoke an A-level elemental awakener, even if the latter is only a thin line away from the A-level level. However, after this battle, not only did Mucho, a powerful A-level warrior, join the team, but they also had a new spiritual awakener named Chi-Chi, and everyone couldn't help but feel inspired. The next task is to leave the hotel and go to the border of Lannan City to find Lu Qingfei's fiancé, explore the living resources and survivors along the way, and return to the base. This should have been the team's safest plan, but the moment everyone left the hotel, a device on Chen Weigua's waist rang. Chen Weigua frowned, picked up the positioning device on his waist and took a look, only to see a red dot on it flashing crazily not far from them. Chen Weigua's face suddenly became ugly, and he showed a rare look of embarrassment. He looked at the crowd and said, "More than 20 kilometers away from us, a search team is in trouble and is now sending a signal to request our assistance." As soon as these words came out, the team became silent for an instant, with complex expressions on everyone's faces. Even concubine Lu Qing showed some hesitation. There is no other reason. In the ruins of this city where murderous intentions are hidden everywhere, there are too many dangerous places. You never know what monster will rush out of that corner in the next second. Even a search team feels that the existence of the thorny beast must be extremely dangerous. They don't know if they go there to rescue or add unnecessary sacrifices. Moreover, the team of searchers in the ruins are not completely reliable. They have seen too many cases of cheating, annihilating, and stealing resources from a team of searchers, which makes them afraid to lend a helping hand at will. There's no need for us to meddle in other people's business. It's better to leave here quickly, complete the mission, and return to Yuhai early than anything else. This was Song Songhua's answer. There were too many things about this mission that made him uncomfortable. Now he just wanted to return to Yuhai base as soon as possible. Concubine Lu Qing thought for a moment and then sighed softly. "If we can help, we should try our best to lend a helping hand. After all, there are fewer and fewer awakened people in the Jade Sea." After saying that, Lu Qingfei looked at Mucho, the only A-level awakener in the team. As the most powerful person in the team, he has the right to speak. Mucho noticed concubine Lu Qing's gaze and turned around as if she didn't care. "I can do anything, you just decide." For Mucho, the unknown road ahead is the most interesting adventure. He was looking forward to meeting someone who could put pressure on him. Lu Qingfei looked hopefully at Wei Linger again. She was the captain of the entire team. Wei Linger gritted her silver teeth and said, forget it. Since Sister Qingfei said so, let's go over and have a look. At worst, if you encounter any danger, just run away." The fat man consoled him with a heartless look. "Boss, why are you panicking? We have Mucho, an A-level elemental awakener here. We will kill all zombie heretics. After we return to Yuhai, we can apply to become an A-level search team. Then the treatment will be, hee." The fat man began to why. Indeed, with Mucho, an A-level awakener, Wei Linger's team can be upgraded to an A-level team. The treatment is several times higher than that of B-level. No wonder the fat man lost his composure. Su Wen also rarely expressed her own opinion at this time. She held a small hamster the size of a palm in her arms and trembled. I listened to Sister Linger." Yuchi tilted her head blankly, with the same indifferent attitude as Mucho. Seeing that the team members had already made a decision, Chen Weigua nodded. "In this case, let's go back and drive the car over to check what's going on. If we find something wrong, we will retreat immediately and don't fight meaninglessly." Compared with Wei Linger, Chen Weigua is more like a team organizer. He can always come up with the most reliable plan in times of crisis. This is also what Mucho admires most about him. A few hours later, two four-wheeled steel monsters that were almost armed to the teeth set out from the center of the block and sped away in a certain direction. Song Songhua's betrayal, two off-road vehicles were driving in the wilderness under the scorching sun. This was a remote mine that had long been abandoned, with ores and sand piled up everywhere. But fortunately, this place was remote and sparsely populated, resulting in not many zombies and monsters appearing after the outbreak of the apocalypse. Wherever the off-road tires passed, dust flew, as if a small sandstorm had rolled up. I said, "Why did that team come to this broken place? This is not a place for normal people to come?" The fat man looked at the haze like smoke and sand in front of the windshield in the driver's seat and said indignantly. The team spent most of the morning, quickly shuttling through the ruins of the city, and dealt with many mid and high-level heretics along the way, and only then arrived at the mine at noon. Chen Weigua's voice came from the microphone in the car. "The mine not far ahead is the destination shown on the locator." At this point, everyone could only bite the bullet and pass through the surrounding dust. The sun was high in the sky, and at noon, two steel-armored off-road vehicles were speeding along the sand dunes of the mine. Finally, the two vehicles stopped at an empty mine pit, and not far away were several mining vehicles such as shovel trucks and excavators. The fat man got off the car, yawned angrily, looked at the empty mining area in front of him, and said angrily, "What's going on? Why is there no one?" At this time, Chen Weigua picked up the locator on his waist behind the fat man and carefully compared it with the red dot on the locator. Then Chen Weigua walked to a shovel truck in front and finally found a transmitter of the same palm size on the seat. When Chen Weigua saw the transmitter, his face immediately became embarrassed, and he turned his head and immediately said to everyone, "Not good. This may be a trap." Before he finished speaking, the ground where everyone was located shook instantly. With two off-road vehicles as the center, huge fences made of steel thorns suddenly rose from the ground, with sharp thorns on them, which happened to trap the entire team. Just as everyone was panicking, a hideous laugh came from the mine not far away. "Mucho, I haven't seen you for a few days. I see you are doing well? You didn't die in the ruins, that's really, what a pity." Mucho looked at the location of the mine as if he had expected it, and the other members of the team also looked in the direction of the sound. The mine was filled with sand and dust, and when the smoke dissipated, several figures in strange clothes suddenly appeared. A man with a mustache and a wretched appearance sneered at the people below who were like mice in a cage. Seeing this person, Mucho narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was no expression on his face. Wei Linger also recognized this figure and said tenderly, "Ma-Kuan, what do you want to do?" When Ma-Kuan heard this, he looked at the people around him and laughed. "What do I want to do? Isn't it obvious? Do you know that the crime of murdering the search team in the ruins has seriously violated the order law of Yuhai? If it spreads to the base, Yuhai will no longer have a place for you, and even Wang Dapeng can't protect you." As she said, Wei Linger quietly gestured to Chen Weigua behind her, and Chen Weigua immediately pulled out the transmitter from his waist. How could their little tricks be hidden from Ma-Kuan's sharp awakening team? A red-haired man next to Ma-Kuan was playing with a flying knife with a gleam in his eyes. The flying knife in his hand seemed to have spirituality in his hand. He stretched out his hand and threw it, and the flying knife at his fingertips cut through the sky like an arm. A gust of wind carried the sharp blade through the cage. Chen Weigua only felt a lightness on his waist, and then with the sound of the dagger falling to the ground, he lowered his head and found that the transmitter originally hanging on his waist had shattered on the ground. What a fast speed! Chen Weigua had to admit that if the knife just now was aimed at his vitals, he would probably be dead by now. "ZZ, I advise you not to waste your energy. The delaying tactic will not work with me." Ma-Kuan shook his finger with a smug look on his face, and then smiled sinisterly. "Mucho, when you offended me, did you ever think that this day would come?" Next to Ma-Kuan stood a tattooed man, with strange blue-black tattoos visible on all the exposed skin, and the right half of his face was covered with tattoo marks. The tattooed man was a little impatient with Ma-Kuan's words, and frowned. "What nonsense, get rid of them quickly, I only care about what treasures they carry." The tattooed man licked his lips, obviously salivating over the resources that Mucho and his group had found along the way. A short man behind him looked at the three women, Yuqi, Wei Linger, and Lu Qingfei, with a lustful look on his face, and his saliva was about to flow out. "Damn, I haven't seen meat for a few days since I came out. Brother Hao has designated me not to touch that girl Wei Linger, but let me make it clear first, I want to taste Lu Qingfei and the girl in red clothes first." The flying knife man with a killer look at the frightened Su Wen. "Then I want this, I like tender ones." Just as the few people were talking, a heavy sound of footsteps suddenly came from the mine behind them. Everyone looked back and saw a burly man with muscular body walking out of the shadows. The muscular man was holding a bloody zombie in his hand. The zombie had its head drooping and blood flowing all over its body. It was obvious that it was no longer alive. The muscular man was full of blood, like a ferocious beast ready to attack. This muscular man's powerful aura alone made everyone feel that his strength was definitely beyond the B-level. Brother Xiong. When several people saw this muscular man, they all showed awe. Brother Xiong threw the zombie aside, turned his head to look at the team members in the steel cage, and walked aside in a dull manner. "Hurry up and finish it." "Okay, Brother Xiong." Ma-Kuan smiled flatteringly and looked at Mucho and his group again. "I'm only targeting Mucho this time. You can choose to leave here now and pretend that nothing happened, otherwise, Ma Kuan paused, and his eyes suddenly became fierce, you will all die here today. When they heard this sentence suddenly, everyone was shocked in their hearts and looked at each other in bewilderment. Guan Mucho stroked Yu Chi's soft hair, looking calm and composed, as if everything that happened here had nothing to do with him. Ma Kuan and the others just watched them from a rock above the mine, their eyes full of the playfulness of hunters looking at prey in a cage. At this moment, Song Songhua, who had been silent all the time, finally couldn't hold back and suggested to everyone, let's leave here. Song Songhua, what are you talking about? Are you asking us to give up Muchio? Wei Linger looked at Song Songhua in disbelief. What else? Song Songhua stepped forward, his eyes full of resentment, and he could no longer suppress his anger. He pointed at Muchio and said, are you asking us to stay here and die with him? The zombies invade Old Song, Muchio is our companion. Don't forget who saved us when we were in the hotel. The fat man looked at Song Songhua with anger in his eyes, as if he had just met the person in front of him. Chi still looked confused. She was a little tired of Song Songhua's irritability. Seeing that the crowd could not be persuaded, Song Songhua turned his sincere eyes to concubine Lu Qing. Concubine Cheng, they are all crazy, let's get out of here. Looking at Song Songhua with a flattering face in front of her, Lu Qingfei didn't know what to say for a moment. She has always treated Song Songhua as a younger brother, and she would forgive him even if he acted a little irritably sometimes. But this time, Lu Qingfei shook her head resolutely, and looked at Song Songhua with disappointment in her eyes. We are a team, how can we abandon our companions just because they are in danger? Doing this is different from those outside. What's the difference between zombies that eat human flesh? I want to stay and help Muchio. Concubine Lu Qing's righteous words were like a sharp knife piercing Song Songhua's heart. Song Songhua did not expect that concubine Lu Qing would reject him. Angrily, he pointed at Muchio and said, it's all because of you. If it weren't for you, Adong, he wouldn't have died. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this situation. Muchio was dismissive of Song Songhua's words. He never cares about dead people. Song Songhua looked at the team again, only to find that the team members looked at him with ridicule, disgust, and indignation. Song Songhua's expression changed again and again, and he finally made a choice between life and death. He raised his hand and said to Ma Kuan and others, you are targeting Muchio, right? I have no intention of going against you, please let me out of here. Ma Kuan had a sinister smile on his face, nodded and looked at the short man behind him. The short man understood, and with a wave of his hand, a hole appeared in the steel fence next to Song Song's incarnation, allowing only one person to pass through. Song Songhua immediately rushed out from behind the fence and fled backwards without looking back. Traitor! The fat man sighed angrily, despising Song Songhua's behavior. I didn't expect that we would have such a white-eyed wolf in our team. But then, something unexpected happened. Not long after Song Songhua ran out of the fence, a steel thorn suddenly appeared under his feet and instantly pierced the soles of his feet. Song Songhua stumbled and fell to the ground, but another flying knife passed through the air, piercing his thigh and pinning him to the ground. When Ma Kuan and the others saw the scene, they started laughing crazily. Idiot! Ha ha ha! The man with the killer haircut was laughing with a throwing knife in his hand. It was he who had just nailed Song Songhua to the ground. How can I let you go at this juncture? Are you going out to report the news? You have offended our Shanglong society, but can you still live in peace? As soon as these words came out, Ma Kuan and others laughed wildly again, with tears even coming from the corners of their eyes. The words about letting them go just now were just to see the embarrassment of Muchio and his group's internal strife. From the beginning to the end, they had no intention of letting any of them go. If their behavior is known to Yuhai Base, the law enforcement team will definitely not let them go. The team looked at Song Songhua's miserable appearance as he fell to the ground and wailed. No one felt sorry for the traitor. But everyone felt sad for a moment, as if the rabbit had died and the fox had died. After all, they were facing a greater danger. That's the Flesh King Kong, Jin Xiong. Chen Weiguo looked at the muscular man sitting high on the rock with a look of vigilance and fear in his eyes. He is a veteran A-level awakener in the base. He is so powerful that he has few opponents even among A-level awakeners. He is also Wang Dapeng's most capable general. I didn't expect that Ma Kuan would even invite him this time. I'm afraid we will have a fierce battle this time. Chen Weiguo looked at the other people around Ma Kuan and found that they were all tough characters, and he couldn't help but feel more distressed. A veteran A-level awakener, I wonder if Mu Qiu is his opponent. Fatty also lost confidence when he heard Chen Weiguo's words and looked nervous. Wei Linger had also transformed into the form of a cat lady at this time, with a pair of sharp claws flashing with cold light. How do you know if you haven't fought? There are so many of us here and we are afraid of just 5 of them? Su Wen did not show any timidity at this time and patted the brown squirrel on her shoulder. Guagua, the squirrel jumped to the ground quickly, shook off its hair a few times, and then began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the palm-sized squirrel had grown into a huge red-eyed monster with protruding hair, like a jungle beast. Fatty looked at Su Wen, the youngest, and mustered up his courage. He couldn't be afraid at this time. Swallowing his saliva, he stepped forward and said forcefully, I'm not afraid of you. Don't think that you 5 can defeat us. Who said we were going to fight you? When Ma Kuan heard this, his eyes flashed, and the joking smile on his face grew wider. I saw him casually taking out a remote control and slowly pressing a button. Everyone in the steel fence instantly felt the ground shaking. There was a click, dust flew into the air, and the steel gate of a mine in front of everyone suddenly opened. A beast-like roar came from inside, and pairs of red bloodshot eyes glared angrily from the dark shadows. The sun shone into the cave entrance, and huge figures came out. These figures were strange in shape and size. Some looked like cockroaches, but their bodies were as big as tigers. Some looked like dogs, but they had 2 heads, ferocious faces, and sharp teeth. There were mantises that walked like humans, and even huge wild boars, groups of zombies, and mutated zombies. But without exception, these monsters all roared with hunger, and their eyes were filled with bloodthirsty light. After counting, there were dozens of these heretics. These are all the heretics we have captured in the past few days. The search team mistakenly entered the heretics' nest, and after a fierce battle, they were all buried in the belly of zombies, becoming the unknown heroes who sacrificed in the construction of Yuhai Base. What do you think of this reason? Ma Kuan looked at the screaming and roaring heretics with a sly grin. Enjoy it. This is a banquet I prepared for you. The fat man stared blankly at the hordes of monsters rushing towards him, his legs and feet trembling unconsciously, and muttered, It's over, it's really over now. Dozens of B-level heretics, and several of them have reached A-level energy. Chen Weiguo's face was unprecedentedly solemn. Even he had never faced such a large number of high-level heretics. This was the most dangerous time since he searched the ruins for so long. I'm afraid it's really troublesome this time. Chen Weiguo looked at everyone and smiled bitterly. Attack from all sides, Mu Qiu. I'm looking forward to it. What should you do now? Groups of zombie monsters were attacking the cage where Mu Qiu and others were, with pairs of scarlet bloodthirsty eyes showing a desire for naked flesh and blood. The fat man held a machete in his hand and started slashing at the steel fence behind him crazily, trying to open a way out. But this was of course in vain. The machete had already made a gap, but the fence was not moved at all. But at this moment, the fence in front of everyone disappeared underground with a bang, and the empty door in front of everyone opened wide, welcoming the arrival of the beast like fish on a chopping board. Ma Kuan looked at the team with a sneer on his face. At this moment, he did not forget to mock Mu Qiu and said with a smile, Mu Qiu, if you kneel down and kowtow 10 times for me now, I might be able to let you go. Mu Qiu looked up and saw Ma Kuan and his group standing on the mine with wild smiles. Not far ahead were hordes of monster heretics, rushing towards Mu Qiu and his fellow blood-eaters. Suddenly, Mu Qiu also chuckled. The sound was not loud, but when it reached the ears of Ma Kuan and others, it was extremely mocking. This kid is so stubborn even when he is about to die. The short man behind Ma Kuan grinned and said, I'm really looking forward to what his expression will be like before he dies. It will definitely be exciting. Hey Mu Qiu, if you have any ideas, tell me quickly. Our lives are almost gone. The fat man who cherished his life was the most anxious. He had never seen such a terrifying number of high-level zombies in his life, let alone being in a cage and unable to escape even if he wanted to. What to do? There was a smile on Mu Qiu's face, but she walked forward. Mucho was seen walking slowly to the fence surrounded by steel thorns, where an opening was open for only one person to pass. Mucho played with the wind with her right hand, and the air was filled with mist. A tang sword made of ice appeared out of thin air. Holding the tang dao with her backhand, the tang dao made of ice got stuck on the steel fence. Immediately, Mucho touched it with her elbow, and the huge force from her wrist instantly acted on the fence through the ice knife. There was just a click sound, and the iron fence cracked like a spider web in an instant. The wall that the fat man had just failed to break open with all his strength was now directly broken open by brute force to create a big hole. It's just a fight. Mucho looked at the rushing corpses, raised her right arm in excitement and licked her lips, a trace of reminiscence flashed in her eyes. Once upon a time, as the lord of the fire demon who terrorized a territory, he led a group of young men like this to gallop through the ruins. Thousands of zombies surrendered, and all heretical monsters bowed their heads wherever he passed. I'll wipe it. The fat man jumped up in shock at this moment. You have such a method, why didn't you just use it to escape? But Mucho seemed to have never heard of it. A rare arrogant smile appeared on his face. A flash of red flashed in his eyes. With the dust flying, Mucho rushed directly towards the group of corpses in a few steps. Crazy, really crazy. The fat man scratched his hair fiercely, wanting to cry over Mucho's death-seeking behavior. We can't let Mucho go up alone. Wei Linger reacted and followed Mucho with Su Wen's crazy squirrel to greet him. The fat man's shoulders sank and he turned his head in panic. He saw Chenhuegua holding a rifle on his shoulder and patted the fat man's shoulder. Then he smiled honestly. Xiaozhu, if we can still survive after this, we must have a good drink. If I die, remember to take good care of your sister-in-law and my daughter when you go back. Seeing the people in the team following Mucho, the fat man shook his head. I think you are all crazy, but the steps under his feet also became faster. I'm crazy too, forget it, at least it proves that I didn't come to this world in vain. Concubine Lu Qing looked at Su Wen standing aside and said, Wenwen, how are you? Su Wen's little face turned red from suppressing it. After a while, she exhaled softly and said, No, their emotions are too violent. I can't communicate at all. Concubine Lu Qing held the hands of Chi Chi and Su Wen and stayed quietly behind everyone. Their abilities were more auxiliary and they couldn't do much at the moment. The only thing they could do was to pray feebly. I pray that we can win this battle with a huge disparity in strength. Mucho, Lu Qing's pretty face was full of worry. As soon as Mucho rushed out, he ran as fast as thunder, wearing a black windbreaker catching the wind under his rapid attack. The zombies in the terrifying lineup of alien beasts shook the mining area, causing dust to fly. Under the haze were pairs of ferocious, bloodthirsty scarlet eyes. But Mucho was not afraid. The black figure cut through the sky and galloped on the horizontal surface. Holding the crystal blue tang knife in his hand, he rushed into the corpse group like thunder and lightning. Several zombies went crazy and bit at Mucho with their mouths wide open. The crystal blue tang knife cut through the sky. The blade was extremely sharp. When Mucho waved it, it was like the scythe of the god of death. It penetrated the necks of several zombies in an instant, and several ferocious zombie heads were instantly thrown into the air. Accompanied by Mucho Bing's magnificent blue blade and splashing blood, it seemed as if a rain curtain of ice and fire was woven into the sky, spreading over this extreme battlefield between humans and zombies. This scene greatly inspired the team members. Immediately, Wei Linger and the others who were following Mucho rushed into the group of corpses and tried their best to surround and suppress these irrational and terrifying monsters with bloodthirsty eyes. At this moment, two fierce blades attacked Mucho's chest. Fast. Accurate. Fierce. The posture seemed to be the most primitive beast hunting, to tear Mucho's chest directly. Mucho seemed to have sensed something, raised his arm and held the tang sword horizontally in front of his chest, and a strong sound of metal clashing was heard with a ping. Immediately, Mucho stabilized his body, and saw a mantis monster as tall as an adult blocking his way in front of him. This cockroach was broad and strong, with a strange dark red color all over, and two shiny serrated swords on its forelimbs, which were flashing dazzling cold light at this moment. The giant mantis failed to attack once, and almost without any stop, it flew into the air and waved the serrated double swords to attack Mucho again. This time, the target was Muchio's head. At the same time, a huge buzzing sound came, and a huge flying cockroach was seen dancing with its bloated body and swooping down from behind Muchio. The cockroach was huge, its wings and tentacles were surging at the same time, and the tentacles all over its body were exerting force, opening its ferocious mouthparts with explosive force and biting towards Muchio, as if it wanted to swallow Muchio in one bite. In an instant, it was attacked from both sides. Team members in danger. Muchio's eyes flashed with cold light, and his left hand moved in the air. The misty frost condensed into a long sword in an instant. Muchio bent his knees and squatted slightly. He exerted force with his right arm. The crystal blue blade collided with the serrated double blades of the mantis. The double blades of the mantis were actually directly blocked by Muchio's sword, and could not move forward at all. At the same time, Muchio held the condensed ice long sword with his backhand, and the blade turned outward and pressed against his arm. His elbows collided backwards, and the sharp blade of the long sword directly pierced into the mouthparts of the giant cockroach behind him. The giant cockroach roared violently, and the dark green smelly liquid splashed out of its mouthparts, dripping on the ground, and even the sand was corroded into a huge pit. Muchio held the tang sword tightly in his right hand, and a huge force vibrated out from the tang sword. The giant mantis was shaken back step by the huge force, and its limbs were unstable and fell into the sand pit. As Muchio turned around, the long knife was pulled out of the giant cockroach's mouth. At this moment, a ferocious two-headed hound knocked away the zombies and rushed towards Muchio, roaring and biting. Muchio snorted coldly and jumped into the air. The ice surface under his feet suddenly rose and floated. A long spear condensed in Muchio's hand. Muchio threw it violently, and the ice spear flashed a little cold light in the air, nailing the giant cockroach to the sand. The two-headed hound that pounced on the side saw that the attack was suspended in the air, looked up at Muchio and roared, with violent eyes. Muchio was standing quietly in the air at this moment, with the roaring zombies under his feet, like a peerless war god who looked down on all living beings. Fighting 3 A-level heretics with his own strength. Everyone present was shocked by Muchio's heroic record, and their eyes were full of incredible colors. Didn't Muchio just get promoted to Class A? The fat man couldn't believe that this scene was something that a newbie could do. Is this the talent of the top awakeners of the elemental system? It's so terrifying. Chen Weigui erected a barrier in front of him to block the zombies that were attacking him. He fired fiercely with a rifle in his hand and was amazed at Muchio's performance. What a joke! Makuan, didn't you say he was just a Class B awakener? This TM person knocked down 3 Class A monsters. Are you asking us to die? Seeing Muchio's powerful strength, Makuan's companions couldn't sit still and stood up to question Makuan. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't break through to the level. Even the fact that they could catch these heretics was mostly due to Brother Xiong's credit. How is it possible? Makuan clenched his fists and opened his eyes wide. He couldn't believe that Muchio, who was showing his might in front of him, was the enemy he had been trying to kill. This guy is quite interesting. Jin Xiong, who was originally sitting on the rock watching the show, saw Muchio's powerful fighting power and his eyes lit up, and he finally showed interest. He stood up slowly, and his muscles moved like a snake. Without waiting for Makuan and others to react, Jin Xiong's sturdy body jumped directly towards the sandpit. Makuan and his companions looked at each other, and the tattooed man asked Makuan, "What should we do now?" Makuan looked at the team members who were struggling below, and gritted his teeth. What else can we do? Let's go down and get rid of that kid's accomplices first, and then we will kill Muchio together. I have the pollen of hidden insects here, you all apply it, so that those zombie heretics will not notice our existence within a quarter of an hour. T-Online Novel Network WC, Makuan, you really spent a lot of money this time. Makuan gritted his teeth and said, "Stop talking nonsense, I will get the biggest share of the resources after killing them." Just like that, after a brief discussion, the few people swooped down towards the direction of Muchio and others. Muchio was fighting with several terrifying A-level heretics at this moment, with smoke and blood everywhere. Those low-level zombies did not dare to approach under the terrifying pressure of the energy, so they rushed towards Wei Linger and others. Suddenly, a sturdy figure punched out of the fog. Muchio cut off one of the mutant cockroach's tentacles with a knife, and then moved slightly, dodging to the side. With a bang, a big hole was blasted out under Mucho's feet. Jin Xiong walked out of the big hole. At this moment, he had taken off his shirt, revealing his muscles and fat. He was broad and strong, and his whole body was covered with old scars. It can be seen that Jin Xiong was also a fierce character before the end of the world. Jin Xiong grinned at Mucho, punched his fists, and his eyes were full of wanton arrogance. "Come on, kid, let me see how powerful you are. What I like most is to strangle a genius like you in the cradle." At the same time, the team members on the battlefield were also in crisis. The Fat Man took the lead in fighting with the Flying Knife Man of the Killer Mat. The Fat Man's ability is known for its speed, but the knife-throwing man only needs to stand still and manipulate countless knives to stab the Fat Man. The Fat Man can only dodge hastily, and he must also be alert to the zombies that may appear around him. He can't spare any time to attack. On the other side, Chen Weiguo was blocked by the Tattooed Man. Chen Weiguo was an important neat shield in the team, and his only firepower output was the rifle on his back. There was a square barrier in front of Chen Weiguo, and he fired wildly at the Tattooed Man with a rifle in his hand. But the Tattooed Man showed no fear at all. His body turned blue and iron, and his body seemed to be cast in copper and iron. The bullets hit him and bounced off instantly. The Tattooed Man walked towards Chen Weiguo with a grim smile. The pressure on Wei Linger and the Crazy Squirrel was even greater. The Lizard Man transformed by Ma Kuan was extremely fast, powerful, and had a terrifying self-healing ability. And the Short Man seemed to have inherited some mutant genes of reptiles. He had amazing jumping ability and flexible body shape, and his white steel teeth were indestructible. Fortunately, the Crazy Squirrel's body was tough, and he did not fall down even after being injured many times. Wei Linger relied on his flexible body to attack Ma Kuan and the others. But the Lizard Man transformed by Ma Kuan had good defense and strong self-healing ability. The Short Man's flexibility when jumping was no less than Wei Linger, and even better. Wei Linger was almost killed by his counterattack several times. After a few rounds of this, Wei Linger was exhausted, and the giant squirrel fell to the side with wounds all over its body, and it was no longer able to act as a meat shield. The super-fast movement of the Fat Man seemed to be a joke to the Tattooed Man, who taunted him, "My flying knife is coated with deadly snake venom, so don't get scratched by it by accident, agile little Fat Man." Damn it! The Fat Man cursed in his heart, and his dodging became clumsy. On the other side, Chen Weiguo held up a heavy barrier shield, struggling to resist the Tattooed Man's continuous attacks, and had no time to care about others. At this point, all the team members except Mu Chiu were in a difficult battle, and they were about to collapse. King awakens. Yui's true ability, a huge boulder next to Mu Chiu was shattered by a powerful punch. Shirtless and muscular, Jin Xiong walked out of the scattered smoke and dust, with a crazy fighting spirit in his eyes. "My power is very simple, but it is also the most practical." As Jin Xiong spoke, billowing white smoke actually came out of his body. This is a characteristic that only appears when the energy and blood in the whole body are boiling to its peak. Jin Xiong's fists were so huge that the old calluses on them were clearly visible. I saw Jin Xiong punching in the direction of Xiang Muqiu. The strong wind of the punch made the air buzz. Muqiu dodged and hit the ground in front of him with his fist. A huge crater was instantly created in the mine. Unparalleled strange power. My superpower is the ultimate strength. I can punch through a house with just one fist. Jin Xiong's figure was incomparably majestic, but his figure was actually quite flexible. When the wind hit his feet, he flew in front of Mu Chiu. A pair of fleshy fists flickered and continued to attack Mu Chiu, hitting his vital points with every move. Mu Chiu's figure swayed from side to side, dodging Jin Xiong's fatal fists by accident or coincidence every time. Mu Chiu could even feel the whistling wind of the fist in her ears. It's interesting, Mu Chiu calmly dodged Jin Xiong's fierce attack. Seeing the majestic fighting spirit on the latter's face, Mu Chiu suddenly smiled and stopped. Jin Xiong obviously noticed the stagnation of Mu Chiu's figure, but how could he care about it at the moment? He grabbed hold of Mu Chiu's flaw and concentrated his energy to strike at Mu Chiu's heavenly spirit with a punch. But Mu Chiu didn't flinch, grinned, and punched out with the same punch. Two fists, one big and one small, collided in the air, and the powerful fist force swept up huge waves, even knocking down some low-level zombies around them to the ground. The moment the two fists clashed, Jin Xiang's expression changed drastically. Mucho's footsteps stayed on the same spot without moving at all, while Jin Xiang actually took several steps back, and his figure was dazed for a while before he calmed down. "You kid," holding his sore wrist, Jin Xiang looked at Mucho with eyes that could no longer remain calm. In the collision just now, the one who was clearly at a disadvantage was him, an A-level awakened person with unparalleled power. Mucho's strength was actually greater than his. Jin Xiang stabilized his mind, put away the contempt in his heart, and looked at Mucho with a cautious look on his face. "Very good, you are worthy of my full strength." I saw Jin Xiang's muscles quivering like a snake, and the strange energy in his body began to work crazily in his internal organs. Soon, the white steam coming out of his body began to rise rapidly, and even his body surface showed a strange deep red color. At this moment, the B-level mutant zombie felt the vigorous blood in Jin Xiang's body, and roared and bit at Jin Xiang's strong body. Jin Xiang rolled his eyes and punched out with his steaming muscular arm. An unparalleled punch wrapped in sand and dust directly blew the zombie's head open. At this moment, several A-level heretic monsters that Mucho had repelled earlier had wounds and blood on their bodies, and they all surrounded Mucho with red eyes. At this moment, they were all angered by Mucho. They even ignored Jin Xiang on the side and attacked Mucho with the force of encirclement. The light of the sword, the shadow of the fist, and the bloody and sharp teeth seemed to tear Mucho into pieces in the next second. Mucho! Lu Qingfei couldn't help but scream when she saw that she was surrounded by 4 A-level beings in the steel fence and was in danger. Any A-level awakened person will only end up being torn apart in the face of such a terrifying lineup, not to mention that Jin Xiang is the best even among the A-level awakened people in Yuhai base. At the critical moment, Lu Qingfei suddenly realized that her left hand was empty, and an orange figure had already run towards Mucho. "Ji Qi?" I saw a girl in an orange-red goldfish suit rushing into the tide of corpses regardless of her own safety, and not far away was Mucho, who was surrounded by a pack of wolves. The other members of the team are already stretched thin and cannot withstand the strong offensive of Ma Kuan and his party. But when he saw Chi-Chi rushing into the tide of corpses alone, even though he didn't understand what he meant, he still tried his best to escort Chi-Chi to Mucho's side. And the cost of doing so is extremely heavy. Chen Weiguo directly removed the barrier in front of him and instead erected a barrier shield as high as one person to protect Lu Qi. Seeing this opportunity, the tattooed man punched Chen Weiguo on the neck. Chen Weiguo's brain suddenly went blank and he flew far away. Fatty and Wei Linger gave up their original fight and fought back all the zombies that rushed towards Chi-Chi. But this made Ma Kuan and his team seize the opportunity. The fat man was directly stabbed by several flying knives. The blades were smeared with poison, and he immediately fell to the ground in severe pain. Wei Linger was also whipped away by Ma Kuan's giant lizard tail. Already exhausted, she even exited the cat state. The squirrel beside her was also jumped down by the short man, and a large piece of flesh was bitten off the squirrel's thigh. Dripping with blood, shrunk and passed out next to Wei Linger. At this point, all members of the squad were defeated except for Mucho. Ma Kuan looked at Wei Linger and others who were lying on the ground and were being slaughtered, but he said to his companions behind him, "Let's deal with Mucho first, and then take care of these people." On the other side, Mucho, who was surrounded by many A-level monsters, also felt a little headache. Although his ice power is extremely powerful and has many wonderful uses, it seems a bit stretched when facing such a large number of A-level heretics. Just as he was considering whether to release some of the power of the Flame Demon Lord, an orange-red figure ran towards him from behind. The giant cockroach's mouthparts sprayed dark green corrosive juice, and it danced its tentacles towards Yui. Mucho's body swayed, and the ice mist in his hand condensed into a crystal blue dagger, which was suddenly inserted into the giant cockroach's carapace. The giant cockroach roared and fell backwards, but Mucho had already embraced the girl in his arms. Yui raised her delicate angel-like face, held Mucho's handsome and beautiful face with her jade hands, looked into each other's eyes, and called softly, "Shio, please, use me." Mucho smiled, stroked the girl's soft pink hair, and replied in her ear, "Okay." Almost at the same time as Mucho responded, an invisible aura began to surround the two of them. On Mucho's chest, the king's mark produced after devouring the void genome began to flash with an inexplicable luster. A series of strands of sequence that looked like genetic composition began to entangle the two people's bodies. Mucho's eyes instantly turned into a deep red, and they looked at each other with the deep red pupils of Yuichi, as if a chain of order turned into a crystal white strand of strands flowing around the two people. Mucho raised his right hand and gently floated on the girl's graceful chest. Just when everyone was confused, a scene that stunned everyone happened. A bright white hole appeared on Yuichi's chest, and there seemed to be an infinite void inside. The gorgeous silver strands instantly entangled Mucho's arm. Then, Mucho actually put his right hand deep into the endless hole on Yuichi's chest. Yuichi moaned, and her soft waist was held in Mucho's arms, with her eyes closed, as if she had lost consciousness. Mucho pulled his arm out, and something seemed to be pulled out of the infinite white void. In an instant, a dazzling curtain of light rose up around the two of them, illuminating the sky. Void, Mucho's rapidly increased strength, then, what the hell is that? Everyone looked at the soaring light pillar that penetrated the sky, and the powerful fluctuations even caused chaos in the clouds into a whirlpool. They were shocked for a moment without knowing why. But then, a scene that shocked them even more appeared. Mucho was seen holding her sister in her left arm, and her right hand was raised high, holding a giant long sword that was as tall as a person. No, compared to a long sword, the weapon in Mucho's hand is more like a terrifying broadsword, with a black-gray hilt, a ferocious silver-blue blade, and the top of the blade is shaped like a blade. It looks domineering and has a disharmonious beauty. The length of this huge sword alone is 2 meters. The specific form can be searched on Baidu. I won't describe it too much here. The giant sword shone with silvery white light, and the smooth and sharp blade exuded a destructive and terrifying aura. Then, what is that? Even Wei Linger and others were intimidated by this powerful formation. They just saw Mucho inserting his hand into the white hole on Chi-Chi's chest before pulling out such a hideous-looking weapon. The terrifying huge sword. No, this is probably his last trump card. Jin Xiong's eyes narrowed, with a hint of horror deep in his pupils. From that giant sword, he felt a terrifying and destructive aura, and even he felt afraid. Ma Koan was the first to react. Hurry up and come together, don't let him have a chance to react. I don't believe it. With so many people together, they can't kill him? Ma Koan and others rushed towards Mucho, and the surviving heretical monsters also rushed towards Mucho without fear of death. At this moment, it was like thousands of horses galloping, and the land where the mine was located was shaken by the alliance formed by the Awakened Ones and the Heretics, and these hundreds of monsters had only one target, the black-robed figure under the sky-high light curtain. Is this the power of the void? Mucho looked at the huge void sword in her hand that was as tall as a person with a calm expression. This was the power called void hidden in Chi-Chi's body. The heart is embodied and extracted, and it is woven from the human heart, the crown of sin. He looked down at the girl in his arms, only to find that Chi-Chi had lost consciousness and fainted in his arms. Mucho kissed the girl's forehead gently and said softly, "Have a good rest and leave the rest to me." Feeling the abundant power in her body and overlooking the hordes of heretics running toward her below, Mucho still had a calm smile on her face. This is a powerful ability that is completely different from the devouring ability. Although it does not have the world-destroying power of the Fire Demon Lord, the bonus given to Mucho is completely different from the devouring ability. Mucho held Chi-Chi in her arms with her left hand, and held a 2-meter-long giant sword in her right hand. As Mucho moved, pieces of ice crystals appeared under her feet. Mucho was seen waving the void sword in his hand, the blade flashed, and a dazzling silver-white arc cut through the sky. Not good. Feeling the fatal fluctuation contained in this silver horse training, Ma Koan and others quickly stopped and used their strongest defensive forms to resist the attack. Even the strongest Jin Xiong had to cross his arms and his body surface turned abnormally red. This was his final move to squeeze physical energy in exchange for a steel body. But those heretics who are not afraid of death will naturally not stop their bloodthirsty pace. Whoosh! The silver-white narrow blade sliced through, and the air seemed to be still at this moment. The next second only a bang was heard, and a sound like a mountain collapsing and the earth cracking resounded throughout the world. Everyone turned around and saw that a mine made of gravel and rock not far behind was split in half by this blade. As for the heretics who came to fight against Muchio, a line of blood appeared out of thin air on their bodies, and then with a pop, their bodies were abruptly split in half and torn apart. The blood of hundreds of monsters spurted and splashed at the same time. The mine instantly became like a river of blood, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Only a few A-level heretics withstood this terrifying blow, but all of them were injured, with panic and fear in their eyes. The power of the sword caused hundreds of heretic monsters to lie down on their heads. Are you kidding? How can this kind of power be an A-level awakened person? The fat man was lying on the ground, looking at Muchio in front of him like a god descending from heaven. His eyes were full of disbelief. Then he asked his companions in a low voice, "We shouldn't be dead now, right?" Wei Linger's eyes also flashed with brilliance, and then she nodded solemnly, "As long as Muchio is here, nothing will happen to us." Ma Kuan and others were obviously not feeling well at this time. There was a bright blood mark on Jin Shun's arms, and blood was still flowing out. Ma Kuan even had an arm cut off by a blade. Although the lizard man has a strong self-healing ability, it is obvious that he will not be able to regenerate the severed limb for a while. The flying knife man had dozens of flying knives standing in front of him the moment the silver-white sword passed by him. However, he was obviously powerless to resist this B-level heretic who could kill him with one strike. He was decapitated by the void sword, and his blood was spread across the sky. Although the short man with lustful eyes was agile, Muchio's blade was much faster than his reaction. He could only watch the gorgeous silver streak gradually enlarge in front of his eyes, and his body was cut into two halves in an instant. The only one left was the tattooed man who could turn his body into iron skin and barely resisted the shocking blow. At this moment, he looked at Muchio breathlessly, with horror and fear in his eyes. "MD Ma Kuan, I'm going to be killed here by you today." The tattooed man turned his head and looked at Ma Kuan, cursing in his mouth. If he knew that Muchio's strength was so terrifying, he would never have gone through this. "Don't make a fuss." Jin Shun spoke in a rare angry voice, looking at Muchio vigilantly. "This energy has far exceeded the A-level, and is only a hair's breadth away from the S-level. Although I don't know where he got this giant sword from, he can't always maintain this state. I guess he has already done his best to swing the giant sword." Ma Kuan's mind was the most flexible, and he instantly understood what Jin Shun meant. When his strength is exhausted, we will catch him and force him to tell us the origin of this giant sword. An awakener who is only one step away from S-level. Everyone was shocked. What kind of power could allow Muchio, an awakener who had just entered A-level, to have the ability comparable to S-level? But the next second, Jin Shun's plan obviously failed. Muchio stepped on the ice crystals, and his figure was as fast as the wind. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the giant cockroach. The several-foot-long ferocious sword accompanied by the silver-white order chain chopped down at the head of the giant cockroach. The seriously injured cockroach was directly split in half, and the dark green blood spurted out like a fountain. With just one knife, a powerful A-level heretic was directly split in half. Contemptuous look, the giant cockroach's huge body was split into two halves, and the sound of it falling to the ground resounded throughout the venue. A powerful A-level heretic was torn into two halves before it could even last a round under Muchio's sword. A gust of wind came from behind him like thunder, but Muchio seemed unaware of it. It was not until a cold light was close to his face that Muchio waved his hand and held the giant sword horizontally in front of him. A gorgeous disc of light suddenly appeared on the blade, and the giant mantis's serrated double knives made a swish sound in the air and instantly chopped on the disc of light. The two collided, and the light curtain that seemed as thin as a cicada's wing did not move at all. On the contrary, the mutant mantis, as tall as a giant, was shocked and staggered to the ground. The mantis's scarlet compound eyes opened wide, and its dorsal wings flapped and were about to fly away. But Muchio would never give it this opportunity. A blue sword blade accompanied by a silver-white streak was swung out, directly cutting off the dorsal wings of the giant mantis. The ferocious blade was like a giant dragon flying across the sky. The mantis's pair of serrated double blades cracked in an instant. Then Muchio jumped up and cut off the mantis's head with one knife. The two-headed hound not far behind felt the vast energy vortex around Muchio, looked at the corpse of the giant cockroach not far away, lowered its head, and fled with a mournful cry. A cold light flashed in Mucho's eyes, and his left arm holding Yui Chi moved slightly. A ball of ice mist exploded from the palm of his hand, hitting the two-headed hound's hind legs like a water bomb, and the hound's hind legs were instantly frozen. In this moment of delay, Mucho had stepped on the ice crystal and arrived in front of the two-headed hound. With one slash, the two heads became two heads, and a blue crystal core with blood fell to the ground. Ma Koan was shocked when he saw this scene. Seeing Mucho holding a ferocious giant sword and killing people everywhere, how could he be exhausted and about to fall down? Mucho flashed to the side of the tattooed man with blue iron skin, and the tattooed man was no longer arrogant. He was seriously injured by a blade, so he had no ability to fight back at this moment. He staggered to the ground and kept retreating. "You don't come over, I'm from Shanglong Society." Before he finished speaking, a head fell from the air. The blood on the neck of the headless corpse spurted like a fountain, and the blood on the ground seemed to have condensed into a river of blood. "Noisy." Mucho showed disdain on his face, and then slowly walked to the last survivors of the group, Ma Koan and Jin Xiong. Ma Koan had a deep bloodstain on his chest, and one of his arms was missing, and the broken limb was still bleeding. But he didn't care about his serious injuries now. Looking at Mucho who was walking towards him, he cried miserably, "Mucho, we are all members of Shanglonghui, and Brother Xiong is a capable cadre under Boss Wang. If anything happens, Boss Wang will never let you go." Seeing that Mucho's face was expressionless, Ma Koan hurriedly said, "Boss Wang is one of the three guardians of Yuhai. You can't afford to offend a destructive-level strongman. Why don't we each take a step back?" Mucho's figure passed by Ma Koan. Ma Koan's eyes suddenly showed a look of joy, and his wretched face was squeezed into a chrysanthemum. Just as he was thinking about saying something to compliment Mucho, he suddenly felt a chill in his chest. Ma Koan looked down and saw a crystal blue ice cone piercing his chest, with blood constantly flowing from it. Ma Koan's pupils were full of horror. He turned his head to look at Mucho's back, but the blood gushing out of his throat made him speechless. Ma Koan's eyes gradually lost focus, and then the boundless darkness came. Mucho retracted the arm that released the ice cone and hugged Yui, who was sleeping peacefully in his arms, tighter. He never took Ma Koan seriously from beginning to end, just a jumping clown. Jin Xiong licked the blood flowing between his arms, looked at Mucho who was walking towards him, stood up, and his expression was indifferent, as if he was not the one experiencing a life-and-death crisis. He was not like Ma Koan who was praying for his life, and he had no time to think about the reason for Mucho's sudden increase in strength. There was only one way to survive now. There was no other way, only to fight. Jin Xiong said in a deep voice, "Holding that woman, are you looking down on me?" Jin Xiong has experienced countless challenges in life and death tests, but only this opponent has such a casual attitude towards him. Holding a woman in his arms, it is obvious that he cannot exert his full combat power. Even if it is a life-and-death battle, in Jin Xiong's view, this is also a great contempt for him. Mucho's steps are slow, as if he is afraid of waking up the sleeping beauty in his arms. A slightly contemptuous voice came from his mouth. Well, this short word instantly made Jin Xiong furious. His muscles began to bulge high, and white steam rose from his back like mist. Mucho! The furious Jin Xiong's fighting spirit reached its peak in an instant, and the temperature of his body surface continued to rise, turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The texture of the muscles and the blue veins under the skin are clearly visible. At this moment, Jin Xiong seems to be standing at the peak of human power, like a muscle monster covered in human skin. Jin Xiong swung his fist, and the powerful force of his fist came towards Mucho with a feeling of breaking the wind. There was even a faint roar in the air. The power of this punch alone was enough to collapse a tall building. Before the strong fist hit Mucho, the force of the fist had already blown Mucho's hair, but the eyelids under the hair were calm and surprisingly indifferent. It's that annoying calm face again. Jin Xiong's face became even more ferocious. For some reason, he hated Mucho's cynical and self-assured expression from the first time he saw him. How could such an expression appear in this cruel apocalypse where people eat each other? Die! An ice wall suddenly appeared in front of Mucho, and Jin Xiong's huge flesh fist instantly penetrated the thick crystal blue ice wall and was about to hit Mucho. Jin Xiong's eyes flashed with excitement, as if he had seen the bloody scene of Mucho's flesh and blood flying everywhere. But at the moment when Jin Shun's iron fist broke the ice wall, Muchio raised the empty sword in his hand. A silver-white light curtain suddenly appeared on the blade, like an unbreakable solid shield blocking Muchio. The fist hit the light curtain shield, and with a click, Jin Shun clearly heard the sound of the arm bone breaking. But the light curtain in front of him still stood firm in front of Muchio, like a soldier who would never betray. The blade vibrated violently, and a gorgeous silver-white blade once again crossed the sky. This time, only Jin Shun's legs were cut off. The muscular man who lost his legs lay weakly on the ground, looking at Muchio, who was walking towards him step by step, holding his sister in his arms and holding a huge sword. His eyes were full of unwillingness. No, I am unwilling. Without that sword, you are nothing. Oh. Muchio still responded indifferently, but the ferocious blade in his hand kept getting bigger in front of Jin Shun's eyes. Maybe, this was the last voice Jin Shun heard. Superpower Yui. The sand and dust were swept up by the powerful wind wave of the void sword, blurring everyone's vision. The team members could only vaguely see Jin Shun's sturdy figure falling to the ground after a flash of brilliant sword light. It was only in the invisible sand and haze that everyone could see that when the void sword in Muchio's hand was inserted into Jin Shun's heart, an inexplicable energy was continuously extracted from Jin Shun's body, and finally all of it was transported into Muchio's body along the blade. Correspondingly, Jin Shun's originally sturdy body seemed to be drained of vitality, and quickly shriveled and withered. When the last trace of strange energy in Jin Shun's body was drained, Jin Shun's gray and dark body also disappeared in the air like smoke and sand in an instant. Feeling the extra power in his body, Muchio did not think about it and directly attached it to the body of the flame demon leader, the magic energy containing the bull talisman. After absorbing Jin Shun's huge force, Muchio held Yuchi in his arms, holding a 2-meter-long ferocious giant sword in his right hand, and turned around to look around. At this moment, the sounds between heaven and earth seemed to be blocked, and only the heavy breathing of the team members not far away could be heard in silence. The originally empty sand was now covered with corpses and blood, as if a carpet made of blood was laid. The blood in the pool of blood on the ground had not coagulated, and it was full of broken corpses and terrifying heads. Muchio moved his feet slightly, and the pool of blood under him instantly condensed into ice, and then a narrow ice road appeared that could only be passed by one person. As Muchio walked on the ice road, the empty sword in his hand also turned into silver-white silk like flowing clouds, all merging into the white hole that appeared in front of Yuchi's chest. The pink-haired girl in his arms trembled her eyelashes, as if she was still in a dream. When Muchio walked out of the ice road, everyone saw that the domineering giant sword in the void had gradually turned into a stream of light and disappeared, and Muchio was holding Yuchi around the waist and slowly walked out. Muchio? The team members were stunned for a moment as they stared at Muchio, who was walking out of the sea of blood and corpses with a faint smile on his face. Delight, shock, amazement, admiration, doubt. A series of expressions appeared in the eyes of several people like a roller coaster. They had too many questions in their hearts that they wanted to say, but they didn't know where to start. Why did Muchio's strength suddenly surge so terrifyingly? What was the origin of that ferocious giant sword? And why did the giant sword take out from Yuchi's body? Several people looked at each other, and even the fat man who was poisoned had no time to take care of his injuries. Muchio walked to Wei Linger, handed Yuchi in his arms to her, and then walked to the fat man. A white halo appeared in Muchio's palm, and then it entered the fat man's body. The fat man immediately felt the pain of the poison in his body gradually disappearing, and his face gradually returned to normal from the strange blue-black color. Lu Qingfei, who had been hiding in the fence, also brought Su Wen to the crowd and began to treat others. The first thing the fat man did after recovering was not to ask Muchio, but to ignore the injuries on his body and the blood on the ground, and rush directly to the pile of corpses in front of him, shouting with shining eyes, "Woohoo! We're rich!" Chen Weigua dragged his scarred body to Muchio at this time, looking at the mountains of corpses and blood not far away, and asked tentatively, "Muchio, what are you doing?" And everyone looked at Muchio at this moment. The reason is that Muchio brought them too many surprises along the way. It can be said that if Muchio hadn't existed, it would be hard to say whether they could survive the first trip. Muchio had already had an explanation for everyone's questions. He turned to look at the girl in Wei Linger's arms and said, "It's Yui." "What?" Everyone quickly turned their attention to Yui, who was sleeping. Could it be that the reason why Muchio's strength has skyrocketed to such a level is because of this seemingly weak and fragile girl? But isn't her ability related to the spiritual type? Muchio smiled and stroked the girl's light pink hair. With a gentle look in his eyes, Yui is actually an awakener with twin abilities. Her other ability is to breathe the giant sword called the Void. That giant sword can greatly increase the user's strength, and I was able to wipe out Jin Xiong and others by borrowing the power of the Void sword. Through Muchio's words, he shaped Yui into an awakener with powerful auxiliary functions to cover up the reason for his sudden increase in strength. Of course, the fact is indeed so. Another twin power user. Can it raise the realm of the awakened person by nearly a level? There is such a wonderful power in the world. Everyone looked at Yui Chi as if they were looking at a rare treasure. Since that Void sword can raise Muchio, an A-level awakener, to a level infinitely close to S-level. If an S-level or even a destruction-level awakener holds the giant sword, how much will his strength soar? Seeing the amazement in everyone's eyes, Muchio smiled bitterly and said, "Unfortunately, Yuichi's ability needs someone to sign a contract to activate it, and this contract can only be bound to one person." As he said this, Muchio opened his shirt in front of his chest, and a mark of the king flashing with a dim light suddenly appeared on his strong and upright chest. Is that so? Everyone shook their heads and sighed, but they also felt that it was reasonable. If such a powerful power could be possessed by anyone, then Yuichi would really become the object of competition among all forces. In any case, this time it is all thanks to you, Muchio. Without you, I'm afraid it would be difficult for us to get here. Chinwagwa had a simple smile on his face, and it can be seen that he was sincerely grateful to Muchio. The other members of the team also expressed their gratitude to Muchio. After all, Muchio had saved their lives several times. Even Lu Qingfei had to admit that Muchio played a much greater role in the team than she did. Muchio did not refuse the thanks from everyone, but replied meaningfully, "I also want to thank you for taking me on a pleasant journey." The experience along the way made Muchio feel quite interesting. If he were the Flame Demon Lord, he would not have seen so many beautiful scenery along the way. But Wei Linger was not polite and snorted, "It's because I have a good eye for people." It was all my efforts to bring Muchio in. Tragic end. Just as the team members were talking enthusiastically, a wailing sound came into everyone's ears not far away. Everyone looked over and found that the source of the sound was Song Tsonghua, who had betrayed them and fled alone not long ago, but was nailed to the ground by the Flying Knife Man. Song Tsonghua was not feeling well at this time. His thigh was pierced by a flying knife, which was also coated with poison. The poison quickly flowed through his thigh and passed through his body. The severe pain in his body made him unbearable. Because he was leaning on the other side of the fence, Song Tsonghua was not attacked by the zombies at the first time. Instead, after a period of fermentation, his body was about to be unable to withstand the torture of the poison, so he asked for help. Several people walked in front of Song Tsonghua, and the fat man holding a bunch of shining crystal cores in his arms immediately cursed, "Traitor who eats from the inside, Iba." Wei Linger naturally had no good feelings for the selfish villain who was greedy for life and afraid of death in such a crisis. She snorted and turned her head away. Muchio's expression was indifferent. He slowly formed a crystal blue dagger in his hand and walked towards Song Tsonghua. Song Tsonghua looked at Muchio walking towards him with a dagger in his hand. His expression was extremely terrified. With the severe pain of the poison rising up, he felt for the first time that the crisis of death was so close to him. He hurriedly looked at Lu Qingfei beside Muchio and said in panic, "Qingfei, Qingfei, save me." When Lu Qingfei saw Song Tsonghua's unwillingness to fight, she could no longer hide her disappointment. She sighed and still stood in front of Muchio. Seeing Lu Qingfei standing in front of him, Muchio's eyes showed no surprise, but instead said playfully, "Are you going to stop me this time, my saint mother?" Hearing Muchio's slightly sarcastic tone, Lu Qingfei's heart was extremely complicated, and she said, "Muchio, Tsonghua is also a member of our team, and there are fewer and fewer awakened people in Yuhai base. Although he has done some wrong things, we can let him make up for his mistakes in the future." Chen Weigua couldn't help but comfort him at the side. "Muchio, why don't we give Tsonghua another chance?" They knew that with Muchio's current strength, no one could stop him, so they could only persuade Muchio to spare Song Tsonghua's life. Muchio raised his lips, as if he had thought of something interesting. Mucho sneered as he passed by Lu Qingfei and came to the dying Song Songhua. I seem to have said that if I do it again, I will make you die without a burial place? Mucho's faint smile fell into Song Songhua's ears, which was undoubtedly the sentence of the god of death. In the face of life and death, Song Songhua no longer cared about dignity. Regardless of the serious injuries on his body, Song Songhua endured the severe pain and knelt down, kowtowed to Mucho repeatedly. It is my ignorance that offended Boss Mu. Considering that we have worked together, please spare my life. From now on, I, Song Songhua, will only follow your lead. Song Songhua was no longer arrogant at this moment. He kowtowed several times until his forehead bled, but he still did not dare to stop. After dozens of kowtows, Song Songhua looked at Mucho with a trembling head covered with blood. Mucho casually threw away the ice dagger with a faint smile on his face. I can promise not to kill you, but there is a condition: don't let me see you again. Lu Qingfei and Chen Weiguo on the side immediately showed joy on their faces when they heard this. Although Song Songhua was expelled from the team, it was better than losing his life. Song Songhua was also extremely excited. No matter what, his life was saved. In his heart, he was secretly thinking that when he returned to the base, he must sue Mucho to the law enforcement team for killing his colleagues. By then, the evidence was conclusive. Under the deterrence of the top leaders of the base, Mucho would have to lose a layer of skin even if he didn't die. But then, Song Songhua's right half of his body suddenly numb, followed by a piercing pain. Ah! Song Songhua screamed heartbreakingly, and saw that the right half of his body was neatly cut off, and the missing body part was still bleeding. Mucho took back the condensed ice knife in his hand without any expression. At this moment, the blade of the ice blade was stained with a large amount of blood, which looked magnificent and strange. Mucho acted very measuredly, perfectly avoiding the vital parts of Song Songhua's body, so that even if half of his body was missing, he would not die immediately. I said, I won't kill you. Mucho turned around and smiled at Lu Qingfei and Chen Weiguo. The bloody smell here is too strong, and it will soon attract the attention of the zombies around. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. His face still had that handsome smile like a spring breeze. But in the eyes of Lu Qingfei and Chen Weiguo, Mucho's smile was no different from the devil's smile. The two looked at Song Songhua, whose half of his body had been cut off. They saw that half of his body was twisted in pain. The blood had already gathered into a pool under his body. The only remaining eye was almost bulging out due to the severe pain. The forehead was soaked with sweat beads as big as soybeans. Tears were pouring down, and the pupils were full of horror and fear. Chen Weiguo shook his head at Lu Qingfei. Song Songhua, who looked like this, was better off dying than living. Besides, this place would soon be visited by a large number of zombie heretics. In this state, Song Songhua would only become food for the zombies in a moment. Lu Qingfei looked at Mucho's back with shock. What on earth did this young man go through to make his heart so cruel? His handsome appearance seemed to be just a shell, but his heart was just like a devil. Just when the team was still collecting the crystal cores left on the battlefield, a hill dozens of kilometers away, an elite team of more than 100 people was moving through the forest. This team was dressed in a black uniform, and their movements were agile and fast, unlike ordinary people. Even their weapons and equipment were world-class. The man who led the team was wearing a white suit, a pair of black-framed glasses, white hair, and an indifferent expression. Unlike other members who were swift and agile, the white-haired man's steps were quite slow. But what was surprising was that the white-haired man had just taken a step and his figure had appeared dozens of meters away. Wherever he passed, even the space felt a momentary vibration. Inori's smile, the white-haired man had already covered a distance of tens of meters in a blink of an eye. Even though he was walking like a leisurely stroll, he still kept the subordinates behind him far away. Team leader. There was a sudden sound in the sky, and the white-haired man looked up. It turned out to be a humanoid figure with two wings on its back, waving its wings and hovering in the air, saying to the white-haired man below, "If we walk more than 10 kilometers further, we will enter the city center of Lannan City." Just as the white-haired man was about to nod, a rustling sound suddenly came from the grass beside him. Immediately afterwards, a pair of scarlet blood eyes flashed in the bush, and a huge wild boar burst out of the jungle with a pair of ferocious tusks. And the target of this wild boar was clearly the white-haired man walking at the front of the team. The wild boar's tusks shot straight into the sky, stained with traces of blood, and the wild boar's physique far exceeded the average level. Just one impact was enough to smash through a house. This turned out to be a powerful alien beast with an A-level alien energy. The strong airwave carried the huge body of the wild boar and swept towards it, but the white-haired man seemed to be unaware of it and said, "Has the specific location been confirmed?" The white-haired man pushed his hand to hold the frame, and at the same time, the huge impact of the wild boar came. But just when the ferocious tusks of the wild boar were about to hit the white-haired man, the space around the white-haired man was distorted for a moment, and the white-haired man actually disappeared in place. The wild boar's blow missed the target and hit a giant tree behind. The fangs were deeply stuck in the tree. Just when the mutated wild boar looked confused, the white-haired man was already standing on the wild boar's broad back. The white-haired man pulled out the two sword hilts from his waist, held them with both hands, and two laser beams shot out from the handles. The white-haired man turned his wrist, and two bright laser beams penetrated the thick neck of the mutated wild boar. The man's body flashed, and the next second he appeared on the flat ground not far away, holding a blue crystal core in his hand. The light was scattered through the gaps between the leaves. The white-haired man's face was expressionless, and only a curtain of light flashed through his black-rimmed glasses. The huge body of the mutated wild boar crashed to the ground, and the blood from its neck sputtered out like a fountain. The awakened person flying in the sky held a map in his hand and considered, the approximate location should be determined now. The white-haired man stopped, looked at the law enforcement team members who were still rushing towards him in the distance, and ordered, "Now notify the surrounding search teams to suspend all tasks and arrive at London Central Square within half a day to gather." Yes. There was nothing unexpected about the awakened person above the airspace, and he also believed that the surrounding searcher teams would not disobey this order. Because, this man is one of the very few S-class awakened ones in the base, and he is also the captain of the law enforcement team of the 3rd Brigade of Yuhai, Gufeng, who is known as the White Death. In a convenience supermarket near the outskirts of London City. The fat man was staring closely at a boiler in front of him, with a stream of saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. Inside the alcohol boiler were some packaged foods similar to canned luncheon meat left in the supermarket. These days, the team members have been searching for resources in the ruins, and they have to be alert to dangers that may appear at any time. The food they eat is all instant biscuits and canned food. This made the gluttonous fat man very greedy. After arriving at the supermarket, he immediately suggested that the exhausted people use the alcohol boiler and ingredients in the supermarket to make a simple hot pot meal. Chen Weiguo walked from the shelf with a few cans in his hand. When he saw the fat man staring at the boiler and salivating, he reminded him, "Don't be careless. Since we came to this neighborhood, there have been fewer and fewer zombies around. This is already close to the city center. It stands to reason that there must be a lot of zombies in groups. Something is wrong with this situation now." When the fat man heard this, his fat body immediately trembled. He suddenly remembered the strange baby he had encountered at the 3rd People's Hospital of London City. Although the crises he encountered later were more terrifying than that of the strange baby, the terrifying atmosphere in the hospital that night made Fatty unforgettable for a long time. At this moment, Wei Linger, Lu Qingfei and Su Wen also walked out of the store on the other side. Different from Fatty and Chen Weiguo, the three women had changed their clothes, and even their hands were packed with brand-name clothes and luxury cosmetics. "I'm so lucky. This supermarket hasn't been raided yet." The faces of Wei Linger and the other three girls were all filled with joy of harvest, and they didn't look tired at all. For things like shopping, girls seem to be born with some kind of buff and will never feel tired. Wei Linger came over carrying gorgeously packaged clothes. She only saw Fatty and Chen Weiguo squatting on the ground. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Where are Mu Qiu and Chi Chi?" The fat man had a look of envy on his face, and complained in a sour tone, "Where else can we go? Of course we have been to the world of two." In another store in the supermarket, Mu Qiu walked in front with his hands behind his back to observe, while Chi Chi followed closely beside him. Although after a few days of getting along, Chi Chi and Wei Linger had become familiar with each other, but due to the binding effect of the rat charm, she still subconsciously wanted to stay with Mu Qiu. Mu Qiu naturally wouldn't mind, after all, Yui's life could be said to be created by him. Yui was a weapon in his hand, and a power that belonged to him alone. Mucho would never give it up at any time. Just as Mucho was admiring the dazzling array of goods on the booth, Yui stopped in front of a counter. Mucho looked over and found that the product on the counter was a pink rabbit doll. Mucho walked to the booth and stretched out his palm close to the glass. Red mist flashed from his palm, and a round hole was immediately dissolved on the glass. Mucho took out the rabbit doll and handed it to the girl. Yui hugged the pink doll blankly with an inexplicable look in her eyes. Mucho smiled and rubbed the girl's light pink hair, which was as soft as cherry blossoms. After stretching, Mucho planned to go back and see what the fat man was doing. Just as Mucho took a few steps, a girl's ethereal voice suddenly came from behind him. WWW. Mucho turned around and saw Yui holding a pink doll in her arms. She used her hands to turn the red rope into a pattern and put it on her chest. The corner of the girl's mouth was even rarely smiling. At this moment, it was like cherry blossoms blooming. Daishiandi Entertainment Club on Chi-Chi's chest stands a suspension bridge made of red flower rope. The dusk sunlight shines in through the window, and the corners of the lips on the girl's flawless and pretty face are raised with a bright and moving smile. I have to admit, Chi-Chi looks beautiful like this. At this moment, Mucho narrowed the corners of her eyes, looked in another direction, and at the same time, a slender hair-like ice needle popped out with her hand. The ice needle streaked through the air as fast as lightning, and instantly hit a disc-shaped flying object by the far window. With a thought in Mucho's mind, an invisible force of thought directly took the disc over. Monitor? Looking at the disc-like aircraft in front of him, the camera in the center had been destroyed by the ice needle launched by Mucho, but underneath there were a row of mechanical suction cup tentacles with extremely strong absorption force. It was these tentacles that drove the circular aircraft just now. The plate hangs outside the window. Mucho looked out the window again, and there was nothing there. Mucho frowned, and then took Chi-Chi back to the foyer of the supermarket. This should be a surveillance device modified from a drone. In the foyer, Chenhuegua dismantled the disc device into pieces, but in the end he could not analyze any useful information. There was no way, after all, Chenhuegua was just an authentic migrant worker before the end of the world. Even though he had gained some knowledge and experience in the past 2 years, he was confused when it came to analyzing these high technologies. After watching for a long time, Chenhuegua could only hold back one sentence: "It seems that we are being watched. We shouldn't stay here for a long time. Listening to your words is like a speech." Mucho nodded and looked at the others. Wei Linger also nodded. No matter what the other party's purpose is, we should be more vigilant at this time. The fat man held the unfinished hot pot in the bowl and screamed, "I'm on my way again without even filling my stomach?" But while several people were discussing, a communicator in Wei Linger's arms rang. Wei Linger's eyebrows were slightly curved. This communicator was a dedicated line for contacting the base. Under normal circumstances, the search team asked Yuhai for help. It was rare for calls from the opposite side. After it was connected, a vague sound suddenly came from inside, mixed with several strings of current sounds. Only Mucho heard the message clearly, and when he heard a familiar word, a light flashed in Mucho's eyes. After a short conversation, Wei Linger put down the communicator and sighed to the team, "We are busy again. There is news from above that all the teams currently performing search missions in Lannan City are ordered to arrive at the central square of Lannan within half a day. It seems that this time is another big task." As soon as this statement came out, the team members present were all amazed and inexplicable. Why? When we came off this time, we were almost wiped out. What the hell is this up there? Among them, Fatty's reaction was the most intense. After all, this search mission could be said to be a real escape from death. From the strange baby in the hospital at the beginning, to the shock at the Survivor Hotel, to the subsequent ambush in the mine, every incident can be said to be unprecedented, and normally far beyond what a B-level team like them can experience. After finally getting through the accident without any danger, Fatty now just wants to have a good rest and return to Yuhai Base to be free and happy. The ruins of this city are full of dangers, and it is simply not a place for humans. If it hadn't been for the unfinished task that Lu Qingfei entrusted to the team from her superiors, I'm afraid the team would have gone back home and left Lannan City, a place of right and wrong. And when I heard that so many teams were required to be dispatched to carry out the mission together, didn't it seem obvious that this was a dangerous and fatal mission? Whoever wants to go on this mission can do it. Anyway, I won't go there again. If you ask me about it, then just say that I am seriously injured and can't live anymore. As soon as the fat man waved his hand, he planned to give up his job. Wei Linger had known he would say this, so she sighed softly and said, "The person who issued the summons mission this time is Ji Yufeng from the law enforcement team." Ji Yufeng? That white god of death, how could he leave Yuhai and come to Lannan City? Oh my god, why is that evil star here? It seems that I can't run away this time. The fat man knelt down and roared to the sky, going crazy. When everyone heard the name Ji Yufeng, they were suddenly shocked, and there was even a hint of panic in their tone of voice. Sensing that everyone's reaction was a bit strange, Muchio looked at Wei Linger with questioning eyes. Wei Linger explained in due course, Ji Yufeng is the captain of the law enforcement team among the 3 teams in the Yuhai security zone. Because of his ruthless style and equal treatment of awakened people, Yuhai Base has maintained the unity and coexistence of ordinary people and awakened people. It can be said that Ji Yufeng is the cornerstone of order in Yuhai Base. Hearing Wei Linger's explanation, Mucho nodded, but he still didn't understand why others were so frightened when Ji Yufeng was mentioned. Even concubine Lu Qing of the Holy Mother seemed to be a little resistant. Wei Linger added, "But it is precisely because of the ruthlessness of his methods that once an awakened person violates the order of Yuhai, he will immediately be severely hit by Ji Yufeng. There are already no less than 2 digits of awakened people because of this. He violated the order of Yuhai Base and was executed by Ji Yufeng himself. He was indifferent to the survivors, and even more ruthless to the awakened ones. Coupled with his powerful and terrifying abilities, he was also dubbed the White God of Death. Everywhere it passes, there is killing, just like the sickle of death reaping and slaughtering life." After hearing Wei Linger's explanation, Mucho finally understood why Fatty and others changed their attitude towards Ji Yufeng. With Ji Yufeng's ruthless character, if he was caught with some leverage, he would not be bitten to death like a mad dog. The fat man interjected, "I heard that this Ji Yufeng hates all awakened people because his family was tortured and killed by awakened people with supernatural powers. But the irony is that he also awakened his supernatural powers not long after." The fat man seemed to really have no good impressions of Ji Yufeng, and suggested, "How about our team don't go, and then we will say that we were attacked by a group of zombies on the way." Wei Linger helplessly replied, "The order just came from above, asking us to gather at Lannan City Center Square, and the final location where the mission will be carried out." A flash of throbbing emerged from the depths of Muchio's pupils. "It's called Daishiandi Entertainment Club." Lannan City search team in a street in the center of Lannan, 2 heavily armed off-road vehicles were speeding past. There were scrapped vehicles everywhere on the street. The walls of the high-rise buildings on both sides were rusty and smelled of decay. The asphalt ground was scorched black and mixed with mottled blood. The fat man sat in the driver's seat and drove the car. He turned to Muchio and the others behind him and said, "It's strange, how come there are fewer and fewer strange things along the way?" The weird things Fatty calls are those high-level heretics that are different from ordinary zombies. Since they drove all the way here, although there are still a lot of zombies along the way, they have not seen any high-level zombies above Class B. At this moment, several ragged zombies roared out from the corner. But the fat man was not afraid at all when he controlled the huge off-road vehicle. He stepped on the accelerator and ran over it. How could a few ordinary zombies withstand this violent impact? They were instantly knocked to pieces and their flesh and blood flew everywhere. The 2 off-road vehicles sped down and soon arrived at their destination, Lannan Central Square. The entire square seemed unusually empty, with only the powerful hum of car engines echoing. It wasn't until they arrived at the center of the square that the team finally discovered a team of hundreds of people stationed here. "It's from the law enforcement team." When Fatty saw this team, he warned loudly, "No wonder those high-level zombies in the nearby streets have disappeared. They should have been wiped out by these evil stars." A dozen military green tents were stationed on the ground, and several bonfires were rising not far away. A human team of hundreds of people was stationed majestically in this large open-air square. Muchio looked at these law enforcement soldiers uniformly dressed in black with great interest. Although there are only a small number of awakened people here, the rest of the human beings have obviously received special training. They are strong and full of blood. They must be special forces before the end of the world. After several people got out of the car, a man wearing a military hat walked out of the law enforcement team. After confirming everyone's identities, the man in the military hat led the team to a bonfire in the center of the square. A group of awakened people had gathered near the tent near the bonfire. The first person was wearing a white suit, with white hair and a delicate face. He looked extremely indifferent. Even when he saw Mu Chiu and others arriving, he did not make any move. Wei Linger and a few people found an open space next to the campfire to sit down. It seemed that many search teams around them had just arrived. The fat man whispered to Mu Chiu from the side, "This guy with a dead face is Ji Yufeng, the captain of the law enforcement team. Don't let him get caught easily. This guy treats awakened people much more harshly than zombies and so on." After hearing this, Mu Chiu looked at Ji Yufeng, who was sitting not far away. The law enforcement captain known as the White Death also reacted very sharply. He turned his head the moment Mu Chiu looked at him. Ji Yufeng looked at Mu Chiu with his emotionless eyes. Mu Chiu was stared at by this cold gaze and was not afraid. Instead, she raised the corners of her mouth and responded with a peaceful smile on her face. At this moment, a rapid engine sound came from the distance. I saw a cool and luxurious convertible sports car speeding towards me from the other side of the street. A richly dressed young man stepped out of the car, wearing sunglasses and a beautiful hairstyle. At first glance, he looked like an aristocratic young man out for fun. Behind him were also several young men dressed as playboys, but when it came to the image of a slut, they were far inferior to the man in sunglasses who led the way. The man in sunglasses walked up to the crowd, took off his sunglasses and said calmly, "Good morning everyone, the incense hunting team is here to report. I am very happy to see that all old friends have arrived here safely." The man in sunglasses seemed to be quite familiar with the team of searchers present. When he saw Ji Yufeng, who was wearing a white suit sitting in front of the tent, his face showed even more surprise. He stepped forward and complimented, "Brother Ji, why are you here in person? What task can you give us, and our team can help you handle it properly?" Ji Yufeng naturally didn't take advantage of this flattery, so he just gave the man in sunglasses a cold look. The man in sunglasses felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and he suddenly shivered. Seeing that the flattery was slapped on the horse's leg, he did not dare to say anything more. The man in sunglasses turned around, and when he looked in the direction of Mu Chiu's team, a delighted smile suddenly appeared on his face. I saw him running up to Wei Linger and Lu Qingfei in a hurry, showing a smile that he thought was very charming. "Isn't this the charming Miss Linger? We are really destined. Even in the horrific ruins of the city, the goddess of fate still allowed us to meet here. This is such a great fate." After saying that, he actually bent down and knelt down to take Wei Linger's hand. Wei Linger had a look of obvious disgust on her face. She avoided the man in sunglasses' hands and scolded angrily, "Chun Nan, I have no connection with a playboy like you. It's a pity that you didn't die in the hands of zombies." Seeing that this move was ineffective against Wei Linger, the man in sunglasses turned his attention to Lu Qingfei. Of course, the same routine was still ruthlessly rejected by Lu Shangsheng. The fat man looked at the man in sunglasses with disdain and explained to Mu Chiu, "This pretentious man is called Chu Nan. He was a typical second-generation rich man who was uneducated before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, this guy actually awakened his superpowers. Fortunately, there is order in Yuhai to restrain him, otherwise I don't know how many girls would suffer." Virgin? Mu Chiu was stunned. "Hey, Lao Chen, you are here." Just then, a search team in work clothes walked towards Chen Weigua. The age of these people was around 40 or 50 years old, and some of them were wearing yellow safety helmets. This outfit looked like they had just walked out of the construction site. When Chen Weigua saw this group of people, he also smiled. "Old Zhang, you are here too." The leading worker put his arm around Chen Weigua's shoulders and grinned, "It's been a while since we've been together. After all, we were all workers together back then." Then, he looked towards Mu Chiu and the others and asked in confusion, "Hey, why don't I see Songhua?" When it comes to Song Songhua, Chen Weigua's smile obviously faded by 3 points, and he sighed, "Songhua is dead." What? Several workers seemed to know Song Songhua, and were also surprised to hear the news of his death. Chen Weigua looked guilty. "It's my fault. I didn't keep an eye on Songhua. I clearly promised old Song to take good care of his son. Again, Ji Yofeng's suspicion. Mu Chiu calmly withdrew his gaze after noticing the sad atmosphere of Song Songhua's death mentioned by several workers. Song Songhua provoked him, and Mu Chiu killed him casually. It was that simple, no regrets, no regrets. Suddenly, Mu Chiu felt a breath approaching him. Little brother Mu Chiu. A soft bump hit Mu Chiu's firm back, and a charming voice entered Mu Chiu's ears, and the air was filled with a faint floral fragrance. A pair of delicate and flawless jade hands embraced Mu Chiu's shoulders, and a seductive red lip leaned against Mu Chiu's ear. What a coincidence, you are here too. Mu Chiu, who had been prepared, reached out and held the white jade fingers on his shoulder, and chuckled. I don't remember that our relationship was so close, Lu Chanxian. Little brother Mu Chiu is really ruthless. It's a pity that your sister, have been thinking about you day and night for some time. Mu Chiu turned his head and saw an extremely charming and seductive face. Mu Chiu remembered that this person was the enchanting woman who competed with Wei Linger to win him over at the training ground that day. Her name seemed to be Lu Chanxian. Lu Chanxian was still wearing a red patterned cheongsam. Her charming face was charming and beautiful. The beauty mole under the corner of her eye added a bit of charm to her. The split thighs were looming and gave people endless reverie. How have you been in Sister Linger's team during this period? Lu Chanxian licked her tempting red lips. If you are not satisfied with Sister Linger, you are welcome to come to my sister at any time. My sister is always welcome to join me. At this time, Yuichi, who was wearing an orange dress, was weaving a flower rope in her hand and slowly placed the iron tower woven with the flower rope in front of Mu Chiu. Mu Chiu looked at Yuichi with a soft look and gently rubbed the girl's head. Lu Chanxian saw Yuichi's angelic face and couldn't help but stare blankly, with a flash of surprise in her eyes. Then she reacted and smiled charmingly. No wonder Mu Chiu disdains to associate with such an ordinary woman like my sister. It turns out that there is already such a beautiful woman around him. Chunan, who was dressed brightly, was rejected by both Wei Linger and Lu Qingfei, and felt frustrated. But then, a beautiful orange figure came into his eyes. Damn, there is such a top-notch? That appearance, that figure, that cold temperament. Chunan swore that he had never seen such a unique girl even before the end of the world. It was like she came out of the second dimension. He couldn't help but approach her to chat. This beautiful lady, may I ask you? Just as Chunan showed his gentlemanly demeanor as always, intending to capture the heart of this girl, he accidentally caught a glimpse of a charming figure. Lu Chanxian? Seeing Lu Chanxian's figure, Chunan's expression instantly became terrified, and his body trembled suddenly. Lu Chanxian curled her red lips and chuckled. Oh, isn't this a virgin? What a coincidence that you were also summoned, Sister Chanxian. What you said is right. I am also a member of the Yuhai base. If the base summons me, Chunan, it is my duty. Chunan seemed to be very afraid of Lu Chanxian. He was submissive in front of her and no longer had any gentlemanly manners. Lu Chanxian seemed to have no interest in Chunan. She just said a word and then looked at Mu Chiu again. Brother Mu Chiu, if you change your mind at any time, you are always welcome here. Lu Chanxian did not hide her admiration for Mu Chiu at all. Before leaving, she put her hand on her lips and blew a kiss to Mu Chiu, followed by her slender and charming back. After Lu Chanxian left, Chunan seemed to have put down a heavy burden. He breathed a sigh of relief, and the fear hidden in his eyes slowly disappeared. Chunan straightened his back and looked at Yuichi, and a rose was in his mouth. He put on a confident smile again. Miss, I haven't asked for your name yet. As he said that, he couldn't help but pull the hand of the girl in front of him. Yuichi subconsciously moved closer to Mu Chiu. Suddenly, Chunan's extended hand was firmly clamped by another hand. Who? Chunan's eyes immediately became fierce, and his attitude towards men was completely different from that towards women. Mu Chiu narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled lightly. What do you want to do? UTM. Chunan was instantly annoyed. No one in Yuhai had ever dared to talk to him like this. But before he finished speaking, a terrifying scene happened. I saw a fluorescent blue mist surrounding the palm of Mu Chiu holding Chunan, and then it expanded into a gorgeous frost, spreading along Chunan's arm, instantly freezing Chunan's entire arm. Chunan was frightened. At this moment, even if he was stupid, he knew that he had met a tough guy, so he quickly pulled away. Elemental system? Shunan covered his frozen arm with a face full of fear. Mucho didn't even look at him, and took Yuchi's delicate hand and walked away. Ji Yufeng saw this scene from a distance, squinting his eyes and looking at Mucho's back. Is he the Mucho that Wei Linger brought back from the ruins? The man with a military cap beside him replied, now he has joined Wei Linger's team. I remember our people have been monitoring him for a while, right? While asking, Ji Yufeng looked at Yuichi beside Mucho. Who is this girl? The subordinate beside him replied, there is no awakener in the base with this face. She should be a new member. Yuichi's face is as delicate as a porcelain doll from an anime. Once you see her, you will never forget her. No wonder the subordinates around him are so sure. Ji Yufeng nodded. There was still no expression on his cold face, but his eyes were fixed on the backs of Mucho and Yuichi. A level, Ji Yufeng opened his lips and murmured. The moment Mucho made a move just now, Ji Yufeng instantly sensed the powerful supernatural fluctuation. He was a little curious. How did an awakener who was only a low-level B-level awakener a week ago rise to the A level in just a few days? Pay attention to his actions. Ji Yufeng slowly instructed his subordinates. Church, the great enemy of the flame demon lord at night, there were stars, and the summer night breeze blew with a cool breath over the entire dark city. This place seems to have fallen asleep completely in the middle of the city. A few wisps of white smoke were twining with sparks rising in the sky, injecting a bit of life into the seemingly lifeless city. Several bonfires were set up in the open square, next to a dozen military green camping tents. Dozens of awakened people of different ages and costumes were sitting around the campfire, where they were discussing secret plans after convening a search team. Mucho sensed that the members of these search teams were B-level at last, and there were more than a dozen of them who had reached A-level. Then, Mucho looked at the white-haired man in a white suit with an indifferent expression standing in front of him, Ji Yufeng, the captain of the law enforcement team. The supernatural energy fluctuations in Ji Yufeng's body are more intense than those of others. If the supernatural energy in the bodies of these A-level awakeners is like a pool of warm water, then what is contained in Ji Yufeng's body is like a clear spring. He is clearly an S-level ability awakener. Mucho narrowed her eyes slightly, and even the smile on her face faded a lot. For some reason, after seeing Ji Yufeng, the fire demon consciousness in his body became agitated, and a nameless anger suddenly rose up to the bottom of his heart. Ji Yufeng stood next to the tent and looked at a middle-aged man next to him. The middle-aged man understood instantly, stretched out his hands and raised them around. A purple light curtain visible to the naked eye suddenly rose from the periphery of the square, and gradually came together to form a purple light mask surrounding the square. Mucho used her telekinesis tentacles to test and realized that this purple light curtain was actually made of some special spiritual energy. The middle-aged man who emits a purple light curtain explained to everyone, "This light curtain is my special power. It can detect all unknown signals and life forms entering the barrier, and can also provide a certain degree of defense when necessary." As he said that, he scanned the crowd again. Of course, it can also detect the entry and exit of people inside, including the transmission of internal signals. This sentence is a bit playful to say. An inexplicable color flashed in Mucho's eyes, and she already had some guesses about the next plan. But I heard Ji Yufeng say, there is only one purpose for calling you here this time, that is to eliminate a pagan stronghold in Lannan City. Heterogeneous church? Why are those crazy people here? Once Ji Yufeng's words came out, it caused an uproar in the scene. The faces of many awakened people in the search team showed expressions of fear, hatred, or disgust. But without exception, it is easy to see from their reactions that they are full of rejection and disgust towards this heterologous religion. Mucho looked at Wei Linger with questioning eyes, but found that the eldest lady also showed an indignant look. Wei Linger quietly explained to Mucho, the heterogeneous religion is a terrorist organization composed of a group of paranoid and crazy awakened people after the outbreak of the apocalypse. They firmly believe that this doomsday is just a test from God to the world. We awakened people are just incomplete evolutions, and those zombie heretics who are completely mutated and have zombie sanity are the real new world rulers truly chosen by the Creator. Is there such an organization? Mucho rubbed her chin, with curiosity in her eyes. It's funny, isn't it? Wei Linger smiled bitterly and said, these alien cult members worship powerful heretics, and even regard them as monsters as their masters, helping the heretics fight against the human base. They also continue to spread their crazy ideas in the major safe zone bases, trying to assimilate those survivors who have been forced into desperation and worship the evil heretics with them. A bunch of bigoted lunatics worshipping heretics, and Mamuchio suddenly became interested in this alien church. I didn't expect that we would be dealing with this terrible organization this time. It's no wonder that Ji Yufeng personally took action. Wei Linger suddenly understood something. It seems that the fact that we were monitored by drones yesterday must have been the work of the alien cult. Fortunately, we ran fast. What those lunatics like to do most is to contribute powerful awakened people to the heretics for raw food. Muchio became interested and was about to continue asking, but found that the noisy awakened people around her suddenly became quiet. Muchio noticed a sharp gaze directed at everyone. The sight that was mixed with coldness and sharpness immediately made everyone feel like they were falling into an ice cave. When the scene calmed down, Ji Yufeng pushed up the frame on his nose, and a light screen flashed under his glasses, making it difficult to see his expression clearly. There is news that the heterogeneous cultists in London City gathered in a large hall called the Daddy Andy Entertainment Club. There are probably dozens of people, but it cannot be ruled out that there are powerful heretics beyond the A level among them. As soon as this statement came out, everyone who was already on tenterhooks immediately became frightened again. Most of the heterogeneous sects have extreme personalities, and they will do anything to gain power. Some even use heretics to perform some sorcery in exchange for abilities. This is the reason why the heterogeneous religion is not tolerated by many survivor bases. But this time, many search teams did not dare to make any noise, for fear of being targeted by Ji Yufeng. In the eyes of some awakened people, Ji Yufeng is a more terrifying existence than the zombie heresy. Ji Yufeng then looked at everyone and said, this time the law enforcement team will work together with you to eradicate the heterogeneous church in London City. For some reason, the more he looked at Ji Yufeng, the more agitated the flame demon lord in his body became. At this moment, Chunan, who was wearing sunglasses and dressed in a coquettish manner, complimented, with Brother Ji here this time, isn't it easy to capture a heterogeneous church? Don't underestimate this action. The middle-aged man next to Ji Yufeng had a solemn expression on his face and said solemnly, there is a high possibility that there are S-level heretics in the heterogeneous church in London City. This sentence made the atmosphere at the scene even heavier, but Chunan still looked indifferent. It's just an S-level monster. It's not like our Brother Ji hasn't caught it before. That scary flame demon lord was so arrogant a few days ago, but he was still caught by Brother Ji? When these words came out, Muchio's pupils shrank slightly and his mind was shocked. So that's it. Muchio finally understood why the emotions of the flame demon lord in his body became so agitated after seeing Ji Yufeng's face. It was Ji Yufeng who had captured the flame demon lord before. Muchio turned his head and slowly looked at the indifferent white-haired man with a playful look in his eyes. In this case, he had to get back at the place himself. After Chunan mentioned the name of Flame Demon Lord, Ji Yufeng's cold face finally showed a touch of emotion. He lowered his head and looked at the position of his arm. There was a hideous scar extending to his shoulder, and it was only a few inches away from tearing his neck. Ji Yufeng slowly explained, even capturing the flame demon consumed a lot of human resources in the base, and it was not something I could do alone. Demon Lord, Ji Yufeng's intimidation when mentioning the flame demon lord, not only Ji Yufeng's expression was moved, but even the search team who heard about it changed their faces. The flame demon lord has been entrenched outside the Yuhai base for a long time. His powerful strength is like a haze pressing on everyone's head, especially the search team has to be more cautious when going out to explore resources. Although this terrifying S-level heretic was captured alive after a tragic price, it took only more than a month for this terrible zombie monster to escape again, and once again became a psychological shadow for the search team members. Thinking that this mission is to fight with the servants of the demons of the heterogeneous church, and even the powerful existence of S-level will appear, these awakened people who are only B-level on average are quite nervous. Chunan mentioned the name of the flame demon lord in order to cheer people up, but he didn't expect to make the atmosphere more depressing. Seeing the atmosphere becoming more and more tense, Chunan hurriedly said, we have Brother Ji to personally take action this time. Is there any heresy that we can't deal with? Everyone suddenly realized that there was a powerful awakener in front of them, known as the White Death. Ji Yufeng swept his eyes over the many awakeners present. The search team members all shrank wherever his eyes went, fearing that they would be stared at by the White Death, and no one dared to look at him. No, there is another person. Ji Yufeng looked at Mu Qiu, who had a calm expression and gave Ji Yufeng a meaningful smile. For some reason, Ji Yufeng had a strange feeling in an instant. This feeling was like being stared at by a terrifying heretic monster. Ji Yufeng frowned, pushed his eye sockets up to hide his thoughts, and turned his thin body to face the many search team members. Under the moonlight, his close-fitting white suit is more radiant, and with Ji Yufeng's cold and pale face, he looks like a messenger of the dead who has walked out of the endless purgatory. This is a battle. Ji Yufeng's cold words reached everyone's ears. It is a war that will definitely kill people. The cold words echoed in the ears of the search team. I will not force those who want to leave now, but correspondingly, all members who leave the team will deduct 100 merit points each. As soon as these words came out, all the search teams present had pupils shaking and their hearts trembling slightly. After each team goes out to explore, they will report the resources and intelligence they have found to the top management of Yuhai, and the corresponding team will receive a reward called merit points. In addition to being able to exchange crystal cores, weapons, and other common post-apocalyptic trading items, merit points can even be exchanged for information on some resource locations. It is a popular currency among the search teams of Yuhai base. It can be said that merit points are the foundation of their survival. Usually, going out to perform a mission can only earn a dozen merit points. This time, Ji Yufeng will deduct 100 points. Isn't this going to kill the search team? Many awakened people looked at each other with hesitation on their faces. In the end, no one stood up from the team and chose to leave. The reason is simple. What is the purpose of these teams searching the urban wasteland with great difficulty? Isn't it to use superpowers to live a good life in the end of the world? Now merit points are more important than money and power before the end of the world. How can they give up easily? They are naturally angry but dare not speak out about this kind of forced execution task. After all, the executor is the famous White Death God. Who dares to let the captain of the law enforcement team catch him? You know, this White Death God treats awakened people several times more cruelly than ordinary survivors. Ji Yufeng looked around and saw that no awakened people chose to leave. He gently supported the black frame of the glasses, and his eyes under the light curtain were unusually cold. After a thorough meeting, Ji Yufeng planned to wipe out the heterogeneous church strongholds in Lannan City the next day. In a tall building in the center of Lannan City, there were flickering lights in the dim corridor. The sound of wheels turning came from the deepest part of the corridor, and several figures appeared in the corner under the light. A pale, bloodless man in a red robe walked out from the deep corridor, followed by several black robes. The most surprising thing was that several purple-robed men pulled a huge cart surrounded by iron fences, almost blocking the entire wide corridor. The cart was covered by a black curtain, making it difficult to see what was inside. Beside the red-robed man was a hunchbacked purple-robed hooded man. "Are those people from Yuhai almost here?" the man in the red robe asked, his tone flat and hoarse. The hooded man in a purple robe beside him said, "They are already gathering search teams around them. It looks like they are serious this time. This time, the White Death of Yuhai is leading the team. It's a bit dangerous." Although he said so, the corners of his mouth under the purple hood were grinning upwards. White Death. It's really exciting. The red-robed man murmured, and a strange smile gradually appeared on his face. While the two were talking, they had already arrived at a large elevator shaft. The black-robed men behind them also pulled up the cart covered with curtains. The purple-hooded man slowly pressed the button for the underground floor. There was a flash of light at the top of the elevator with a ding sound, and then it actually clicked and started to move. There is actually equipment to maintain power supply in the most dangerous center of this urban wasteland. As the elevator shaft slowly descended, the purple-robed man said to the red-robed man, "People above have begun to ask about the experimental results here." Experimental results? The red-robed man's voice was hoarse and dry, and a smile appeared at the corners of his pale mouth. "I think this is the best time to show the experimental results. The White Death will die here with his team." Another click sound. The elevator shaft has reached the bottom. the red-robed man led the crowd out of the elevator shaft. In the dark underground parking lot, a pair of scarlet bloodthirsty eyes were staring blankly at the front. The men beside him turned on the flashlight, and saw that the owners of these scarlet eyes were actually ragged and bloody horrible zombies. These zombies stood quietly in the empty parking lot like a line, looking like frozen wax figures. In the dim and damp environment, one could only see their dull and hollow eyes and hideous faces with the help of a flashlight. Surrounds us, a heart-to-heart talk under the moon. The red-robed man waved his hand and gave an order, and several black-robed men behind him immediately understood and lifted the curtain of the steel cage. And then, an even more shocking scene occurred. It was seen that the people locked in the steel cage were actually more than a dozen disheveled, pale and thin human survivors. The hands and feet of these human survivors were tied with thick ropes, and their mouths were blocked with tape. They looked terrified and their faces were full of tears. Several black-robed men threw these survivors from the cage to the ground. A black-robed man took out a dagger from his waist and cut the arms of several survivors. Crimson blood gushed out from the wound. The air was instantly filled with a strong smell of blood. The hundreds of zombies were instantly ignited with blood, and their eyes looked fiercely at the dozen survivors who fell to the ground. But the strange thing is that even if saliva flowed from the corners of their mouths and the blood in the depths of their pupils became more and more intense, these zombies did not move at all. Faced with the delicious food delivered to their doorstep, these man-eating monsters froze to the side. It was as if they were artificially fixed in place. But then, the red-robed man gently snapped his fingers. Snap! In an instant, as if some mysterious switch was turned on, these zombies almost simultaneously launched an attack with their fangs and claws, and their target was the dozen human survivors lying on the ground. Hundreds of zombies waved their claws and surrounded the dozen people with hideous faces, as if they were devouring them. Blood splattered, screams continued, and in a moment there was only a large pool of blood on the ground. But the red-robed man and his group behind him seemed to be accustomed to it. With a morbid smile on their faces, look forward to it, the great feast is about to be staged. The moonlight covered by dark clouds sprinkled down, bringing a ray of light to the dark city. The moonlight shone on the tall building, and the dark sign that had long been covered with dust had 7 big characters written on it, Daishiandi Entertainment Club. Mucho opened his eyes, only to find that he was being tightly entangled by Yui like an octopus. The girl's delicate arms were pressed against Mucho's chest, and she was breathing softly. The girl's appearance was always so beautiful, but her sleeping posture was a bit unsightly. Mucho didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and he gently put the girl's jade arm aside with his backhand, and slowly stood up. It was late at night, and the team was resting in a tent in the square. Since seeing Ji Yufeng today, the consciousness of the flame demon lord in Mucho's body has become violent. It was not just an angry emotion, but more of a crazy greed. That's right, the flame demon in the body was greedily opening its mouth, wanting to devour Ji Yufeng's flesh, his blood, and his supernatural powers. This Ji Yufeng is worthy of being called the White Death God, who can make the flame demon so eager to devour him. Mucho will naturally settle the old account with Ji Yufeng about the flame demon lord, but before that, he must first arrive at the Great World Entertainment Club and complete the task assigned to him by the system. Before that, it is better not to make trouble. Mucho put on his clothes and walked out of the tent. The late summer night was already slightly cool. At this time, in the middle of the night, the camp was already silent, and only the unburned bonfire was still flickering with sparks. Because of the protection of the purple light curtain that isolates the outside world, people can also enjoy a moment of peace in this city ruins full of crises. Mucho, who had nothing to do, walked to the pavilion in the center of the square. The bright moonlight in the sky seemed to be the only light illuminating this wasteland. When he walked to the pavilion, Mucho found that there was already a beautiful figure here, with a curvy figure, a beautiful face, and an elegant and mature temperament. This person is the role model of the Virgin Mary in Mucho's heart, Dr. Lu Qingfei. However, unlike the usually elegant and dignified Virgin Mary Lu, at this moment, Lu Qingfei looked melancholy and absent-minded. Her slender back looked very thin, and there was a trace of tears in the corner of her eyes. Seeing this, Mucho stepped forward and smiled. What? Is the Virgin Mary so sentimental today? Mucho did not deliberately make footsteps when he came, but Lu Qingfei seemed to have just reacted and was startled by the sudden voice. After finding out that the person was Mu Qiu, concubine Lu Qing was relieved, patted her chest, wiped the tears from her eyes, and replied, "It's Mu Qiu, why aren't you sleeping so late?" Mu Qiu noticed that concubine Lu Qing was abnormal, and asked with a smile, "Why do you look absent-minded?" Concubine Lu Qing hesitated for a moment, but still confessed to Mu Qiu, "It's because of my fiancé." Mu Qiu suddenly remembered that the base camp of the heterogeneous sect to be wiped out this time was in the Great Heaven and Earth Entertainment Club, and concubine Lu Qing's husband was lost in the Great Heaven and Earth Entertainment Club. Now concubine Lu Qing's husband must have fallen into the hands of the heterogeneous sect. But he heard concubine Lu Qing said to herself, "He is the president of a company, and we met at a lecture in the university." Mu Qiu had nothing to do, so he simply listened to the story of the Holy Mother Lu to satisfy his hunger. The story is quite cliched. Basically it's about the tall, rich and handsome man pursuing the fair, rich and beautiful woman, and then the two began to talk about marriage. He left Yuhai City 3 days before the end of the world. I haven't seen him since that day, and the day when the apocalypse breaks out. There is still a month before our wedding is agreed. As Lu Qingfei said this, tears slid down her eyes. He is too straightforward. He must be in great pain after falling into the hands of the alien sect. I am afraid that even his life and death are unknown now. It can be seen that Lu Qingfei, a sentimental woman, is really worried about the safety of her husband. But Mu Qiu naturally doesn't care about this. What he really cares about is the power he gets after arriving at the check-in location. Mu Qiu smiled slightly, took off his windbreaker and put it on Lu Qingfei. Then, he said meaningfully, "Don't worry, you will never know what the result will be until the last step." Lu Qingfei thought that Mu Qiu's words were touched by her and were comforting herself. What she didn't expect was that this man who treated his enemies like a devil and was extremely cruel actually had such a kind side. "Thank you, Mu Qiu." Lu Qingfei's face was touched. How could Mu Qiu not see that Lu Qingfei misunderstood him? But he obviously didn't want to make any more excuses on this matter. He leaned against the column of the pavilion, looked up at the sky, and said softly, "I have an inexplicable premonition that tomorrow will be very interesting." Opened the zombie-tied zombie monster that was as big as a gorilla and as strong as a gorilla rose from the ground, and suddenly trampled an ordinary zombie next to it under its feet. The ground made of asphalt stone sank deeply in an instant, and a pool of scarlet blood flowed out from the cracked ground. The giant zombie beat its chest and roared, then walked away with heavy steps. The smell of blood instantly stimulated the surrounding zombies. Several zombies leaned towards the corpse in the cracks in the ground with ferocious faces. Suddenly, a black figure flashed past, knocking those zombies away in an instant. This turned out to be a mutated zombie with sharp claws like sharp knives. The mutated zombie was extremely fast, picking up the broken corpses on the ground and turning them into an afterimage and disappearing into the deep alley. Roar, a low groan of torn vocal cords came from the neighborhood. Groups of zombies are scattered throughout the neighborhood, rubbing shoulders with each other, mixed with all kinds of weird and bizarre things. After a night of fermentation, many zombie monsters that were originally sparse on the street due to the cleanup by the law enforcement team gathered again. The streets in the city center are even more crowded with zombies. Their clothes were in tatters, covered with old bloodstains, their faces were ferocious, their eye sockets were protruding, and some even had deformed bodies, as if they were ferocious beasts in the jungle that preyed on people. Woo buzz! Suddenly, the violent roar of the engine and the rolling sound of the wheels came from a distance, shaking the gravel on the ground and causing sand and rocks to fly. I saw dozens of dark green Hummer military vehicles driving on the street in the distance. More than a dozen army green Hummer jeeps were speeding along. The vehicles also had traces of modification, like steel beasts driving in the jungle. Behind a row of military vehicles, there were more than a dozen vehicles of different models. There are also well-armed off-road vehicles, luxurious and cool sports cars, a few galloping horses. What's even more ridiculous is that there are several huge and extremely fast yellow forklifts in the group of vehicles. The drivers inside are also wearing vests and overalls, just like migrant workers who have just left the construction site. The loud sound of rolling wheels instantly alarmed the zombies on the entire street, and the hungry man-eating monsters immediately came out in groups, rushing towards the group of cars in the distance. Deep in the wide street, the black zombie heads were connected together. From a distance, they looked like a bloody wave rushing toward the convoy. At this moment, a row of square gun barrels rose above the military vehicle walking at the front of the vehicle. Boom! Thick smoke rose from the barrel, and a series of red shells sprayed out after a loud noise. Whoosh! Right in front of the corpse group, a huge mutated zombie was instantly hit by a cannonball. After a loud boom, thick black smoke and hot firelight shook the entire neighborhood. The remnant power of the explosion even spread for tens of meters, and the surrounding zombie heretics were attacked by the wave of shell explosions. In an instant, charred corpses and blood clots splashed into the sky. Instead of cowering, the remaining zombies were stimulated by the smell of blood in the air and rushed towards the group of cars waving their ferocious deformed bodies. Rush over. At this time, Ji Yofeng's emotionless and indifferent voice came from the transmitters in all the cars. Almost at the same time as this order was issued, the front bumpers of more than a dozen military Humvees suddenly flipped into spiked steel bars. The speed of the tires was also getting faster and faster. With the engine roaring, the Humvee military vehicle rushed directly towards the tide of corpses in front, like a row of brave warriors charging into battle. The zombie monsters that were so ferocious and terrifying in the eyes of ordinary people seemed like paper in front of these steel beasts. The sharp thorns and spears instantly penetrated the fragile flesh of the zombies. The extreme collision was accompanied by tearing and cutting the body. The modified iron tires were like the tracks of a tank, easily crushing the rushing zombies. Thick smoke and blood mixed together create a scene full of violent aesthetics. This scene really shocked the search team members at the rear. When a team of several people like them explores the ruins of the city, there is never a time when they don't hide their heads and show their tails. They are careful not to reveal any movement, otherwise they will face an overwhelming and terrifying tide of corpses. Nowadays, the law enforcement team is so violent and forcibly carves out a path among the corpses everywhere, which really surprises these awakened ones. Dear me! Is this law enforcement team so powerful? The fat man held the steering wheel and looked at the mountain of corpses and blood in front of him with astonishment in his eyes. Wei Linger looked as if she was expecting it. This is Ji Yofeng's usual style, whether it's dealing with zombies or humans. Her brother Wei Ying and Ji Yufeng were colleagues, and Wei Linger naturally learned a lot about Ji Yufeng from Wei Ying. Wei Linger became rarely serious and said calmly, "It is said that when the law enforcement team was first established, there were proposals such as a combat team, a corpse-killing team, a rescue team, etc. But in the end Ji Yufeng resisted all opinions and named it the law enforcement team. Ji Yofeng's law enforcement team not only enforces the order of Yuhai, but also the laws of the entire world." Listening to Wei Linger's words, Mu Qiu could not imagine that the name of this law enforcement team had such origin. "Do you follow the laws of the world?" Mu Qiu suddenly chuckled and said, "I have to say that Ji Yufeng is really brave this time. Yes, without such courage, how can one be worthy of the title of White Death?" The war in front was still raging. Under the ruthless collision of the steel chariot, the corpse tide had been breached, but there were still countless zombies behind who were not afraid of death. To be precise, they had long been dead, so they were not afraid of death. The roof of the military vehicle in the front row was opened, and the soldiers of the law enforcement team simply took out machine guns to cover the fire. The flames at the muzzle sprayed wildly, and countless bullets hit the corpse tide like a river pouring down. A large number of zombies were hit by the swift bullets, and their heads exploded like watermelons, blood splashed in the air, and blood rain soaked the earth. A passage was opened in an instant for the dense corpse tide all over the street, and in the middle of the corpse group were dozens of vehicles carrying living people. In the middle of the dozen Hummer military vehicles rushing in the front, Ji Yufeng, wearing a white suit, was sitting in the car to preside over the overall situation. A voice came from the communicator in the car, "Captain, we have opened a gap in the zombie tide. At this rate, we will reach our destination soon." Hearing this, Ji Yufeng, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, did not look happy at all. His slightly pale lips slowly uttered cold words. "Something is wrong," an adjutant beside him asked in confusion. "Captain, we got rid of the zombie tide so easily, this should be a good thing." Door to the club. Ji Yufeng did not speak, but ordered the team to move on. The entire law enforcement team's process of cleaning up the zombies was extremely smooth, without even losing a single manpower. This made the search team that followed the law enforcement team very excited and gained confidence in the next plan to wipe out the heretic religion. Only a few people are not optimistic about this seemingly good situation. Muchio looked through the window at the terrifying tide of corpses crushed by the powerful methods of the law enforcement team, with an intriguing smile on her lips. When he was the Fire Lord, one of the few memory fragments happened to include the scene of the zombies fighting against the human army. The scene at that time was far from as one-sided as it is now. There are tens of thousands of zombie groups, powerful, strange and terrifying heretics, and a zombie king who will definitely appear in the zombie group. The presence of any one of these factors is enough to cause these well-equipped search teams to suffer heavy losses. And here, none of them exist. Muchio had a vague feeling that there was a greater danger ahead, waiting for these human groups filled with the joy of victory. But of course Muchio wouldn't care about this kind of problem. On the contrary, he still had a special expectation in his heart. After all, the unknown is the most interesting adventure. Next to her, Chi-Chi stared curiously at the scene outside the car. This was the first time she had seen such a large-scale zombie invasion. Muchio rubbed the girl's head and chuckled. So, the situation here is much scarier than your place, right? The over there that Muchio was referring to was naturally the world that Chi-Chi originally lived in. It was also invaded by some kind of apocalypse virus, but the extent was far less terrifying than the zombie virus in this world. The girl leaned against Muchio's side, not showing the slightest fear even when faced with the terrifying zombies outside. Chi-Chi nodded cutely. They have lost their original consciousness, just like a puppet without a body. The convoy rushed through the violent corpse tide like a storm, and soon left the center of the most prosperous street in London City with a group of search teams behind it. But they didn't notice that in the shadow of the alley next to the street, a disc-shaped flying device was flashing red dots on the screen, quietly monitoring the convoy's every move. The scorching sun was in the sky, and the sunlight was so direct that it made the earth dry and cracked. The old urban area has become dilapidated because it has been lifeless for too long, and the high-rise buildings that once stood are now gathering dust. The trees and weeds growing wildly along the street, some green plants have spread to the road, and thick vine roots are embedded in old buildings. Dozens of vehicles of various shapes were parked in the middle of the road, and directly in front of them was the target of this encirclement and suppression mission, the Daddy Andy Entertainment Club. Many law enforcement team soldiers and awakened people from the search team stepped out of the car at this moment. At first glance, there were hundreds of them. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, such a large number of humans have rarely appeared openly in such urban ruins. Muchio looked up at the huge building with more than 10 floors in front of her. It was hard to imagine that this was just a high-end club. The fat man was amazed at the sight. These rich people are so good, the entertainment venues are so high-end, but I have never seen them before. It's like a little palace. Not far away, Shunan, who was dressed like a slut, bit a rose in his mouth and said with disdain, "Look at you, you look like you have never seen the world, you bumpkin." When the fat man heard this, he smiled cheekily and said, "Yeah, I'm not like some rich second-generation losers who rely on their father. They are nothing after leaving their father, and even in the apocalypse, they don't forget to dress up and be so coquettish." You! Shunan was instantly angry, but it was difficult to get angry in front of Ji Yufeng. "Captain, all members of the law enforcement team and search team have arrived." At the front of the team, a young man wearing a military cap walked up to Ji Yufeng and reported. Ji Yufeng nodded, but looked towards the entrance directly in front. There should have been a row of revolving glass doors, but at some point they were converted into thick iron doors. I don't know what kind of material the iron gate is made of. Even if the soldiers from the law enforcement team fired machine guns, they could only leave light scratches. "Captain, why don't we use explosive devices?" a member of the law enforcement team suggested beside him. "No. There are still many living survivors inside." Upon hearing that the entire building was about to be blown up, Lu Qingfei immediately stepped forward to stop it. Her fiancé was most likely trapped in the building. At this time, the middle-aged man who released the purple light curtain last night said, "The Daddy Andy Entertainment Club is the largest entertainment center in London City. Celebrities from all walks of life often gather here. I am afraid that the survivors inside have been taken hostage by the heterogeneous cult." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then reminded him, "Boss Zhang's nephew seems to have disappeared here. Before leaving, Boss Zhang told us to try our best to save his nephew." The Boss Zhang in the man's mouth is naturally one of the three leaders of Yuhai base, Zheng Qingwei, who was a wealthy Shangjiaman in the apocalypse. Just when the team members were having different opinions and hesitating, Ji Yufeng suddenly raised his hand. Everyone calmed down immediately, but heard Ji Yufeng say, "No need, it's already opened." Just as the voice fell, a click sound suddenly came from the iron door not far away. Everyone was shocked. When they heard the sound, they looked at the heavy iron door and found that it had quietly opened at some point. Behind the door was their ultimate goal of this trip, the heterogeneous church. Many members, whether they were law enforcement teams or search teams that were temporarily summoned, looked at the dark door and looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this not an empty city plan? The fat man swallowed his throat, feeling uneasy. But this time no one responded to him, because the others were also very dumb. A discerning person could see that there must be a trap inside, but now they had lost their minds in the face of the mission. Ji Yofeng's face was still indifferent, and he ordered, "Follow me in." After that, he actually walked into the building alone. At this point, everyone could only obey orders, and with the white death god in front of them, everyone was somewhat comforted. However, the members of the law enforcement team in the back were all armed and ready to go at the slightest danger. The awakened members of the search team also looked around vigilantly. They had a natural intuition about danger after walking on the tightrope for a long time. Muchio and others followed the law enforcement team. Muchio looked up at the huge building that towered into the sky. He was already looking forward to it. New power, from the heterogeneous church facing the unknown danger ahead. Ji Yufeng had already made arrangements for the entire team last night. Walking in the front row were the law enforcement members with guns and live ammunition, and around them were the awakened ones from the search team who were hunting behind them. If there is even the slightest movement nearby, these experienced awakened ones will wait for an opportunity like jungle beasts. At the core of the team are the awakened ones like Lu Qingfei and Su Wen, who have auxiliary abilities or whose own strength is not outstanding. A team of hundreds of people was ready to go. Led by a white-haired man in a suit, they slowly entered a high-rise building called Daishiandi Entertainment Club. After passing through the heavy iron gate, once you enter, you will see an extremely empty hall. Even if hundreds of people rush in, it is still spacious. The counters, tables and chairs in the hall had been cleared away at some point. From a distance, the red carpet on the ground seemed to be soaked in blood. The silent hall became even more profound under the haze that enveloped everyone's hearts. What's strange is that the entire building has a hollow design. In the middle of the hall stands a thick column with several people hugging it. It is carved with dragons and phoenixes, and is meticulously crafted with exquisite craftsmanship. When I looked up, I saw that the central part of the hall was covered with dozens of wide steps covered with red carpet. The hall is surrounded by numbered boxes, but the doors of these boxes are also made of fine iron and locked. The whole building has been artificially modified. Chen Weigui used to be a decoration worker, and he immediately saw the clues after glancing around. There was no entertainment atmosphere in the entire building, and instead there was an extremely solid silence in the air, and an unpredictable and weird atmosphere. Everyone be on alert. The man in a military hat next to Ji Yufeng waved, signaling for the team to move forward. Muchio was walking at the front of the team, looking at the interior of the building that had been transformed beyond recognition, feeling an inexplicable feeling in her heart. Just speaking of this empty and deep hall, the walls are curved and surrounded by a huge column in the middle. It felt to Muchio less like a reception club and more like a gladiatorial arena. Ba bang bang. Just as a team of several hundred people were waiting in formation and were about to go upstairs, a burst of clapping suddenly came from all directions in the hall. Welcome everyone from Yuhai to visit the Daishiandi Entertainment Club. The sudden sound accurately entered the minds of everyone present. Spiritual transmission. Being able to transmit words into the minds of hundreds of people present at the same time, it is obvious that this person's supernatural power has great attainments in the soul. They are from the heterologous church. With the enemy in front of them, everyone's eyes instantly became wary. But I heard this ethereal but hoarse voice say, everyone in the world is ignorant. They regard the gift given to mankind by the Creator as a sin. It is simply pitiful, as the slightly older voice echoed in everyone's minds. A purple-robed figure seemed to appear in front of everyone's eyes. The figure was stooped and wearing a hood, making it difficult to see the face. Muchio looked at the purple-robed figure that appeared out of thin air, her eyes burning brightly. He had seen similar clothing in Yuhai base. That was the power of the 12 talismans he obtained after signing in. After using the sheep talisman for the first time to leave his body, he saw a similar figure in a tower in Yuhai. It seems that the heterogeneous religion has invaded the interior of Jade Sea? Muchio thought to herself. The Creator pities life, gives alien species, and baptizes all living beings with alien species. This is the change of times and the sublimation of species. Come, accept us, accommodate us, join us. As the hoarse voice continued to reach the ears, a feeling of love came to their hearts, and the awakened people present seemed to have found a home in their hearts. They couldn't help but stretch out their arms, wanting to hold the warmth in front of them. Kill! Suddenly, a loud shout came directly into everyone's minds like a bolt from the blue, directly shaking many team members who had fallen into some kind of slumber to wake up. Only then did everyone realize that they had just fallen into some kind of mental control and were almost falling into the trap of a cult. Looking up again, at some point, a purple-robed figure was floating above the hall. Someone in the law enforcement team reacted, immediately pointed their gun at the figure in the air, and pulled the trigger. The bullet shot out with a bang and hit the purple-robed man in the air, passing through the air and into the wall. It's an illusion. Some awakened people saw that the method used by the purple-robed man was nothing more than a spiritual illusion. Ignorant fool! The purple-robed man sighed softly. God's subordinates will give you salvation. As the purple-robed man's words became farther and farther away, his figure suspended in the air gradually dimmed, and finally dissipated in the air. TCH, pretending to be a ghost. The fat man mocked disdainfully. In his opinion, this was just the fact that the Church of Alien was on the verge of death and was still being stubborn. Ji Yufeng in front said to the middle-aged man beside him, "Did you sense it?" The middle-aged man opened his eyes and nodded. The mental fluctuations come from the top floor, which should be the headquarters of the heterogeneous religion. Suddenly, Su Wen, who was in the center of the team, twitched her ears as if she heard something. Strange, so many scary sounds, what? The awakened people around were confused. But Su Wen raised her hand tremblingly and pointed to a wall of the box, and her voice trembled. They are here. At this moment, a strange sound of mechanism was suddenly heard in the box around the wall of the hall. With a loud boom, everyone turned back suddenly, only to find that the door they came in through was already closed. As the doors of the box opened automatically, the existence inside was also revealed to everyone. Roar, hiss, a series of dull and hoarse low moans came from the depths of the box, and then a pair of red and bloodthirsty eyes suddenly opened. This is? Everyone's eyes were full of surprise. In these closed box doors, a group of bloodthirsty and terrifying zombie heretics were imprisoned. Abilities and kills everyone. A pair of bloodshot scarlet eyes walked out of the box, exuding a strong smell of blood. The boxes around the hall were opened one after another, and those who walked out were all terrifying heretics with ferocious faces. They surrounded everyone, and the number of them turned out to be in the hundreds. Oh no, why do I think I've seen this scene before? The fat man looked at the many monsters that appeared from the box in astonishment, and the corners of his mouth twitched. They had also experienced being surrounded by zombie monsters not long ago, when they were framed by Makoan and his group. It's just that the number of heretics this time is far more terrifying than last time. The number of hundreds of terrifying zombie monsters is outrageous, and their levels are all at least sea level or above. I finally understand why there are so few zombies in the city. These zombie monsters are actually kept in the building by the alien church. Just when everyone was surprised, the zombie heretics rushed towards everyone like a tide, as if they had seen some delicious food. The members of the law enforcement team reacted, pulled the trigger of the thermal weapon in their hands, spitted out tongues of fire, and fired wildly at the zombies rushing around. But these zombies are much harder to deal with than ordinary zombies in the city. Some of the zombies were so huge that their whole bodies were covered with thick fat. Bullets had no effect on them and were ejected instantly. Some zombies are extremely fast and have a keen sense of danger. They can easily dodge the overwhelming bullets as their figures sway, leap into the air and bite the crowd. What's more, the terrifying alien spits out dark green mucus, and the parts of the team members that hit it are instantly corroded and their flesh and blood are blurred. But the combat power on the human side is equally impressive. The fat man was holding a machete. After images of his fat figure appeared while moving at high speed. When he appeared again, he was in front of a zombie and slashed hard at the back of the head and neck. Although Chen Weigua's ability was a defensive barrier, the range it could extend was quite limited. He simply set up a wide barrier around the law enforcement team's soldiers beside him, and resisted by firing machine guns with the soldiers. Playboy Chu Nan has a unique ability. He took a rose from his mouth, broke off a petal and threw it into the air. The petal cut off a zombie's neck like a sharp blade. Mu Qiu, protect Sister Qingfei and the others. A cooing sound sounded from behind Mu Qiu, and Wei Linger had transformed into a cat lady at some point. She jumped up and rushed toward the corpses in front of her with her sharp claws. The catwoman transformed by Wei Linger is extremely flexible and agile, and with her petite stature, it is difficult for some slow-moving zombies to touch the corners of her clothes. She swoops in and out of the zombie wave with a heroic appearance. How can you let Sister Linger stand out alone at this time? A seductive voice reached Mu Qiu's ears. Mu Qiu turned around and saw Lu Qianqian, who was wearing a red cheongsam and had a slim figure, walking forward on cat steps. As Lu Qianqian moved, a strange energy surged from her body, and soon 3 fiery red fox tails appeared behind her. And a pair of fox-like ears appeared on the top of Lu Qianqian's head. Lu Qianqian's superpower is actually related to foxes. A catwoman and a vixen, no wonder they don't like each other. Mu Qiu can probably understand the reason why Wei Linger and Lu Qianqian are in tit for tat. Many of the awakened people in the search teams around him also released their own powers and showed off their magical powers. The bodies of some awakened people instantly swelled, their clothes were torn, their golden hair stood up due to invisible explosive energy, and their palms could also shoot blue qigong. Some bodies assimilated with the rocks, and their skin became dark, turning into a huge stone man, and bravely crashed into the group of corpses. Next, a birdman with wings, an awakened person whose body can be split into pieces, an awakened person whose body can stretch like a spring, all kinds of weird abilities appeared in front of Mu Qiu's eyes. Mu Qiu stood there, watching everyone's wonderful performances as if appreciating a show, nodding her head from time to time. At this time, a ferocious giant dog opened its bloody mouth and bit into Mu Qiu's position. Mu Qiu stood sluggishly, but at the moment the giant dog was about to jump off, a long and narrow ice pick pierced the giant dog's forehead. The giant dog's bloodthirsty eyes widened, a wisp of blood spattered from the back of its head, and its huge body fell down in an instant. Mu Qiu saw it interestingly, and suddenly wanted to loosen up her muscles and bones. The black windbreaker stood up without any wind, and Mu Qiu slowly walked forward. As he moved, Mu Qiu's palms closed together, and crystal blue ice mist came out in an instant, gradually gathering into a long knife. Mu Qiu's pace immediately quickened, ice crystals condensed under her feet, and Mu Qiu actually stepped on the ice crystals and rose into the sky. A zombie with twisted limbs but a flexible body and red skin jumped up from the ground, and attacked Mu Qiu with a pair of extremely sharp claws. Mu Qiu leapt into the air, and the sharp sword and claws collided with each other, and sparks flew everywhere. The next second, the long knife cut off the zombie's claws with a click, and the flexible zombie's body was also dismembered by Mu Qiu's knife. On the other side, several zombies attacked Lu Qianqian, who was wearing a cheongsam. Lu Qianqian had a charming smile on her lips, and several red tails composed of supernatural energy behind her were commanded by her like arms. Like the tentacles of an octopus, several zombies were instantly whipped away by Lu Qianqian's fox-like tail, and a sly smile flashed across Lu Qianqian's eyes. At this moment, a short figure flashed behind her, splashing a dark green liquid. Lu Qianqian turned around in fear and wanted to dodge, but it was obviously too late. She subconsciously closed her eyes. At this moment, a black figure flashed, accompanied by a gorgeous blue knife light. Lu Qianqian opened her eyes, but found that she was being held in Mu Qiu's arms. In front of Mu Qiu, there stood a blue ice wall, on which there were still traces of mucus corrosion. And the zombie was also frozen in an instant. Lu Qianqian realized that it was Mu Qiu who saved her, and smiled brightly, "Brother Mu Qiu, thanks to you for saving my sister." Lu Qianqian was about to say something, but Mu Qiu gently put her down, and in a flash, he rushed to the group of zombies on the side. Lu Qianqian chopped her feet hard, and then vented her anger on the zombies around her. In the fierce battle between hundreds of human awakeners and zombie heretics, a black figure holding an ice-blue longsword kept flashing on the battlefield like a walking god of death. When the sword fell, several zombies' heads fell. Ji Yufeng, who had been motionless, looked at the black-robed figure who was at ease in the zombie group. There was no expression on his indifferent face, but a light curtain flashed on his black-framed glasses. The middle-aged man next to him exclaimed, as expected of an awakener of the elemental system, his strength is so strong. In a few years, he will probably become a Wang Dapeng again. Ji Yufeng narrowed his eyes under his glasses, and no one knew what he was thinking. Building is full of horrible zombies, although there were many zombies that suddenly rushed into the hall from the box, and their levels were generally B-level and C-level. The humans in Yuhai were not vegetarians after all. Not to mention the many guns and powerful awakeners of the law enforcement team. The search team that was temporarily summoned was also full of experienced veterans, and their levels were also around B-level on average. Therefore, although the whole battle was not smooth, it was much easier than expected. Even Ji Yufeng, who was the highest combat power of S-level, did not take action throughout the whole process, but just stood aside and watched coldly. The battle gradually came to an end. The originally empty and dark hall was now covered with blood. The high-grade blankets spread all over the ground were darker red, and the ground was full of zombies and broken human limbs. The survivors and law enforcement soldiers who ended the battle looked at the corpses on the ground breathlessly, and for a moment they couldn't help but feel fortunate that just being alive was the greatest luxury. Soon, under the gaze of everyone, Ji Yufeng walked to the stairs, looked at the deep and wide steps, and slowly said, "Those who are alive, follow me up." The white suit was spotless, and the indifferent expression on his face seemed that the cruel battle of hell just now had nothing to do with him. At this time, even if there were casualties, everyone naturally did not dare to be afraid. Instead, they were inspired by the bloodiness of the battle just now, and followed Ji Yufeng to rush up the stairs. As soon as they went upstairs, everyone obviously found that the atmosphere here was more gloomy than the first floor. It was a clear day outside, but the entire second floor was impenetrable. The dim corridor seemed so dark and quiet, just like the lingering haze suppressed in everyone's heart. "Wow, this floor is really big, it must be 2 or 3 times the size of a normal floor," the fat man kept exclaiming as he walked in the team. There was a bandage wrapped around his shoulder. This was scratched by the zombies in the battle just now. Now it is getting better under Lu Qingfei's treatment. Mu Qiu looked up at the layout of the second floor. The height of one floor alone was enough for several adults, and ordinary people could not even reach it. "It's a good place for killing," Mu Qiu keenly sensed an unusual smell in the air. "Watch out for human survivors," said an officer of the law enforcement team. But at this moment, a series of low roars suddenly came from a distance. From the dozens of boxes on the second floor, dark figures mixed with bloody smells also rushed out. Everyone was alert instantly. There were only dozens of figures this time, but the rest of the team was alert. Because these dozens of zombie monsters, without exception, all reached the B level. These zombies have all shown some degree of alienation in their bodies. It is hard to say how powerful they have become, but their temperament will only become more brutal. Zombies are fearless and have no sense of pain. It is even more difficult to deal with them at the B level, not to mention that there are dozens of mutant zombies to deal with this time. Dozens of mutant zombies rushed into the front of the law enforcement team at a very fast speed. Most of the members of these law enforcement teams were ordinary people who had not awakened. They had no chance to react when attacked by these terrifying zombies with extremely fast speed. Several of them were torn and bitten by the terrifying zombies in an instant, and blood splattered. The awakened people around almost all reacted in the next moment and launched their abilities to attack those violent mutant zombies. Mu Qiu did not attack again this time, but just stood aside quietly to appreciate the wonderful battle next to him. Although these deformed mutant zombies were extremely fast and their levels were all terrifying B-level existences, any search team in the ruins outside would be wiped out. But there were many powerful awakened people here, and even many A-level masters were far from showing their true strength. Sure enough, before long, dozens of mutant zombies were also killed by many awakened people. It's just that this time, the casualties were obviously much more, but they were all ordinary humans in the law enforcement team, and the awakened ones were more injured. Fortunately, there were also many people with healing abilities in the team, and in just a few moments, the wounded were all healed. Oh my god, there won't be a group of such monsters on every floor? The fat man looked at the stairs in front of him with fear and muttered. This is also the idea of many humans in the team. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is a trap set by the heterogeneous cult, in order to consume their strength layer by layer. If this continues, I'm afraid that by the time they reach the top floor, only 1 in 10 people in their team will remain. I can understand why there are so few high-level zombies in the city, although I don't know what means they use to control these monsters, but at this moment, these terrifying and powerful beings are probably gathered in this building. Chen Weiguo was also injured, and he smiled bitterly and said what he thought. But at this point, there is obviously no way out. The middle-aged man beside Ji Yufeng whispered, "This operation is strictly confidential, but the heterogeneous cult has arranged it so thoroughly. I'm afraid, there is a traitor among us." Ji Yufeng pushed the frame of his glasses and said nothing, but led the way to the stairs. The following situation was as expected by everyone. There were a large number of zombie heretics ambushing on each floor, and the strength of the monsters on each floor was constantly increasing. The soldiers of the law enforcement team have lost most of their lives, and even the awakened members of the search team that was temporarily assembled have suffered varying degrees of casualties. Even the awakened members who were good at healing in the team could not treat such fatal injuries in time. At the back, even the awakened members of the law enforcement team beside Ji Yufeng had to fight to save the casualties in the team. When they rushed to a certain floor, everyone's clothes were already bloody, their faces were a little tired, and the weapons in their hands were also covered with blood. And somewhere on the top floor, dozens of figures in long robes were watching the killing feast of humans and monsters downstairs through the monitor. The final picture was frozen on the picture of the team recovering and healing on a certain floor. A red-robed man had a pale smile on his face, and 2 sharp teeth stretched out from the corners of his mouth. "Take a good rest, after all, the fun is still to come. Behind is the precious gift I left for you, of the entertainment club." After several fierce battles, everyone in the team had tired looks on their faces. Continuous killings gradually made these time-tested awakened ones numb. Gradually, they only knew how to wave the weapons in their hands to hit the zombies attacking them, and behind them, dense numbers of terrifying monsters followed one after another. Only the captain of the law enforcement team, Ji Yufeng, who was always at the front of the team, never took action. He even watched the awakened people around him die in front of him several times, but he didn't care. This made the awakened people in the search team angry but helpless at the same time. After all, the title of White Death was enough to scare them into silence. Everyone stepped onto a certain floor of the building with wary eyes on their faces. There was a nameplate on the top that read 13th floor. The entire club building is only 14 stories high. During this period, they have never discovered a human survivor. But what puzzles Mu Cho is that until now, the system in his mind has not responded at all. Is it possible that I have to reach the top floor by myself to meet the sign and requirements? So far, there are only dozens of people left in the team that originally numbered hundreds. And most of these people are people with awakened abilities whose strength has reached level B or above. The rest of the human beings have all died tragically at the hands of mutated zombie monsters. According to previous experience, the monsters in this floor must be extremely powerful. After all, the terrifying existence of A-level zombies has appeared in the previous floors. Everyone was ready to fight to the death with the monsters on this floor, but when they stepped into the floor, they found that the entire floor seemed extremely quiet. After a while, no ferocious monster roared out of the door. Everything seemed to be back to how it was when everyone first entered the club. The oppressive atmosphere instantly surrounded everyone's hearts, and the previous scenes full of killing still lingered in everyone's hearts, and it was difficult to dissipate. As time went by, finally some awakened people could no longer bear the heavy psychological pressure, howling and rushing towards a room with the machete in their hands. No one present, including Ji Yufeng, tried to stop him. After a while, the awakened person who rushed into the room suddenly ran back, shouting, "There are people! There are survivors!" As soon as they heard the news that there were survivors, everyone immediately showed joy, and dozens of figures filed into the room. As soon as they entered the room, a huge bathing pool of more than 100 square meters came into view. It seems that this room is actually a man-made hot spring bath. However, only a few rays of light from the window came through the bath at this moment, and the original water source in the pool had long since dried up. Several human beings in tattered clothes, with yellow faces and skinny muscles, tied with a few hemp ropes, were huddled in the corner and shivering. Yufeng led the team towards the survivors in the corner, and the middle-aged man among them asked, "We are from the Yuhai safety zone who came to rescue you. What is happening here?" Several people seemed to have been abused for a long time, and their quarrels were a little awkward. Only one young man said in a hoarse voice, "Yes, they are people from the heterogeneous religion. They caught us here and want to keep us as captives. Monster food." As soon as this statement came out, everyone immediately frowned. By using living people as food for zombies, this heterogeneous religion has indeed become insane and insane. But I heard the young man say again, "There are survivors captured by them in other rooms on this floor. Some have already." At this point, the young man began to cough violently, and it was obvious that he was struggling to speak at this moment. "Those lunatics. When I catch them, I will cut them into pieces," the fat man said angrily. In his opinion, these survivors were all placed on this floor. The people from the heterogeneous cult must not have any other abilities. Yufeng's eyes flashed, as if he wanted to see something in the young man's eyes. Who knew that this scrawny young man was so frightened that he fainted when he was stared at by Yufeng's piercing eyes? Everyone knew that even they, the awakened ones, did not dare to look at the white god of death, let alone such ordinary people. "First find all the survivors in this building to find out the information about the heterogeneous religion." Yufeng turned to look at everyone and said slowly, "We still can't take it lightly now. Search the entire floor with the search team. One team of law enforcement team will stay here, and the other team will search with me." Everyone readily agreed. After all, it would be extremely unwise to fight against the heterogeneous cult on the top floor without fully understanding the situation. Who knows what other tricks these lunatics have? It would be safer to start checking out some information from the survivors here. The entire floor is vast, and even if several search teams are sent out to conduct the investigation, it will be quite slow. Under Yufeng's division of labor arrangements, everyone began to take action, while several members of the law enforcement team stayed in the hot spring bath to take care of these miserable survivors. A member of the law enforcement team saw that these survivors were sallow and thin, and they looked like they had not eaten enough for a long time. Feeling compassion, he took out a pack of compressed biscuits from his waist pocket and gave them to several survivors to share. "Oh, brother, I have wronged you. Life will be much easier when we get to Yuhai," a member of the law enforcement team said with emotion. "It's all because of this stupid heterogeneous religion. Many of my brothers died in this operation. The alien cult members are also a bunch of brainless people." When the members of the law enforcement team saw that the operation was about to succeed, they began to vent their anger and cursed the heterogeneous church like crazy. The young man next to him who had just provided information to everyone picked up a biscuit and stuffed it into his mouth. The violent clicking sound of the teeth reached the ears of the members of the law enforcement team, and the law enforcement team members seemed to have forgotten themselves. The meaning of their words was that they wanted to tear the heterogeneous religion into pieces, crushing the bones and scattering ashes to relieve their hatred. After a while, seeing that none of the young people around him showed any sign of agreement, they thought it was because the young people had not eaten such satiating food for too long. The members of the law enforcement team turned around and said with a smile, "Don't worry, brother, wait until you get to Yuhai. There will be more and more food in the future." "Yeah?" the young man replied calmly, but the intensity of chewing at the corners of his mouth was gradually decreasing. "Ha, little brother, have you never been to the Jade Sea base? This kind of compressed biscuits can only be regarded as ordinary food in the Jade Sea. As long as you have a skill, even if you can't become an awakener." The member of the law enforcement team was about to say something else, but was interrupted by the hoarse voice of the young man. "It's just weird. Why are these foods? It's not as delicious as human flesh." As he spoke, the sallow-looking young man showed his white teeth, but there were still traces of bloodstains on them. "Survivors? What?" The remaining member of the law enforcement team was stunned for a moment, and his expression froze. The next moment, he felt a chill on his neck. Then, a headless corpse appeared in his sight, and he was very familiar with this corpse. Because it was his body. The head of the law enforcement team member rolled to the ground like a fallen gourd, with a pair of incredible eyes. The ragged young man licked the blood left on the dagger with a grim smile on his face. He turned his head to look at his companions. I saw that several survivors who were pale and thin and seemed weak just now stood up at this moment, with the same sarcastic smile on their faces. Beside them, the bodies of the remaining members of the law enforcement team were lying. The young man stood up with a grim smile and sneered, "The people of Yuhai are really kind-hearted. What a group of docile lambs." Next, it depends on others. The interior of the entire club building is extremely spacious. The private room alone has an area of several hundred square meters. Each room has a different style and function, not to mention the luxurious halls and lofts outside. This is also the reason why Ji Yufeng ordered the teams to separate. If they searched every door in every house, the people of the Yuan sect above would probably have run away long ago. Mu Chou and his friends pushed open a gilded door and walked in. What came into view was a TV screen as wide as a wall, and there was a row of leather booths on both sides. This is a luxurious karaoke private room. Chen Weiguo erected a light blue barrier shield and stood in front of everyone. The fat man with scars all over his body also held a meteor hammer with a vigilant look on his face. Only Lu Qingfei, who was surrounded by several people, had anxiety and expectation in her eyes. According to the words of the survivors before, her husband is likely to be in these rooms. As the few people walked deeper, a violent whimpering sound suddenly came from the booth on the far right near the big screen. Mu Qiu and others rushed over and saw several survivors in tattered clothes tied in the corner. However, the faces of these survivors were younger. Even though the clothes on their bodies were worn out, it could be vaguely seen from the fabric and the logos of the famous brands on them that these clothes were valuable. The eyes of several awakened people were black, and they looked like they had not had enough sleep for a long time. The fat man stepped forward and tore off the tape on the mouths of several survivors. The condition of these survivors was much better than the previous ones. The first one was a bloated man with ropes tied to his body. When he saw the clothes of several people, he knew that the rescuers had come. As soon as the seal on his mouth was torn off, the bloated man scolded impatiently, "Why did you come only now?" The fat man and others were stunned by the resentful words of blame. When they rescued people in the past, which survivors were not grateful to them, almost kneeling down for them? This was the first time they saw such a domineering survivor. Wei Linger said angrily, "Who are you? We are kind enough to save you, what's your attitude?" The bloated man patted the dust on his sleeves with disdain. Although it was already dirty and old, he still said calmly, "My father is the commander of the Lan'an military region. You must have been sent by him to save me. Stop talking nonsense, take us out quickly, I don't want to stay in this damn place for a moment." The man seemed to have been trapped in this building for a long time, and even his tone of voice was full of resentment. Everyone was shocked by the man's unique brain circuit. The fat man was even more furious, and cursed, "Can't you tell the situation? What's the point of bringing up your father? What era is this? The entire Lan'an city has fallen into the sea of corpses and blood. Why is he still proud to bring up his background before the end of the world?" Only Mucho noticed that the man's eyes were red, as if he was pulled by some invisible wave, and his mental state was a little weird. But the man stood up on his own, but his eyes suddenly looked at Yu Ichi beside Mucho. "The little girl is really good looking, come, let me see." Tianlai Novel Network. As he said, the bloated man who had just been rescued actually stretched his hand to the girl's beautiful face. Suddenly, a beam of ice blue light directly penetrated the bloated man's eyebrows. From the man being shot to the bloated body falling to the ground, the whole process was just a moment. But at the moment when the man fell to the ground, several survivors behind him also responded, with red eyes, and rushed towards them like crazy. None of the team members reacted to this obvious attack. Only Mucho, who was walking at the back, seemed to have expected it. With a flicker of his body, a dagger appeared in his hand, and the necks of several violent survivors were torn open as blood flew. What is going on? Wei Linger looked at the bodies that fell to the ground and didn't recover for a long time. She didn't understand why the human who was talking to them just now suddenly attacked them like a zombie. The others were also puzzled, so they all looked in the direction of Mucho. Mucho, how did you find out that there was something wrong with them? The sharp dagger made of ice in his hand turned into frost and dissipated. Mucho smiled at everyone and said, their mental state is much better than that of the group we met before, but this is also the most bizarre thing. The reason was of course made up by Mucho. What really made him notice the abnormality was his keen mental ability. Mucho glanced at the corpses of survivors on the ground. I saw an indescribable excitement in the eyes of these people, but it was definitely not the joy after being rescued, it was more like excitement. Excited? Everyone was confused. It's like taking drugs. These people seem to be still living in their own spiritual world, Mucho said, looking up in a certain direction in the sky. I think you can explain to us the reason for all this, right? Everyone looked around suddenly, only to find that there was a sudden wave of water like ripples in the air, and immediately a rickety figure wearing a purple robe appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Is it him? Everyone in the team was shocked. This purple-robed man was the pagan cultist they met when they first entered the building. Gigi, as soon as the man in purple robe appeared, he let out a low and sinister laugh. I originally wanted to have fun with you, but I didn't expect to be found out so quickly. To spy on other people's inner world. As soon as the purple-robed man appeared in the hall, he used his ability to bewitch hundreds of humans, including many awakened ones. His strength left a deep impression on several people. They even thought that this purple-robed man was the final boss of this alien church stronghold. No one expected that they would encounter this awakened person with powerful spiritual powers in this room. You control these survivors and let them live in their own spiritual world. That's why they look so excited, but in fact they haven't come out of their fantasy world at all, Mucho told the truth calmly. The purple-robed man was not angry at Mucho's words. Instead, he looked at Mucho with an appreciative tone. If I hadn't seen your abilities, I would have thought you were an awakened person with extraordinary spiritual talents. Boy, do you want to join? The purple-robed man was halfway through his words when he paused again. Hey, let's forget it. I prefer to strangle a genius like you in the cradle. Tsk, tisk. Listening to the purple-robed man talking to himself like a maniac, everyone couldn't laugh at all, and they were already on guard in their hearts. After all, this is a powerful existence that can easily confuse hundreds of humans. The ice-making boy's powers look familiar. If my guess is correct, it was you who destroyed Experiment 007, right? Everyone looked at each other in confusion, and then realized that the experimental product in the purple robe's mouth should be the big-headed monster baby that the team met in the hospital before. Now is the right time to settle the accounts from last time together. As the purple-robed man spoke, an invisible spiritual wave that only Mucho could feel spread through the room. Next, let me see the fear deep in your hearts, Jejia, M. Although he was right in front of them, the purple-robed man's words became softer and softer, until finally, they were as faint as mosquitoes in everyone's ears. The strange thing is that the surrounding scene gradually changes in front of everyone's eyes. Xing Fei. A familiar voice echoed in my ears. Concubine Lu Qing turned her head in a daze, only to find that she was in a ruins. Before she could figure out what was going on, the scene in front of her completely disrupted her thoughts. In front of her, a man in a suit was lying on the ground in a bloody state. Surrounded by a dozen zombies with ferocious faces and white pupils were eating the man's flesh and blood. In the distance, zombies kept rushing forward, biting and fighting for the man's body. This man covered in blood is his fiancée who has been missing for 2 years. Su Feng. Lu Qingfei covered her mouth in disbelief and cried. She rushed forward to save the man, but found that her body was stuck in a mud wall and she couldn't move at all. She could only watch helplessly as the living limbs of her longing for husband were removed by zombies one after another, gnawing at the flesh crazily like a hungry beast. What's even more frightening is that her husband's head is facing her the whole time, his eyes are wide open, and his mouth is constantly wailing, save me, concubine Shang. We agreed to get married, I am your husband, concubine Shang. Why? Why don't you come to save me? Why? The man's speech became faster and faster, and the questions from his mouth became more and more sharp, but the only thing that remained unchanged was his body that was eaten to a bloody pulp. Hearing her husband's questioning, Lu Qingfei couldn't help but shake her head, with tears on her face. "No, I have been looking for you for the past 2 years. You lied," the man scolded. "Did you fall in love with another man? You broke our agreement." "I didn't." Lu Qingfei looked directly at the man and shouted. The two looked at each other, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. "You don't love me anymore, right?" Suddenly, the man calmed down, and his remaining head looked at concubine Lu Qing. A line of bloody tears flowed from the man's eyes. At this moment, concubine Lu Qing finally couldn't hold back anymore and squatted on the ground, covering her ears and crying loudly. "Dad!" The 5-year-old daughter beside him handed the peeled apple to Chen Weiguo. Chen Weiguo, who had just left the construction site, took the apple, rubbed his daughter's head, and smiled happily. The little girl seemed to have received some reward, and she jumped happily to the side. Chen Weiguo turned around and looked at his wife beside him. At this moment, the wife was carefully cutting another apple with a fruit knife and feeding it to her daughter's mouth, with a loving smile on her face. In this small rental house of less than 50 square meters, it seems that the most beautiful emotions in the world exist. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Chen Weiguo somehow felt a warm current surge in his heart, and the fatigue of the day after work was swept away at this moment. He stepped forward and hugged his wife and daughter, secretly vowing to protect them no matter what, so that his wife and daughter could live a good life. But at the next moment, the door was suddenly slammed open by a huge force. Zombies covered in blood rushed in from outside the house. Chen Weiguo's eyes were horrified, and he was instantly knocked down by several zombies. Severe pain came from his body, but he didn't care at all. In front of him were his wife and daughter, but they were also being eaten by several zombies. "No!" Watching his wife and daughter being bitten into 2 fleshless skeletons in front of his eyes, Chen Weiguo was filled with misery and despair, and his calloused hands scratched the floor with blood marks. At the same time, the other members of the team were also experiencing the deepest fear in their hearts. The purple-robed man peeped into everyone's inner world, with a mocking sneer on his face. His ability was a spiritual power called HeartNet. He could easily probe his spiritual power into other people's inner world, urging the most vulnerable part of their hearts, so that they could be hypnotized or indulged in his own world. What he liked to appreciate most was the secrets buried deep in other people's hearts, which could easily destroy the fear in a person's heart. Whenever he saw the painful expressions on these people's faces, it would make his body tremble with excitement and his scalp numb. Ha! Suddenly, he found that the mental fluctuations of 2 people were extremely abnormal, and his own mind showed signs of backlash once he entered. This made the purple-robed man feel a little surprised, because he was a top-level A-level psychic. It can be said that except for the powerful S-level existences, these ordinary awakeners could not escape his mind net. His ability has been tried and tested on these awakeners, but now he has encountered 2 difficult existences at the same time. Thinking of this, the purple-robed man could not help but divide a part of his mental power, intending to personally enter the spiritual world of these 2 people to find out. Spiritual world, the frightened purple-robed man. This girl, the purple-robed man's consciousness sank into the spiritual world of a girl wearing an orange-red goldfish suit below. Once the spiritual fluctuations he released before entered the girl's spiritual world, they were like mud sinking into the sea without any movement. This time, the purple-robed man's spiritual consciousness entered in person, but found that he was in the ruins of a city that had long been dead. Unlike the old cities in the real world, the buildings here were strangely destroyed and disintegrated by a kind of purple crystal. The seemingly gorgeous purple crystals were deeply embedded in the ground of the high-rise buildings, and they could not withstand the collapse and shattered in the next second. The whole world was empty and silent, as if it was on the verge of collapse at any time. In the distance, there was a blue beam of light rushing straight into the sky. The purple-robed man's spiritual body floated in the air and floated over, but saw that it was actually a towering tree made of purple crystals. On the trunk of the purple crystal giant tree, there was a woman who looked similar to the pink-haired girl outside, and her arms were tied up with a purple crystal chain. The purple-robed man was looking at the incredible purple crystal tree in surprise, but the girl tied to the tree suddenly opened her eyes. 2 bunches of pink hair were tied on her cheeks, and there was a faint smile in her purple-red pupils. She looked up at the purple-robed man floating in the air. Somehow, the purple-robed man was captured by the strange red pupils when he saw this woman for the first time, and his whole body trembled instantly. The purple-robed man looked at the woman with fear, and this spirit composed of spiritual energy fled from this strange spiritual world as fast as lightning. The purple-robed man who returned to the real world had cold sweat on his forehead and took a deep look at the pink-haired girl with closed eyes below. Just now, he had a glimpse of the pink-haired girl in the spiritual world, and he felt like he was going to be spiritually backfired. The purple-robed man who stabilized his mind planned to deal with other people first, and then contact his companions to control the girl. He was also very curious about what secrets were hidden in the girl's spiritual world. Thinking of this, the purple-robed man looked at Mucho, who was just below. He saw clearly on the monitor that this guy was an elemental awakener who used ice. It might be difficult for others to deal with him, but for him, this kind of awakener with weak spirit was the easiest to invade. His best ability was to disintegrate the enemy from the inside. This time, the purple-robed man immersed all his mind into Mucho's inner world. He had already seen that Mucho had the highest combat power in the entire team, and was also the focus of the purple-robed man's target. T-Online Novel Network. As usual, it was extremely simple to invade the mind of Mucho, an A-level awakener. According to his previous experience, the more powerful the awakener, the more darkness and filth there is in his heart. The purple-robed man showed a happy smile on his face. He couldn't wait to see what the spiritual world of this rare elemental awakener was like. However, the moment the purple-robed man's spirit appeared in Mucho's heart, the purple-robed man's face froze. What is this? What appeared in front of the purple-robed man was a brand new world he had never seen before. The boundless sea of fire spread across the sky, and the whole sky was burned by the thick fire. The hot flames surged like a wave, as if the next moment the sea of fire would be flooded and burn everything in the world. On the ground, thousands of miles of glaciers condensed the mountains, rivers, and plants on the earth. Everything in sight was frozen, as if the biting ice from the Arctic invaded the entire land. But the whole world became a dividing line, dividing the upper and lower worlds of ice and fire. It was this extremely shocking scene that shocked the purple-robed man. He had peeked into the spiritual world of countless people, but never had a heart as grand and magnificent as this one. But in the middle of this world, a magnificent throne made of gorgeous amethysts descended into this world like a god. A black-robed figure sat on the amethyst throne, overlooking the world, as if everything in the world was an ant under his feet, looking down on the world. Behind the throne, a dark red dragon was circling around the purple crystal throne. The dragon galloped through the world, a pair of red eyes flashing, and flames rose and entangled in the body. The roar was even more earth-shaking and mighty. But such a terrifying dragon, which could span the sky and the earth, lowered its mighty head when it swam to the figure on the throne, like an obedient kitten. The figure on the throne gently stroked the huge head of the dragon, and slowly turned his head to look at the purple-robed man floating in the air in the distance. When he saw the face on the throne clearly, a deep look of horror appeared in the pupils of the purple-robed man. The figure sitting on the throne was the target of his journey through the Sea of Heart, the awakener of the element system, Mucho. He didn't understand why Mucho's spiritual world was so vast and magnificent, and there was even such a terrifying existence as the Red Dragon. When Mucho looked at him, his indifferent eyes showed a hint of amusement and smile. The purple-robed man was sweating profusely on his forehead, and subconsciously drove his spirit to escape from this sea of mind space. But he found that his spirit seemed to be imprisoned and could not break through this space at all. How is it possible? The purple-robed man was shocked. The Sea of Mind shuttle that had been successful before was out of function at this time. This situation will only happen if the opponent's strength is far greater than yours. The purple-robed man looked at Mucho with horror, but found that Mucho, who was wearing a black robe, was sitting on the purple crystal throne without moving. Mucho patted the head of the red dragon lightly, and the red dragon looked in the direction of the purple-robed man, and its red pupils seemed to be burning with an endless sea of fire. The dragon's eyes showed a fierce look, roared, and danced with its huge body towards the purple-robed man. No. Don't. The fragile spirit of the purple-robed man was swallowed and burned by the huge dragon in an instant, leaving only a wailing scream between heaven and earth. He swallowed the purple-robed man's spirit into his stomach, his expression was shocked, and he roared to the sky. The red dragon returned to the purple crystal throne under Mucho's seat. The world returned to silence again, and only the rolling sea of fire on the horizon made a dull sound from time to time. Mucho stood quietly on the throne, and the world seemed to be silent, and the ferocious dragon behind him also dimmed. From a distance, the black figure on the purple crystal throne seemed to merge with the red dragon, indistinguishable from each other. Last floor no. Lu Qingfei screamed and woke up from the nightmare. There was a strong palpitation in the depths of her eyes, and her heart was beating violently. She touched her wet eyes, and 2 lines of tears were flowing down from her eyes. What's going on? Lu Qingfei had not yet recovered from the nightmare just now, but she saw that the team members around her were also full of grief, and they couldn't stop crying. Even Chen Weigua, the oldest in the team, had lost his usual calmness at this moment. He was heartbroken and cried with his head in his hands. The fat man covered his face and rolled on the ground crying. Mucho gently stroked Yuqi's pink hair. The girl understood, and a heavenly singing voice came out of her rosy cherry mouth. The gentle singing echoed in the karaoke room. As Yuqi's considerate and beautiful singing reached everyone's ears, the sad mood in the team was slowly disintegrating. What happened to us? The crowd realized that what had just happened was just a terrible nightmare. Stared at by everyone with tears in their eyes, Mucho smiled lightly and turned to look aside. I think I can ask him this question. Everyone looked closely and found that there was a figure lying on the ground. It was the purple-robed man from the heterogeneous church. But at this time, the purple-robed man had lost the mysterious momentum of facing hundreds of people alone in the hall. He was lying on his back on the ground, his eyes were empty, his expression was stupid, his breath was weak, and it was obvious that he was not going to survive. Mucho explained, he wanted to use superpowers to invade our spiritual world, but he was not good at learning and could not control the hearts of so many people. He was backlashed by superpowers and became like this. Great. I said, how could I be cheated? It turned out that it was this old guy who did it. The fat man cursed angrily, ran to the purple-robed man, and spat fiercely. The spirits of the others were relieved a lot after being baptized by Yuichi's singing, but from their red eyes, it can be seen that they have not completely come out of the nightmare just now. The purple-robed man is far from the level of weaving nightmares. He just led them into the nightmare that they fear the most in their hearts, but because of this, the experience given to the team members is more real. Mucho and the others smiled and said nothing. Of course, this purple-robed man was not backfired because of his poor skills. The truth is that the purple-robed man was devoured along with his spirit and soul as soon as he entered his heartsea world. The body left in the real world at this moment is just an empty shell without a soul. It seems that they are all innocent people who are controlled. After learning the truth, Lu Qingfei looked at the bodies of several survivors killed by Mucho and couldn't help but sigh in regret. How can there be a result without a cause? Mucho did not feel guilty about this. If these people did not have evil thoughts in their hearts, how could they indulge in their own world and be controlled by the purple-robed man? After searching for a while, this was the result. A powerful psychic from the heterogeneous church was solved. Everyone didn't understand whether this was good or bad. The team members adjusted and came to the hallway where they had agreed to gather. But they found that many search teams had gathered here. Among them, there were several familiar faces, the playboy Chunan, who was dressed in flashy clothes, the charming Lu Chanshan, and several co-workers of Chen Weigua. They were all lucky to follow the team to break through the monsters on more than 10 floors and finally survived. They just split up to search for survivors on this floor. But at this moment, they looked quite nervous. At the same time, some search teams also caught several people wearing black robes, who were obviously from the heterogeneous church. I told you to sneak attack me, you really don't want to live. The flashy Chunan threw a black-robed man under him and kicked him hard on the head. Chunan seemed to be stimulated by something, and a deep blood mark appeared on his face, and his expression became a little ferocious. Fuck you, if you wanna die, I'll grant your wish. As Chunan's voice became more and more sinister, the strength of his feet became stronger and stronger, and finally he kicked the head of the alien cultist like a watermelon, and the red and white splashed all over the ground, and stained Chunan's trouser legs. WWW. Fuck, so unlucky. Chunan cursed again. Like the others, he was also attacked by the alien cultists while searching for survivors, and even his face, which he always cherished, was left with scars. It seems that the others were also attacked. Wei Linger glanced around, but found that the team of only a few dozen people was missing again. Until now, there was no news about the missing people, and everyone had the answer in their hearts. Mucho noticed that the alien cult members captured by these search teams were all wearing black robes, and only their team encountered alien cultists wearing purple robes. It seems that there is also a hierarchy in the heterogeneous religion. Mucho couldn't help but sigh that life is not easy. This evil class division exists at any time and anywhere. Like the purple-robed heterogeneous religionist with psychic power just now, it is obvious that his psychic power has almost reached the peak level of Class A. His energy far exceeds that of other awakened people, plus his strange psychic power. It can be said that there are few rivals below Class S. Unfortunately, he encountered an existence that surpassed Class S. The men in black robes captured by these search teams were relatively weaker, but they were all awakened ones who had reached B level. Ji Yufeng was followed by several subordinates of the law enforcement team standing in front of the team. The law enforcement team who are still here are almost the elite of the elite. Ji Yufeng picked up a heretic and asked, "Where are the other survivors in this building?" The corners of the pagan's mouth and black robes were cracked, revealing bloodshot teeth. With a sinister smile, they are in my belly, ha ha. Bang, the blade flashed, and a pistol appeared in Ji Yufeng's hand. It penetrated the head of the heretic cultist directly, and blood spurted out. Ji Yufeng's face remained as cold as ever, not even the slightest bit moved even though he was about to face the final life and death battle. He turned to look at the few members of the search team and law enforcement team in the corridor, and slowly said, "Pull up all your spirits, this is the final battle." After saying that, Ji Yufeng took the lead and stepped onto the steps in front of him that were paved with blood-soaked blankets. On the top of the steps is the top floor of this luxurious building called Daishiandi Entertainment Club, and it will also be the ultimate goal of this clearing operation. Ancient Castle, concubine Lu Qing's husband. The words Medieval European Castle Experience Center are carved in stone at the top of the wide corridor. The passage leading to the top floor of the clubhouse is particularly strange. The bright red carpet seems to be soaked in blood, and the dark walls are actually made of schist rocks. An iron door suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The iron chain on it was still rusty. At first glance, the style looked like the door of a European castle. At this moment, more than half a day had passed since everyone entered the building. After rounds of fighting, only a few dozen people were left in the original team of several hundred people. There were several searcher teams and remaining members of the law enforcement team mixed in, but most of them were scarred and looked tired. Ji Yufeng, who was walking at the front among dozens of people, had a normal expression, and even the white suit he was wearing was not dirty. What makes everyone confused is that as the most powerful white god of death in the team, no one has seen him take action along the way. If Ji Yufeng took action, he would definitely avoid the casualties of many members. This made many of the surviving searchers feel resentful about this, and the expressions on their faces were also very strange. Everyone walked to the huge iron gate. Ji Yufeng looked calm and stretched out his hand to slowly open the heavy castle gate. Boom! After the door opened, everyone was greeted. What he saw in his eyes was a vast and deep hall. The entire floor was transformed into a medieval castle palace. The decoration of the main hall is really like a European castle. Even the carpets on both sides of the corridor are filled with medieval European-style elements. It is a strange portrait of pagan culture, but what is depicted is an ugly, evil, and terrifying heretic. Several pieces of steel armor stained with blood were particularly obvious in the hall. A row of candles were placed on the walls on both sides, making the atmosphere of the entire corridor particularly dark. In the middle of the dark hall, on the huge pillar that carries the entire club building, is a dark green ball that is hugged by several people. It is filled with smoke, as if it is filled with life. Everyone pushed open the door and walked into the hall warily. What they saw was such a strange scene. Ba bang bang. Suddenly, a burst of violent applause sounded from the deepest part of the hall. As the applause rang out, the candles on the walls of the entire hall burned fiercely, illuminating the entire empty and dark hall. Everyone was shocked. When they looked up, they saw a skeleton throne placed in the deepest part of the hall. On both sides of the throne stood more than a dozen members of the heterogeneous cult wearing robes. Several of the faces were the human survivors they had rescued before. And in front of these heretic believers, there were actually several members of the law enforcement team lying down. The members of the law enforcement team had their hands and feet cut off and fell to the ground covered in bruises, moaning helplessly in pain. I really admire you for making it this far. You are worthy of being a law enforcement team under the command of the white god of death in Yuhai. A slightly hoarse laugh came, and everyone turned their attention to the owner of the voice. The figure on the skull throne slowly stood up, the bright candlelight reflected on the red robe he was wearing, and then there was a handsome young face. The strange thing is that although the face of this young man in red robe is handsome, his complexion is sickly pale, and the corners of his eyes are also abnormally scarlet. Just by looking like this, he looks like a vampire noble in a Western movie. The young man in red robe stood up and looked towards a certain direction behind the team. The smile on his face faded, and a touch of affection suddenly appeared in his eyes. Long time no see, concubine Shine, my wife. Why, how could it be you? Concubine Lu Qing, who was at the deepest part of the crowd, looked at the man in red robes on the skeleton throne, covering her mouth with disbelief in her pupils. Su Feng, why are you here? The man in red robe on the throne of the main hall is her husband who she has been missing for 2 years and has been searching for 2 years, Su Feng. Su Feng, who was wearing a red robe, suddenly chuckled when he heard Lu Qingfei's unbelievable words and said, why? Then he opened his arms and laughed wildly, because the entire club is my property. How could it be? You clearly said you were on a business trip to Lannan City. Lu Qingfei couldn't believe that she would meet her husband again under such circumstances. Ji Yufeng looked at the smiling man in red robe, seemed to understand something, and said, are you the leader of this alien church stronghold? Su Feng ignored him, but with a gentle look in his eyes, he said to concubine Lu Qing, don't worry concubine Shang, you will be back with me soon. Then he looked at Ji Yufeng, who was at the front of the team, and said with a smile, the white god of death came to the club in person, which really made me wait for Pingpi to shine. There was a sinister sneer on Su Feng's pale face. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot the gift that came to my door. As he spoke, Su Feng opened his palms, and an invisible force attracted a member of the law enforcement team on the ground. A scene that shocked everyone appeared. There was a bloody mouth with sharp teeth in the middle of Su Feng's open palm. The member of the law enforcement team was attracted by Su Feng, and the bloody mouth in his palm bit the neck of the law enforcement team member. Veins suddenly popped out on the man's face, his eye sockets protruded, his face was full of pain, and his body began to struggle violently. At the same time, it seemed as if something was rapidly draining from the man's body, just like a plant that had been drained of nutrients. In almost the blink of an eye, the body of this strong law enforcement team man began to shrink and lose weight rapidly, and his struggling movements slowed down. Everyone watched helplessly as the law enforcement team member was sucked into a shriveled corpse. Su Feng, who was dressed in a red robe, threw down the shriveled corpse with reluctance, and a sickly blood color appeared on his pale face. Fresh human blood is really a delicious delicacy. Everyone looked at the man on the skull throne in horror, with different expressions on their faces: anger, hatred, surprise, fear, indifference. All kinds of different expressions appeared in the crowd. The one who reacted the most was Lu Qingfei, the fiancé of the red-robed man. Lu Qingfei covered her mouth and looked at the red-robed man standing in the depths of the hall with a satisfied face. She still couldn't imagine that this cruel, bloody, devil-like man was her husband she had been thinking about day and night. Mu Chou, who was standing in the team, looked at Su Feng with a smile on his face. It's a bit interesting. I didn't expect that the final boss of this mission would be Lu Qingfei's husband. This is a bit like a melodramatic romance drama. Besides, Su Feng's ability also made Mu Chou feel interesting. Subjects, transformed human survivors vampire? Mu Chou looked at the final boss Su Feng in a red robe. If he was not mistaken, Su Feng should be a mutant awakener who had awakened the vampire bat gene. Sucking the blood of others to enhance one's own strength is similar to Mu Chou's swallowing, but the effect is of course very different. And Mu Chou also sensed Su Feng's ability level. It was S level above A level. However, the energy fluctuations emitted from his body were very unstable, and his level was only stuck at the early stage of S level. Although the power obtained by sucking blood can quickly improve strength, it is always a little different from the regular ability users. Moreover, Su Feng is now facing a veteran and powerful S-level awakener, Ji Yufeng, who is known as the White Death. The strength of the dozen or so awakeners of the heterogeneous religion around Su Feng is mostly at the B level, and there are dozens of such awakeners on Ji Yufeng's side. It can be said that based on the current lineup, the heterogeneous cult has no advantage at all. Muchio was a little curious about what means Su Feng was going to use to equalize this extreme disadvantage. Ji Yufeng looked at Su Feng indifferently in front of the throne. If this is all you have, you can prepare your last words in advance. Su Feng's pale face was filled with a wild smile. Friends from Yuhai have come from afar, how could I not entertain them? As he said that, he stood in front of the hall and looked at the remaining team, and asked back, aren't you always curious about where the original survivors of this building are? Su Feng pointed to the heterogeneous cultists beside him. Those who are willing to join us are all here. As for those who are unwilling, Su Feng's face suddenly showed a strange sneer, and he lowered his head, waved his red robe, and slowly pressed a remote control in his hand. The people present suddenly noticed that the surrounding walls made a sound at a certain distance. Boom! The walls around the hall were suddenly smashed by a huge force, and several tall and terrifying figures walked out from it, attacking everyone with amazing supernatural power fluctuations. What is this? Monsters! I saw that several terrifying monsters with human faces and beast bodies came out of the wall. The shadow of a huge spider enveloped many awakened people, with densely packed limbs, thick and strong, and the hair on the limbs was extremely sharp. The huge body of several meters was almost hitting the ceiling of the hall, and the ferocious fangs were cold and murderous. The most touching and terrifying thing was the position of the head of this huge spider monster, where a woman's head was embedded in the original compound eyes. The woman's originally beautiful appearance became hideous and terrifying, with white eyes and messy hair. When facing the search team, she had a crazy killing intent, just like a demon crawling out of the abyss of hell. This is an S-level monster. Following closely behind were several huge human-faced monsters, including fly monsters with wide wings and a mouth full of mucus, fierce Tibetan mastiffs with strong limbs and sharp fangs, and even mechanical modified humans covered in steel and full of technology. But without exception, the heads of these monster heretics were all hideous and painful human faces. What's more terrifying is that the energy fluctuations emitted by these monsters far exceeded the many awakened people present, approaching S-level. Looking at the army of monsters approaching him, Ji Yufeng said coldly, "You transformed them?" Su Feng had a morbid smile on his face. How? They should have been the lowest level of humans in this apocalypse, but now, I have given them powerful power. Su Feng stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. This is simply a miracle of the Creator. Everyone in Yuhai, be thankful, you will witness the power of these experimental subjects before you die. Muchio turned his head and looked at Lu Qingfei, who had already burst into tears, and smiled. I have to say that your boyfriend has a talent for comedy. Faced with Muchio's ridicule, Lu Qingfei couldn't listen at all. At this moment, she looked at Su Feng and those human-faced monsters in disbelief, with pain and despair in her eyes. She couldn't imagine what kind of inhumane experiments had happened to these poor survivors, which would cause such a devil-like expression on their faces. And her boyfriend, who she had always been proud of, turned out to be the human-faced demon who caused them to suffer so much. Before Su Feng issued the order, these hideous human-faced monsters took the lead in attacking everyone. They hated and complained about these humans with intact bodies. These human-faced monsters, who had almost lost all their reason and humanity, only wanted to madly kill all the lives they could see. After being transformed, they had already become killing machines that could only destroy living things. So that's how it is. It seems that the big-headed monster baby I met in the hospital last time was also the work of the heterogeneous church. Muchio stood aside and thought to himself that the big-headed monster baby was a rare and powerful heretic even in the A level. He had wondered before why heretics of this level would appear in the suburbs, but now he got the answer here. On the other hand, these human-faced monsters showed terrifying combat power as soon as they appeared. Although there were many A-level awakeners on the human side, they were all wounded after several battles. In addition, these terrifying human-faced monsters were huge in size and had no fighting skills. They were completely killing and attacking out of instinct, and did not care about their own injuries at all. This made the members of the search team and the law enforcement team miserable and unable to resist such a fierce attack. Soon, several A-level awakeners could not hold on and were killed and eaten by several human-faced monsters. The remaining B-level awakeners were beaten back step by step. Several of them were bitten off their heads by human-faced Tibetan mastiffs in one bite. The scene was extremely bloody and brutal. And the largest S-level human-faced spider directly waved its terrifying limbs and rushed towards Ji Yufeng with a ferocious face. Ji Yufeng's figure flashed and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in the corner of the hall a few hundred meters away. Muchio saw this scene from the side and narrowed his eyes slightly. Ji Yufeng took out 2 capsules from his suit pocket, swallowed them, and slowly pulled out the 2 cylindrical handles from his waist. Ji Yufeng held a handle in each hand, and the energy in his arms flowed into them. In an instant, 2 light blue lasers were emitted from the handles. These turned out to be 2 1-meter-long laser swords. After holding the 2 laser swords, Ji Yufeng's eyes instantly became sharp. Powerful white death god. When Ji Yufeng grasped the hilt of the laser sword, his expression under the glasses instantly became fierce. A powerful wave of supernatural power began to rise and explode around Ji Yufeng. Ji Yufeng's figure flashed, and the next moment he appeared on the head of the human-faced demon spider. Ji Yufeng's eyes were filled with cold light, and he turned his wrist holding a laser sword, and a brilliant blue arc flashed in the air. Swish! The next second, Ji Yufeng had already flashed to the ground of the hall. The 4 limbs of the human-faced demon spider were instantly cut off by the lightsaber, and the hideous human face screamed in pain. But what was surprising next was that the limbs of the giant spider that were cut off actually grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the eyes of the woman in the head began to turn scarlet and violent. The tail of the human-faced demon spider began to spray dark green spider silk crazily. The spider silk, like a thick rope, sprayed on the human body, and instantly corroded it into a bloody skeleton. Even the blue brick glaze floor tiles were corroded into long and thin grooves. Even if an A-level awakener was stained with this mucus spider silk that was more terrifying than sulfuric acid, it would turn into a rotten corpse in an instant. This is the horror of the S-level heretic. At the same time, the human-faced demon spider began to rush towards Ji Yufeng, who was standing in the distance. Ji Yufeng stood in place, not afraid of the behemoth in front of him. Ji Yufeng, who was wearing a white suit, blew the frame of his glasses lightly, and his expression was cold and indifferent. He saw that he exerted force in his palm, and the laser sword he held instantly extended several feet. Immediately, the space around Ji Yufeng twisted in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, Ji Yufeng disappeared from the spot. Muchio watched the scene from a distance with a look of surprise in his eyes. Is it teleportation? No, Ji Yufeng's speed is obviously several times faster than that of the fat man, and even Muchio's naked eyes can't catch Ji Yufeng's whereabouts. The power of space. Muchio narrowed his eyes slightly, and the next second he saw a vortex suddenly appear under the belly of the running human-faced demon spider, and a figure flashed in the vortex. It was the white death god Ji Yufeng. At this moment, he finally understood the powerful superpower of Ji Yufeng, an S-level superpower, who was called the White Death God by the Yuhai Base space shuttle. Yes, this is different from the super high-speed movement of the fat man, nor is it like the instant movement of the rabbit spell in Muchio's body. This is a high-powered superpower involving the field of time and space. Muchio finally understood why Ji Yufeng, as a human, could compete with the previous Flame Demon Lord, relying on this powerful space superpower. Ji Yufeng held a foot-long laser sword in his hand and rushed it into the lower abdomen of the human-faced demon spider. Dark green blood splattered, and the human-faced demon spider staggered and wailed to the ground, while Ji Yufeng moved and stopped in midair, swinging his lightsaber to cut off the 8 limbs of the human-faced demon spider. Waste! Seeing Ji Yufeng's fierce means, Su Feng in front of the skull throne knew that he had to go all out now. He immediately ordered the dozen or so alien followers around him to resist the offensive of the law enforcement team and many awakened people, and instead drove the other several transformed human-faced monsters to focus their fire on Ji Yufeng. And Su Feng's words were like gods in the ears of those human-faced monsters. After hearing Su Feng's orders, those hideous monsters actually showed fear on their faces. Then they really gave up the human blood food in front of them and turned to collectively attack Ji Yufeng in the distance. On the other hand, although the human side had an advantage in numbers, after fighting for more than a dozen floors, some team members were already wounded, and several high-level awakened people were killed in the battle with the human-faced monsters just now. So only a dozen or so hetero-Christians actually fought back and forth with these awakened members of the search team. An awakened member of the search team had half of his body bitten off by a Tibetan Mastiff, and he lay in a pool of blood, gasping for breath, but the next second a flash of knife light flashed and directly cut his throat. The hetero-Christians in black robes walked out slowly with long knives in their hands, with a gloomy and bloodthirsty murderous intent on their faces. Wei Linger had sharp claws and agile movements. She had just killed a hetero-Christian, but another cold knife light flashed behind her. At the critical moment, a crystal blue ice arrow rushed over and shot straight into the heart of the hetero-Christian behind her. Wei Linger turned around in a panic and saw Mu Qiu, who was wearing a black windbreaker, holding an ice longbow and smiling at her. Wei Linger felt warm in her heart, and smiled back at Mu Qiu, and then went into the battle again. Mu Qiu's face returned to normal. He held the gorgeous ice longbow in his hand and pulled the bowstring with his right hand. A ball of misty frost slowly condensed into an ice arrow. He casually shot and killed another foreign believer who intended to attack Yu Yiqi and Su Wen. Mu Qiu yawned and no longer cared about the tragic fight on the field. He turned to look at the fierce battle on the larger battlefield in the distance. This was a battle that belonged to the White Death God. Rather than a battle, it was a gorgeous sacrifice for the Death God to harvest life. Mu Qiu could clearly see that there were illusory vortices appearing from time to time above the entire hall, and Ji Yofeng's figure was constantly wandering in these space vortices. Just like the Death God who was asking for his life in hell, holding two brilliant laser swords in his hands, he could handle it with ease even if he was besieged by several human-faced monsters. The arcs of lasers in the hall kept flashing, and every time Ji Yofeng's white figure disappeared, these huge monsters would have a few more tragic scars on their bodies. In the end, even Su Feng, the leader, had to go into battle himself and fight against the White Death God Ji Yufeng with several experimental subjects. So far, Ji Yufeng has fought against two S-level and several A-level powerful beings alone. Mu Qiu couldn't help but marvel at the scene of Ji Yufeng running rampant among the monsters. This Ji Yufeng is worthy of his title of White Death God. He is extremely powerful and talented. But, the energy consumed by this level of space shuttle must be several times that of ordinary people. I don't know how many rounds Ji Yufeng can hold on. Sure enough, after a while, Ji Yofeng's fierce and swift attack stopped. He stood on a wall of the hall and stopped moving. A layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. On the other hand, on the side of the heterogeneous sect, several huge monsters were already covered with scars from laser swords. Even the S-level human-faced demon spider had its limbs cut off at this moment, and only a small piece of flesh buds regenerated. After all, they were transformed monsters without reason. Even though they had amazing destructive power, they could not react to Ji Yofeng's swift and flexible attack and could only passively take the beating. Su Feng's originally bloody robe was stained with blood again, and his pale face was embarrassed. He did not expect that Ji Yofeng's strength would be so fierce and powerful, and so many high-level monsters were not his opponents. But now seeing that Ji Yufeng was also exhausted, Su Feng grinned, revealing a pair of bat-like fangs, and smiled sinisterly. "You are worthy of being the White Death God of Yuhai. It is your ability to hold on until now. The energy in your body is almost exhausted, right?" Number 001, the collapsed club building. Ji Yufeng stepped slowly on the wall, and beneath him were roaring ferocious monsters, as if they would rush over and tear him to pieces in the next second. Hearing Su Feng's mocking words, Ji Yufeng did not refute, but raised his arms, and the two gorgeous laser swords suddenly merged. Immediately, dozens of dangling white vortices suddenly appeared in the space around Ji Yufeng. In each illusory vortex, a white figure slowly walked out. Everyone looked closely and found that these dozens of figures were exactly the appearance of Ji Yufeng. Interesting, Mu Qiu stroked his chin, looking at the dozen or so Ji Yufeng who walked out of the space vortex, and a touch of interest appeared in his eyes. Then, the dozen or so Ji Yufeng who emerged from the vortex held two lightsabers in their hands, put their hands together and made the same action at the same time. As the two laser swords merged, a huge blue beam shot out. Su Feng looked at the scene in front of him in horror, and his intuition told him that there was a fatal threat hidden in this laser. I saw more than a dozen Ji Yufeng put their laser swords together at the same time, surrounding Su Feng and many human-faced monsters, and dozens of laser giant pillars exploded together, and the final target was Su Feng. Not good. Su Feng's heart was shocked, and what was reflected in his pupils was dense blue beams bombarding him directly. Boom! The earth-shattering attack shook the entire club building and the tiles and stones flew, like an earthquake. The sound instantly alarmed the law enforcement team and the people of the heterogeneous church who were fighting fiercely on the side. Thick smoke enveloped the hall, and the ground where several monsters were originally located had been cracked and shattered by the powerful attack, and the red bricks of the carpet on the next floor were clearly visible. After the thick smoke, a figure in a white suit floated into the air. It was Ji Yufeng. It's the captain. Seeing Ji Yufeng's appearance, everyone in the law enforcement team was shocked. But at this moment, Ji Yufeng's face was no longer calm. The laser sword in his hand was dim, and the light curtain flashed under the lens, but his eyes were looking straight at the deep pit caused by the explosion directly below. Everyone looked at it intently, and saw a huge figure rolling in the huge pit. It was the S-level human-faced demon spider. However, the human-faced demon spider at this moment looked extremely tragic, with dark green blood all over its body, paralyzed limbs, and the tail that sprayed spider silk was even more scorched. This was all the result of the fierce attack of the laser cannon just now. On the other hand, most of the other A-level human-faced monsters were bombarded into slag, and those who survived also collapsed on the ground, bleeding like a fountain. Su Feng climbed up from the belly of the human-faced demon spider. He had just hid in the chest and abdomen of the human-faced demon spider to survive this fatal blow. Su Feng stood up in embarrassment, looking at Ji Yufeng with a strong fear in his eyes. He turned his head and looked at the alien cultists who were fighting with the law enforcement team and the awakened members of the search team. There were only a few alive at this moment. Good, very good. Su Feng had an inexplicable smile on his pale face, which made people feel scared. Lu Qingfei in the crowd stared at Su Feng in a daze. She could no longer recognize that this gloomy and terrifying monster like a vampire was her former fiancé. Su Feng looked at Lu Qingfei affectionately. Dear, don't worry, no one can take you away from me. Don't you always want to destroy this place? Su Feng's laughter was a little hysterical. In this case, I will let you witness the highest masterpiece in this base. Su Feng suddenly bent down, his back bent into a strange arc, and then a pair of blood-red wings like a demon suddenly spread out from under his red robe. Su Feng suddenly flew to a high altitude, took out a remote control device from his arms, and pressed it hard. He looked at Ji Yufeng and laughed wildly. White Death, be glad, because you will witness a miracle here. As soon as Su Feng finished speaking, suddenly, the whole building began to shake violently like an earthquake. Look at that sphere. Everyone looked and saw that the surface of the giant pillar that was originally used to support the entire building gradually had layers of cracks emerging, followed by pieces of debris falling. The green sphere at the top of the giant pillar now looked more like a giant egg that nurtured life, and it seemed that something was about to break out of the shell. Witness it carefully. This is the experiment No. 001 that I have devoted all my efforts to. Ji Yufeng looked at the dark green sphere, and his eyes finally trembled a little. Inside, he felt a powerful energy fluctuation. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, the next moment, the dark green giant shell suddenly broke, followed by the shattering and collapse of the building's foundation pillar. What's going on? Feeling the ground shaking, everyone began to panic. Could it be that the giant pillar connecting the entire building is the body of this monster? Someone saw something and said this fact in a rolling throat. Now this monster is about to wake up, and the whole building is about to collapse. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked beyond words, and they felt their heartbeats slowed down. The whole building was actually made up of a heretic. Su Fengfei suddenly laughed in the air and said, it would take some time to wake it up. Thanks to you guys who provided so much fresh blood after you came in, it has finally been awakened now. The crowd then understood that this was the real purpose of the heterogeneous cult, to attract them to encircle and suppress them, including the zombies on each floor, which were all to provide nutrients for the monsters in this building. The ground under their feet suddenly began to crack inch by inch, and they heard the violent sounds of the floors below collapsing one after another. I believe that in a few minutes, the entire building will collapse and be destroyed. It's too late. Ji Yofeng's eyes flashed, and his figure flashed through the space and came to the law enforcement team, saying, "Leave here first." Ji Yufeng stretched out his hands to operate his supernatural power, and a white light curtain enveloped everyone. He wanted to use the ability of Space Shuttle to take everyone away. Just as his special power was flashing and he was about to activate it, a sinister and hoarse voice suddenly came, "Xing Fei, you are mine." The next moment, Su Feng appeared from nowhere, broke through the defense of the space shield, and ran straight towards Lu Qingfei in the crowd with a hideous face. Long lost system, Mu Qiu stepped forward. The green rock walls around the hall began to shake violently. The whole building seemed to have lost its load-bearing bridge, and everyone felt the stairs below begin to break and collapse layer by layer. What's more terrifying is that after a fierce battle, the ground was already covered with human blood, and in the end, all the blood that formed a river actually flowed into the dark green sphere in the center of the hall. As the huge amount of blood flowed in, the eggshell-like sphere also accelerated its cracking speed, with a halo flickering on it, and dark green energy fragments fell like eggshells. Feeling the strong energy fluctuations coming from inside, Ji Yofeng's face finally became solemn. He used up all his superpowers to wrap the remaining search team and law enforcement team in a white space light shield. The energy in his body was instantly consumed, and Ji Yofeng's face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ji Yofeng's mind moved, and he was about to use his ability to take dozens of people to shuttle through space. But suddenly, a blood-red figure suddenly broke a gap in the space barrier he set up, and swooped down towards one of the team. "Qingfei, my wife, I will never lose you again this time." Su Feng, dressed in a red robe, looked pale, with a pair of fangs clearly visible at the corners of his mouth. He was wearing a blood-red robe and floating in the air like a fierce vampire. Su Feng. Lu Qingfei looked at her old lover in front of her. The completely subverted image made her unbelievable that the murderous demon in front of her was her kind and upright fiancé in the past. Lu Qingfei's steps began to retreat involuntarily, and the tears that had long dried up flowed down the corners of her eyes again. "No, you are not him, and the Su Feng in my heart will never be like you." Lu Qingfei no longer had the gentle look of the past, and her expression when she looked at Su Feng was full of strangeness. After hearing the ruthless words of concubine Lu Qing denying their relationship, Su Feng's face suddenly became fierce. "No, you are my wife, forever. Concubine Qing, follow me, I can bring you the life you want." Su Feng's figure flashed, and the bloody figure quickly passed through the air, and his target was concubine Lu Qing below. This is a fierce attack from an S-level awakener. Everyone was on guard, and several awakeners rushed forward to stop Su Feng. Su Feng's arms stretched out from his robe, and his nails stretched out and became extremely sharp, with a trace of blood flashing on them. Several strong mutant awakeners were pierced through the neck by Su Feng's extended claws before they even had a face-to-face fight. In an instant, the blood in the bodies of several awakeners quickly flowed away, and they turned directly into shriveled corpses. Su Feng, who pulled out his claws, rushed towards concubine Lu Qing without any pause, and his twisted and open 5 fingers seemed to have sworn his control over the beauty in front of him. Lu Qingfei looked at her husband who was getting closer and closer to her, and she couldn't help but feel an extreme fear in her heart. In despair, she subconsciously raised her arms and closed her eyes in despair. But after waiting for a moment, the familiar and crazy voice in her ear stopped abruptly. Lu Qingfei raised her head, but saw a slender and tall figure blocking her way. The familiar black windbreaker fluttered, just like a god blocking the horrible disaster ahead for Lu Qingfei. Mucho, Lu Qingfei never thought that when she was desperate, the person who stood in front of her was actually this cold-blooded boy who disagreed with her ideas and even had some grudges. Su Feng's forehead was bulging with veins. Looking at the ice double blades blocking his claws, his fangs and teeth flashed with a sinister cold light. "You are looking for death." Mucho raised the corner of his mouth, and while blocking Su Feng's way, he turned his head to look at the urban beauty behind him and smiled. "This is not like your style, my great saint." In fact, Mucho just watched this family drama with a mentality of watching the excitement, but a familiar and cold mechanical voice suddenly came in his mind, which directly shocked Mucho. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking in at the Great World Entertainment Club and unlocking the reward. Ninja's Mask can summon the Shadow Army, the next check-in location the final battle of the Redemption Battlefield, and the reward is a random devil fruit from the One Piece plane. I hope the host will keep up the good work. and the Great World Sign-In system will always be with you. The cold mechanical voice fell silent again, as if everything that just came to his ears was a fantasy. Because of this, Muqiu fought desperately to resist Su Feng's attack for Lu Qingfei. Hearing Muqiu's usual teasing words, looking at the tall and broad back in front of her, Lu Qingfei's eyes became wet again for some reason. Muqiu looked at the vampire who was only a few feet away from him again, with an inexplicable meaning in his eyes. Now, let me play with you. Muqiu's ice blades rushed forward, and then his body shook, and he stepped on the ice and rushed to the far side of the hall. At the same time, Ji Yufeng also used Space Shuttle to attack Su Feng, and many awakened people from the law enforcement team appeared in front of Lu Qingfei. Muqiu's words were no less than sarcastic ridicule in Su Feng's eyes, and he saw that the great opportunity had been lost. Su Feng was angry and turned his blood wings open, and turned to fly towards Muqiu. The rock wall beside everyone began to collapse, and the bricks and stones under their feet began to fall. Ji Yufeng looked in the direction of Muqiu in the distance, but time was obviously not enough for him to rescue Muqiu. Ji Yufeng's mind moved, and his space ability was activated. A white mist flashed in the space barrier that engulfed everyone, and then an illusory vortex swallowed everyone directly. Everyone felt the rapid airflow around them, and in the blink of an eye they had appeared on a floor where zombies were cleared before. Similarly, the collapse of this floor was more serious, and the rubble of the ceiling fell like a meteorite. The next moment, another white light flashed, and everyone kept shuttling through the building more than 10 stories high. Ji Yufeng, who led everyone to shuttle through space, had sweat on his forehead. With so many people in a large-scale space crossing, such a huge load was already unbearable for him. Wait! Muqiu is still inside. Wei Linger shouted at Ji Yufeng. Ji Yufeng glanced at Wei Linger with a calm expression. The middle-aged man beside him hurriedly explained, "It's too late, Yufeng's body can't hold on any longer." Wei Linger looked at the constantly changing scene in front of her, and her worries about Muqiu could not be any greater. Ichi stood beside Wei Linger, staring blankly at the direction upstairs. Xiu, Shock, the real monster on the other side, in the collapsing rooftop of the club. Looking at the people who had completely disappeared, Su Feng, wearing a red robe and looking like a vampire, gritted his teeth and looked at Muqiu in front of him with murderous intent. It was because of this man that he failed to take Lu Qingfei away in the end. "It doesn't matter," Su Feng laughed in a deep voice, "I'll deal with you first, and I can take Qingfei away after the #1 experiment wakes up. None of you can escape." Muqiu suddenly laughed, still looking free and easy. "Are you so sure that you can deal with me?" A powerful energy wave suddenly erupted from Su Feng's body, with great momentum. This is a powerful energy that only S-level beings can possess. The energy in Su Feng's body was stimulated to the extreme. He suddenly threw away his blood-red robe, and the clothes inside burst with it, revealing as strong, like a beast with explosive power. This is the powerful body nourished by the blood essence he absorbed. Muqiu was amazed. This body alone was comparable to the previous Jin Xiong with the unparalleled strange power ability, and even better. Su Feng looked at Muqiu with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes and grinned, "Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. I will keep you in captivity and make you my blood food, Zizi. I haven't tasted the taste of the awakened blood of the elemental system yet." Muqiu lowered his head and murmured, "I'd love to see you. Let me see what's so great about you." Su Feng suddenly saw that the corners of Muqiu's lowered mouth suddenly opened a strange arc, and the black robe behind him moved without wind. Then he muttered with a faint excitement, "Pleasure me. Ants." An unimaginable shocking wave suddenly rushed into the sky like a surging wave. The entire building even accelerated the process of collapse because of this extremely powerful energy fluctuation. What is this? Su Feng's eyes widened. He suddenly found that this powerful fluctuation that made his soul tremble appeared from Muqiu in front of him. At the same time, the remaining members of the search team and the law enforcement team kept shuttling in the space light shield condensed by Ji Yufeng. After just a dozen breaths, everyone came to the outside of the club building. Ji Yufeng manipulated the space light shield to lead everyone forward hundreds of meters, and then lifted the huge space barrier. At this time, Ji Yufeng's face was extremely pale, and his forehead was soaked with sweat. The chest part of the white suit rose and fell rapidly, and Ji Yufeng covered his chest and gasped heavily. In just a dozen breaths, every second was squeezing the few energies in his body. And just a few seconds after everyone arrived safely on the ground, the towering building hundreds of meters behind them also collapsed in an instant. The loud noise of the building collapsing continued throughout the city center, instantly attracting the attention of a large group of zombie heretics around. What is that? Before everyone recovered from the disaster, some survivors pointed at the collapsed building behind them and exclaimed. A towering tree rose from the collapsed building, reaching a height of more than 10 feet straight into the sky. The giant tree was a strange dark green color, with no leaves on the branches, but instead layers of thick vines like tentacles. In the center of the trunk, there was a terrifying white vertical eye, which suddenly opened and stared at the many survivors below. It was just born and was extremely eager for this kind of blood food full of vitality. As the shocking supernatural power fluctuations came, the middle-aged man next to Ji Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief, but the cautious look on his face was still strong. It has not reached the level of destruction, but this monster is also at the top level and S level just based on the level of supernatural power. It's really extreme. This alien cult actually intends to use the resources of the entire Lannan city to create a destructive existence. It has not reached the level of destruction yet. This means that everyone still has a glimmer of hope. Ji Yufeng nodded and did not speak. At this moment, a monster-like roar came from behind the crowd. It's zombies. A lot of zombies. Everyone turned around suddenly and saw that a large number of zombie monsters had gathered behind them at some point. The dense crowds of people were rushing towards the survivors. They were all attracted by the sound of the building collapsing. In an instant, the human camp fell into an embarrassing situation of being surrounded by enemies and attacked from all sides. Looking at the survivors who were depressed and desperate, Ji Yufeng made an amazing move. He took out a copper box from his arms, which contained capsule-shaped medicine. Seeing the box of medicine, the middle-aged man next to Ji Yufeng exclaimed, "Yufeng, are you crazy? You have taken this medicine once before. If you take it again, your body will not be able to bear this load." Hearing the threatening words of the middle-aged man, Ji Yufeng took out a few capsules and swallowed them directly as if he had never heard of it before. In an instant, veins on Ji Yufeng's forehead popped up, and a look of pain appeared on his face. Ji Yufeng endured the strong discomfort in his body and took out the two long Doradied laser sword handles from his waist. He took out two blue crystal cores from his arms and stuffed them into the lower end of the hilts. He clenched his hands and exerted force, and the two laser swords flashed dazzling light again. The moment he held the hilts, the light screen in Ji Yufeng's glasses flashed, and his eyes became as sharp as an eagle's eye. The scene returned to a few minutes ago, when the 14-story building was on the verge of collapse. Debris was scattered, and the collapsed boulders poured madly towards the floor tiles. Su Feng, with a shriveled body, fell to the ground. His chest was pierced by a giant icicle, and his abdomen was burned black by the flames, as if it would fall apart into dust if the wind blew. Su Feng looked terrified, and the horror in his eyes was almost overflowing, and blood was constantly seeping out of his mouth. How? How is it possible? How can a human have such power? Monster! You are the real monster. He never thought that as a vampire, he would be sucked dry and devoured by someone one day. Beside him, a man in a black windbreaker walked slowly, not paying any attention to the rubble that kept falling down around him. Mu Qiu turned a deaf ear to Su Feng's panicked and shocked words, and walked to a wall of the hall leisurely. The wall was full of masks used in masquerade balls. And in the center of these masks, a mask that was as hideous as a demon but familiar to Mu Qiu came into view finally. "I found you." Words. The trembling General Nige, a demon mask with two horns on its head, a red face and fangs appeared in Mu Qiu's hand. Nija's mask is one of the masks of the 9 ghost generals in the Black Shadow Corps. The person wearing this mask will be influenced and controlled by the soul of the ghost general sealed in it, tempting the wearer to release the darkness deep in his heart and summon soldiers belonging to the Black Shadow Corps. And Nija's mask can summon the most common ninja group in the Black Shadow Corps. The Holy Lord once fought in all directions with this mask, and the ninja group also made immortal military achievements for the Holy Lord, the ancient demon. Now, this mask is in Mu Qiu's hands. Because the animation Jackie Chan Adventures does not exist in this parallel world, Mucho is not worried that the mask will be recognized. After looking at the hideous mask in his hand for a while, Mucho smiled and shook his head. If it weren't for the fact that a ghost general of the Black Shadow Kingdom was sealed in it, it would only be a scary prop for Halloween on the surface. The surrounding walls began to collapse rapidly, and the rubble on the ceiling splashed and fell. Mucho was standing in the center of this earthquake at this moment. The first thing Mucho did after getting the mask was not to put it on his face, but to slowly walk to the figure lying on the ground in the distance. Faint footsteps came from the front. The haggard Sufeng barely opened his heavy eyes, but saw Mucho's handsome face with a smile. "I'm more curious, how did you become like this when you were so upright in front of the Holy Mother Lu? Or is that the heterogeneous church really so attractive?" Mucho squatted down, rubbed his eyes with one hand, and had a playful look on his face. The rocks that hit him were all blocked and bounced away by a thick ice wall without exception. Sufeng's throat rolled. Now he was just a spent force. In this state, even speaking would take all his strength. "Do you know what I've been through in the past 2 years?" Sufeng's face had long since turned into that of a normal person, with a bitter smile on his lips. "In this wasteland, I've seen people bullying people, people killing people, people eating people. In this cruel apocalypse, human nature is far more terrifying than zombie monsters." Sufeng's pupils widened, as if he saw something he longed for, and he stretched out his hand to grab the void. Only with real power can you survive here. I want to survive. I want to bring Qingfei a better life. I want to be the real king of this area." Sufeng grinned and said bitterly, "Heterogeneous church, I don't care what kind of cult it is, as long as it can give me the power to surpass all living beings, I can help it do things." Mucho smiled. "You see it clearly, but unfortunately, you still lost in the end." It was not unfair for Sufeng to be defeated by Mucho, the corpse king who ruled a region. Yes, I lost miserably." At this time, Sufeng seemed to have returned to his original self, the honest and kind husband in Lu Qingfei's mouth. "Now I am no longer worthy of being Qingfei's husband. I hope you can take good care of her." It turned out that Sufeng saw Mucho stand up to save Lu Qingfei, so he thought that Lu Qingfei had already been Mucho's woman. "You seem to have misunderstood something. I have nothing to do with that Lu Xingmu." Mucho was a little amused. The reason why he just showed up was entirely because of the appearance of the system. He took this opportunity to stay in order to get the mask. But Sufeng turned a blind eye to Mucho's words. Obviously, he didn't want to say anything more about the relationship between the two. Experimental subject, 001, was cultivated by me with all my efforts. His strength is also at the top of the S level. Protect Qingfei. Suddenly, Sufeng laughed at himself again. "That's right, with your strength, my worry is unnecessary." Looking at Sufeng talking to himself, Mucho's forehead was covered with black lines. This is the first person who made Mucho speechless. Well, Mucho decided to name him Su Dazue. But Sufeng's voice became weaker and weaker. Lannan City was originally the territory of a destructive, terrifying existence. We reached an agreement with her to establish a base here. Be careful of her. When he said this, the focus in Sufeng's eyes had completely dimmed. He stretched out his bony hands to grab the air and said hoarsely in a weak voice, "I am unwilling. This, damn, end of the world." Sufeng's raised head completely drooped, and there was still a deep attachment and unwillingness in his pupils. Looking at Su Dazue, who had completely lost his breath, Mucho slowly stood up. At the same time, he also retracted his palm that was emitting the healing halo of the horse spell. Sufeng's state was already exhausted. If Mucho hadn't used the healing power of the horse spell to prolong his life, the former would never have said so many last words. For Mucho, there are certainly many ways to save Sufeng. However, it is possible to save him, but it is not necessary. After all, it is Su Dazue. After sending Su Dazue away, Mucho lowered his head and looked at the red mask in his hand. "Ghost General? Then let me see how powerful he is." Mucho opened his 5 claws and took the mask, gently covering his face with it. Instantly, a thick black gas visible to the naked eye spread out from the hideous mask. Mucho's figure also grew several times in an instant, and a pair of devil-like black wings broke through the white windbreaker and spread out from behind him. These devil-like wide wings are the ability he gained after swallowing Sufeng's superpowers just now. Mucho's skin surface also slowly climbed, and the red lines continued to spread. Even Mucho's eyes gradually turned red, and a dragon tail was faintly emerging behind him. This is the rhythm of transforming into the Flame Demon Lord. Following the changes in Mucho's body, the black gas emitted from the mask became more and more dense, and finally the black gas filled with dark power directly spread throughout the entire floor. He. At the same time, a gloomy voice came from Mucho's mind. A tall figure wearing samurai armor appeared in Mucho's mind. On his face was a hideous demon mask, which was the evil soul sealed in the mask, Niga, the leader of the ninja group and one of the 9 ghost generals. General Niga is resurrected. The eerie voice echoed in the dark space. Niga opened his red eyes from the darkness, and he couldn't wait to devour those dark souls. Young man, do you desire power? Niga walked out of the darkness slowly, and his words were full of temptation. Power? Suddenly, a more gloomy voice echoed in this dark space. Before Niga recovered, he saw a monster several feet tall, with a red body, a dragon head and a human body walking out of the darkness. The power of ants? The voice of the Flame Demon Lord was heavy and low, and his tone was full of disdain and contempt. You are? Niga looked at the intimidating Flame Demon Lord, his red eyes were horrified, and his voice trembled. P.S. Friends who like this book, please don't forget to give it a 5-star rating. Your support and encouragement are the author's unremitting motivation for writing. Love you. Shadow Army, the horrible vine in the building on the verge of collapse, Mucho slowly stood up and stretched. The black air on the floor was obviously diluted a lot, and now it all surrounded Mucho, like a ball of black fog. It must be said that as one of the 9 ghost generals, Nija is indeed very powerful, and even Gu Foam, who has powerful superpowers, may not be his opponent. It's a pity that Nija faced an even more powerful opponent, the Flame Demon Lord. The whole battle was without any suspense. Nija's soul was finally completely swallowed and absorbed by Mucho, and turned into a part of Mucho's superpowers. Mucho stood up, and the ice mist in front of him gradually condensed into an ice mirror. Mucho looked at the ice mirror and saw that the figure in front of the mirror was wearing a red-faced and fanged demon mask, tall and strong, and a pair of wide black wings behind him were very eye-catching. In this way, Mucho is more like a dead messenger who walked out of hell. It's a pity that the wings are too big, and they broke the windbreaker. Mucho was still defending his black windbreaker, which was his weapon for showing off. Mucho thought about it, and simply took off the broken windbreaker and wrapped it around his waist. He was shirtless, revealing his well-defined abdominal muscles, and his fair skin revealed an extreme sense of masculinity and dominance. It's much more pleasing to the eye this way. Mucho commented with satisfaction. Then, Mucho's mind moved, and he mobilized the domineering aura that belonged to the Flame Demon Lord. When it comes to the darkness deep in his heart, there are not many people who can compare with the bloodthirsty and brutal Flame Demon Lord. Mucho's body began to emanate a powerful aura that was different from the energy. Amid the black air, groups of ink-like figures emerged from the shadows under Mucho's feet. The ink stains fell on the ground like spots of ink, and then suddenly grew larger, turning into soldiers wearing black ninja costumes. Mucho keenly sensed that there was a familiar supernatural fluctuation in the bodies of these ninja soldiers, which was the devouring ability that existed in their own origins. Sensing this abnormality of the ninja group, Mucho's face was covered with an excited smile. The devouring ability is actually combined with the Black Shadow Army. Mucho looked up and saw that the entire collapsed floor was full of dark shadow ninjas. A pair of red eyes looked at Mucho, and no expression could be seen under the black mask. Mucho suddenly released an extreme black gas, filled with the tyranny and violence of the Flame Demon. All the ninja soldiers instantly knelt on one knee, lowered their heads respectfully, like loyal believers worshipping the sacred. Mucho, who was worshipped by many shadow ninjas, did not even look at his subordinates on the ground. A strong sense of evil interest rose in my heart. These soldiers of the Shadow Kingdom actually copied part of my devouring ability. Things are starting to get interesting. At this moment, the building finally couldn't hold up the trend of collapse and began to collapse violently. In the center of the broken club building, a towering tree was slowly climbing up. Outside the building, a fierce battle between humans and zombies was in full swing. The only dozens of people left on the human team surrounded the military vehicle and tried their best to resist the wave of zombies. Fortunately, the high-level zombies in this area have been caught in the club building, and the zombies besieging everyone at this time are not. They were all relatively low-level. But the zombies were too numerous to resist, and they came like a rolling wave. After one wave was defeated, the next wave came. The blackheads made the A-level awakeners in the team helpless. What's more, behind them, there was a terrifying existence that was several times more dangerous than the zombie tide. Mucho, Wei Linger in the team seemed a little distracted as she resisted the zombies that rushed over. She was more worried about Mucho, who stayed alone in the building to fight Su Feng. Wei Linger couldn't help but look at the direction of the collapsed building in the distance. There was a mutant vine tree that was rushing straight into the sky, and the white figure shuttled back and forth on this huge plant, like a white lightning bolt. This white figure was the white god of death, Ji Yufeng. Ji Yufeng used his full power to shuttle through space, and the two laser swords in his hands also rushed forward with lightning. Every time Ji Yufeng appeared, the vines and branches of the mutant vines would be cut off and stabbed by the sharp laser swords. But strangely, the gap after being cut off actually spurted out bright red blood, and the broken branches quickly grew back, and the opposite was the vine tentacles that were several times thicker than before. There was a strange vertical eye on the trunk of the mutant vine tree. At this moment, the vertical eye was full of anger, and it was obvious that it had been annoyed by Ji Yufeng's continuous attacks. Ji Yufeng was also under great pressure when dealing with the mutant vine tree. This mutant vine tree was obviously a new heretic, and had no combat experience, but its huge body and thick vine tentacles that could be manipulated like arms were enough to make Ji Yufeng feel exhausted. Hundreds and thousands of vines as thick as giant pythons were pulled in all directions, and they were also covered with spikes containing blood toxins. For ordinary people, it was no less than being attacked by hundreds of missiles. Only a space awakener with super speed like Ji Yufeng could rely on his flexible body to compete with it. But the recovery ability of this vine monster is also amazing. If you cut off a vine, several more will grow immediately. It is really difficult to deal with. Ji Yufeng's figure kept shuttling in the white vortex, and from a distance, there were dozens of white vortices around the giant vine. I don't know how long Yufeng can hold on. The middle-aged man of the law enforcement team looked at Ji Yufeng, who was flying in the air, and his eyes showed worry. He knew very well how much side effects the capsule-like medicine that Ji Yufeng had just taken had on his body, and he could also feel the strong supernatural fluctuations from the mutant vine. Looking back at the zombie tide in front of them, they might really be wiped out here. Although the people present did not express anything, they had already felt despair in their hearts. But at this moment, an accident happened. A group of black-clothed figures wearing masks suddenly appeared around. An awakened person was surrounded by several zombies. Just when he was in despair, several black-clad ninjas descended from the sky like divine soldiers, holding swords and long sticks and hunting down all the zombies. The awakened thought that these black-clad men were comrades sent by the Yuhai base to help them, and they were about to thank them with a look of joy on their faces. Thank you, but the next second, his neck was suddenly pierced by a narrow samurai sword, and blood spurted out. Corresponding to this were the indifferent ninja soldiers and many awakened people with horror in their eyes. Superpowers, the terrifying Black Shadow Army. All the awakened people fighting in the field were stunned when they saw this scene. They never thought that the help they thought of would become the ruthless executioner who harvested their lives. But the soldiers of the Black Shadow Corps would not give them any time to react. The Black Shadows drove the weapons in their hands to ruthlessly harvest and kill all the zombies and awakened people around them. Whether it was the zombie heretics or the human survivors, they were attacked and killed indiscriminately by the swords in their hands. The battlefield was full of Black Shadow killers wearing ninja costumes. For a while, the roar of zombies and the wailing of humans being assassinated spread throughout the field. What is going on? The remaining awakened people gathered together. At this moment, their biggest crisis was not the wave-like corpse tide, but these weird ninjas shuttling through the zombie battlefield. Are they from the heterogeneous church? Someone was puzzled by this group of unidentified black-clothed ninjas. The middle-aged man in the law enforcement team showed a solemn expression and shook his head. I have never seen a foreign believer dressed like this. The foreign believers have always been dressed in robes of various colors and hoods. But this group of black-clothed figures are dressed in uniform ninja costumes, with masks covering their entire faces, revealing only a pair of scarlet eyes, which is very different from the believers of the foreign believers. Shunan, who was dressed in a flashy outfit, was manipulating a row of rose petals at this moment, and the soft petals were like sharp blades in his hands. He flicked his fingers and the petals suddenly turned into a fierce hidden weapon, and the necks of several soldiers of the Black Shadow Corps were instantly cut. But the weird thing happened again, and several ninjas exploded into a group of ink-like black shadows out of thin air, without even a trace of blood. This scene shocked everyone's eyes. What the hell are they? The fat man tilted his stiff neck and looked at the others with a look of horror. These ninja soldiers not only look like ghosts, but also die in a way that is not human, which makes the fat man who was most afraid of these ghosts shudder. No one answered the fat man's question, because everyone suddenly realized that the number of these black-clothed ninjas who look like ghosts is increasing. These ninjas follow like shadows, and appear from behind many zombies and survivors in the next second, swinging down the cold blades in their hands. Although the level of these suddenly appearing black-clothed ninjas is generally not high, only sea level. But they can't stand the large number of ninjas comparable to the zombie group, and their speed is extremely fast, which is several times that of ordinary zombies, and they obviously have rich combat experience. Every black-clothed ninja is like a professionally trained Dark Knight killer. All the humans who have survived to this day are the strong ones among the awakened ones and the elites of the law enforcement team, but they are also in a difficult battle when they encounter this group of elusive ninja killers. A leopard man-shaped mutant awakener had just crushed the head of a zombie when a black-clad ninja attacked from behind. Looking for death. The leopard man had a fierce look on his face, and he turned around and clapped his hands. The black-clad ninja immediately exploded into an ink-like black shadow and disappeared without a trace. The leopard man looked at the empty front in shock, and looked at his palm in disbelief. There was not a trace of blood. But just as he was stunned, another black-clad ninja suddenly appeared from behind the leopard man, holding a short knife in his hand. Swoosh! Blood splattered, the leopard man covered his bleeding neck, his eyes full of horror, and his tall body slowly fell down. But then, a scene that shocked many awakeners happened. After the leopard man fell, the black-clad ninja behind him caught his body. The black-clad ninja opened his palm to hold the leopard man's face, and an invisible devouring force was running. The superpowers in the leopard man were absorbed and transferred to the black ninja's body. The leopard man's face gradually turned into a normal person's. The black ninja's body and face also changed rapidly. Dark mane, spotted cheetah head, inverted pupils, tall and strong body. Except for the color is still black, the body of this black ninja is exactly the same as the leopard man who just died. The black ninja who turned into a leopard man instantly joined the trench on the side. Agile speed, fierce power, huge front claws, the power displayed by the ninja turned black shadow leopard man is exactly the same as the dead awakened leopard man. Similar events continue to occur on the battlefield, and countless mutant zombies and careless awakeners are assassinated and destroyed by the ghostly black ninjas. Their superpowers are also swallowed and transformed by these black ninjas. These black-clad ninjas can absorb the abilities of dead awakened ones. How could everyone not see the clues at this time? The human survivors looked vigilantly at the many black-clad ninjas attacking silently around them. In their hearts, these black-clad ninjas have been marked as monsters that are more terrifying than zombie heretics. They can absorb the abilities of other awakened ones. How terrifying is this? At the same time, Ji Yufeng, who was fighting with a huge mutant vine tree in the distance, was also attacked by black-clad ninjas. Ji Yufeng had just cut off a few of the attacking vine tentacles, and his figure flashed with a white vortex. The next second he had appeared on the ground dozens of meters away. But at this moment, several black-clad ninjas suddenly appeared behind him, attacking him with long swords and long sticks in their hands. The laser sword in his hand flashed a gorgeous blue light, and the figures of several ninjas were chopped into pieces. And following it came the thick tentacles of the mutant giant vine that looked like a giant python. Feeling the whistling sound of breaking through the air beside his ears, Ji Yufeng frowned slightly, and the space under his feet shook. A white vortex flashed by, and Ji Yufeng appeared again at the branches of the vine tree. But these black-clothed ninjas seemed to be attached to his bones and followed him like a shadow, and appeared behind him again in the next second. A huge mutant vine tree is already extremely difficult to deal with, not to mention the attacks and harassment of the black-clothed ninjas that appear at any time. For a while, Ji Yufeng, who has the ability to shuttle through space, was also struggling and exhausted. Swinging the laser sword again to deal with a black-clothed ninja that appeared behind him, Ji Yufeng wiped the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. He looked down at the human survivors besieged by many zombies and black-clothed ninjas, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Can I only use that trick? Ji Yufeng gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain from taking too much medicine. A strong energy wave began to brew in his body. However, the next second, a burst of arrogant low laughter echoed in the air, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. Shichichi, of the Masked Man, the Eternal Light Dynasty. Everyone looked up and saw that the originally clear sky in the distance suddenly appeared dark black fog. The thick black fog instantly covered the sun, like a black cloud stained with ominous air, covering everyone's head. And the arrogant laughter just now came from this black cloud. When the black cloud dispersed, a sturdy human figure walked out of the dark haze. This figure was shirtless, revealing strong and solid muscle lines, wearing a hideous mask with red face and fangs, and a strange bloody scar on his chest, engraved with a six-pointed star pattern that was still dripping with blood. He was wearing a tattered black robe on his lower body, and behind him was a pair of wide black wings like devil wings. A shocking wave of supernatural power swept over, and everyone felt suffocated. As soon as the man stepped out of the black cloud, he brought with him an innate sense of dominance. Although he was still wearing a mask on his face, everyone could feel his wildness from his rampant laughter and deep red eyes. Who is he? This was almost the question in the minds of everyone present. They didn't understand when such a powerful existence appeared here again. Just from the energy fluctuations that suffocated them, everyone concluded that this person was at least at the same level as the White Death God Ji Yufeng. The masked man who appeared strongly was none other than Mu Qiu, who had just walked out of the ruins. Mu Qiu flapped his demon wings and stayed in the air, overlooking the humans and zombies below, and felt a slight cool tingling sensation in his chest. This was originally a tattoo of the Mark of the King. In order to avoid exposing his identity, Mu Qiu drew a hexagram pattern on his chest to cover it. Mu Qiu walked out of the black cloud with a wild smile on his face, but the first thing he saw was a black-clothed ninja hunting humans and zombies on the ground. Because of summoning these shadow core, Mu Qiu released the darkness deep in his heart through the emotions of the Flame Demon Lord, and he also got some of the Flame Demon Lord's personality. Tyranny, cruelty, tyranny, anger. The order to attack many zombies and humans now was issued by Mu Qiu. It must be said that the soldiers of the Shadow Corps are really a group of loyal subordinates. Even if their individual combat power is far less than that of the awakened ones, they are still willing to go to death. The reason for issuing these orders is also very simple, because Mu Qiu suddenly discovered that these Shadow Corps ninjas also inherited some of his devouring ability. They can obtain their superpowers by absorbing the energy of the killed heretics and awakened ones. But this skill is one-time. In short, a shadow soldier can only absorb one superpower. Although it cannot be compared with his original powerful devouring superpower, it is enough to be called a magical skill. Although the strength of these ninja soldiers is only at the sea level, as long as they are given some time to develop, they will be able to become a terrifying and never-betraying supernatural army. Everyone noticed that since the appearance of the masked man, the black-clothed ninjas also stopped attacking. They looked at Mu Qiu with a hint of submission. These ninjas are all his subordinates. Everyone realized that the mysterious masked man who came out of the black cloud was the leader of these black-clothed ninjas. Ji Yufeng was the first to react. He moved to avoid the attack of the mutant giant vine. The next moment, he had traveled hundreds of meters in space and arrived in front of the mysterious masked man. He actually ignored the huge mutant vines and wanted to deal with the leader of these tricky black-clothed ninjas first. Seeing the hot laser sword about to cut him, the masked man did not move at all, and uttered a wild and domineering voice, "White Death? Then let me see how powerful it is." The masked man stretched out his arms, and his red eyes were full of fierceness. He raised his hand and a black light circle appeared beside him. The whole was a bottomless darkness, as if it was a dark and uninhabited country. A huge sickle with a deep body was pulled out from the dark hole, and the sickle surrounded by black air surrounded him. With his hideous red mask and wide devil wings, the whole person looked like an undead yaksha who walked out of the depths of hell. The masked man held a huge black sickle and directly blocked Ji Yofeng's attack. The flashing laser sword and the black death sickle collided with each other, like a collision of light and darkness. Who are you? Ji Yufeng felt the strong repulsive force coming from the other side, and stared into the masked man's red eyes, as if he wanted to see some clues from them. Puff, feeling the increasing pressure from the hilt, Ji Yufeng quickly drew out his weapon and flashed several meters away from the masked man. He had already consumed too much physical strength, and now he was just forcing his body to squeeze. At this moment, he had no chance of winning against the masked man. But at this moment, several heavy sounds of breaking through the air came. Several thick vines like pythons flew towards the masked man. It's a mutant vine tree. Not far away, a vertical eye on the trunk of a huge vine tree stared at the direction of the masked man, with greed in its eyes. The subconscious feeling told it that this masked man who suddenly appeared had a great energy in his body, and it would be very beneficial to absorb his blood. The masked man turned around suddenly, and the black sickle in his hand also grew several times in an instant. When he raised his hand and slashed the knife, several tentacle-like vines were broken. Then, blood spurted out, and the wounds of the vines were billowing with black smoke. The vines with amazing recovery ability did not regenerate, and the mutant vines seemed to have cut off their fingers and wailed like babies in pain. Zizizizi, a pair of black demon wings behind him flapped, and the masked man soared several meters high, looking down at the ground from the air, like a demon god of hell looking down on the world. Many black-clothed ninjas on the ground also stopped their offensive steps at this time, kneeling on one knee like pilgrims. Everyone's eyes were also attracted by the powerful figure in the sky. Even the group of mindless zombies were frightened by the powerful aura emitted by the mysterious masked man, and their movements slowed down. Who am I? He spoke slowly, his tone still so wild and unrestrained. Our name is Eternal Night. After speaking, the masked man pointed to the black-clad ninjas worshipping on the ground. They are all the most loyal people of our Eternal Night Kingdom. The sky and the earth are dark, the Eternal Night Dynasty. Netherworld, Suwen's crisis. The masked man stood in the sky, glaring at everyone, with a pair of ferocious demon wings behind him, as domineering as a god descending from the sky. Eternal Night Dynasty? The cold words reached everyone's ears. They had never heard of this strange and mysterious organization. Hey, another new cult organization? Some awakened people looked at the shirtless figure in the sky, and then thought of the strange behavior of the black-clothed ninjas, and immediately defined the Eternal Night Dynasty as a cult organization like a foreign church, and they were facing a formidable enemy. Just as many awakened people on the ground looked at the masked man in the sky with shock and vigilance, the giant mutated vine tree in the distance launched another attack. Thick vine tentacles came through the air, but the target of this attack was the masked man and Ji Yufeng in the sky. Ji Yufeng disappeared in a flash. The masked man's approach was even more vigorous. He looked at the huge vines coming towards him, and a deep laugh came from under the ferocious mask. Chi, I saw strange black energy billowing around him, and then his knotted arms raised the huge death sickle. Everyone saw with their own eyes that the black air was actually mixed with billowing flames, all attached to the ink-black death sickle. The jet-black sickle is wrapped with billowing black flames, looking like a peerless weapon forged from the endless hell. The masked man waved the hell scythe in his hand, and a ball of black flames suddenly filled the air and directly bombarded the many vines that were attacking. Once the thick vines came into contact with the deep black flames, they began to shrink back crazily as if they were alive. But the netherworld flames of the thick black mist were like gangrene attached to the bones, wrapping around the cowering vines with a domineering force that burned everything. The 10 fingers are still connected to the heart, and these thousands of huge vines are commanded by the mutant vines like arms. Once the vines are frustrated, the mutant vines themselves also make a sharp wailing sound. The pupils of the huge vertical eyes on the tree trunk shrank suddenly, as if they had been severely injured. This newly born mutated monster acted decisively, directly cutting off the entire branch and countless huge vines. Huge branches fell to the ground, with dark and terrifying netherworld flames attached to them, burning the vines in an instant. The huge vertical eyes of the mutated vine tree looked at the masked man, and their eyes were filled with ferocious color and fierce murderous intent. Thousands of python-like vine tentacles all attacked the masked man, and the masked man fought with them without fear. At the same time, the black-clad ninjas on the ground also launched attacks on many zombie heretics and human awakeners. The Awakener of Yuhai Base. The zombie heretics and the zombie tide, the black-clad ninjas who call themselves the Eternal Night Dynasty, and the fierce battle between the three forces is about to break out. No, it's not so much a melee between the three forces, but a crazy massacre of humans and zombies by ninjas in black. There are a large number of these black-clothed ninjas who appear out of nowhere, and their strength is generally at sea level. After one ninja is killed, several more black-clothed ninjas appear in the blind spots around them, making it impossible to guard against them. Many of the awakened ones had just killed a ninja, and before they could recover, they were stabbed in the neck by the black-clothed ninja who suddenly appeared from behind. Moreover, these weird ninjas can absorb and inherit the abilities of other dead awakened people. A C-level ninja was promoted to a B-level or even A-level powerful ability user in an instant, which frightened everyone present. At this moment, Ji Yufeng no longer cared about fighting the mutated vines in the distance, but came to the surviving Yuhai team to protect the few remaining awakened ones. Ji Yufeng's white hair was seen flying, and his figure kept appearing from behind the awakened one. When the laser sword in his hand fell, countless ninjas in black turned into black shadows and disappeared. But even Ji Yufeng's speed through space could not cope with the large number of black-clothed ninjas. There were still many awakened ones who were brutally murdered, and their superpowers turned into nourishment for the evolution of black-clothed ninjas. Coupled with the fact that there is a wave of zombies approaching crazily in the surrounding area, the target of these zombie monsters is very clear, which is the human team in the Yuhai base that is surrounded by everyone. Seeing countless zombies passing by black ninjas, they actually paid no attention to these human-looking black ninjas. However, the black-clad ninja attacks humans and zombies indiscriminately, as if they are mysterious beings that do not belong to either party. Ji Yufeng shuttled through the tide of corpses, and when he saw this scene, a bright light flashed in his eyes. Looking at the human team, dozens of awakened people gradually showed signs of decline. It was also obvious that these black-clothed ninjas were targeting lone human awakened people, so they gathered around the military vehicle. All of a sudden, the sound of gunfire and artillery fire began to resound in the ruins of the city here, accompanied by the ghostly figure of the black-clothed ninja and the roar and low groan of the zombie monster. In the sky, a majestic masked man was flying with a pair of ferocious demon wings, and behind him were dense vine tentacles. An arrogant and domineering sneer came from the mask, not caring about the extreme danger behind him, but rather seeming to be teasing the towering mutated vines in the distance. Suddenly, a slight whimpering sound reached the masked man's ears. The masked man looked down and saw a mutant squirrel the size of an adult beast being bitten by several tall zombies on the ground below. The squirrel's body was already covered with scars. It had obviously been through a lot of brutal battles, and it was obvious that it could not hold on for long. Behind the mutant zombie, a girl with twin ponytails and a floral dress was looking at the giant squirrel in front of her with tears in her eyes, with a look of sadness and grief in her eyes. Gua Gua! This girl with twin ponytails was Su Wen, a member of Wei Linger's team. At this moment, a thin ghost-faced zombie attacked from behind Su Wen, biting the girl's delicate neck with its sharp teeth. Su Wen's pupils showed deep fear, and the girl had already anticipated the horrific scene of her neck being bitten off. Suddenly, the whistling sound of a hurricane flashed in Su Wen's ears. With a whoosh, the girl felt her body fly into the air and fall into a warm embrace. She looked up and saw a pair of dark, demon-like wide wings blowing away all the zombies around. These strong mutant zombies couldn't withstand a single blow and were slapped into a pool of blood foam. What the little girl saw when she looked up was a terrifying mask with red face and fangs. At this time, the owner of the mask also stared back at her with a pair of scarlet eyes. It turned out that it was this masked man who just lifted her up in the air and killed the mutant zombies around in an instant. And his body is abnormal. The masked man looked at the delicate little girl in his arms, but he laughed grimly. He blurted out the frightening words, "The little girl is delicate and tender, and she can be a treat for this general." Su Wen stared at the ferocious masked man in front of her, as if she was scared silly. There were thousands of dark green vines like giant pythons following behind him, and the masked man was gliding rapidly in the air with the girl in his arms. As if sensing the girl's dull eyes, the masked man sneered, "Is the little girl scared silly?" What this general likes to see most is the fearful expressions of you weak humans, the ferocious demon face coupled with the creepy words and laughter, this scene is enough to scare many humans. Unexpectedly, the weak girl in his arms did not cry as he expected, but said calmly, "No." The girl's watery eyes looked directly at the devil-like mask, and her eyes showed concern. When looking at one, Big Brother can have no violent voice in his heart. After saying that, the girl gently stroked the masked man's firm chest with her fair jade hands, and a smile appeared on her face. "Big Brother, here, it's very warm." Under the hideous mask, Muccio's forehead had black lines, and his face was full of embarrassment. "It's bad, I forgot that this girl also has the bug ability to listen to the hearts of all things, and he was caught by a little girl without any defense." "Forget it, anyway, it's not me who is embarrassed to wear a mask." Muccio put himself back into the role of the masked man, turned a deaf ear to the girl's tender words, and the devil's wings accelerated to throw away the vines behind him. At this moment, the space in front of the masked man transformed by Muccio twisted and a white vortex emerged. Before the vortex spread, Ji Yofeng's white figure flashed over, and the laser sword in his hand also cut through the sky and hit the flying masked man. Just in time. The masked man flew low and put the girl in his hand down, holding the black sickle to block the dazzling laser sword. One. And Su Wen's petite figure happened to fall to the ground at this moment, and was quickly caught by Wei Linger below. Wei Linger patted her chest and said thankfully, "Fortunately, Ji Yufeng blocked the masked man, otherwise you would be in real danger." Su Wen shook her head gently, looked at the masked man in the sky, and an inexplicable ripple flashed in her clear eyes. The masked man waved the black flame of the death sickle to split Ji Yofeng's attack again. Even the white god of death could not resist the netherworld fire that burned everything, and in an instant it shuttled through space to attack other enemies. The masked man smiled wildly again, turned around, and attacked the towering mutant vine tree behind him. However, this time the attack was completely free of the playful surprise just now, and there was an inexplicable violent rage in the strong offensive. The seemingly thick vine tentacles of the mutant vine tree seemed as fragile as thin paper in the hands of the masked man, and countless vines were cut off at the root when the black sickle passed. The black flame attached to the black sickle seemed to be the netherworld ghost fire from the judgment of the dead souls in the endless purgatory, which burned everything on contact, and the crazy aggressiveness seemed to burn everything in the world. As an S-level heretic, the mutant vine tree seemed to have encountered a natural enemy at this time, and its huge body became a living target in front of the masked man. The sickle in the masked man's hand cut down countless branches that tried to block his progress like harvesting straw. As a pair of wide demon wings fluttered behind him, a terrifying and domineering grin came from under the mask. He. The next moment, the masked man moved suddenly, holding a huge black flame sickle and flashing in front of the mutant vine tree. The huge vertical eye pupil on the branch had a trace of human fear. In the face of life-threatening danger, it desperately urged the remaining branches and vines to whip the masked man. I saw that the masked man began to burst out with black gas around him, and the black gas like haze was mixed with rolling black flames. At first glance, the tall figure in the sky seemed like a demon god descending to the world, with a monstrous power, coming towards all living beings. Those vine limbs that touched the black fog were all melted and disintegrated by the flames. The next second, the death sickle in the masked man's hand also burst out with fierce black flames like a wave of hell. As the masked man attacked the mutant vine with his sickle, the surrounding monstrous flames also swept towards the vine at the same time. A huge bombardment sounded in the ears of the people on the ground. The surviving humans looked up and saw the rolling black flames in the sky gathering and covering the branches of the towering vine. The new behemoth suddenly let out a sharp and piercing wail, which shook everyone's eardrums. In just a few breaths, this terrifying heretic cultivated by the heterogeneous church was burned to ashes. And the monstrous netherworld fire, after burning the mutant vine, wrapped around the masked man as if it had life. The terrifying powerful wave swept over, and some survivors swallowed their saliva, and the eyes of the others were full of fear and vigilance. This masked man is the final boss they have to face. At this moment, the surviving Yuhai humans have gathered together to fight against the black-clothed ninjas and the terrifying corpse tide. This made the ninja soldiers of the Black Shadow Corps unable to start for a while, so they focused their targets on the unconscious zombie monsters. At present, the Ninja Corps still has the upper hand, but these low-level zombies are being eliminated like cannon fodder, and the human camp is still resisting. Ji Yufeng is fighting at the forefront of the human camp at this time. The legendary White Death has turned pale, and his forehead is soaked with sweat. His body can no longer support such a strong overload, but at this time he must stand at the forefront of the team. The masked man came in the air, holding a black sickle, and the devil's wings surrounded the netherworld fire, which made him look more like the Hell Death who harvests lives than Ji Yufeng. Muqiu under the mask had a playful look on his face, and he admired Ji Yufeng's persistence and perseverance. He had seen that Ji Yufeng was already at the end of his strength, and forcing his body to fight would only make his pain increase with time. But he could appreciate it, but it was not a reason for him to let Ji Yufeng go. As for the human survivors, he could leave a group behind. After all, he still had to return to Yuhai base to enjoy life. The devil flames were raging behind him, and the masked man had already drawn his sickle. In the next second, Ji Yufeng would be beheaded. But suddenly, the masked man froze, and Muqiu's mind trembled under the devil mask, and his pupils shook. It was as if something was struggling to get out of his body. This was Flame Demon Lord. Since Muqiu's consciousness awakened in this body, he has been fighting fiercely with the original owner Flame Demon Lord for control of the body. Fortunately, he used the balancing ability of the yin and yang opposition of the talisman to suppress the violent personality of the flame demon in his body. It was like a cage, trapping the flame demon in the depths of the dark and boundless soul. But now, in order to summon these soldiers from the Shadow Kingdom, Muqiu released part of the dark side of the flame demon's personality. This not only made Muqiu's personality more domineering and arrogant, but also opened a gap in the cage that locked the flame demon. The Flame Demon Lord was wrapped in chains woven from countless heart nets, and at this moment, it was making a click sound of collapse and breaking. The tall Flame Demon roared wildly in the cage, his red eyes were full of violence, and his body struggled to break free from the shackles, as if he would escape from the cage in the next second. Muqiu's face under the mask was slightly pale, and his brows were frowned. He knew that if he continued to use the power of the black energy in the mask, the flame demon would be completely liberated from his mind in a short time. By then, Muqiu would become a mad monster without reason, with his mind full of bloodlust and killing. He looked at Ji Yufeng, who also looked at him with vigilance. Although Ji Yufeng was already at the end of his strength, Muqiu had only reached the S level with the blessing of the black energy. It was not difficult to get rid of Ji Yufeng, but it would take Muqiu a certain amount of time without using the power of the flame demon. Muqiu's heart moved, and his bare body shook, followed by the dense figures of black-clothed ninjas. There were also some black monsters among the thousands of black-clothed ninjas, which were the abilities absorbed by the black-clothed ninjas through killing. Be careful! Many surviving humans thought that this mysterious boss that suddenly appeared was going to release some big moves. But what everyone didn't expect was that the powerful masked man in front of them let out a series of heart-shaking low laughter. Shichichi. Everyone immediately felt chilled and terrified. White Death. You can't satisfy me now, looking forward to meeting you next time. A black fog suddenly burst out around the masked man and the black-clothed ninjas behind him. It was as if a boundless black cloud enveloped these messengers from hell, and they would return to the endless purgatory in the next moment. The sky and the earth are dark, the Eternal Night Dynasty. My name is Eternal Night, Shura. The masked man's domineering and arrogant words mixed with the power of a mighty force echoed in everyone's ears. The awakened survivors of humanity all felt as if they were struck by thunder at the same time, and their hearts trembled. When they came to their senses, the black fog in their eyes dissipated, and there was no one in front of them, only a thick smell of blood and zombie remains all over the ground. Not far away, the huge remains of the burned mutant vines were still dropping debris. It was as if reminding everyone that what had just happened was not an illusion. But without exception, the appearance of the masked man was like a nightmare, burying a layer of terrifying haze in everyone's hearts. Eternal Night Dynasty, Shura. Ji Yufeng pushed his eyes, looked up at the huge vines that had withered into debris in the distance, and murmured inexplicably. Looking at the battlefield around, discarded bullets and guns were scattered all over the ground, and the surroundings were covered with bloodstains mixed with humans and zombies. The blurred flesh and broken limbs were even more disgusting. The ruins of the collapsed club building piled up into a hill. The survivors of the Yuhai base were also in fear, and couldn't help but sigh after surviving a disaster. Before arriving at the club building, everyone thought it was just a simple encirclement and suppression mission. After all, no one thought that these heterogeneous believers could withstand the concentrated fire attacks of hundreds of powerful awakeners. They were so arrogant that they even walked directly into the enemy's lair, but they didn't expect that this group of crazy heterogeneous believers actually united with zombie heretics to fight against them. In the end, there were even human-faced demon spiders, mutant vines that were also strong in S-level, weird black-clothed ninjas and masked Shura that made them daunted. These were all terrible experiences that everyone had never expected. But fortunately, all this has become a thing of the past. He is so handsome, that figure, that spirit, so manly, too manly, right? The charming Lu Chanshan stared at the direction where the masked man left, with her bare hands clasped in front of her chest. The masked demon that everyone feared was like a peerless god of war in her eyes, with worship and admiration in her eyes. The companion next to him twitched his mouth and reminded, that was the leader of the terrorist organization who almost wiped us out. Are you suffering from Stockholm Syndrome? So what? Lu Chanshan rolled her eyes at her companion, with admiration in her eyes. I would rather be eaten by the mighty Lord Shura, nude. The whole battle was extremely tragic. Even this group of experienced search teams who had been collecting resources in the urban wasteland for many years lost most of their troops. Everyone was covered in wounds and had tired looks on their faces. Some even dragged their broken limbs to seek treatment. The few remaining awakened people with healing abilities began to treat the wounded. Lu Qingfei was also among these medical workers, but her face was obviously filled with deep melancholy and she was absent-minded in her work, completely losing her usual elegant image. Others also knew that Lu Qingfei's husband was the leader of this alien cult stronghold, but no one blamed her too much. After all, there were too many people who were changed by this cruel apocalypse. In the face of absolute interests, no one could guarantee that they could control themselves. Wei Linger stood in front of the building that had long collapsed into ruins, with a dull look on her face. Fatty came from a distance. Because of his flexible abilities, his injuries were much lighter than those of others. Boss, Mu Qiu, the fat man looked at Wei Linger's distraught look and couldn't help but comfort her. Wei Linger shook her head, tears in her eyes, making people feel pity. It's all my fault, I'm the captain. Ichi slowly walked to Wei Linger, with a silly expression on her face, tilted her delicate head, and said, Qiu, he is not dead. Almost as soon as Ichi finished speaking, the hill in front of Wei Linger, which was covered with rubble from the building, collapsed. Then came a quick cough, cough cough cough, test, the mysterious girl in red Mu Qiu? An unexpected scene happened. After the ruins collapsed again, smoke was everywhere. A figure in tattered clothes walked out of it, with a look of dust on his face, but there were no obvious injuries on his body. The one who walked out of the ruins was Mu Qiu, who was alone and being chased by the vampire Su Feng. Mu Qiu. Everyone's reaction after seeing Mu Qiu was surprising, but Wei Linger's actions were the most intense. The girl swooped into Mu Qiu's arms like a swallow in the forest, and the tears in her eyes could no longer stop flowing down. Mu Qiu spread her hands to everyone and looked at the girl in her arms with a look of surprise in her eyes. Wei Linger's reaction was indeed beyond his expectation. Autumn, Chi-Chi also came over at this time. His cute face still didn't have much expression. She naturally felt that the mysterious masked man just now was played by Mu Qiu. She didn't know why Mu Qiu did this, but she would only follow Mu Qiu all the time. Mu Qiu rubbed the girl's smooth pink hair, with a gentle look in her eyes. Only then did Wei Linger realize that her actions were a bit extreme, and she quickly got out of Mu Qiu's arms, took a deep look at Mu Qiu, and then ran away with a red face like a frightened rabbit. Mu Qiu touched her nose innocently. This was the first time he saw Wei Linger look like this. It was the fat man who came to his senses first and asked hurriedly, Mu Qiu, how did you escape? There was no malicious intent in this sentence, but the situation at that time was indeed extremely dangerous. When the building was on the verge of collapse and being chased by an S-class vampire, no one thought Mu Qiu could survive. Concubine Lu Qing also looked at Mu Qiu nervously. This was also something she was concerned about. With everyone's eyes focused on her, Mu Qiu smiled faintly. Looking at the huge vine tree that had been burned into remains, he explained, Su Feng was so smart that he was deceived by his cleverness. He was the first to be devoured by the vine tree he cultivated. I took advantage of the collapse of the building to hide, and then I survived the disaster. Only then did everyone understand, but they also knew that the whole process must be extremely dangerous, something that no one could do, and they couldn't help but admire Muchio in their hearts. Ji Yufeng was also watching this scene not far away, his eyes constantly lingering on Muchio and Chi-Chi, and an inexplicable luster flashed under his black-rimmed glasses. While Muchio was talking, she noticed that there was a long and slender scar on the arm of Chi-Chi next to her. This must have been a scratch from the battle with the zombie tide. Muchio slowly raised the girl's jade arm with a look of pity on her face. But at this moment, the monsoon wind in the distance moved. I saw the blue laser in Ji Yofeng's hand piercing the sky, and in the next moment, a person appeared above the injured Lu Qi. No one even realized what happened, they only saw Ji Yofeng's white figure flashing past with the blue laser. There was a loud bang, and a thick smoke filled the ruins. When the black smoke dissipated, something that shocked everyone happened again. Ji Yufeng was seen hanging high in the sky, with two laser swords in his hands crossing downwards. And below Ji Yufeng, Muchio, who was originally wearing a tattered black robe, was shrouded in a magnificent ice blue armor, and in his arms was a pink-haired girl who fell into coma. Muchio held a ferocious sword that was 10 feet long, and it actually perfectly blocked the rapid attack from the white god of death. During the collision between the laser sword and the void sword, violent sparks flew everywhere, but it failed to force Muchio to retreat even a bit. An A-level awakener actually blocked the white death's attack. How appalling is this? Muchio, who had blocked Ji Yofeng's blow, slightly raised the corners of his mouth and asked with a smile on his face, "What's the matter? Lord Death? You're pretty good at it, but that vampire can't really help you." A look of emotion appeared on Ji Yofeng's face that had not changed for thousands of years, and in a flash, he appeared 100 meters away. Ji Yufeng said to the middle-aged man beside him, "Count the number of people and get out of here quickly." After saying that, he turned around and left. But there was a trace of deep doubt on Ji Yofeng's face with his back to everyone. Ji Yufeng subconsciously adjusted the frame of the mirror, which was his usual way of contemplation. He was sure that he had seen the look in his eyes somewhere before. That look with a hint of amusement in its confidence. It was not until Ji Yufeng left that everyone recovered from the eye-popping scene. Their eyes looked at Muchio and the giant sword in his hand with shock and surprise. Muchio didn't care about the eyes of others. A dense light blue mist surrounded her, and the ice blue armor on her body also dissipated. This is exactly the ice power he evolved after devouring the mutated vine tree. It's a pity that part of the energy in the vine tree was sucked away by the Balrog, otherwise his current ice power would definitely reach the S-level. The giant sword in his hand returned to Chi-Chi's body, and Muchio slowly raised the girl's delicate jade arm. There was a long and narrow wound that had scabbed over, but it destroyed the girl's overall beauty like a pearl caught in dust. Muchio caressed the girl's jade arms as tender as tofu cubes, and a white halo flashed in her hands. The scene that surprised everyone happened again. The girl's scabbed wound was growing new granulations at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then it recovered perfectly without any sign of injury. Healing ability. No, that's not right. Some people who saw this scene suddenly remembered that Muchio's ability was a rare ice ability, but when they thought of this healing ability again, a terrible guess came out of their mouths: twin ability? This time, the surviving humans were completely blown up, looking at Muchio as if they were looking at a peerless genius. They all knew what a twin ability meant and what amazing talent he had. If nothing unexpected happened, with the terrifying talent of a twin ability, Muchio would be a guardian of the base in the future. Although they didn't know what Ji Yofeng's purpose was in testing, Muchio's strength had already surprised them. The fat man, who had known about it for a long time, looked at everyone with disdain. "You are surprised by what you have seen." Lu Chanshan's eyes were also full of brilliance when she looked at Muchio. She was already thinking about pulling Muchio into her team no matter what. Even Ji Yufeng, who was far away, saw the scene and his eyes flashed with surprise. I don't know what he was thinking. It must be said that Muchio surprised them since he appeared, and his behavioral talent shocked them beyond words. At dusk, the summer breeze rustled the yellow leaves. Yuhai's encirclement team had left here, leaving only the remains of the vines that were burned to slag and the ruins of the building that collapsed into a hill. Not far from the club building, there was a rusty black tower. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on it, as if it had coated the rusted tower with a mysterious veil. On the top of the tower, a petite figure in a red skirt was sitting. This is a girl of the same age as Su Wen. She looks as delicate as a porcelain doll, with curved eyebrows, cherry lips, wearing a dark red Lolita skirt, and soft long hair cascading down. Her white and tender jade feet swing back and forth in the tower like a swing. The girl's red eyes, like rippling blue waves, are looking at the ruins of the building below. Suddenly, her nose frowned slightly, as if she felt a familiar breath. The corners of the girl's mouth suddenly raised, and her cherry-like mouth slowly opened, and her clove tongue licked the corners of her rosy lips. Finally, I found you, brother. The sun sets, and the last afterglow shines on the top of the tower where the girl is. I saw densely packed, colorful butterflies attached to the bottom of the tower, hovering and dancing around the girl. The heart beat at that moment early in the morning, near a lake in the suburbs of Lannan City. Several military green tents were stationed by the lake, and the burning bonfire was still emitting residual heat. After a day's journey, the survivors of Yuhai Base finally rested for a night in this relatively remote suburb. It's funny that there were hundreds of people who came here, but only a few dozen were left on the way back. Of course, this experience also gave the survivors of the search team a painful lesson. They secretly swore in their hearts that they would not accept the mission of the White Death next time, even if they risked being tricked. They had experienced all kinds of crises, and just being able to survive had exhausted their luck for the rest of their lives. It was too damn dangerous. The blue lake was rippling with ripples, and the willow trees on the lake rustled in the summer breeze. The lake reflected two figures, a man and a woman. After a day of buffering, Lu Qingfei's mood seemed to have recovered a lot, but she was still haggard and pale, and she had changed her elegant and royal sister image in the past. Opposite the great mother Lu, a figure leaned against a tall willow tree by the lake, wearing a black windbreaker. It was Mu Qiu. In order to maintain his image, Mu Qiu got another black windbreaker of the same style from somewhere and put it on. With tears in her eyes, Lu Qingfei looked at Mu Qiu, and after a while asked, "Did Su Feng say anything else before leaving?" This time, Lu Qingfei spent a lot of effort to beg the base, so that she could follow a search team to find her husband. Originally, she had made the worst plan, even if she only got the news of her husband's death. But Lu Qingfei never thought that her fiancé, whom she had been thinking about day and night, actually joined a crazy heterogeneous cult and became the #1 executioner in it who lost humanity. This is the fundamental reason why she was sad and grief-stricken. The husband who had completely changed his appearance overturned Lu Qingfei's cognition, and seemed to have broken some kind of barrier in her heart. Mu Qiu leaned against the tree trunk, and the breeze blew the broken hair on his forehead. He saw the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He told me before he died that he lost completely. Lu Qingfei lowered her eyes, and her curved eyelashes seemed to cover the sadness in her eyes. "In fact, I still admire him," Mu Qiu suddenly said meaningfully. "At least he has a thorough understanding of this world, and I don't think he has any faults. His only mistake was meeting me." Mu Qiu didn't say this. To be honest, if Mu Qiu hadn't intervened in this incident, Su Feng might have completely annihilated the team sent by Yu Hai to clear it out. Su Feng himself is a powerful awakener who has surpassed the A level. Even if his strength is average, he has truly reached the S level. In addition to the cultivated S-class human-faced demon spider, there is also the last trump card, the mutant vine tree called Experiment No. 001. In particular, the ability of the giant vine tree is extremely restraining to Ji Yufeng. Even Ji Yufeng, who is called the White Death, can hardly contend with the three S-class terrifying beings. In addition to the zombie heretics in the entire building, Su Feng can be said to have laid a net of heaven and earth for this battle. Even if the number of people summoned by Yu Hai is doubled, there is only one way to die. Unfortunately, he met the heretic among the heretics, the salted fish Mu Qiu, who has nothing to do and stirs up trouble everywhere. Mu Qiu has no opinion on Su Feng. On the contrary, he admires Su Feng's style of doing things. But without strength, everything is empty. It's a simple truth. Hearing Mu Qiu's fair evaluation of Su Feng, Lu Qingfei's long-suppressed emotions finally burst out. She suddenly raised her head. Her hair was messy, her pretty face was full of resentment and anger. She looked directly at Mu Qiu and shouted, "What do you know? Su Feng, he was not like this before. It's all because of this world that he became like this. It's all." At the end, Lu Qingfei couldn't control her emotions, tears couldn't stop dripping, squatting on the ground and crying violently. With a smile on his lips, Mu Qiu walked to Lu Qingfei slowly. He bent down slightly, looked at the urban beauty with tears on her pretty face, and whispered, "I usually don't hit women, Pa." A crisp slap echoed by the lake. Lu Qingfei covered her red cheeks in disbelief, and looked at Mu Qiu with a look of horror in her pupils. Mu Qiu gently lifted Lu Qingfei's delicate chin, his eyes revealing a rare firmness. This is the path he chose himself, he can't blame anyone or anything. The two of them looked at each other, and Lu Qingfei heard Mu Qiu's playful voice in her ear. "You should be thankful that you have been well protected by the base since the end of the world, otherwise you would not be much better than Su Feng now." Mu Qiu's seriousness seemed to be only for a moment, and he looked at Lu Qingfei's exquisite body with his wanton eyes. Lu Qingfei didn't know whether she was stunned or shocked by Mu Qiu's words just now, squatting on the ground with a dull look in her eyes. The woman's rosy lower lip had been bitten unconsciously to bleed, but she was still unaware of it. The slightly messy hair matched the delicate and mature facial features, and the red lips were covered with a trace of blood, which looked like a different kind of charm. Mu Qiu looked at the seductive and mature queen in front of him and made an unexpected and surprising move. Mu Qiu's handsome face came up to her and bit her bloodshot lips tightly. In an instant, Lu Qingfei's pupils shrank and dilated, and she looked at the familiar face in front of her in disbelief. Subconsciously, she wanted to push Mu Qiu away, but for some reason, as the man came closer with an inexplicable fragrance, her mind went blank. Mu Qiu licked the bloodshot from the corners of Lu Qingfei's lips, and then the woman's bright red lips. A little cold light came first, and then the gun came out like a dragon, sticking out the tongue. Lu Qingfei's eyes widened instantly, and a feeling she had never experienced before quietly occupied her brain. After a long while, Mu Qiu pulled out his tongue that had tasted the nectar. The sticky silk thread slid from the corners of their lips, and in contrast, there was the tremor in Lu Qingfei's eyes and Mu Qiu's iconic smile. Mu Qiu stood up and said with a smile, "It's rare to see such a surprised expression on the face of the great mother Lu." After that, he turned around and waved his hand, leaving behind a chic back. Only Lu Qingfei was left standing there in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking. He was too disdainful to tell Lu Qingfei any great truths to ease her emotions. The forced kiss just now was not about love, it was just a momentary impulse on his part. The most primitive impulse of the human body is not concealed at all. This is Mu Qiu's code of conduct. No one and nothing can restrain him. The iceberg beauty Xiaohanyan on the silent highway, several scrapped vehicles were parked on the side of the road, their paint peeling off due to years of wind and sun. The breeze blew, and a few yellow leaves fell on the ground stained with dried blood. Suddenly, there were loud roars of engines in the distance, and the fallen leaves and gravel on the ground trembled. I saw a row of military green Hummer jeeps speeding towards me on the road not far away. The body of the car was covered with old bloodstains and scratches, and it looked like it had experienced many dangerous life and death battles. This row of military vehicles is the search team and law enforcement team members who have finished wiping out the heterogeneous church in Lannan City and are now rushing back to Yuhai base. To put it nicely, it was a purge. In fact, it would not be an exaggeration to call it a common death. Only a few dozen people returned from a team of hundreds of people, and this was even the case when they were wrapped in horse leather. As a matter of fact, most of the high-level zombies in Lannan City were captured by the alien church, so there was less trouble on the way back. Among the dozen or so military vehicles that were speeding by, the team including Mu Qiu was sitting here peacefully. The fat man was still driving, but this time the military vehicle was large enough to carry their entire team. The fat man was humming a tune cheerfully in the driver's seat, and it was obvious that he was in a good mood. Not only was he finally able to return to the safe base he relied on for survival, but also because he gained a lot after coming out this time. Huge risks are often accompanied by huge opportunities. Although this operation is dangerous and one will die on the spot if not careful, the benefits obtained after surviving are unimaginable by others. The resources found this time alone were more than 3 times the usual amount, not to mention the countless crystal cores collected after wiping out the zombie heretics in the club building. I said I won't come out again for a year after this operation, hee. I don't know how much merit I can get in exchange for this. My little Fangfang the fat man kept fantasizing about the benefits, but he became more and more eccentric, and saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth unconsciously. Mucho smiled and said, "How do I remember that merit points are distributed according to work? You didn't contribute much to this operation." But the fat man puffed up his chest and said with great ambition, "You can't say that. After all, I have contributed a lot to the team. In which action have I not taken the lead?" Wei Linger rolled her eyes at the fat man. "Why do I remember that you are the fastest one after every accident?" What followed was joyful laughter and curses from everyone. The atmosphere in the car was relatively good. Only Lu Qingfei and Chen Weiguo still had somewhat forced smiles on their faces. Since Mu Qiu talked with her that day, Lu Qingfei's mood seemed to have stabilized a lot. It's just that she always avoids Mu Qiu when she sees him. Even when she got on the bus this time, she sat alone in the last row, deliberately keeping her distance from Mu Qiu. Chen Weiguo's low interest was entirely due to the death of Song Songhua. The only person in the team who died was Song Songhua, who was tortured and killed by Mu Qiu for betraying the team. Song Songhua's father saved Chen Weiguo's life when the apocalypse came. As a result, this honest worker also helped Song Songhua a lot while being grateful. Chen Weiguo was not angry with Mu Qiu. After all, Song Songhua was to blame for all this, but he still felt depressed about Song Songhua's death in front of him. In this way, the small group of people who had their own concerns followed the large army and rushed along the empty road. There were obviously a lot less zombie monsters on the road, and the occasional few were ruthlessly crushed by Humvee military vehicles as soon as they showed up. After walking for about several kilometers, through the glass in front of the car, we could finally see clearly a row of towering walls made of copper and iron in the distance. The outermost protective measure of Yuhai Base is this towering wall, which is somewhat like the tall city wall in A Certain Giant. This wall perfectly blocks all dangers from the outside world and provides a paradise for the survivors inside the wall to rest and recuperate. The moment they saw this city wall, everyone felt relieved. Inside this wall, it cannot be said that there is no danger at all. There are still intrigues among the awakened people and intrigues competing for resources. But compared to the cold-blooded and bloodthirsty zombie heretics outside, life in the base is simply a paradise. Almost everyone's face showed a smile at this moment. Mu Qiu looked at the Jade Sea base in front of her and raised the corners of her mouth. After eating too much meat, he occasionally wanted to have some vegetarian dishes. He missed his luxurious villa a little bit. As the military vehicle moved forward, everyone discovered that hundreds of human figures had already gathered in front of the entrance gate to the base. These human survivors split into two waves. Near the gate stood a group of idle young people with different looks. Their expressions were loose and undisciplined, and they looked towards the road from time to time. The leader had short hair, a slightly stout figure, and an excited look on his face. Dozens of people behind were dressed in special forces uniforms and well-equipped. They stood with guns in hand, with a firm posture and a resolute expression. On their chests was a badge with an eagle pattern. This group of people is the guard team belonging to the law enforcement team. Right in the center of these guards, a figure stood out, with eyes as sharp as eagles that seemed to be able to see through everything. And it was this person who first spotted the speeding Humvee military vehicle. Wei Linger's brother is also an S-Class Awakener and the captain of the guard team with the title of Eagle Nagi, Wei Ying. Among the three teams of Yuhai Base, the existence of the law enforcement team is quite special. The law enforcement team has two major branches, namely the special law enforcement team led by Ji Yufeng and the guard team led by Wei Ying. There is no difference in the organization of the two. The biggest difference is that the law enforcement team led by Wei Ying is mainly composed of ordinary people with strong bodies, while Ji Yufeng's subordinates are mostly awakened people with superpowers. One of the two is responsible for the internal order of the main base, and the other is responsible for protecting the base. They are the two trump cards in the hands of Xiao Hanyan, one of the three leaders. Just in front of the gate where the guard team is located, there is a beautiful figure. The woman was wearing a white military uniform, with a faint heroic spirit in her eyebrows and eyes, a beautiful face, but her expression gave people a cold feeling that strangers should stay away. This person is one of the three giants of Yuhai, the boss of Ji Yufeng and Wei Ying, holding the power of destruction in her hands, and is called the Iceberg Jade Girl among the strong women Xiao Hanyan. House provocation. When the outline of the tall wall gradually became clear, the Yuhai team that survived Lannan City was finally about to return to the safe base they dreamed of. In the car, Fatty looked at the oncoming luxurious parade and couldn't help but said in surprise, "Dear me, are they all here to welcome us back?" Muccio was a little curious. "What?" The fat man sat in the driver's seat and explained, "The group of gangsters on the far side are members of the Shenglong Society among the three forces in Yuhai base. The biggest leader is Wang Dapeng, one of the three talkers in Yuhai. The person standing in front and leading the group of gangsters now is Wang Dapeng's younger brother, Wang Hao, a well-known pervert in Yuhai base." After saying that, the fat man pointed to the position directly in front of him. "You have seen the brother in the middle of the guards with the sharpest eyes. He is the leader of the guards, Wei Ying, and the boss's brother. As for the beautiful woman standing at the front of the guard team, her origins are quite big." The fat man looked at the beautiful figure in front of him, his throat rolled, and he swallowed. "She is one of the three leaders of Yuhai, Xiao Hanyan, known as the Bingshan Jade Girl." The fat man, who has always been obsessed with sex, didn't even dare to think about it when he saw the woman in military uniform with excellent appearance and figure. Having stayed at the base for 2 years, he knew all too well the terrifying methods of this iceberg beauty. More importantly, this stunning woman with both appearance and power is being pursued crazily by another talker at Yuhai base, Guardian Wang Dapeng. Just thinking about the terrifying strength of that guardian is enough to deter all men who have thoughts about Xiao Hanyan. "Oh?" Muccio looked at the woman in the distance through the car window. The slim-fitting white military uniform on her body perfectly outlines her proud figure. His long dark hair falls down to his waist like a waterfall, and his handsome eyebrows add a bit of heroism to his delicate face. I have to say that Xiao Hanyan deserves the title of iceberg beauty. A dozen Humvee military vehicles stopped one after another near the base wall. Dozens of awakened people in different costumes got off the military vehicles, and walking at the front was the white god of death wearing a white suit, white hair, and black-rimmed glasses, Ji Yufeng. Seeing Ji Yufeng returning to the base with a few dozen people, Xiao Hanyan's expression remained normal. The former nodded lightly, back. Wei Ying keenly noticed the abnormality. "What's going on? What did you encounter?" After the team of hundreds of people came back, only a few dozen were left? Ji Yufeng frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. However, Xiao Hanyan raised his hand, and his voice was cold and empty. "We will talk about this later." It seemed that the Queen of the Jade Sea base did not take the operation to wipe out the heterogeneous religion at all, and just took a look at the many awakened people behind Ji Yufeng. Looking at Xiao Hanyan's indifferent eyes, these battle-experienced supernatural warriors lowered their heads unconsciously. Different from Ji Yufeng's cold and murderous eyes, Xiao Hanyan looked at everyone with a kind of trembling scrutiny, indifference, and a bit of arrogance. This feeling is as if the noble empress who towers over all living beings is looking down on the world. Only a few people could remain calm under Xiao Hanyan's scrutinizing eyes. "Sister Hanyan." At this time, Wei Linger was like a nimble kitten, jumping out from the crowd and hugging Xiao Hanyan's slender waist. Xiao Hanyan lowered her head, looked at Wei Linger with fondness in her eyes, and reached out to touch Wei Linger's head. "It's the best news that Linger is back safely." Wei Ying scolded from the side, "Linger, don't be rude." Wei Ying was originally a soldier, and he valued rules the most. But Wei Linger stuck out her tongue playfully, not taking Wei Ying's brother seriously at all. At this moment, Wang Hao, who had been standing aside before, came over with his men and looked at Ji Yufeng with a smile on his face. "Hey, Captain Ji, what are you doing out here? Are you back for such a big battle this time?" The encirclement and suppression operation led by Ji Yufeng this time was quite secretive, but once more than a dozen military vehicles were mobilized, anyone with any sense could tell that this mission was not easy. Wei Linger, who was beside Xiao Hanyan, stood up and snorted, "What are we going to do, and what does it have to do with you, the lazy second-generation ancestor like you?" Speaking of which, Ma Kuan was Wang Hao's lackey, and Jin Xiong was Wang Dapeng's right-hand man. Wei Linger would not believe that their team was framed by Ma Kuan without Wang Hao's instructions. But after all, Ma Kuan and his party died in their hands in the end. Even if Ma Kuan framed them first, Wei Linger was not prepared to reveal the matter openly. In the order of Yuhai, killing an awakened person is a serious crime, not to mention that Jin Xiong is Wang Dapeng's confidant. Once the matter is exposed, it will be tantamount to turning against Wang Dapeng. When Wang Hao saw Wei Linger's face, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Although he is a pervert, it does not mean that he has no brains. The fact that Wei Linger can appear here means that the action of Ma Kuan and his party has undoubtedly failed. Damn it, even Jin Xiong can't do anything to them? Wang Hao cursed secretly in his heart, but obviously he couldn't show it at this time, and a slightly obscene smile appeared on his face. Linger, you are right. There are many dangers out there. If you go out once, you don't know if you can come back. Already, I am happy to see that Captain Ji and Linger, the important combat forces in the base, can return safely. Hearing Wang Hao's meaningful words, Wei Linger said, "Don't worry about it, you second-generation ancestor, maybe you will die before us someday." Wei Linger's sarcastic words made Wang Hao's face bring a touch of anger, and the faces of many of his subordinates behind him also became unfriendly. Before the end of the world, they were hooligans who did all kinds of evil. After the outbreak of the end of the world, they were attracted by Wang Dapeng's powerful strength to join the Shanglong Society. After joining the Shanglong Society, they played their bad nature to the extreme. Under Wang Dapeng's reputation, even the law enforcement team did not dare to provoke them easily. If they were not afraid of Xiao Hanyan, the Ice Queen, they would have cursed and started fighting directly. Xiao Hanyan glanced at Wang Hao lightly, and the latter shuddered and quickly shifted his gaze. The aura of this sister-in-law in his mind is so strong that even Wang Hao, who is usually lawless, dares not act cute in front of Xiao Hanyan, the Ice Queen. Wei Linger looked up and asked, "By the way, Sister Hanyan, why are you standing at the gate of the base?" Xiao Hanyan frowned slightly, lowered her snow-white gooseneck, and said in a cold voice, "This is because," suddenly, Wei Ying looked at the distance of the road. "Here we come." Everyone in front of the gate of the base followed Xiao Hanyan's gaze and saw a flash of red in the distant sky. The deep red color became more and more intense, gradually entering everyone's eyes, like a rolling wave sweeping towards the Yuhai base. Destruction level Wang Dapeng, what is that? A ball of red fire was reflected in everyone's eyes, and it was so dazzling even in the broad daylight. The object wrapped in the dazzling red fire was finally seen clearly by many awakened people. On the distant horizon, a huge convoy of punk motorcycles was seen. One punk motorcycle after another was like a galloping horse on the grassland, accompanied by the violent roar of the steam engine, and was running wildly on the abandoned asphalt road. In the middle of this obviously modified punk convoy, a fiery red-painted motorcycle was roaring ahead of the rest of the vehicles. What was surprising was that behind this group of modified wild motorcycles, there was actually a blazing fire. And behind the wheels of the fiery red steam locomotive in the middle, a huge, dark green headless zombie was dragged by an iron chain. The head of the giant zombie had been cut off long ago, but the body was still struggling frantically, rubbing a dark groove violently on the asphalt ground, showing its tenacious vitality. What's more terrifying is that the closer you get, the more terrifying the energy fluctuations emitted by this headless zombie are. The dark green blood splashes on the road surface, and immediately corrodes the road surface into deep holes. The headless zombie tied to the back of the car turned out to be a powerful S-level existence. Woohoo! The unbridled wild voice came from the front of the car, and a thin and dark young man was seen sitting on the red motorcycle in the front. He was wearing a black leather jacket, revealing his strong shoulders and arms, and a thin scar at the left corner of his eye added a bit of fierceness to his ordinary face. The young man roared, and the roar of the engine became deafening. Everyone clearly saw that the jet of the engine was not spewing black steam, but a fierce red flame. Once the flames were released, they burst out like the breath of a giant dragon, and all of them sprayed on the headless zombie as if they had life. The headless zombie was burned by the strong flames, and its struggling body became more violent, but the flames bit the zombie's flesh and blood like a thorn in the bone. In just a few breaths, the headless zombie's body burned into a sticky charred corpse with a faint green luster. Roar! Almost at the moment when the fiery red flames burned the headless zombie into charcoal, a roar of zombies came from the back of the convoy. One by one, the terrifying zombies with hideous faces followed closely behind the motorcycle team, roaring and running towards the Yuhai base. The strong stench of the corpse group was clearly audible even from hundreds of meters away. Looking at their number, they were no less than the mutant zombies they encountered in the London City Club building. Several of them had strong fluctuations on their bodies, and they were top-level A-level heretics. The speed of the zombies was extremely fast, but the steam locomotive they were chasing had obviously been modified in some strange way. The engine was roaring, and the tires were rubbing against the ground, producing sparks. It was running even faster than some mutant zombies that were known for their speed. Each steampunk locomotive had a red flag on the front of it, with a rising black dragon outlined in black paint. The black dragon on a red background was the symbol of the Shanglong Society under Wang Dapeng, one of the three guardians of the Yuhai base. The punk cars were speeding on the asphalt road, accompanied by billowing flames, and followed by a black tide of zombies. The extremely spectacular scene stunned everyone's eyes. This scene looked like this team of more than 100 people was having a bonfire carnival with the zombies and the flames. Soon, this flamboyant team had already rushed to the front of the base wall. And the man in a leather jacket on the red locomotive also jumped off the locomotive in an instant. He bent his knees and squatted, took a breath, and his big mouth bulged up like a blower, as if there was some explosive energy brewing inside. The convoy behind him stopped behind the man in the leather jacket, not worrying that the man in the jacket would have to resist the ferocious zombies alone. At this time, the zombies were less than 100 meters away from them, and in a few breaths they would completely invade this human safety zone called Yuhai. The man in the jacket had a crazy look in his eyes, and he jumped high into the air. A ball of fire appeared under his feet to help him float in the air, and a beam of red, thick flames like magma sprayed out of his mouth. The flame expanded and gushed in an instant, like a torrent of fire waves pouring down on the zombies in front of him. Countless zombies were burned by the scorching flames that seemed to fall from the sky. They were unconscious and began to scream and roar wildly at this moment. Their ferocious facial features and dancing figures in the flames made them look like loyal believers of fire at first glance. Countless low-level zombies could not even resist the high temperature and raging fire like a wave, and were directly burned to ashes. A few high-level zombies jumped out of the sea of fire, their bodies were burnt, and they grabbed the jacket youth with sharp teeth and claws as if they did not feel any pain. At this moment, a grim smile appeared on the slightly dark face of the jacket man. A ball of fire suddenly exploded around him, and his body began to burn violently like a flame. Strangely, the jacket man's clothes were obtained from nowhere, and the fireproof effect was surprisingly good, and the leather did not seem to be burned at all. I saw that his arms swelled several times in an instant, which was very different from his thin body. The swollen arms were covered with flowing fiery red gullies, as if there were countless hot magma that was about to erupt and was accumulating power. The jacket man was surrounded by fireworks, and his arms like magma swung violently. This blow with flashing flames was like a meteorite burning the ground and a volcanic eruption. The first few A-level zombies that rushed over were directly smashed by the explosive fist, and even the several mutant zombies next to them were burned by the raging flames, and their bodies turned into charcoal in an instant. But the jacket man's punch was not over yet. The fierce fist accompanied by the flames condensed into a hideous dog head in the air, and with the momentum of the sky river pouring back, it blasted towards the remaining zombies behind. Dog bite flame breath. A huge fireball like nuclear fission rose directly from the flat ground, and the residual heat of the explosion made it difficult for people to open their eyes. After the explosion, everyone opened their eyes, and what they saw was that the originally flat road was now full of burning flames. The fire was still raging and expanding outwards, with no sign of calming down. And those crazy zombie monsters were now burned into dregs. Everyone turned their eyes to the thin figure of the man in the jacket, but no one dared to underestimate this dark man with an unremarkable appearance. Because he was the strategic weapon of the Yuhai base, the fire elementalist known as Scorching Sun among the three guardians, and the head of the Shanglong Society, Wang Dapeng. Awakener, Wang Dapeng's declaration. Looking at Wang Dapeng's mighty display, he looked like the god of fire descending to the earth, and everyone's eyes were filled with admiration. Muchio looked at the figure of the man in the jacket, and a red light flashed in the depths of his pupils. Flame power. This Wang Dapeng was actually an elemental awakener, and his attribute was the fire element that best matched Muchio's body, the flame demon. Even his level was the top level of destruction. Muchio licked his lips, and he had a hunch that Wang Dapeng would be a delicious delicacy. He could feel that the flame demon in his body was also longing for brother. When Wang Hao saw the thin figure of the man in the jacket, he ran to Wang Dapeng like a dog seeing a bone. Wang Dapeng looked at the countless potholes on the road that were still burning with flames, and the burnt residue of the corpse was blown away by the wind and smoke, and the madness in his eyes gradually faded. Boring. Wang Dapeng patted the dust off his jacket, with a look of disdain on his face, and took out a cigarette from his pocket. Wang Hao took out a lighter and lit it at the right time. Wang Dapeng could naturally light it himself with his supernatural power, but this was related to Wang Hao's attitude. At this moment, a burst of fierce applause sounded all around. It turned out that the awakened people who got off the motorcycle and the gangsters around Wang Hao gathered together and applauded Wang Dapeng's powerful methods. Amid the sparks, Wang Dapeng said to Wang Hao, "How is it? Have you encountered any tricky ideas during my absence?" Wang Hao shuddered, and he instantly remembered the death of Jin Xiong and Ma Kuan in his group without any news. He knew that this matter was inseparable from Wei Linger and his group, but how could he dare to explain this matter to his elder brother Wang Dapeng? He stayed in the base and did a lazy job of eating and drinking for free. If he couldn't even do such a small thing, wouldn't it be even more ridiculous to tell others? Wang Hao was a second-generation ancestor who was just eating and waiting to die, but he also claimed to be a second-generation ancestor with brains. Let's not talk about others for now. Jin Xiong was a capable man beside Wang Dapeng, and he was sent out by himself and died inexplicably. If Wang Dapeng knew about this, he would definitely beat him up, and he might even withdraw the people who stayed with him in the future. Thinking of Wang Dapeng's ruthless methods, Wang Hao unconsciously chose to escape. "Of course not, brother, don't worry, what mistakes can there be with me in the base?" But in his heart, he was determined to get this place back in private. Wang Dapeng nodded, not caring much. His most important elite soldiers were basically sent to his side, and those who stayed with Wang Hao were a group of useless hooligans. Wang Dapeng, holding a cigarette in his mouth, turned around and saw Xiao Hanyan and her group standing in front of the base wall. Wang Dapeng had a smile on his face. He pushed his men aside and walked quickly to Xiao Hanyan, revealing his yellow teeth. "Oh, I didn't expect you to wait for me here in person this time, Hanyan. How about it? Have you figured out that you want to be my woman?" Xiao Hanyan glanced at Wang Dapeng lightly, and her tone was cold and unquestionable. "Don't get me wrong, the purpose of my coming here this time is not for you." Xiao Hanyan, who was dressed in a military uniform and had an indifferent face, walked forward slowly, and the white military boots under her feet made a light sound when they stepped on the ground. Xiao Hanyan raised her cold white hand, and a deep blue light surged in the depths of her eyes, and then a group of water drops slowly rose in the palm of her raised hand. The crystal-like fluorescent blue mist flashed at Xiao Hanyan's fingertips, and the pool of water drops was constantly expanding and blending. Xiao Hanyan flicked her jade finger, and the ball of water that had expanded to the size of a basketball was instantly hit to the scorched area in front. "Is this the element system?" Mu Chou narrowed his eyes and looked at the Queen of Jade Sea seriously. "No, although the way of releasing water flow is somewhat similar to the element system, the energy sent and received is weak, and the offensive is not strong. It is far from the level of the element system that can destroy the world with ease. This should be a special mutation system." After a little thought, Mu Chou simply analyzed the source of Xiao Hanyan's superpowers. "I saw that the ball of water bombarded the ground and scattered, and after a moment it condensed and rose again. This time, the originally crystal blue water ball turned into a strange green, as if it contained some kind of violent toxin that would kill people immediately." Mu Chou could see that this ball of water actually contained the zombie virus left after the zombies were burned to ashes. As Xiao Hanyan pulled, the poisonous water ball was quickly compressed into a round water droplet the size of a thumb. The beautiful Ice Queen tapped her jade finger lightly, and a pool of water mist appeared on the devastated empty road. The seemingly weak water mist extinguished the blazing fire on the asphalt road in an instant, and the air seemed to be moist. Feeling the moist water mist attached to the body surface, Mu Chou looked at the ice beauty in white military uniform. Based on the hand that Xiao Hanyan showed, although she controlled the energy very well, Mu Chou could still feel that she had not broken through to the level of destruction. In other words, Xiao Hanyan still has a destructive trump card. While Mu Chou was still thinking secretly, Xiao Hanyan's palm had slowly closed, and the water mist in the air on the ground also dissipated. Holding a thumb-sized dark green round bead in her hand, Xiao Hanyan turned her head and glanced at Wang Dapeng with a cold look in her eyes, and said in a cold tone, "The remaining virus after burning will invade the bodies of ordinary survivors in the base, causing a large-scale plague infection and causing unrest in the base. The unextinguished flames will also endanger the safety of the base. Such a loud noise will attract the attention of the surrounding corpses. This is not the first time that a similar situation has occurred. If you still claim to be a part of Yuhai, you'd better put away your pathetic self-righteousness. After saying that, the Ice Queen who was famous in Yuhai left only a slender back to Wang Dapeng, and left with Ji Yufeng, Wei Ying, and others. There seemed to be a cold aura around Xiao Hanyan that kept strangers away. Even when facing Wang Dapeng, the guardian, she did not use any metaphors. There was no strict order, just the most harsh words in the most ordinary tone. But even this most common and hurtful words did not sound annoyed to Wang Dapeng, a powerful awakener. Wang Dapeng grinned, his dark face was still arrogant, and a hint of obsession flashed in his eyes. Yes, it's this cold expression that keeps people away from you. You are getting more and more attractive. For Wang Dapeng, conquering Xiao Hanyan is the most pleasurable thing. Looking at Xiao Hanyan's departing back, Wang Dapeng's eyes showed a wild beast-like madness, and he laughed. Xiao Hanyan, you are my woman, you can't run away, no one can take you away. Wait, one day you will crawl at my feet and beg me to have sex with you. Identity exposed? Conspiracy reappears. I didn't expect so many unexpected situations to occur in this operation. In a tall building in Yuhai base, Xiao Hanyan was sitting at her desk, listening to Ji Yofeng's mission report. Although the heterogeneous church base in Lan'an City was successfully destroyed at a heavy price, what really concerned Xiao Hanyan was the mysterious organization that suddenly appeared behind, the mysterious, Eternal Night Dynasty, the terrifying ghost general, Shura, and the group of black-clothed ninjas who silently seized other people's superpowers. All these phenomena revealed the strength of this mysterious organization. Wei Ying, do you know any news about this Eternal Night Dynasty? Xiao Hanyan turned to look at Wei Ying, who led a guard team in charge of investigation work. Many important information about the outside world was transmitted and received by the guard team, which was an important eye and ear of Yuhai base. Wei Ying, with a resolute face, shook his head. I have never heard of the name of this organization in other survivor bases. It should be a new mysterious organization. Xiao Hanyan frowned slightly. Just based on the killings committed by the Yangye dynasty since its appearance, she knew that this organization was an enemy rather than a friend to Yuhai. It might be another evil existence like the heterogeneous religion. Xiao Hanyan asked, how strong is the masked man who calls himself Shura? Ji Yufeng gently pushed the frame of his glasses, and a light screen flashed on the lens. I had a brief fight with Shura. He is very strong and his strength is not inferior to mine. Hearing this answer, Wei Ying, who knew Ji Yofeng's strength, was also moved, and his face was solemn. This is just the tip of the iceberg of this organization. It seems that Yuhai will face a great enemy again, Xiao Hanyan thought. It is not clear yet about the relationship between the Eternal Night Dynasty and the alien religion. If we can provoke a dispute between these two organizations, it will be the situation we are most happy to see. Just then, Xiao Hanyan noticed that Ji Yofeng's state was a little wrong, so he asked, Ji Yufeng, what are you thinking about? Always looking at the white death god who was looking out the window turned around and said his shocking thoughts, I suspect that there are spies of the heterogeneous religion in the Yuhai base. What? Ji Yufeng slowly analyzed, this encirclement and suppression operation is extremely covert. Even the Shanglong Club knows very little about it. The temporary team members don't know the details of the mission. However, the heterogeneous religion in Lan'an City was able to set up many traps and counterattack in advance. Ji Yufeng recalled the zombie monsters in the entire building of the entertainment club, that handwriting cannot be arranged in a short time. All signs indicate that there is a high possibility that there are spies of the heterogeneous religion among the top leaders of the base. Xiao Hanyan looked thoughtful. Do you have a suspect in mind? Ji Yufeng shook his head. Wei Ying sighed and said, I didn't expect that with the redemption plan coming. There are still so many hidden dangers around Yuhai. Ji Yufeng suddenly asked, was that Muqiu brought back to the base by Wei Linger? What? Do you suspect that he has problems? Xiao Hanyan's impression of Muqiu is just that he is a gifted elemental awakener. Although he has great potential for development, his current strength is limited and he is not of much use for the time being. Wei Ying explained, Muqiu is a survivor I found in the ruins of the city when I led troops to hunt down the Flame Demon Lord. After that, I observed him for a period of time and found nothing unusual. Wei Ying knew that Muqiu was brought back to the base by his sister, and later joined Wei Linger's team. Subconsciously, he didn't want Muqiu to have any problems. He is a twin power user. Twin power user? Even Xiao Hanyan couldn't sit still now. She also understood what a twin power user meant. Only one person among 100,000 or even 1,000,000 people will have a truly gifted awakener. If nothing unexpected happens, this Mu Qiu will definitely grow into a destructive existence in the future. At that time, another guardian will appear in Yuhai base, which also means that the original three-legged situation in Yuhai will be completely reversed. The three forces in Yuhai base originally possessed destructive, terrifying power. They were the guardians who protected the safety of the city, but they were also the powerful weights for the three forces to restrain each other. Xiao Hanyan had long been disgusted with Shang Langui's repeated acts of disrupting the order of Yuhai, but under the pressure of Wang Dapeng's destructive strength, even Xiao Hanyan could do nothing about it. If more resources were poured into cultivating a destructive twin, Xiao Hanyan believed that the balance of Yuhai base would be completely broken. The appearance of Mu Qiu gave Xiao Hanyan, who was troubled by Shang Langui, the cancer of Yuhai, hope. At this moment, Ji Yufeng slowly walked to the window, narrowed his eyes and looked down at the peaceful and stable safety zone below, muttering, "There is only one thing I can be sure of, his strength is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface." In the private room of an underground bar in the Yuhai safety zone, Wang Hao was hugging a woman with revealing clothes, and suddenly heard his men outside the house calling, "Brother Hao, the boss wants you to have a celebration banquet together." "Go ahead, just say I'm not feeling well and need to rest." Wang Hao's impatient voice came from inside the house, and the people outside the door seemed to be used to it, and the footsteps gradually faded away. In the dim and gloomy room, Wang Hao looked at the girl who had been tortured unconscious, but the gloom on his face did not fade away. Damn it! A bunch of useless trash. The belt in his hand hit the bed heavily, and Wang Hao began to curse and curse. He still hasn't figured out how to explain the death of his men to Wang Dapeng. Especially Jin Xiong was deeply loved by Wang Dapeng. If Wang Dapeng knew that his capable general died in such an unclear way, Wang Hao would definitely suffer a lot. He. Just when Wang Hao was angry and hesitant, a hoarse and gloomy voice came from the shadow of the corner. Wang Hao was shocked and saw a hooded figure in a purple robe suddenly appear in the deep corner. "Want revenge? Who are you?" Before Wang Hao could react, the purple-robed man suddenly threw the incomplete figure in his arms to the ground. "We can help you, base." Meeting Lu Qingfei again, the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the large French windows, and the soft light accompanied by the warm breeze blew into the villa on the second floor. The broken hair on Mu Qiu's forehead was blown by the breeze, and he slowly opened his eyes. Turning his head subconsciously, Mu Qiu felt a wet and sticky touch on his side face. "I saw a girl with long pink hair clinging to Mu Qiu's back." Mu Qiu turned his head and his cheek was just close to the girl's rosy lips. Her delicate face showed a sleepy face, but I don't know what she dreamed about, and a pool of crystal saliva flowed from the corner of her mouth. The rabbit doll that was originally used as a pillow was squeezed between the two people at this moment, and Mu Qiu replaced the doll's position and was hugged tightly by the girl like an octopus. Mu Qiu couldn't help but smile bitterly, raised his hand to move Yui Qi's white arm aside, stood up lightly and put on his clothes. Mu Qiu now lives in the two-story villa that Wei Linger gave him, which is close to the mountains and rivers. Although it is small, it has everything. The elegant and unique decoration is unique. In addition to the living room, the first floor also has a normal dining room and kitchen, a study, a bar, and a utility room. The master bedroom and the second bedroom on the second floor are spacious and comfortable. However, the place where Mu Qiu often stays is the floor-to-ceiling window balcony of the master bedroom on the second floor. Here you can overlook the overview of the entire Yuhai base, which is really refreshing. This is also one of the reasons why Mu Qiu came to the human base. Compared with the ugly and dirty zombie heretics, humans can enjoy life. Why not choose a more comfortable life? Mu Qiu came to the kitchen on the first floor, picked up the kitchen utensils, and placed the ingredients exchanged yesterday on the table. He started to make breakfast with ease. Mu Qiu didn't know how to cook originally, but the Flame Demon Lord had swallowed a strange ability called culinary expertise. This ability, which seems useless among the awakened, can help Mu Qiu improve his meals. Mu Qiu had been eating those canned foods without nutrition for a long time in Lannan City, and he had lost his appetite. So he decided to improve his meals himself after returning. The limited ingredients seemed to have a variety of flavors in Muccio's hands. Even the chefs who have been in the industry for many years would be amazed and ashamed of themselves after watching his smooth operation. After a while, a unique fragrance that made people's appetites grow has filled the room. There was a sound of footsteps coming down the wooden stairs. Muccio, who was wearing an apron, turned around and happened to see Yuichi, who was wearing a white dress and had a delicate face like an angel. At this moment, the girl obviously looked like she had not woken up yet. She rubbed her sleepy eyes with her delicate hands. She was still holding the half-human high rabbit doll in her arms. She yawned and murmured, "Cho, have you eaten? I woke up just in time. I just finished it." Muccio smiled and squinted his eyes. He gently rubbed the girl's pink hair, took off the apron around his waist, and put the hot food on the dining table. The breakfast was simple, a bowl of carefully made fresh noodles with a lava-poached egg, and hot bread and milk on the side. But despite such a monotonous food, Muccio's ingenious cooking skills still made it fragrant, colorful, fragrant, and delicious. Just smelling it makes people salivate. www. Muccio almost finished a bowl of noodles in no time. For many ordinary people, it is extremely rare to be able to eat such a bowl of hot vegetarian noodles in the end times. Seeing Yui holding chopsticks to pick up noodles stiffly, but still not eating a few bites, Muccio laughed out loud. Yui was not proficient in using chopsticks, so Muccio grabbed Yui's delicate jade hand and patiently taught her the long-standing food culture of China. After breakfast, Muccio looked at the pink-haired girl who was eating with satisfaction, squinted his eyes and smiled. "Okay, it's almost time for us to go to the appointment." Morning life is a unique experience for Muccio. Different from the bloodthirsty killing in the sea of corpses and blood, it brings Muccio a faint sense of warmth. Although Muccio does not hate such a life, it is destined not to be his main color in the end of the world. Holding Yui's smooth and white hand, the two strolled in the street. The streets of Yuhai Base are still the same as when Muccio first came. In this relatively safe central area, the streets are crowded with shabby tents stationed on both sides. These are the residences of some human survivors. The population of Yuhai Base is as high as tens of thousands, most of whom are human survivors rescued from the urban ruins. Elites from all walks of life are mixed in it. Those who help the construction of the base are naturally well paid, but this is naturally only a small number of people. Many celebrities and elites before the end of the world are now reduced to sleeping on the streets, relying on relief food to survive, and their only hope is to do some hard labor tasks issued by the base in exchange for meager rewards. A few humans will choose to try their luck in the ruins outside. If they are lucky enough to kill a D-level or even C-level zombie and seize the crystal core, it is tantamount to making a fortune. But there are too few ordinary people with such courage, and even fewer come back alive after leaving the base. Muccio has a handsome face, and walking on the road with a pink-haired girl who looks like she came out of a comic book is even more eye-catching. The golden boy and the jade girl are no exception. Of course, there are no blind people here to make trouble. After all, it is rare to find humans who can dress so neatly in the apocalypse, even among those powerful awakened ones. In the eyes of people who have experienced the vicissitudes of the end of the world, Muccio and Yuichi are obviously noble beings that cannot be provoked. When these survivors pass by, they retreat 3 steps and dare not offend these two powerful awakeners. Ignoring the strange looks of the people around him, Muccio walked on the street like a walk after dinner. Soon, he arrived at the originally agreed place, a bus stop near the street of the villa complex. There was already a petite figure standing there. Today, Wei Linger was wearing a loose pink sweater and a pair of jeans. At first glance, she was just a high school girl with fashionable clothes. How could she look like a captain-level figure of the awakening team? Muccio, Sister Chi. Seeing the appearance of Muccio and Yuichi, Wei Linger first waved her hand and ran over with a happy face. Wei Linger pinched Chi-Chi's delicate cheek affectionately, and teased, "How is it? Are you used to living with Muccio? Did he bully you?" Muccio smiled bitterly and spread his hands. "Why do you think I'm so dirty?" Wei Linger's pretty face was rosy, and she put her waist in her hands and snorted, "Believe you, you big-headed ghost, none of you men are good." Just then, a gentle voice came from the bus stop. "Sorry, I'm late because of something." Hearing this gentle and pleasant voice, Muccio's mouth corners rose, and he looked at the source of the voice with a smile. Sure enough, a familiar and beautiful figure appeared in front of Muchio. I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon, my Madame Lu, base, unexpected equipment. Who is this beautiful mature figure standing in front of me if not Lu Qingfei? Lu Qingfei seemed to be in much better spirits. Her shawl-like hair was tied up into a single ponytail. The black tube-top straps perfectly wrapped the fullness of her chest, and her straight and slender legs were exposed. Wear a thin shirt. Different from her previous mature dress, Lu Qingfei now looks more youthful and beautiful, but her elegant and gentle temperament is still difficult to conceal. Concubine Lu Qing was also surprised when she saw Muchio with Wei Linger, and even her expression became a little unnatural. Linger, why is Muchio here? Concubine Lu Qing was still brooding about Muchio's forced kiss at the lakeside. She was ashamed to speak out every time she thought about it, which made her subconsciously want to escape. Somehow, she always had a subtle feeling about that matter in her heart, not to mention disgust. She even dreamed of the soft touch when their lips and teeth met several times. Lu Qingfei came from a medical family and had been conservative since she was a child. When she was with Su Feng, let alone kissing, they even held hands very rarely. Muchio's domineering way of snatching away her first kiss not only shocked concubine Lu Qing, but also left a deep mark on her heart. The feeling that she had never experienced before, mixed with some taboo stimulation, made her blush and her heart beat wildly, and her mind had never been so flustered as it was now. So Lu Qingfei chose to escape as expected, but she didn't expect to meet Muchio again so soon. Sister Qingfei. Wei Linger obviously didn't notice anything was wrong with concubine Lu Qing, so she stepped forward and hugged concubine Lu Qing's arm, saying coquettishly, "What does it matter? I didn't think that Muchio hadn't been to the exchange office yet, so I just took him to see it this time." Muchio also stepped forward at this time, with a smile that seemed strange to concubine Lu Qing. "I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon, Mrs. Lu." When Muchio said the word madam, her tone was half a beat slower. The sensitive Lu Qingfei knew that Muchio was deliberately teasing her, so she explained with a blushing face, "No, don't call me madam." Wei Linger, who didn't know the truth, thought that Lu Qingfei was still feeling sad about her husband's death, so she quickly changed the subject and said, Okay, let's go over quickly and see what new goodies are on the shelves of the exchange office this time. The harvest this time is so rich, it should be enough for us to buy some good equipment." After saying that, Wei Linger took the arms of Qi and Lu Qingfei and walked in a certain direction. Muchio followed behind, looking at concubine Lu Qing slightly embarrassed back with a bit of amusement in her eyes. The villa area where Muchio lives is located in the center of the Yuhai base. It is the area with the most concentrated resources in the entire Yuhai. Some important infrastructure facilities have been restored from here. It didn't take long for the four of them to arrive at the destination of their trip, a tall building with the name Exchange House hanging on it. The building was lined with gun-wielding guardsmen, and Muchio could even feel that there were no less than 5 A-level awakened people guarding the area. Don't listen to the rustic name of this exchange house, but it can contain treasures of resources that all search teams dream of. Guns and ammunition, weapons and ammunition, pharmaceuticals and equipment are all sold here, and the currency to buy them is not gold and silver banknotes or crystal cores, but merit points obtained by searching for resources and completing tasks. Walking into this building called the Exchange House, what you see is a hall that is as big as an underground parking lot. Both sides of the hall are hung with arms and weapons that can drive military enthusiasts crazy, while some valuable resource treasures are placed in glass booths and placed in the most conspicuous place in the hall. There are surveillance cameras in all directions. Comprehensive surveillance without blind spots. This exchange house was founded by Zhang Qingwei, one of the 3 parties in the base. He started his business through the Chamber of Commerce before the end of the world. After the end of the world, he used his method of managing the Chamber of Commerce to manage the resources of the base. Wei Linger said slowly. Su explained. These guns and ammunition were all taken out by Sister Hanyan from Yuhai's arsenal. Relatively speaking, they can be exchanged in the exchange office. The price of a rifle is only 10 merit points. As Wei Linger narrated, Muchio lost interest in the guns and weapons hanging on the wall, and instead focused on the goods in the booth. The glass booth is made of bulletproof materials, and the goods inside are also all kinds of strange. There are blue and yellow energy crystal cores, weird-looking potions, and even some modern high-tech products similar to drones. Ha! Muchio stopped next to a booth. He observed that there was a handle-shaped technological equipment inside the booth. If he remembered correctly, this was the powerful laser sword in Ji Yofeng's hand. Its price is also marked below, and it actually has 1,000 merit points. Mu Qiu secretly smacked his tongue. If he remembered correctly, an A-level blue crystal core was only worth 50 merit points. Although this laser sword was powerful, its price alone had already dissuaded many awakened people. Wei Linger noticed Mu Qiu's gaze and explained, "This laser sword is the result of a transaction between Yuhai base and another high-tech base. But you have also seen that the price is too expensive and no one can afford it." So far, only Ji Yufeng has exchanged two. Mu Qiu nodded. With Ji Yofeng's swift spatial ability, he could indeed accumulate a lot of merit points. Following Wei Linger in the hall, Mu Qiu could feel several waves of supernatural power monitoring them. It seemed that the Yuhai base really valued the value of this exchange office and sent so many powerful people to guard it. As the footsteps went deeper, suddenly, Mu Qiu's heart was shocked. As if he had noticed something, he turned his head suddenly, staring at a booth at the deepest part of the hall. There was a needle of fiery red potion, which seemed to contain rich vitality, like a dazzling spark flickering and jumping. Mu Qiu's pupils shrank slightly, and a strong tremor rose in his heart. He was very familiar with this kind of energy fluctuation that was so hot that it seemed to burn everything in the world. This familiar energy fluctuation came from Flame Demon, the Flame Demon Lord. The matter exposed, feeling the familiar burning sensation coming from the front. Mu Qiu's usually calm expression was instantly moved. He felt the energy fluctuations of the Flame Demon in his body and the potion in the booth. Seeing Mu Qiu stop in front of the red glass booth in the front, Wei Linger couldn't help but stop. The girl seemed to come here often and knew the equipment in the hall very well. She explained, "What's wrong, Mu Qiu? Are you interested in this Flame Demon potion? This is a precious S-level item." S-level? Wei Linger shook her finger and said, "Yes, just like the level classification of awakened people, these weapons and props that have been improved to a certain extent also have different levels. The potion in front of you was developed by Sister Qingfei's teacher after the base captured the Flame Demon Lord and extracted the crystal core from his body. I heard that even ordinary people have a chance to gain flame-related superpowers after taking this potion, but I heard that superpowers obtained by this method have great side effects." Wei Linger patiently explained, but Mu Qiu seemed to have not heard it, and quietly looked at the red needle in front of him. www. He finally understood why the Flame Demon Lord, who was also at the top level among the S-level heretics, was hunted down by a guard eagle. Being seriously injured was one of the reasons, but the more important problem was that the crystal core in its body was dug out. Mu Qiu knew that the most fundamental ability of his body came from the supernatural power called devouring. This supernatural power called devouring is invisible and intangible, but it spreads to every cell in his body. There is no so-called energy crystal core at all. In other words, every part and every cell of his body can be regarded as an unfathomable energy crystal core. After the Yuhai base captured the Flame Demon Lord, it extracted the crystal core that condensed the power of fire in his body. But it was also the crystal core with the most energy in his body, which was sufficient to transform from the invisible and intangible supernatural energy into a solid flame crystal core. Mu Qiu narrowed his eyes and looked at the potion in front of him that was of the same origin as himself, wondering what he was thinking. At this time, Lu Qingfei also came over, met Mu Qiu's gaze, and explained, "The teacher once said that the Flame Demon Lord is the most special S-level existence he has ever seen. He has never seen a zombie heretic who can survive after the crystal core is dug out. The crystal core is the most core part of the body of infected people like zombie heretics, and all the supernatural energy in the body is gathered there." Lu Qingfei also had a puzzled look on her face. Now the crystal core is still stored in the laboratory and is analyzed and studied by the teacher, but except for this potion after extracting energy, the rest of the progress is still nothing. Are you interested in this Flame Demon potion? But your supernatural power is ice of the same element system, which may conflict with the effect of the potion. Lu Qingfei looked at Mu Qiu. The reason why no one dared to buy this injection of potion for so long, in addition to its own high price, is more because of its uncontrollable side effects and unknown risks. After all, no awakener dares to use his own life as an experimental subject. Laboratory? Mu Qiu calmed his restless heart and smiled at Lu Qingfei calmly. "No, I won't buy it, After that, Muchio looked meaningfully at the patrolling guards around, and some invisible areas where the awakened people guarding the exchange office were hidden. After all, it's something that belongs to me, and I should take it back myself. The offensive words instantly shocked Lu Qingfei's heart, and then her pretty face flushed. After the last incident, Lu Qingfei was extremely sensitive to Muchio's behavior, and the words just now made her think about it. Lu Qingfei's eyes were flustered, and she immediately walked forward with nervous steps, saying, "Whatever you want." Muchio smiled slightly, not caring much. Finally, he looked at the S-level potion in front of him, and could faintly feel the breath of the flame demon in the hotlines on it. Before taking other people's things, think about the consequences you have to bear. Then Wei Linger and Lu Qingfei also chose their favorite props and equipment. Wei Linger chose a modified laser gun, which she could use to make up for her weak long-range ability. Lu Qingfei chose a superpower amplifier, which could increase her superpowers to a certain extent in a short time by putting in a crystal core, which was very helpful for her to treat patients. Wei Linger looked at Muchio with empty hands, and thought that the latter had just arrived at the base and was reluctant to give up the merit points he had worked hard to accumulate. I couldn't help but remind him, "Mucho, if you have any items you like, you can bring them out." "I still have some merit points here." Mucho shook his head and chuckled. "I came here to see the reserves in the Yuhai base, but I didn't expect there were some things that surprised me." As he said that, Mucho habitually rubbed the hair of Yuchi beside him, and said meaningfully, "But don't worry, I will get it back soon." Seeing Mucho say this, Wei Linger naturally had to give up. In her opinion, Muchio wanted to. The four people walked out of the exchange office, and next to them were buildings full of technology. Muchio looked at the tall buildings on the other side, and through the glass, he could vaguely see the experimental equipment on the upper floors. Muchio asked, "Is this the laboratory of the base?" Wei Linger nodded. "This area belongs to the important infrastructure of the base, and the headquarters of the medical team are also in the laboratory." Before he finished speaking, there was suddenly a clear sound of stepping on the ground not far away, from far to near. Just by listening to the sound, he could tell that there were no less than dozens of people coming. Looking up, I saw a group of guards wearing black uniforms and holding guns in their hands, walking quickly towards a few people in an orderly manner. The leader was a man in his 30s or 40s, with a square and resolute face, and an eagle-shaped badge on his chest that was very eye-catching. Mucho vaguely remembered this man. When Ma Koan framed her in public, it was this man who came forward to take her away on behalf of the law enforcement team. It seemed that his name was Li Amber. Li Amber walked out of the team with a solemn expression, and his target was Mucho among the four. Li Anbai first nodded to Wei Linger, then took out a pair of handcuffs from his arms, looked at Mucho and said, "Mucho, you are suspected of murdering the awakened people of the search team in the ruins, which seriously violated the order of the base. Come with us." The blame. As soon as Li Anbai finished speaking, everyone present, including Wei Linger and Lu Qingfei, trembled. The search team they were part of was framed by Ma Koan in the ruins of the city, and almost all members were buried in the belly of the zombies. In the end, it was Mucho who turned the tide and single-handedly fought many A-level beings, including Jin Xiong, to rescue the search team, and finally wiped out all of Ma Koan's team. Originally, this matter had been deeply buried in the hearts of the team members and they planned to find out about it, but even Lu Qingfei did not mention it to the outside world. They didn't understand how this was leaked. "Li, Uncle Li, what are you talking about?" Wei Linger looked at Li Anbai with a forced smile on her face. Li Amber is the captain of the guard team and is under the command of her brother Wei Ying, so Li Amber is quite polite to Wei Linger. Li Anbai glanced at Wei Linger and said, "After reports, Mucho was suspected of killing the awakened people in the base. The evidence is now conclusive. The guards will arrest Mucho in accordance with the order of the base." Wei Linger hurriedly waved her hand and explained, "Uncle Li, you misunderstood. It's like this, Mucho's murder of his companions has become a fact. Linger, you'd better stop defending him." At this moment, a sneer came from behind the guard. I saw a slightly stout young man walking slowly from a distance, followed by a group of men dressed as gangsters. This young man with a sharp tone and an arrogant demeanor turned out to be Wang Dapeng's younger brother Wang Hao. Wang Hao glanced at Wei Linger, and spoke slowly in the latter's disgusted eyes, "My Ma Koan team never came back after going out for search this time. I just learned yesterday that all of their team died in the ruins outside the city. With Wang Hao's high-pitched voice, some passers-by also gathered around, looking at the arriving guards and pointing. The real murderer who caused the death of their team was not the many zombie monsters outside the city, nor the wandering awakened ones, but you, Mu Qiu. Wang Hao suddenly pointed to Mu Qiu, who was wearing a black trench coat in front of him. Now I apply for the law enforcement team to come forward to punish this human traitor who killed his comrades in the base. Wang Hao was very smart. From the beginning, he positioned Mu Qiu as a human traitor who ignored the base's laws and killed others who were also out on the search team. Murdering other search teams in the ruins of the city is the biggest taboo in Yuhai, because it is related to the safety of the search team when they go out to search. Once this high hat is worn, even if Mu Qiu is a rare elemental awakener, he will definitely be punished by the base. At worst, he was expelled from the Jade Sea and wandered in the ruins. At worst, he was killed on the spot by Ji Yufeng, who was enforcing strict orders. Wang Hao admired his own strategy more and more. He used Yuhai's law of order to overwhelm Mu Qiu, so that he could kill a potential elemental awakener for his elder brother without losing any blood. How could Wei Linger not see Wang Hao's conspiracy? But Wang Hao's confusion of right and wrong made her face turn red with anger. Wei Linger chopped her foot. You're talking nonsense. It's obviously. Just when Wei Linger was about to tell the truth of the matter, a burst of exclamation suddenly came from the crowd behind Wang Hao. A mutilated figure was supported by Wang Hao's men and walked slowly towards the crowd. Along with this person's actions, rapid breathing sounds were heard from passers-by around him. How could it be him? Wei Linger covered her mouth in horror. She couldn't believe that this person who was supposed to die in the zombie's mouth would actually appear in the Yuhai base. Songhua? A taboo name in the team came out of Lu Qingfei's mouth. Her eyes trembled. She also couldn't believe that Songhua would return to the base alive. Even Mu Qiu was a little surprised. He also didn't expect that this person could survive. The person who was being supported and walked in front of them was Songhua, who had half of his body chopped off by Mu Qiu. In everyone's mind, he should have been buried in the belly of the corpse. But at this time, Songhua's appearance was extremely miserable. The legs and arms on the right half of his body had long since disappeared. There were dark red blood scabs on the first layer of his body. Even his head had been cut off out of thin air. The remaining eye was filled with resentment and hatred. At this moment, Songhua no longer had the arrogance that he had before. Instead, he had this inhuman shape, as if he was an evil ghost who had just crawled out of the hell. Songhua was being helped up, but Wang Hao looked at Mu Qiu and his group. With a scheming smile on his face, Songhua, as a member of this team, you should know what happened, right? Songhua's pupils shrank suddenly. At this moment, he no longer cared about everything he had. The only purpose that kept him alive was to take revenge on the culprit who made him look like this, Mu Qiu. He raised his only remaining arm, half opened his mouth, and his voice was extremely hoarse. It's Mu Qiu, he killed Ma Kuan's team, and after I witnessed everything, he wanted to get rid of me. As he said that, Songhua looked at Mu Qiu with a look of deep resentment, which was actually mixed with a bit of perverted pleasure of getting revenge. In his opinion, as long as Mu Qiu is targeted by the law enforcement team, there is absolutely no chance of Mu Qiu surviving. Sure enough, after hearing Songhua's testimony, Liamber once again understood the seriousness of the matter. Attacking other awakened people in the ruins because of personal grudges is a heinous crime in Yuhai. Concubine Lu Qing looked at Mu Qiu worriedly, biting her lower lip that had turned white subconsciously, with a lingering look of guilt on her face. Back in the ruins, it was precisely because of her repeated protection that Mu Qiu finally let go of Songhua. If it weren't for herself, Mu Qiu wouldn't be in such a dangerous situation. The momentary kindness turned out to be such a result. For the first time, Lu Qingfei questioned the beliefs she had implemented for a long time. Mu Qiu, do you have anything else to say now? In fact, no matter what Mu Qiu said, it would not help. Lian Bai had already made up his mind to make Mu Qiu submit to the law first, and the rest would naturally be dealt with by Yuhai's iron law. Mu Qiu, who was the center of attention, suddenly chuckled, the methods of your master and servant are exactly the same. They are all such mindless and stupid tricks. The familiar scene reminded Mu Qiu of the scene when Ma Kuan framed him. Mu Qiu glanced at the people in front and asked, do you know what really eliminated Makuan and the others? Liamber frowned and felt bad. He had seen similar scenes before. It's power. One force can break all laws. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks will be in vain. Being framed? It doesn't exist, it's just killing. Suddenly, a ball of crystal blue mist appeared in Muchio's hand, and two dense rain-like ice shuttles struck Song Songhua and Wang Hao like arrows and lightning. Not good. Lian Bai, who was prepared in his heart, quickly stood sideways in front of Song Tsung's incarnation. His big calloused hands instantly turned into eagle claws, trying to block the ice shuttle that was hitting like bullets. There was a whoosh, and blood spattered. Song Tsonghua's broken body behind him was already covered with blood-colored holes, and even his head had exploded and was no longer alive. Lian Bai screamed, covering the palm of his hand that had been punctured with bleeding holes, and looked at Muchio in horror. He couldn't believe that in just half a month, he couldn't resist Muchio's casual blow. At the same time, another wave of ice shuttles hit Wang Hao like missiles in a flash. Wang Hao still had a treacherous smile on his face, and the next moment he saw the ice cones in the sky constantly enlarging in his pupils. His fat face instantly revealed a look of horror. Just when the ice shuttle was about to penetrate Wang Hao's head, a deep black flow suddenly surged in the shadow under Wang Hao's feet. The black shadow like ink suddenly swept up from the ground. Immediately, a torrent of ink wall rose up in front of Wang Hao, directly blocking the dense ice shuttles like arrows. A figure covered in black emerged from Wang Hao's shadow. Surprisingly, this person's whole body was as black as ink, and it was even impossible to tell whether he was wearing clothes or not. Even his face seemed to be covered with a black mask, and only from his exposed eyes and white teeth could he vaguely see that he was a human figure. Wang Hao's forehead was sweating and his face was dazed. In this moment of life and death, he had not yet reacted to what happened. He had never thought that Muchio was so bold that he dared to kill the awakened people of the base in broad daylight in front of the law enforcement team. It was not until the black figure appeared in front of him that Wang Hao came to his senses, panting slightly, and stammering, brother. The black figure did not respond, but instead looked at Muchio with his white teeth bared. The black shadow had a playful smile in his eyes, but his tone of voice was extremely low. You are very brave, but I hope your strength is as big as your courage. Then, the black shadow turned into a pool of ink-like shadow again, immersed in the ground. The dark shadow on the ground that was visible to the naked eye gradually dimmed. The next second, clusters of dark spots suddenly appeared on the ground around Muchio, who was standing in the distance. The dark shadow spots on the ground expanded rapidly, and a person-high dark wall rose from all directions to tightly surround Muchio and Yuchi beside him. Seeing Muchio and Yuchi in a desperate situation, Wei Linger and Lu Qingfei looked anxious. Wei Linger even asked for help from Lianbo, who was standing by, but the latter slowly shook his head. In Lianbo's opinion, Muchio had violated the order of Yuhai many times, and was a cancer in the base. Moreover, the strength of the black shadow was far beyond his reach. Wang Hao's face was full of fierce smiles. In his opinion, being entangled by the Black Shadow Man, Muchio had basically been sentenced to death. The reason was that this Black Shadow Man with a blurred face was a capable general under his elder brother Wang Dapeng, and his strength was far more than Jin Xiong, who was beside Wang Hao. This Black Shadow Man was like Ji Yufeng, a true S-level awakener. Wang Hao didn't know the real name of the Black Shadow Man. He had been in this dark and blurry appearance since he met him. People around him called him Shadow. Shadow's ability is a powerful superpower called Moying. It can transform itself into a shadow and transform the shadow into various means of attack. Go to hell. Wang Hao laughed excitedly. He couldn't wait to ask Wang Dapeng for credit. Muchio suddenly heard a burst of rapid wind breaking in his ears. Muchio looked up and saw a black shadow holding a steel fork and stabbing him fiercely at the center of his eyebrows. At the same time, the black wall that tightly wrapped Muchio also made a violent buzzing sound and began to expand rapidly. This is a sign of an impending explosion. With a loud bang, like a bomb exploding, the thick black smoke instantly blurred everyone's vision, and the aftermath of the explosion even rolled up and shattered the blue bricks and tiles around. The onlookers were all amazed at the powerful strength of the S-level awakeners. Even an A-level awakener would find it difficult to survive such an explosion. Mu Qiu. Wei Linger and Lu Qingfei looked anxiously at the center of the explosion. Even though they were quite confident in Mu Qiu's strength, the other party was at the same level as Ji Yufeng. Lian Bai, who was standing aside, sighed. It was the first time he encountered such a stubborn awakener who was unwilling to accept the punishment of the law enforcement team even if he died. What a pity, a rare elemental system. Shaking his head, Lian Bai took out a walkie-talkie from his waist and was about to report the situation here to his superiors. Captain! Captain? The exclamation of a guard beside him interrupted Lian Bai's action. Lian Bai turned his head impatiently, but what he saw was a scene that he would never forget. What is that? Not only Lian Bai and the guard team, but also many survivors watching around were looking at the shocking scene in front of them with horror. A beam of white light curtain shot up from the ground in the distance, breaking through the thick black smoke produced by the explosion around. Even in the daytime, the dazzling light deeply shocked everyone present. A huge column of light shot straight into the sky in the center of the entire Yuhai base, like a roaring silver dragon breaking through the clouds at this moment. Everyone in the Yuhai base saw this miraculous scene, and as the light column continued to rise, silver-white silk began to entangle around the light column, as if it was a supreme ladder leading to the sky. Some kind of heavenly sound that penetrated into the mind was faintly transmitted to everyone's ears, as if the laws of the world were cheering the birth of a new king. When the black smoke on the ground in front of them dispersed, someone looked at the center of the smoke with trembling eyes. I saw a tall, handsome man wearing a black windbreaker, holding a beautiful woman in his arms, and holding a ferocious giant sword more than 10 feet long in his right hand. On their bodies, there was still the dazzling silver-white light that stunned everyone's eyes just now. There was silver-white steel wrapped around the giant sword, and a slender black steel fork was colliding fiercely with the giant sword, but it was unable to break through at all. The dark shadow figure floated in mid-air, with eye-catching white beads of sweat flowing on his forehead, but there was lingering horror in his eyes. He just saw clearly that the man in front of him actually took out such a ferocious giant sword from the white hole on the woman's chest, and then an astonishing wave of energy immediately attacked the shadow. This energy wave has reached the same S level as him, and the amazing energy emanating from it is actually faintly more powerful than him. Immediately afterwards, he saw the corners of the mouth of the young man in front of him raised slightly. He first glanced at the girl in his arms tenderly, then looked up at the shadow with a playful look in his eyes. Next, we can have some fun, shall we? With one force, the powerful Mu Qiu shadow's pupils instantly dilated, and the strong supernatural power fluctuations on the void sword rushed over, followed by the aggressive silver-white experience. The black steel fork in his hand began to tremble violently, until it trembled to the extent that even he could not control it. The steel fork was instantly covered with white cracks, cracking inch by inch. Shadow looked at the nothingness in his hand in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the black shadow steel fork condensed by his supernatural power was so easily destroyed. But he didn't have time to be shocked, and the semi-arc-shaped silver-white streaks were already attacking him. Shadow subconsciously raised a black shadow torrent, and with a thought, this shadow stream had transformed into a solid shadow wall. The silver-white streaks as fast and dense as a sword hit the shadow wall, but in an instant, the shadow wall that was difficult to destroy even with a laser sword had collapsed inch by inch. Seeing this, Shadow flashed and turned into a shadow before the shadow wall collapsed, shrinking in the ground in embarrassment. What is the origin of that kid? The shadow hiding underground couldn't figure out why the A-level awakener the previous second could be upgraded to an S-level terrifying existence in an instant. Fortunately, the biggest advantage of my ability is that I can hide in the shadow space underground. No matter how powerful he is, he can't find it. The next second, the shadow's eyes froze instantly. With a swish, a huge cut was opened on the shadow's shoulder, and blood gushed out like a fountain. In an instant, dozens of similar silver-white streaks had torn this shadow space apart. How is it possible? The shadow appeared in an area dozens of meters away from Mu Qiu, covering his broken shoulder, looking at the black-clothed young man holding a giant sword, gasping for breath. The sword energy swung from the sword could actually tear the space and attack him directly. The shadow looked at the hideous giant sword in Mu Qiu's hand with infinite fear. What level of weapon can achieve such amazing power, giving the user a significant increase in supernatural power while also having the powerful ability to break space? Mu Qiu smiled slightly, turned around and handed the sleeping Yuqi in his arms to Wei Linger and Lu Qingfei, and slowly turned to the direction of Shadow and Wang Hao. Mucho twisted his neck and looked at Shadow with a playful look in his eyes. Who did you say was braver just now? Shadow's already dark face became even more gloomy, with a hint of anger in his eyes. Boy, don't think that you have the capital to be arrogant with the blessing of that weapon. In Shadow's view, Mucho's strength suddenly soared to this point, entirely because of the blessing of the giant sword in his hand. Although in a sense it is true. Shadow looked at Mucho with murderous intent in his eyes. Today, let you see what a true S-level awakener is. Shadow's figure merged into the shadow on the ground again, and disappeared from everyone's eyes the next moment. If the ground is compared to the ocean, then the shadow transformed by the shadow is like a ferocious shark swimming in the ocean. In the next second, no one knows where and how it will show its sharp fangs. Suddenly, the shadow in front of Mucho rolled, and a string of tough black spikes like bamboo shoots sprang out from under Mucho's feet like bamboo shoots after rain. Mucho's body flashed and he dodged the fatal blow in an instant, but a dark figure suddenly emerged in the dark of the building complex behind him. The shadow held the black dagger transformed by his ability and stabbed Mucho's chest. This time, his attack was extremely swift, and with the spikes as a cover, he was determined to win. Mucho looked at the dagger stabbing at his face, but did not dodge, but stood in place and stepped lightly. A cloud of icy blue mist shrouded Mucho's whole body. When the light blue halo dissipated, a pair of crystal blue close-fitting armor had already wrapped Mucho inside. Clang, the pitch-black blade and the ice blue armor intersected, and there was a sound of metal hitting metal, and sparks flew from the intense friction. Shadow was horrified to find that his shadow weapon, which had always been indestructible, could not break through this ice armor at all. Mucho swung the sword with his right hand, and several ice crystals shot out from his left hand. Shadow was instantly clumsy, and just as he dodged the slash of the domineering giant sword, his shoulder was pierced by several ice cones in the next second. Shadow rolled to the ground in a mess, and his originally black body was stained with fiery red blood. Mucho was wearing crystal blue armor, and the mark of the king on the chest of the armor was shining with brilliant light. Not far away was the incomplete body of Song Tsonghua. Shadow fell to the ground with wounds all over his body, and the shocking pool of blood that had not yet dried on the ground seemed to still announce the cruelty of the battle just now. Mucho was holding a ferocious giant blade as tall as a person, looking around like a mighty king looking down on all directions. Many people were still in shock and had not recovered for a long time. When they were swept by Mucho's eyes, they all lowered their heads in fear. Even Lianhua, who had always been upright, did not dare to act rashly after seeing Mucho's powerful strength, and looked at each other with his guards. Wei Linger and Lu Qingfei looked at each other, and both saw shocked expressions in each other's eyes. Mucho, when did he become so powerful? Although he had witnessed the power of Yu Ichi's supernatural power before, Mucho was able to hold a giant sword and fight many A-level beings including Jin Xiong. But the shadow was a genuine S-level awakener. Wei Linger didn't expect Mucho to be able to deal with it so easily. Lu Qingfei was shocked, but she couldn't help but feel worried. Mucho repeatedly challenged the order of the base. She didn't know what the consequences would be, but Lu Qingfei had already made up her mind to save Mucho's life at all costs. On the other hand, Mucho was holding a ferocious giant sword with creepy supernatural fluctuations in his hand, and slowly walked towards Wang Hao. You, don't come over. Wang Hao never thought that the S-level shadow was not Mucho's opponent. After seeing Mucho's divine power, Wang Hao could no longer show his previous arrogance. At this moment, he looked at Mucho who was approaching and his calves began to tremble. After all, Song Tsonghua's previous experience was there. This master really dared to kill people in public. Mucho walked towards Wang Hao calmly, with a strange smile on his face. Do you have anything else to say now? Looking at Mucho who was constantly approaching him, Wang Hao said tremblingly, No, that was a misunderstanding just now. It was. Before he finished speaking, Mucho had already raised the ferocious giant blade in his hand. At this moment, a white vortex appeared in front of Wang Hao, and a man with white hair and a white suit stood in front of Mucho. Mucho was not surprised by this person's appearance, but smiled and said, Why? Do you want to compete with me too? Ji Yu Feng? A gorgeous dividing line because the author can only type 300 words. The thank you gift is placed here. Thank you, _ I typed for half an hour, thanks, Emperor Luotian sent Bobo milk tea and love power, Xingjiu sent a reminder and a love letter, Aruvalut, Tang Laozu who loves taro cake, little white radish head, Wanchariti sent a razor blade, sent Bobo milk tea and 4 love power, Baiyang sent 2 reminders, a love letter and love power, user 10860660, Baji, UD. Bobo milk tea sent by me, a reminder for update sent by the ancients, 2 likes, and a reminder for update sent by, 2 likes sent by Ruoshua's Bowan Shouwei, a like and a love letter sent by Li Tuanan who loves rice noodle fish, a love letter and a love letter sent by Iya Kanjin, Shen Emojiojia, a miracle reappears, a love letter sent, Guing 33, why by Babu Fan, we never saw each other on a rainy night, the humble and pleasing Frankie's house, time will travel far, Shao. Who does not eat souls, Zishu Ji Luo, the wind against the current, a member of the Time Traveler Hunting Association, alike sent by Ri Tian Gang. Taihao, alike in love generation sent by Imo Xiaomo, a love letter sent by Mian Tai, alike in love generation. Shang Yi, the cute king, I was originally a light and surrendered to the enemy, Morong Ping from Chang'an City, Hong Xayan, the death god doctor of the Zhatian Gang, the devil god of destruction, the 3 sent by Yi Luo Sancho use love to generate electricity. Laughing to death, not panicking at all, Wasni Dai, Yeju Shura, the Zhatian Gang Nyopi, depression, Jianbo who likes shrimp orchid, the 2 sent by love to generate electricity. The 3 sent by love to generate electricity, Mrs. Fujiwara who likes June Red, Fong Xingxi, what a trick, Hong Tu who likes scallop cakes, Huang Miaoyu from Sifong Pavilion, a Peng Xiao Dingdang, Yin Yang Tong who likes kelp tea, Gu Hua who likes pickled cabbage, Zhetin Gang Majin Shinzuan, Wei Wanqi from the Gulf of Aden, a hoarding rat, Shuali who likes grape-iced black tea, the land of the dead, Shinji Tianzuan, I really don't have a name to choose, Gongzi Xiaobai, likes to eat hamburgers. Ma Zhu, the night sent by love to generate electricity. I have typed a total of 700 words. I will thank some friends tomorrow who I didn't have time to thank before the release. Finds the week appearing in front of Mucho at this moment. The man in a white suit was none other than the captain of the law enforcement team, the S-Class Awakener known as the White God of Death, Ji Yufeng. Ji Yufeng stepped out of the space, but first glanced around the messy place where blood was splattered. Not far away was the shadow lying on the ground. When Lianbai saw Ji Yufeng's appearance, he felt as if he had seen his backbone, with a look of joy on his face and hurriedly said, Captain. Wang Hao was also overjoyed, with a rare flattering smile on his face, Captain Ji, look at this Mu Qiu who has seriously violated the order of the base by killing people in public. Please kill him as soon as possible. In his opinion, Mu Qiu had caused such a big disaster in the base, and even if he had superb combat power, he would not be Ji Yofeng's opponent. But Ji Yofeng's performance disappointed him, feeling the powerful energy fluctuations coming from Mu Qiu in front of him. Ji Yofeng's face remained calm and he said with a natural expression, I'm not here to fight with you. Someone wants to see you. After seeing Ji Yofeng's performance, Mu Qiu already had suspicions in her mind. The great void sword taller than a person in Mu Qiu's hand turned into silver-white beams of light and returned to the chest of the pink-haired girl behind her. Even the crystal blue armor covering her body disappeared into a sheet of ice mist in an instant. The black robe behind her was stirring. Mu Qiu chuckled and said, Oh? Since that gentleman invited me, I have to see it, Ji Yufeng nodded. He never liked to be sloppy when communicating with others. An invisible ripple shook around him, and the power of space instantly enveloped Mu Qiu. Ji Yufeng waved his hand and the white vortex swept across again. In an instant, the 2 people had disappeared without a trace, leaving only everyone standing there staring at each other. Ji Yofeng's power of space is extremely special, and his abilities in time and space are among the top powerful abilities even in the superpower system. Almost in the blink of an eye, Mu Qiu appeared in front of the office door of a high-rise building in the center of Yuhai Base. Ji Yufeng stepped forward and knocked gently on the office door, and a cold female voice with a hint of magnetism came from inside, Come in. Ji Yufeng turned around and motioned for Mu Qiu to go in alone. Mu Qiu showed no restraint as she gently opened the door and walked in. Sitting in the office is a pretty woman in military uniform. Her hair is tied back and she looks capable. Her eyebrows add a dash of heroism to her appearance. Mu Qiu had just met this woman not long ago, the queen of Yuhai Base, Xiao Hanyan. When Xiao Hanyan saw Mu Qiu walking in, she raised her head slightly and motioned for Mu Qiu to sit down. Mu Qiu, on the other hand, didn't take any exception and found a comfortable sofa to sit down as if he was familiar with the road. Xiao Hanyan lowered his head and looked at the unknown document in his hand, and said, I heard that you were discovered in the ruins of the city by Guard Eagle and the law enforcement team? This iceberg beauty who resounded throughout the Jade Sea suddenly straightened her eyebrows and looked at Mu Qiu. Mu Qiu looked directly at the iceberg beauty in front of him. He had already guessed what the other party's purpose was and said with a smile, Yes, I just entered the Yuhai base not long ago. Xiao Hanyan stood in front of the table with his fingers together and suddenly asked, According to my observations during this period, your strength is not weak, and you are even an extremely rare twin with superpowers. Your strength and powerful supernatural talents are enough to survive even in the ruins outside. Why did you live in one place for 2 years, and why did you choose to join the Yuhai base? This seemingly simple conversation was actually no less than a serious interrogation with traps. When Mu Qiu first came to the base, he was just a talented elemental awakener. Although he had some potential, he was not worthy of Xiao Hanyan's attention. But now she discovered that Mu Qiu was not only super powerful, but also a twin with 2 powers, so she couldn't help but become suspicious. As long as Mu Qiu shows any abnormality, even if he is a twin with excellent talents and may even overthrow the Yuhai regime, Yuhai base will not let him stay. Mu Qiu answered unexpectedly quickly, with a smile on her face, It's very simple. I am alone outside and have no one to rely on. Maybe sometime a high-level zombie heretic will appear and kill me. After eating, now that Yuhai is willing to take me in, I am naturally very grateful. Besides the awakened ones in the base are all talented, and they speak very nicely. Speaking of this, Mu Qiu suddenly touched the back of his head and showed a shy smile, I love it here so much. Xiao Hanyan frowned. She didn't expect Mu Qiu's answer. Is that your answer? Mu Qiu put away her playful thoughts, looked at Xiao Hanyan meaningfully and said, It's not what I came here for, it's what I did here, isn't it? The two looked at each other and saw an unusual look in each other's eyes. The office suddenly fell into silence for a moment. After a while, the door of the office opened, and Mu Qiu slowly walked out with a leisurely expression. Before leaving, she even said hello to Ji Yufeng. Ji Yufeng walked into the office and saw Xiao Hanyan in a white military uniform standing in front of the window, looking at the buildings below with a thoughtful expression. How about it? He is indeed very unusual, Xiao Hanyan gave a relatively conservative evaluation. Ji Yufeng nodded and told Xiao Hanyan what had just happened. After listening, Xiao Hanyan looked solemn, You mean he has shown S-level strength? It should be the ability of the girl named Juqi, which was added to Mu Qiu to give him S-level ability. Xiao Hanyan noticed the key, this girl was also rescued from the ruins? After getting a positive answer, Xiao Hanyan frowned slightly, Put this girl named Juqi in the list of observation objects, it would be best to know her origins. What about this Mu Qiu? Ji Yufeng knew that Xiao Hanyan had always wanted to cultivate another elemental awakener to replace Wang Dapeng. With the rich resources of Yuhai base, it is not a problem to cultivate an S-level awakener in a short period of time. But Mu Qiu's actions are indeed too jumpy and arrogant. I don't understand his position yet. Continue to observe him for a while. As for Wang Dapeng, I will deal with it. Xiao Hanyan's eyes moved, but she remembered the conversation just now. Xiao Hanyan didn't care much about Mu Qiu's violation of the base order. Doesn't that organization have its dark side? The Shenglong Society under Wang Dapeng also frequently violated the base's laws, but didn't they live happily under Wang Dapeng's reputation? Even the other person in charge of the base, Zhang Xingwei, the great philanthropist on the surface, has many unknown dirty sides in private. Rules are often listed for the weak and worthless. As long as Mu Qiu can show his value, Xiao Hanyan doesn't mind providing him with some flexibility on this basis.